The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 1, Section 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 1.
Weakened from interrogation, gripped by the cold, you have a very hard time holding it, women especially. Well, and so what? It's for horses to stand stock still and loose the floodgates. It's for dogs to go lift a leg against a fence. But as for people, you can do it right there while you keep moving. No need to be shy in your own fatherland. It will dry at the transit prison. Vera Koneva stooped down to adjust her shoe and fell one step behind, and the convoy immediately set the police dog on her, and the dog bit her in the buttocks through all her winter clothing. Don't fall behind! And an Uzbek fell down, and they beat him with their gunstocks and jackboots. Well, that's no tragedy. It won't be photographed for the Daily Express. And the chief of convoy will live to a ripe old age and never be tried by anyone. And the Black Marias, too, came down to us from history. In what respect does the prison carriage described by Balzac differ from a Black Maria? Only that the prison carriage was drawn along more slowly, and prisoners weren't packed so tightly. True, in the 20s, columns of prisoners were still being driven afoot through our cities, even Leningrad. They brought traffic to a halt at intersections. "So, you got caught stealing," came the reproaches from the sidewalks. No one had yet grasped the great plan for sewage disposal. But, always alert to technological trends, the archipelago lost no time in adopting the Black Ravens, more familiarly known simply as Ravens, Black Marias. These first Black Marias appeared at the same time as the very first trucks on our still cobblestoned streets. Their suspension was poor, and it was very rough riding in them, but then the prisoners weren't made of crystal either. On the other hand, they were very tightly corked, even at that time, in 1927. There wasn't one little crack, and there wasn't one little electric light bulb, and there wasn't any air to breathe, and it was impossible to see out. And even in those days they stood so tightly packed inside that there wasn't any room left at all. And it wasn't that all this was intentionally planned. There simply weren't enough wheels to go around. For many years the Black Marias were steel grey and had, so to speak, prison written all over them. But in the biggest cities after the war they had second thoughts and decided to paint them bright colours and to write on the outside, bread. The prisoners were the bread of construction. Or meat. It would have been more accurate to write bones. Or even simply, drink Soviet champagne. Inside, the Black Marias might consist of a simple armoured body or shell, an empty enclosure. Or perhaps there were benches against the walls all the way round. This was in no sense a convenience, but the reverse. They would push in just as many prisoners as could be inserted standing up. But in this case, they would be piled on top of each other like baggage, one bale on another. The Black Maria might also have a box in the rear, a narrow steel closet for one prisoner. Or it might be boxed throughout, single closets that locked like cells along the right and left-hand walls, with a corridor in the middle for the turnkey. One was hardly likely to imagine that interior like a honeycomb when looking at that laughing maiden on the outside, drink Soviet champagne. They drive you into the Black Marias to the tune of the same shouts coming from the convoy from all sides at once. "Come on there, get a move on quick!" And so that you shouldn't have time to look around and figure out how to escape, you are shoved and pushed so that you and your bag get stuck in a narrow little door, and you knock your head against the lintel. The steel rear door slams shut with a bang, and off you go. It was rare, of course, to spend hours in a Black Maria. 20 to 30 minutes were more likely. But you got flung around. It was a bone-breaker. It crushed all your insides during those half hours. Your head stooped if you were tall, and you remembered the cozy Stolypin with longing. And the Black Maria means one thing further. It is a reshuffling of the deck, new encounters, and among them those which stand out most clearly are, of course, your encounters with the thieves. You may never happen to be in the same compartment with them, and maybe they won't put you in the same cell with them, even at the transit prison. But here in the Black Maria, you are in their hands. Sometimes it is so crowded that even the thieves, the Urki, find it awkward to filch. Your legs and your arms are clamped between your neighbors' bodies and bags as tightly as if they were in stocks. Only when all of you are tossed up and down and all your insides are shaken up by ruts and bumps can you change the position of your legs and arms. Sometimes, in less crowded circumstances, the thieves can check out the contents of all the bags in just half an hour and appropriate all the bacilli, the fats and goodies, and the best of the trash, the clothing. Cowardly and sensible considerations most likely restrain you from putting up a fight against them, and crumb by crumb you are already beginning to lose your immortal soul, still supposing that the main enemies and the main issues lie somewhere ahead, and that you must save yourself for them. And you might just throw a punch at them once and get a knife in the ribs then and there. There would be no investigation, and even if there should be one, it wouldn't threaten the thieves in any way. They would only be delayed at the transit prison instead of going to the far-off camp. You must concede that in a fight between a socially friendly prisoner and a socially hostile prisoner, the state simply could not be on the side of the latter. In 1946, retired Colonel Lunin, a high-ranking official in Ossoaviakhim, the Society for Assistance to Defense and to Aviation Chemical Construction of the USSR, recounted in a Butyrki cell how the thieves in a Moscow Black Maria on March the 8th, International Women's Day, during their transit from the city court to Taganka prison, gang-raped a young bride in his presence, and amid the silent passivity of everyone else in the van. That very morning the girl had come to her trial a free person, as attractively dressed as she could manage. She was on trial for leaving her work without official permission, which in itself was a repulsive fabrication worked up by her chief in revenge for her refusal to live with him. A half hour before the Black Maria, the girl had been sentenced to 5 years under the decree, and had then been shoved into this Black Maria, and right there in broad daylight, somewhere on the park ring, drink Soviet champagne, had been turned into a camp prostitute. And are we really to say that it was the thieves who did this to her, and not the jailers, and not her chief? And thief tenderness, too. Having raped her, they robbed her. They took the fashionable shoes with which she had hoped to charm the judges, and her blouse, which they shoved through to the convoy guards, who stopped the van and went off to get some vodka, and handed it in so the thieves could drink at her expense, too. And when they got to the Taganka prison, the girl sobbed out her complaint, and the officer listened to her, yawned, and said, "The government can't provide each of you with individual transportation. We don't have such facilities." Yes, the Black Marias are a bottleneck of the archipelago. If there is no possibility of separating the politicals from the criminals in the Stolypins, then it isn't possible to keep women separate from men in the Black Marias. And just how could one expect the thieves not to live it up en route from one jail to another? Well, and if it weren't for the thieves, we would have to be grateful to the Black Marias for our brief encounters with women. Where, if not here, is one to see them, hear them, and touch them in a prison existence? Once, in 1950, they were transporting us from the Butyrki to the station in a not at all crowded van, 14 people in a Black Maria with benches. Everyone sat down, and suddenly they pushed in one more, a woman, alone. She sat down beside the rear door, fearfully at first. After all, she was totally defenseless against 14 men in a dark cell. But it became clear, after a few words, that all those present were comrades, 58s. She gave us her name, Repina, a colonel's wife, and she had been arrested right after he had. And suddenly a silent military man, so young and thin that it seemed he had to be a lieutenant, said to her, "Tell me, weren't you arrested with Antonina I? What, are you her husband?" "Oleg?" "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel I, from the Funza Academy?" "Yes." What a yes that was! It emerged from a trembling throat, and in it there was more fear of finding out something bad than there was happiness. He sat down next to her. Twilight shafts of summer daylight, diffused through 2 microscopic gratings in the 2 rear doors, flickered around the interior as the van moved along and across the faces of the woman and the lieutenant colonel. She and I were imprisoned in the same cell for 4 months while she was undergoing interrogation. Where is she now? All that time she lived only for you. Her fears weren't for herself, but were all for you. First that they shouldn't arrest you, and then later that you should get a lighter sentence. But what has happened to her now? She blamed herself for your arrest. Things were so hard for her. Where is she now? Just don't be frightened. And Rapina put her hands on his chest, as if he were her own skin. She simply couldn't endure the strain. They took her away from us. She, became, well, a little confused. You understand? And that tiny storm, boxed in sheets of steel, rolled along so peacefully in the 6-lane automobile traffic, stopped at traffic lights, and signaled for a turn. I had met Oleg I in the Butyrki just a few moments before, and here is how it happened. They had herded us into the station box and had brought us our things from the storage room. They called him and me to the door at the same moment. Through the opened door into the corridor we could see a woman jailer rifling the contents of his suitcase, and she flung out of it and onto the floor a golden shoulder-board with the stars of a lieutenant colonel that had survived until then all by itself. Heaven only knows how. She herself hadn't noticed it, and she had accidentally stepped on its big stars with her foot. She had trampled it with her shoe, exactly as in a film shot. I said to him, "Direct your attention to that, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel." And he glowered. After all, he still had his ideas about the spotlessness of the service. And now, here was the next thing, about his wife. And he had had only 1 hour to fit all this in. Chapter 2. The Ports of the Archipelago. Spread out on a large table, the enormous map of our motherland indicate with fat black dots all provincial capitals, all railroad junctions, all transfer points where the railroad line ends in a river route, and where rivers bend and trails begin. What is this? Has the entire map been speckled by infectious flies? What it is, in fact, is precisely the majestic map of the ports of the archipelago. These are not, to be sure, the enchanted ports to which Aleksandr enticed us, where rum is drunk in taverns and men pay court to beautiful women. It is a rare Zek who is not known from 3 to 5 transit prisons and camps. Many remember a dozen or so, and the sons of Gulag can count up to 50 of them without the slightest difficulty. However, in memory they get all mixed up together because they are so similar in the illiteracy of their convoys, in their inept roll calls based on case files, the long waiting under the beating sun or autumn drizzle, the still longer body searches that involve undressing completely, their haircuts with unsanitary clippers, their cold, slippery baths, their foul-smelling toilets, their damp and mouldy corridors, their perpetually crowded, nearly always dark, wet cells, the warmth of human flesh flanking you on the floor or on the board bunks, the bumpy ridges of bunk heads knocked together from boards, the wet, almost liquid bread, the gruel cooked from what seemed to be silage. And whoever has a good, sharp memory and can recollect precisely what distinguishes one from another has no need to travel about the country because he knows its geography full well on the basis of transit prisons. Novosibirsk, I know it. I was there. Very strong barracks there made from thick beams. Irkutsk, that was where the windows had been bricked over in several stages. You could see how they had been in Tsarist times, and each course had been laid separately, and only small slits had been left between them. Vologda, yes, an ancient building with towers, the toilets right on top of one another, the wooden partitions rotten, and the ones above leaking down into the ones underneath. Uzman, of course, a lice-ridden, stinking hole of a jail, an ancient vaulted structure, and there they used to pack it so full that whenever they took prisoners out for a transport, you couldn't imagine where they'd put them all, a line strung out halfway through the city. You had better not tell such a connoisseur that you know some city without a transit prison. He will prove to you conclusively that there are no such cities, and he will be right. Salsk. Well, there they keep transit prisoners in the KPZ, cells for preliminary detention, along with prisoners under interrogation. And what do you mean, no transit prison in every district center, too? In Solyetsk? Of course there's one. In Rybinsk? What about prison number 2, a former monastery? It's a quiet one, too, with the empty courtyards paved with old mossy flagstones and clean wooden tubs in the bath. In Chita, prison number 1. In Naushki, not a prison, but a transit camp, which is the same thing. In Torzhok, up the hill, also in a monastery. You must realize, dear sir, that every town has to have its own transit prison. After all, the courts operate everywhere, and how are prisoners to be delivered to camp? By air? Of course, no transit prison is the equal of another, but which is better and which worse is something that can't be settled in an argument. If 3 or 4 Zeks get together, each of them feels bound to praise his own. Let us listen for a while to such a discussion. Well, even if the Ivanovo transit prison isn't one of the more famous, my friends, just ask anybody imprisoned there in the winter of 1937 to 1938. The prison was unheated, and the prisoners not only didn't freeze to death, but on the upper bunks they lay there undressed, and they knocked out all the window panes so as not to suffocate. Instead of the 20 men cell 21 was supposed to contain, there were 323. There was water underneath the bunks, and boards were laid in the water, and people lay on those boards. That was right where the frost poured in from the broken windows. It was like Arctic night down under the bunks. There was no light down there either, because it was cut off by the people lying on the bunks above and standing in the aisle. It was impossible to walk through the aisle to the latrine tank, and people crawled along the edges of the bunks. They didn't distribute rations to individuals, but to units of 10. If one of the 10 died, the others shoved his corpse under the bunks and kept it there until it started to stink. They got the corpse's ration. And all that could have been endured, but the turnkeys seemed to have been oiled with turpentine, and they kept driving the prisoners endlessly from cell to cell, on and on. You just get yourself settled when, come on, get a move on, you're being moved, and you have to start in again, trying to find a place. And the reason for such overcrowding was that they hadn't taken anyone to the bath for 3 months. The lice had multiplied, and people had abscesses from the lice on their feet and legs, and typhus, too. And because of the typhus, the prison was quarantined, and no prisoner transports could leave it for 4 months. Well, fellows, the problem there wasn't Ivanovo, but the year. In 1937 to 1938, of course, not just the Zeks, but the very stones of the transit prisons were screaming in agony. Irkutsk was no special transit prison either, but in 1938 the doctors didn't even dare look into the cells, but would walk down the corridor while the turnkey shouted through the door, "Anyone unconscious, come out!" In 1937, fellows, it was that way all across Siberia to the Kolyma, and the big bottleneck was in the Sea of Okhotsk and in Vladivostok. The steamships could transport only 30,000 a month, and they kept driving them on and on from Moscow without taking that into account. Well, and so 100,000 of them piled up, understand? Who counted them? Whoever was supposed to counted. If you're talking about the Vladivostok transit prison, then in February 1937 there weren't more than 40,000 there. People were stuck there for several months at a time. The bed bugs infested the board bunks like locusts. Half a mug of water a day. There wasn't any more. No one to haul it. There was one whole compound of Koreans, and they all died from dysentery, every last one of them. They took 100 corpses out of our own compound every morning. They were building a morgue, so they hitched the Zeks to the carts and hauled the stone that way. Today you do the hauling, and tomorrow they haul you there yourself. And in autumn the typhus arrived, and we did the same thing. We didn't hand over the corpses till they stank, and took the extra rations. No medication whatever. We crawled to the fence and begged, "Give us medicine," and the guards fired a volley from the watchtowers. Then they assembled those with typhus in a separate barracks. Some didn't make it there, and only a few came back. The bunks there had 2 stories, and anyone on an upper who was sick and running a fever wasn't able to clamber down to go to the toilet, and so it would all pour down on the people underneath. There were 1,500 sick there, and all the orderlies were thieves. They'd pull out the gold teeth from the corpses, and not only from the corpses. Why do you keep going on and on about 1937? What about 1949 on Venino Bay in the 5th compound? What about that? There were 35,000, and for several months, too. There was another bottleneck in transport to the Kolyma, And every night, for some reason, they kept driving people from one barracks to another and from one compound to another, just as it was with the fascists. Whistles, screams, "Come on out there, without the last one!" Without the last one, a menacing command to be understood literally. It meant, "I will kill the last man," literally, or at least warm his hide with a club. And so all piled out so as not to be last. And everyone went on the run, always on the run. They'd drive 100 to get bread, on the run. For gruel, on the run. No bowls to eat from. Take the gruel in whatever you could, the flap of your coat, your hands. They brought water in big tanks, and there was nothing to distribute it in, so they shot it out in sprays. And whoever could get his mouth in front of one got some. Prisoners began to fight in front of the tanks, and the guards fired on them from the towers, exactly like under the fascists. Major General Derevienko, the chief of administration of the Northeast, that is Kolyma, corrective labor camps, came, and while he was there, an Air Force aviator stepped out in front of the crowd and ripped his field shirt down the front. "I have 7 battle decorations. Who gave you the right to shoot into the compound?" And Derevienko replied, "We shot, and we will go on shooting until you learn how to behave." Say there, Bertrand Russell's War Crimes Tribunal, why don't you use this bit of material? Or doesn't it suit you? No, boys, none of those are real transit prisons. Now take Kirov, that was a real one. Let's not take any special year, but say 1947. Even then in Kirov, 2 turnkeys had to work together with their boots to jam people into a cell, that being the only way they could get the door shut. In September, and Kirov, formerly Vyatka, isn't on the Black Sea either, everyone was sitting naked on the 3-story bunks because of the heat. They were sitting because there was no place to lie down. 1 row sat at the heads of the bunks and 1 row at the feet. And 2 rows sat on the floor in the aisle, and others stood between them, and they took turns. They kept their knapsacks in their hands or on their knees because there was nowhere to put them down. Only the thieves were in their lawful places, the 2nd-story bunks next to the windows, and they spread out as they pleased. There were so many bed bugs that they went right on biting in the daytime, and they dive-bombed straight from the ceiling. And people had to suffer through that for a week or even a month. I myself would like to interrupt in order to tell about Krasnaya Presnya in August 1945 in the Victory Summer. But I am shy. This transit prison with its glorious revolutionary name is little known to Muscovites. There are no excursions to it, and how could there be when it is still in operation? But to get a close look at it, you don't have to travel any distance at all. It's a mere stone's throw from the Novokhorovshevo highway on the Circle Line. After all, in Krasnaya Presnya we could somehow stretch out our legs at night, and the bed bugs were moderate, and flies bit us all night long as we lay naked and sweaty under the bright lights. But of course that's nothing at all, and I would be ashamed to boast about it. We streamed with sweat every time we moved, and it simply poured out of us after we ate. There were 100 of us in a cell, a little larger than the average room in an apartment, and we were packed in, and you couldn't find a place on the floor for your feet. And 2 little windows on the south side were blocked with muzzles made of steel sheets. They not only kept the air from circulating, but they got very hot from the sun and radiated heat into the cell. Just as all transit prisons are pointless, talk about transit prisons is pointless, and in all probability this chapter too will turn out to be the same. One doesn't know what to take hold of first, what particular thing to talk about, what to lead off with. And the more people that are crowded into transit prisons, the more pointless it all becomes. It is unbearable for a human being, and it is inexpedient for Gulag, but people sit there month after month. And the transit prison becomes a straight factory. Bread rations are lugged in, stacked up in hand barrows like those in which bricks are hauled, and the steaming gruel is brought in 6-bucket wooden casks that have holes knocked in them with a crowbar. The transit prison at Kotlas was tenser and more above board than many, tenser because it opened the way to the whole northeast of European Russia, and more above board because it was already deep in the archipelago, and there was no need to pretend to anybody. It was simply a piece of land divided into cages by fencing, and the cages were all kept locked. although it had been thickly settled by peasants when they were exiled in 1930. One must realize that they had no roofs over their heads, but nobody is left to tell about it. Even in 1938, there simply wasn't room for everyone in the frail one-story wooden barracks, made of discarded end pieces of lumber and covered with tarpaulin. Under the wet autumn snow and in freezing temperatures, people simply lived there on the ground beneath the heavens. True, they weren't allowed to grow numb from inactivity. They were being counted endlessly. They were invigorated by checkups. 20,000 people were there at a time. Or by sudden night searches. Later on, tents were pitched in these cages, and log houses 2 stories high were built in some of them. But to reduce the construction costs sensibly, no floor was laid between the stories. 6-story bunks with step ladders were simply built into the sides, up and down which prisoners on their last legs, on the verge of dying, had to clamber like sailors, a structure which would have adorned a ship more appropriately than a port. In the winter of 1944 to 1945, when everyone had a roof over his head, there was room for only 7,500 prisoners, and 50 of them died every day, and the stretchers on which they were carried to the morgue were never idle. People will object that this was quite acceptable, a death rate of less than 1% per day, and that, given that sort of turnover, might manage to last 5 months. Yes, but the main killer was camp labor, and that hadn't even begun yet for transit prisoners. This loss of 2/3 of 1% per day represents sheer shrinkage, and it would be intolerably high even in some vegetable warehouses. The deeper into the archipelago one got, the more obviously did the concrete docks of the archipelago become transformed into wharves made of wooden pilings. In the course of several years, 500,000 people passed through Karabas, the transit camp near Karaganda, whose name became a byword in the language. Yuri Karbe was there in 1942 and was already registered in the 433rd thousand. The transit prison consisted of low, rammed earth barracks with earthen floors. Daily recreation there consisted in driving all the prisoners out with their things and putting artists to work whitewashing the floor and even painting carpets on it. And then in the evenings the zeks would lie down on it, and their bodies would rub out both the whitewash and the carpets. Of all the transit prisons, Karabas was worthiest of becoming a museum, but alas, it no longer exists. In its place there is a factory for reinforced concrete products. The Knayaz Pogost transit point, latitude 63 degrees north, consisted of shacks built on a swamp. Their pole frames were covered with torn tarpaulin tenting that didn't quite reach the ground. The double bunks inside them were also made of poles, from which, incidentally, the branches had been only partially removed, and the aisle was floored with poles also. During the day, the wet mud squelched through the flooring, and at night it froze. In various parts of the area, the walkways were laid on frail and shaky poles, and here and there people whom weakness had made clumsy fell into the water and oozed. In 1938, they fed the prisoners in Knayaz Pogost the same thing every day, a mash made of crushed grits and fish bones. This was convenient because there were no bowls, spoons, or forks at the transit prison, and the prisoners had none of their own either. They were herded to the boiler by the dozens, and the mash was ladled into their caps or the flaps of their jackets. And in the transit prison of Vogvozdino, several miles from Ustvim, where 5,000 prisoners were kept at a time. Now, whoever heard of Vogvozdino before this sentence? How many such unknown transit prisons were there, and then multiply that by 5,000? The food was liquid, but they had no bowls either. However, they managed without them. What is there that our Russian ingenuity cannot overcome? By distributing the gruel in wash basins for 10 people at a time, leaving them to race each other, gulping it down. Galina Serebriakova, Boris Dayakov, Alan Semyonov, did you ever gulp from a wash basin 10 at a time? And if you had, you would never, of course, have descended to the animal needs of Ivan Denisovich, would you? And in the midst of the mob scene at the wash basin, you would have continued to think only about your dear party? True, no one was imprisoned in Vogvozdino longer than a year. The kind of prisoner who would have been imprisoned there that long was a prisoner on his last legs whom all the camps had refused to accept. The imagination of writers is poverty-stricken in regard to the native life and customs of the archipelago. When they want to write about the most reprehensible and disgraceful aspect of prison, they always accuse the latrine bucket. In literature, the latrine bucket has become the symbol of prison, a symbol of humiliation, of stink. Oh, how frivolous can you be? Now, was the latrine bucket really an evil for the prisoner? On the contrary, it was the most merciful device of the prison administration. The actual horror began the moment there was no latrine bucket in the cell. In 1937, there were no latrine buckets in certain Siberian prisons, or there weren't enough. Not enough of them had been made ahead of time. Siberian industry hadn't caught up with the full scope of arrests. There were no latrine barrels in the warehouses for the newly created cells. There were old latrine buckets in the cells, but they were antiquated and small, and the only reasonable thing to do at that point was to remove them, since they amounted to nothing at all for the new reinforcements of prisoners. So if, long ago, the Minusинsk prison had been built for 500 people, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was never inside it. He moved about freely. And there were now 10,000 in it. It meant that each latrine bucket ought to have become 20 times bigger. But it had not. Our Russian pens write only in large letters. We have lived through so very much, and almost none of it has been described and called by its right name. But for Western authors, peering through a microscope at the living cells of everyday life, shaking a test tube in the beam of a strong light, this is, after all, a whole epic, another 10 volumes of remembrance of things past. To describe the perturbation of a human soul placed in a cell filled to 20 times its capacity and with no latrine bucket, where prisoners are taken out to the toilet only once a day. Of course, much of the texture of this life is bound to be quite unknown to Western writers. They wouldn't realize that in this situation one solution was to urinate in your canvas hood, nor would they at all understand one prisoner's advice to another to urinate in his boot. And yet, that advice was the fruit of wisdom derived from vast experience, and it didn't involve spoiling the boot, and it didn't reduce the boot to the status of a pail. It meant that the boot had to be taken off, turned upside down, the boot tops turned inside out and up, and thus a cylindrical vessel was formed that constituted the much-needed container. But at the same time, with what psychological twists and turns Western writers could enrich their literature, without in the least risking any banal repetition of the famous masters, if they only knew about the scheme of things in that same Minusинsk prison. There was only one food bowl for every 4 prisoners, and 1 mug of drinking water per day was issued to each. There were enough mugs to go around. And it could happen that one of the 4 contrived to use the bowl allotted to him and 3 others to relieve his internal pressure, and then refused to hand over his daily water ration to wash it out before lunch. What a conflict, what a clash of 4 personalities, what nuances. And I'm not joking. That is when the rock bottom of a human being is revealed. It is only that Russian pens are too busy to write about it, and Russian eyes don't have time to read about it. I am not joking, because only doctors can tell us how months in such a cell will ruin a human being's health for his entire life, even if he wasn't shot under Yezhov and was rehabilitated under Khrushchev. And just to think that we had dreamed of resting and loosening up a bit in port, after being squashed and doubled up for several days in the Stolypin, how we had dreamed of the transit prison, that we could stretch out a bit there and straighten up, that we would be able to go to the toilet there without hurrying, that we would drink as much water there as we wanted, and get as much hot water for tea, that there we wouldn't be forced to ransom our own bread rations from the convoy with our own belongings, that we would be fed hot food there, and that at last we would be taken to the bath, that we could drench ourselves in hot water and stop itching. We had had elbows stuck into our sides and been tossed from side to side in the Black Maria, and they had shouted at us, "Link arms! Take hold of your heels!" But we were in good spirits anyway. It was all right, all right. Soon we would be at the transit prison. And now we were there. And even if some part of our dreams came true in the transit prison, something else would foul it all up anyway. What awaits us in the bath? You can never be sure. They begin suddenly to shave all the women's hair off. In Krasnaya Presnya in November 1950. Or a line of us naked men is clipped by women barbers only. In the Vologda steam room, portly Aunt Motya used to shout, "Stand up, men!" And she'd let the whole line have it from the steam pipe. And the Irkutsk transit prison argued differently. It's more natural for the entire service staff in the bath to be male, and for a man to smear on the medicinal tar ointment between the women's legs. Or, during the winter, in the cold, soaping-up room of the Novosibirsk transit prison, only cold water comes from the faucets. The prisoners make up their minds to ask higher-ups, and a captain comes, puts his own hand unfastidiously under a faucet. "I say, this water is hot. Get it?" I have already wearied of reporting that there are baths which have no water at all, that they scorch clothes in the roaster, that after the bath they compel people to run naked and barefoot through the snow to get their things. The counterintelligence of the Second Byelo-Russian Front in Brodnica in 1945. From your very first steps in the transit prison, you realize that here you are not in the hands of the jailers or the officers of the prison administration, who at least adhere some of the time to some kind of written law. Here you are in the hands of the trustees, that surly bath attendant who comes to meet your prisoner transport. "Well, go wash, gentlemen fascists." And that work assignment clerk with a plywood writing board who looks over your formation searchingly and hurries you up. And that instructor, clean-shaven except for a prominent forelock, who slaps his leg with that rolled-up newspaper and at the same time gives your bags a once-over. And then other transit prison trustees whom you don't recognize penetrate your suitcases with X-ray eyes. Oh, how alike they all are. And where in your brief prisoner transport journey have you seen them all before? Not so clean-looking, not so well-washed, but the same kind of ugly-mug swine with pitiless, bare-toothed grins. Bah! These are the same Blatnie, the thieves again, those same Urki crooks whom Leonid Utyosov glorifies in his songs. Here again are Zhenka Zhogol, Seryoga Zver, and Dimka Kishkenya, but not behind bars this time. They have been cleaned up, dressed up as representatives of the state. And putting on airs of great importance, they see to it that discipline is observed by us. And if one peers into those snouts, one can even, with imagination, picture that they sprang from the same Russian roots as the rest of us, that once upon a time they were village boys whose fathers bore such names as Klim, Prokhor, Guri, and that their general structure is even similar to our own: 2 nostrils, 2 irises in the eyes, a rosy tongue with which to swallow food and utter certain Russian sounds, which, however, shape totally new words. Every chief of a transit prison has enough presence of mind to realize that he can send his relatives back home the wages for all staff positions, or else he can divvy them up with the other prison officers. And all you have to do is whistle to get as many volunteers as you want from among the socially friendly prison elements to carry out all that work just in return for being allowed to cast anchor at the transit prison and not have to go on to a mine or to the taiga. All these work assignment clerks, office clerks, bookkeepers, instructors, bath attendants, barbers, stockroom clerks, cooks, dishwashers, laundresses, tailors who repair underwear and linens, are permanent transit prison residents. They receive prison rations and are registered in cells, and they swipe the rest of their soup and chow on their own out of the common food pot, or out of the bundles of the transit zeks. All these transit prison trustees regard it as certain that they will never be better off in any camp. We arrive in their hands still not completely plucked, and they bamboozle us to their heart's content. It is they, and not the jailers, who search us and our belongings here, and before the search they suggest we turn in our money for safekeeping. And they seriously write down a list. We never see the list or the money again. "We turned in our money." "Who to?" the officer who has arrived on the scene asks in surprise. "Well, it was one of them." "Who exactly?" The trustees hadn't noticed which one. "Why did you turn it over to him?" "We thought—" "That's what the turkey thought. Think less and you'll be better off." And that's that. They suggest we leave our things in the vestibule to the bath. No one's going to take them. Who needs them? We leave them, for after all we can't take them into the bath with us anyway. We return, and there are no sweaters left, and no fur-lined mittens. What kind of a sweater was it? Greyish. Well, that means it went to the laundry. They also take things from us honestly, in return for taking a suitcase into the storage room for safekeeping, for putting us in a cell without the thieves, for sending us off on prisoner transports as soon as possible, for not sending us off as long as possible. The only thing they don't do is rob us by main force out in the open. But those aren't thieves, the connoisseurs among us explain. These are the bitches, the ones who work for the prison. They are enemies of the honest thieves, and the honest thieves are the ones imprisoned in cells. But somehow this is hard for our rabbity brains to grasp. Their ways are the same. They have the same kind of tattoos. Maybe they really are enemies of those others, but after all, they are not our friends either. That's how it is. And by this time, they have forced us to sit down in the yard right underneath the cell windows. The windows all have muzzles on them, and you can't look in. But from inside, hoarse, friendly voices advise, "Hey, fellows, you know what they do here? When they search you, they take away everything loose, like tea and tobacco. If you have any, toss it in here, through our window. We'll give it back later." So what do you know? We're suckers and rabbits. Maybe they do take tea and tobacco away. We have read about universal prisoner solidarity in all our great literature, that one prisoner won't deceive another. The way they spoke to us was friendly. "Hey, fellows!" And so we toss them our tobacco pouches, and the genuine, purebred thieves on the other side catch them and guffaw. "You fascist stoops!" And here are the slogans with which the whole transit prison welcomes us, even though they don't actually hang them on the walls. "Don't look for justice here. You're going to have to hand over everything you've got to us. You'll have to give it all up." This is repeated to you by the jailers, the convoy, and the thieves. You are overwhelmed by your unbearable prison term, and you are trying to figure out how to catch your breath, while everyone around you is figuring out how to plunder you. Everything works out so as to oppress the political prisoner, who is already depressed and abandoned without all that. "You will have to give it all up." The jailer at the Gorky transit prison shakes his head hopelessly, and with a sense of relief, Ernst Bernstein gives him his officer's greatcoat. Not free, but in exchange for 2 onions. And why should you complain about the thieves if you see all the jailers at Krasnaya Presnya wearing chrome leather boots they were never issued? They were all lifted by the thieves in the cells, and then pushed to the jailers. Why complain about the thieves if the instructor of the cultural and educational department of the camp administration is a Blatnoy, a thief himself, and writes reports on the politicals? The Chem Transit Prison. And how are you ever going to get justice against the thieves in the Rostov Transit Prison when this is their ancient native tribal den? They say that in 1942 at the Gorky Transit Prison, some officer prisoners, including Gavrilov, the military engineer Shechebitin, and others, nonetheless rebelled, beat up the thieves, and forced them to stay in line. But this is always regarded as a legend. Did the thieves capitulate in just one of the cells? For long? And how was it that the Blue Caps allowed the socially hostile elements to beat up the socially friendly ones? And when they say that at the Kotlas Transit Prison in 1940, the thieves started to grab money right out of the hands of the politicals lined up at the commissary, and the politicals began to beat them up so badly that they couldn't be stopped, and the perimeter guards entered the compound with machine guns to defend the thieves? Now there's something that rings true. That's the way it really was. Foolish relatives. They dash about in freedom, borrow money, because they never have that kind of money at home, and send you foodstuffs and things, the widow's last mite, but also a poisoned gift because it transforms you from a free, though hungry person into one who is anxious and cowardly, and it deprives you of that newly dawning enlightenment, that toughening resolve, which are all you need for your descent into the abyss.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 1,
Section 2, continued.
Cassette 8, Side 2.
Foolish relatives. They dash about in freedom, borrow money, because they never have that kind of money at home, and send you foodstuffs and things, the widow's last mite, but also a poisoned gift because it transforms you from a free, though hungry person into one who is anxious and cowardly, and it deprives you of that newly dawning enlightenment, that toughening resolve, which are all you need for your descent into the abyss. O wise gospel saying about the camel and the eye of the needle, these material things will keep you from entering the heavenly kingdom of the liberated spirit. And you see that others in the police van have the same kind of bags as you. Rag-bag bastards, the thieves have already snarled at you in the Black Maria. But there were only 2 of them, and there were 50 of you, and so far they haven't touched you. And now they were holding us for the second day at the Krasnaya Presnya station, with our legs tucked beneath us on the dirty floor, because we were so crowded. However, none of us was observing the life going on around us, because we were all too concerned with how to turn in our suitcases for safekeeping. Even though we were supposed to have the right to turn in our things for safekeeping, nonetheless the only reason the work assignment clerks permitted us to do it was because the prison was a Moscow prison, and we ourselves hadn't yet lost our Moscow look. What a relief! Our things had been checked, and that meant we would have to give them up, not at this transit prison, but later on. The only things left dangling from our hands were our bundles with our ill-fated foodstuffs. Too many of us beavers had been assembled in one place. They began to distribute us among different cells. I was shoved into a cell with that same Valentine whom I had been with the day I signed for my OSO sentence, and who had proposed with touching sentiment that we begin a new life in camp. It was not yet packed full. The aisle was free. There was plenty of space under the bunks. According to the traditional arrangement, the thieves occupied the second tier of bunks. Their senior members were beside the windows, their juniors farther back. A neutral grey mass was on the lower bunks. No one attacked us. Without looking around and without thinking ahead, inexperienced as we were, we sat down on the asphalt floor and crawled under the bunks. We would even be cozy there. The bunks were low for big men to get under, and we had to slide in on our bellies, inching along the asphalt floor. We did, and we were going to lie there quietly and talk quietly. Not a chance. In the semi-darkness, with a wordless rustling, from all sides juveniles crept up on us on all fours like big rats. They were still boys, some 12-year-olds even, but the criminal code accepted them too. They had already been processed through a thieves' trial, and they were continuing their apprenticeship with the thieves here. They had been unleashed on us. They jumped us from all sides, and 6 pairs of hands stripped from us and wrenched from under us all our wealth. And all this took place in total silence, with only the sound of sinister sniffing. And we were trapped. We couldn't get up. We couldn't move. It took no more than a minute for them to seize the bundles with the fat, bacon, sugar, and bread. They were gone. We lay there feeling stupid. We had given up our food without a fight, and we could go on lying there now, but that was utterly impossible. Creeping out awkwardly, rear ends first, we got up from under the bunks. Am I a coward? I had thought I wasn't one. I had pushed my way into the heat of a bombing in the open steppe. I hadn't been afraid to drive over a trail obviously mined with anti-tank mines. I had remained cool-headed when I led my battery out of encirclement and went back in for a damaged command car. Why, then, at that moment, didn't I grab one of those human rats and grate his rosy face on the black asphalt? Was he too small? Well, then, go for their leaders. But no. At the front, we are strengthened by some kind of supplementary awareness, and quite false, too, perhaps. Is it a sense of our military unity, the sense of being in the right place at the right time, of duty? But in this new situation, nothing is clear. There are no rules, and everything has to be learned by feel. Getting to my feet, I turned to their senior, the Pakhan, the ringleader of the thieves. All the stolen victuals were there in front of him beside the window on the second tier of bunks. The juvenile rats hadn't eaten a thing themselves. They were disciplined. Nature had sculpted the front part of the ringleader's head, in bipeds usually called a face, with nausea and hate, or perhaps it had come to be what it was from living the life of a beast of prey. It sagged crookedly and loosely, with a low forehead, a savage scar, and modern steel crowns on the front teeth. His little eyes were exactly large enough to see all familiar objects, and yet not take delight in the beauties of the world. He looked at me as a boar looks at a deer, knowing he could always knock me off my feet. He was waiting. And what did I do? Leap forward to smash my fist in that ugly mug at least once and then go down in the aisle? Alas, I did not. Am I a scoundrel? Until that moment I had always thought that I wasn't, but now, plundered and humiliated, I found it offensive to get down flat on my stomach again and crawl back beneath the bunks. And so I addressed the ringleader of the thieves indignantly, and told him that since he had taken our food away from us, he might at least give us a place on the bunks. Now just tell me, wasn't that a natural complaint for a city dweller and an officer? And what happened then? The ringleader of the thieves agreed. After all, I was thereby surrendering any claim to the fat bacon, and I was thereby recognizing his superior authority, and I was revealing a point of view in common with his. He, too, would have driven off the weakest. And he gave orders for two of the grey neutrals to get off the lower bunks beside the window and free a space for us. They obeyed submissively, and we lay down in the best places. For a while we still grieved over our loss. The thieves paid no attention to my military breeches. They weren't their kind of uniform. But one of the thieves was already fingering Valentine's woolen trousers. He liked them. And it was only at night that the reproachful whisper of our neighbours reached us. How could we ask the thieves to help us by driving two of our own people under the bunks in our place? And only then did awareness of my own meanness prick my conscience and make me blush. And for many years thereafter I blushed every time I remembered it. The grey prisoners on the lower bunks were my own brothers, 58-1B, the POWs. Had I not just a short while ago sworn to assume the burden of their fate? And then I had shunted them off under the bunks. True, they hadn't done anything to defend us against the thieves, but why should they have fought for our fat bacon if we ourselves didn't? They had had enough cruel fights back in POW camps to destroy their faith in decency, but they hadn't done me any harm, and I had them. And thus it is that we have to keep getting banged on flank and snout again and again, so as to become, in time at least, human beings. Yes, human beings. But even for the newcomer whom the transit prison cracks open and shucks, it is very, very necessary. It gives him some gradual preparation for camp life. Such a change, all in one step, would be more than the heart could bear. His consciousness would be unable to orient itself in that murk all at once. It has to happen gradually. Then, too, the transit prison gave the prisoner the semblance of communicating with home. It was there he wrote the first letter he was permitted to, reporting that he hadn't been shot, and sometimes the direction of his prisoner transport. And these were always the first unfamiliar words home of a man who had been ploughed over by interrogation. At home they continued to remember him as he had been, but he would never be that person again. And there could suddenly, like a stroke of lightning, become apparent in one or another clumsily written line. Clumsily written because, even though letters could be sent from transit prisons and there was a mailbox in the yard, it was impossible to get either paper or pencils, or anything to sharpen a pencil with. However, a makorka wrapper, or one from a sugar packet, could turn up and be smoothed out, and someone in the cell would have a pencil. And so lines would be written in an undecipherable scrawl, which would determine the family's future peace or discord. Women, driven out of their minds by receiving such a letter, would sometimes precipitately rush off and try to get to their husbands at the transit prison, even though visits were never allowed, and they would have succeeded only in burdening him with things. One such woman provided, in my opinion, the theme for a monument to all wives, and even indicated the place for it. This was in the Kuibyshev transit prison in 1950. The prison was situated in a low-lying area, from which, however, the Zhiguli gates of the Volga River could be seen. And right above the prison, bordering it on the east, rose a high, long, grassy hill. It was outside the camp compound and above it, and from the inside and down below we couldn't see the approach to it. Very rarely did anyone ever appear up there, although sometimes goats were pastured there or children played. And one cloudy summer day a city woman appeared on its ridge. Shading her eyes with her hand and barely moving, she began to scan our compound from above. At the time, 3 heavily populated cells were taking their outdoor walk in 3 separate exercise yards. And there, in the abyss among those 300 depersonalized ants, she hoped to catch sight of her man. Did she hope that her heart would tell her which one he was? In all probability they had refused to allow her a visit with him, and so she had climbed that hill. Everyone noticed her from the courtyards, and everyone stared at her. Down below in the hollow there was no wind, but it was blowing hard up above. It made her long dress, her jacket, and her long hair stream out and billow, expressing all that love and anxiety which possessed her. I think that a statue of such a woman, right there, on that spot, on the hill overlooking the transit prison, with her face to the Zhiguli gates, just as she actually stood, might explain at least a little something to our grandchildren. After all, some day the hidden and all but lost story of our archipelago will be portrayed in monuments too, and I visualize, for example, one more such project, somewhere on a high point in the Kolyma, a most enormous Stalin, just such a size as he himself dreamed of, with moustaches many feet long, and the bared fangs of a camp commandant, one hand holding the rein, and the other wielding a knout with which to beat his team of hundreds of people harnessed in 5s, and all pulling hard. This would also be a fine sight on the edge of the Chukchi Peninsula next to the Bering Strait. I had written this before I read The Bas-Relief on the Cliff. And that means there is something to the idea. They say that on Mogutovo Hill at the Zhiguli Gates on the Volga, a mile from the camp, there used to be an enormous oil portrait of Stalin, which had been painted on the cliff for the benefit of passing steamers. She was there for a long time, and they didn't drive her off, probably because the guards were too lazy to climb the hill. But finally a soldier climbed up and began to shout and wave his hands at her, and chased her away. The transit prison also gives the prisoner some kind of overall view, some breadth of outlook. As they say, even though there's nothing to eat, still, it's a gay life. In the incessant traffic here, in the comings and goings of dozens and hundreds of people, in the frankness of the stories and conversations. In camp they don't talk so freely because they're always afraid there of stepping into the trap of the oper, the security officer. You are refreshed, you are aired out, you become more lucid, and you begin to understand better what is happening to you, to your people, even to the world. Even one single eccentric who turns up in your cell can tell you things you will never in your life read about. All of a sudden they introduce into the cell some kind of miracle. A tall young military man with a Roman profile, curly and unclipped flaxen locks, in a British uniform, just as if he had come straight from the Normandy landing, an officer of the invading army. He enters as proudly as if he expected everyone to rise to their feet in his presence. And it turns out that he had simply not expected to be among friends at this point. He had already been imprisoned for 2 years, but he had never yet been in a cell, and he had been brought secretly right to the transit prison itself in an individual Stolypin compartment. And then, unexpectedly, either by mistake or else with special intent, he had been admitted to our common stable. He looked around the cell, saw a Wehrmacht officer there in German uniform, and started to argue with him in German. And there they were, arguing heatedly, ready, it seemed, to resort to weapons if they'd had any. 5 years had passed since the war, and it had been drummed into us that in the West the war had been waged only for the sake of appearances, and to us it was strange to observe their mutual outrage. The German had been with us for a long time, and we Russians hadn't argued with him. For the most part we had laughed with him. No one would have believed the story of Erik Arvid Andersen had it not been for his unshorn locks, a miracle unique in all Gulag, and that foreign bearing of his, and his fluent English, German, and Swedish speech. According to him, he was the son of a rich Swede, not merely a millionaire, but a billionaire. Well, let's assume he embellished a little. On his mother's side, he was a nephew of the British General Robertson, who commanded the British zone in occupied Germany. A Swedish subject, he had served as a volunteer in the British Army, and had actually landed in Normandy, and after the war he had become a Swedish career officer. However, the investigation of social systems remained one of his principal interests. His thirst for socialism was stronger than his attachment to his father's capital. He looked upon Soviet socialism with feelings of profound sympathy, and he had even had the chance to become convinced of its flourishing state with his own eyes when he had come to Moscow as a member of a Swedish military delegation. They had been given banquets and taken to country homes, and there they had encountered no obstacles at all to establishing contact with ordinary Soviet citizens, with pretty actresses who for some reason never had to rush off to work, and who willingly spent time with them, even tete-a-tete. And thus, convinced once and for all of the triumph of our social system, Erik, on his return to the West, wrote articles in the press defending and praising Soviet socialism. And this proved to be his undoing. In those very years, in 1947 and 1948, they were roping in from all sorts of nooks and crannies progressive young Westerners prepared to renounce the West publicly, and it appeared that if they could only have collected another dozen or so, the West would shudder and collapse. Erik's newspaper articles caused him to be regarded as suitable for this category. At the time, he was serving in West Berlin, and he had left his wife in Sweden. And out of pardonable male weakness, he used to visit an unmarried German girl in East Berlin. And it was there that he was bound and gagged one night, and is not this the significance of the proverb which says, "He went to see his cousin, and he ended up in prison"? This had probably been going on for a long time, and he wasn't the first. They took him to Moscow, where Gromyko, who had once dined at his father's home in Stockholm, and who knew the son also, not only returned the hospitality, but proposed to the young man that he renounce publicly both capitalism and his own father. And in return he was promised full and complete capitalist maintenance to the end of his days here in our country. But to Gromyko's surprise, although Erik would not have suffered any material loss, he became indignant and uttered some very insulting words. Since they didn't believe in his strength of mind, they locked him up in a dasha outside Moscow, fed him like a prince in a fairy tale. Sometimes they used awful methods of repression on him. They refused to accept his orders for the following day's menu, and instead of the spring chicken he ordered, they simply brought him a steak, just like that. Surrounded him with the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and waited a year for him to be re-educated. To their surprise, it didn't happen. At that point, they quartered with him a former lieutenant general who had already served 2 years in Norilsk. They probably calculated that by relating the horrors of camp, the lieutenant general would persuade Erik to surrender. But either he carried out that assignment badly, or else he didn't want to carry it out. After 10 months of their being imprisoned together, the only thing he had taught Erik was broken Russian, and he had bolstered Erik's growing repugnance for the Blue Caps. In the summer of 1950, they once more summoned Erik to Vyshinsky, and he once more refused. In so doing, he made existence contingent on consciousness, thereby violating all the Marxist-Leninist rules. And then Abakumov himself read Erik the decree, 20 years in prison. What for? They themselves already regretted having gotten mixed up with this ignoramus, but at the same time they couldn't release him and let him go back to the West, and so they transported him in a separate compartment, and it was there that he had heard the story of the Moscow girl through the partition, and seen through the train window in the dawn light the rotting straw-thatched roofs of the age-old Russia of Ryazan. Those 2 years had very strongly confirmed him in his loyalty to the West. He believed blindly in the West. He did not want to recognize its weaknesses. He considered Western armies unbeatable and Western political leaders faultless. He refused to believe us when we told him that during the period of his imprisonment, Stalin had begun a blockade of Berlin and had gotten away with it perfectly well. Erik's milky neck and creamy cheeks blushed with indignation whenever we ridiculed Churchill and Roosevelt. And he was also certain that the West would not countenance his, Erik's, imprisonment, that on the basis of information from the Kuibyshev transit prison, the Western intelligence services would immediately learn that Erik had not drowned in the Spree River, but had been imprisoned in the Soviet Union, and either he would be ransomed or someone would be exchanged for him. This faith of his in the individual importance of his own fate, among other prisoners' fates, was reminiscent of our own well-intentioned Orthodox Soviet communists. Notwithstanding our heated arguments, he invited my friend and me to Stockholm whenever we could come. "Everyone knows us there," he said with a tired smile. "My father virtually maintains the Swedish king's whole court." For the time being, however, the son of the billionaire had nothing to dry himself with, and I presented him with an extra tattered towel as a gift, and soon they took him away on a prisoner transport. Since that time I have asked Swedes I have met, or travellers going to Sweden, how to find his family. Have they heard anything about such a missing person? The only reply I have received is a smile. The name Andersen in Sweden is like Ivanov in Russia, and there is no such billionaire. And it is only now, 22 years later, rereading this book for the last time, that I have suddenly realized, of course they must have forbidden him to give his real name. He must have been warned by Abakumov, of course, that he would be destroyed if he did. And so he travelled through the transit prisons in the guise of a Swedish Ivanov, and it was only through unforbidden secondary details of his biography that he was able to leave behind in the memories of those he encountered by chance some trace of his ruined life. More likely he still thought it could be saved, which was only human, like millions of other rabbits in this book. He thought he would be imprisoned for a while, and that thereupon the indignant West would free him. He did not understand the strength of the East, and he did not understand that such a witness as himself, who had displayed such firmness of will unheard of in the soft West, could never be released. Yet, perhaps he is still alive, even today. Author's Note, 1972. And the movement of people was endless. Prisoners were brought in and taken away, singly and in groups, and driven off in prisoner transports. Appearing so businesslike on the surface, so planned, this movement was marked by such stupidity that one can hardly believe it. In 1949, the special camps were created, and then and there, on the basis of some summit decision, masses of women were driven from camps in the European north and the Trans-Volga area, through the Sverdlovsk transit prison, to Siberia, to Taishet, to Ozerlag. But in 1950 someone found it convenient to assemble all the women, not in Ozerlag, but in Dubrovlag, in Temnikov, in Mordvinia. And so all those same women, enjoying all the conveniences of Gulag travel, were dragged through this same Sverdlovsk transit prison to the west. In 1951, new special camps were set up in Kemerovo province, Kamishlag, and that turned out to be where the women's labor was required. And those ill-fated women were again put to the torment of being sent to the Kemerovo camps through that same accursed Sverdlovsk transit prison. The time came for liberation, but not for all of them. All those women who were left to drag out their terms in the midst of the general Khrushchev relaxation were once again swung out of Siberia through the Sverdlovsk transit prison into Mordvinia. It was thought better to have them all together. Well, after all, we have our own self-contained economy. The isles are all our own, and the distances aren't so very great for a Russian. And the same sort of thing happened to individual Zeks, the more unfortunate ones. Shendrik was a big, merry, open-faced fellow, and he labored honestly, as they say, in one of the Kuibyshev camps, and had no intimation of the evil fate overtaking him. But this evil fate struck nonetheless. An urgent order arrived at the camp, not just from anybody, but from the Minister of Internal Affairs himself. And how could the minister know of Shendrik's existence? The order was to deliver this Shendrik to prison number 18 in Moscow immediately. They grabbed him, dragged him off to the Kuibyshev transit prison, and from there to Moscow with no delay. But not to some prison number 18. Instead, with all the rest, he went to the widely known Krasnaya Presnya prison. Shendrik didn't know about any prison number 18. No one had told him. But his misfortune did not drowse. No more than 2 days had passed before they jerked him onto a prisoner transport again, and this time took him all the way to Pechora. The landscape outside the train window grew even sparser and grimmer. Shendrik was alarmed. He knew there was an order from the minister, and here they were rapidly hauling him off to the north, and that meant that the minister had some awful evidence against him. In addition to all the other torments of the trip, they stole 3 days of bread rations from him while he was en route. And by the time he got to Pechora, he was staggering. Pechora greeted him inhospitably. They drove him out to work in the wet snow, hungry and unsettled. In 2 days he never had a chance to dry out his shirts, nor even a chance to stuff his mattress with pine needles. And right then they ordered him to turn in everything he had that was government issue, and once again they scooped him up and whisked him still farther, to Vorkuta. It seemed quite evident from everything that had happened that the minister was determined to destroy Shendrik, and not him alone, but the entire group in his prisoner transport. At Vorkuta they didn't touch Shendrik for a whole month. He went out to general assignment work, even though he had not yet recovered from his travels, but he had begun to reconcile himself to his Arctic fate. And then, suddenly, one day, they called him out of the mine and chased him off breathless to the camp to turn in everything he had that was government issue, and in 1 hour's time he was being carried off to the south. Now, by this time, it had already begun to smell of personal vengeance. They took him to Moscow prison number 18. They held him in the cell there for 1 month. And then he was summoned to some lieutenant colonel who asked him, "Where the hell have you been? Are you really a mechanical engineer?" And Shendrik confessed that he was. And then they took him off to none other than, yes, the Paradise Islands. Yes, there are such islands in the archipelago. This coming and going of people, these destinies and these stories, greatly enliven the transit prisons, and the old camp veterans advise newcomers, "Lie down and take it easy. They feed you the guaranteed minimum here, and you don't have to tire your back." The rations guaranteed by Gulag when no work is being done. And when it's not crowded, you can sleep as much as you want to. So just stretch out and lie there from one handout of gruel to the next. The food is sparse, but the sleeping is good. Only those who know what general assignment work is in the camps will understand that a transit prison is a rest home, a happiness on our path. And one more advantage, too. When you sleep in the daytime, the hours pass more quickly. If you can just kill off the day, the night will go away on its own. True, recalling that labor created the human being and that only labor can reform the criminal, and sometimes having auxiliary projects, and sometimes acting as subcontractors in order to keep up their financial end, the bosses of transit prisons might sometimes even drive their loafing transit manpower out to labor. The work at that same Kotlas transit prison before the war was not the least bit easier than in a regular camp. In the course of a winter day, 6 or 7 weakened prisoners were harnessed to a tractor, sledge, and had to drag it 7 miles along the Dvina River to the mouth of the Vichegda. They got stuck in snow and fell down, and the sledges got stuck, and it would seem that any work more wearing and debilitating could hardly have been thought up. But it turned out that this wasn't the actual work, but merely the warm-up. There at the mouth of the Vichegda, they had to load 13 cubic yards of firewood on the sledges, and the same people harnessed in the same way. Repin is no longer with us, and this is no subject for our new artists. It is merely a crude reproduction from nature. Had to haul the sledges back to their transit prison home. Now, what does a camp have to offer after that? You wouldn't even survive to get there. The work brigade leader for that task was Kolopayev, and the work horses were electrical engineer Dmitriev, quartermaster corps lieutenant colonel Belyayev, and Vasily Vlasov, who is already familiar to us. But not all the other names can be collected at this date. During the war, the Ardzamas transit prison fed its prisoners beet tops, and at the same time put them to work on a permanent basis. There were garment shops, a footgear felting shop, where woolen fibers were fulled in hot water and acids. In the summer of 1945, we went out of the stiflingly stagnant cells of Krasnaya Presnya to work as volunteers, for the right to breathe air the whole day long, for the right to sit unhurried and unhindered in a quiet plank latrine, an incentive that is often overlooked, heated by the August sun. And these were the days of Potsdam and Hiroshima. Listening to the peaceful buzzing of a lonely bee, and last for the right to get an extra quarter-pound of bread at night. They took us to the wharves of the Moscow River, where timber was being unloaded. It was our job to roll the logs off some of the piles, carry them over and stack them in other piles. We spent a good deal more strength than we received extra food in compensation. Nonetheless, we enjoyed going out to work there. I often have to blush at my recollections of my younger years, and that's where my younger years were spent. But whatever casts you down also teaches you a lot, and it turned out that as a residue of the officers' shoulder boards, which had trembled and fluttered on my shoulders for 2 years in all, some kind of poisonous golden dust had settled in the empty space between my ribs. On that river wharf, which was a camplet, too, there was also a compound with watchtowers surrounding it. We were merely transient, temporary work-sloggers, and there had been no talk at all, no rumour that we might be allowed to stay and serve out our terms there. But when they formed us up for the first time, and the work assignment foreman looked down the line to pick out temporary work brigade leaders, my worthless heart was bursting under my woolen field shirt. Me! Pick me! I was not chosen. But why did I want it? I would only have made further shameful mistakes. Oh, how hard it is to part with power. This one has to understand. There was a time when Krasnaya Presnya became the virtual capital of Gulag, in the sense that no matter where you went, you couldn't bypass it, just like Moscow. Just as, when one travels in the Soviet Union, it is more convenient to proceed from Tashkent to Sochi and from Chernigov to Minsk via Moscow, they dragged the prisoners there from all over and sent them off all over via Presnya. And that was the way it was when I was there. Presnya was at the point of breakdown from overcrowding. They built a supplementary building. Only the through trains of cattle cars carrying those who had been sentenced right at counterintelligence bypassed Moscow on the circle line around it, which as it happened went right past Presnya, perhaps even saluting it with a whistle on the way. But we do have a ticket when we come to Moscow as free passengers in transit, and we hope sooner or later to proceed in the desired direction. At Presnya, at the end of the war and just after, not only the prisoners who arrived there, but even the very highest-ranking officials, and even the heads of Gulag itself, were unable to predict who would proceed where. At that time, the prison system had not yet crystallized as it had by the 50s, and there were no routes and no destinations were indicated for anybody, except perhaps for service instructions. Keep under strict guard. To be employed only on general assignment work. The convoy sergeants carried the bundles of prison cases, torn folders tied somehow with twine or ersatz cotton string made of paper, into a separate wooden building that housed the prison offices, and tossed them onto shelves, on tables, under chairs, and simply on the floor in the aisle, just as their subject prisoners lay in the cells. They became untied and got scattered and mixed up. One room, a second, and a third got filled with those mixed-up cases. Secretaries from the prison office, well-fed, lazy, free women in bright-coloured dresses, sweated in the heat, fanned themselves and flirted with prison and convoy officers. None of them wanted to or had the strength to pick a way through that chaos, and yet the trainloads had to be dispatched in the red trains several times a week, and every day 100 people had to be sent out on trucks to nearby camps. The case of every Zek had to be sent with him. So just who was going to work on all that long, drawn-out mess? Who was there to sort out the cases and select the prisoners for the transports? It was entrusted to several work assignment supervisors from among the transit prison trustees, who were either bitches or half-breeds. Half-breeds, or mulattoes, politsvetnia in Russian, were prisoners who had grown spiritually close to the thieves and tried to imitate them, but who had nonetheless not been accepted by the thieves' law. They moved freely through the prison corridors, entered the prison office, and were the ones who decided whether your case would be put in a bad prisoner transport, or whether they would really exert themselves, search long and hard, and put it in a good one. The newcomers were not mistaken in thinking that there were whole camps which were death camps, and they were right about that, but their idea that there were some that were good was simply a delusion. There were no good camps, but only certain easier duties within them, and they could only be sorted out on the spot. The fact that the prisoner's whole future depended on such another prisoner, with whom one ought perhaps to find the chance to talk, even if via the bath attendant, and whose hand one ought perhaps to grease, even if via the storage-room keeper, was worse than if his fortunes had simply been determined blindly by a roll of the dice. This invisible and unrealized opportunity to go south to Nalchik instead of north to Norilsk, in return for a leather jacket, to go to Serebryanny Bor outside Moscow instead of Taishet in Siberia for a couple of pounds of fat bacon, and perhaps to lose both the leather jacket and the fat bacon for nothing at all, only aggravated and fatigued, tired souls. Maybe someone did manage to arrange it, maybe someone got himself fixed up that way, but most blessed of all were those who had nothing to give or who spared themselves all that anxiety. Submissiveness to fate, the total abdication of your own will in the shaping of your life, the recognition that it was impossible to guess the best and the worst ahead of time, but that it was easy to take a step you would reproach yourself for, all this freed the prisoner from any bondage, made him calmer, and even ennobled him. And thus it was that the prisoners lay in rows in the cells, and their fates lay in undisturbed piles in the rooms of the prison office. And the assignment supervisors took the files from the particular corner where it was easiest to get at them. And some zeks had to spend 2 or 3 months gasping in this accursed Presnia, while others would whiz through it with the speed of a shooting star. As a result of all that congestion, haste, and disorder with the cases, sometimes sentences got switched at Presnia, and at other transit prisons as well. This didn't affect the 58s, because their prison terms, in Maxim Gorky's phrase, were terms with a capital letter, were intended to be long, and even when they seemed to be nearing their end, they just never got there anyway. But it made sense for big thieves and murderers to switch with some stupid non-political offender, and so they or their accomplices would inch up to such an individual and question him with interest and concern. And he, not knowing that a short-termer at a transit prison isn't supposed to disclose anything about himself, would innocently tell them that his name was, for example, Vasily Parvenich Yefrashkin, that he was born in 1913, that he lived in Semidubye, and had been born there, and his term was 1 year. Article 109, negligence. And then Yevrashkin was asleep, or maybe not even asleep, but there was such a racket in the cell, and there was such a crowd at the swill trough in the door, that he couldn't make his way there and listen, while on the other side of it in the corridor they were rapidly muttering a list of names for a prisoner transport. Some of the names were shouted from the door into the cell, but not Yevrashkin's, because hardly had the name been read out in the corridor than an urka, a thief, had obsequiously, and they can be obsequious when it's necessary, shoved up his snout and answered quickly and quietly, "Vasily Parvenyich, born 1913, village of Semidubye, 109, 1 year," and ran off to get his things. The real Yevrashkin yawned, lay back on his bunk, and patiently waited to be called the next day, and the next week, and the next month, and then he made so bold as to bother the prison superintendent why hadn't he been taken in a prisoner transport. And every day in all the cells they kept calling out the name of some Zviaga. And when a month later, or a half-year later, they got around to combing through all the cases by calling the roll, what they had left was just one file, belonging to Zviaga, a multiple offender sentenced for a double murder and robbing a store, 10 years, and one shy prisoner who was trying to tell everybody that he was Yevrashkin, although you couldn't make anything out from the photo, and so he damn well was Zviaga, and he had to be tucked away in a penalty camp, Ivdelag, because otherwise it would have been necessary to confess that the transit prison had made a mistake. And as for that other Yevrashkin who had been sent off on a prisoner transport, you wouldn't even be able to find where he had gone, because none of the lists were left. And anyway, he had only had a 1-year term and had been sent to do farm work without being under guard, and got 3 days off his sentence for every day he worked, or else he had simply run away and was long since home, or, more likely, was already imprisoned again on a new sentence. There were also eccentrics who sold their short terms, for a kilo or two of fat bacon. They figured that in any case the authorities would check up and establish their correct identities, and sometimes they did. And, as P. Yakubovich writes in reference to the so-called cadgers, the sale of prison terms took place in the last century too. It is an ancient prison trick. During the years when the prisoners' cases didn't carry any indication of their final destination, the transit prisons turned into slave markets. The most desired guests at the transit prisons were the buyers. This word was heard more and more often in the corridors and cells, and was used without any shadow of irony, just as it became intolerable everywhere in industry simply to sit and wait until things were sent from the centre on the basis of allocations, and it was more satisfactory to send one's own pushers and pullers to get things done. The same thing happened in Gulag. The natives on the islands kept dying off, and even though they cost not 1 ruble, account was kept of them, and one had to worry about getting more of them for oneself so there wouldn't be any failure in fulfilling the plan. The buyers had to be sharp, have good eyes, and look carefully to see what they were taking so that last-leggers and invalids didn't get shoved off on them. The buyers who picked a transport on the basis of case files were poor buyers. The conscientious merchants demanded that the merchandise be displayed alive and bare-skinned for them to inspect. And that was just what they used to say, without smiling, merchandise. "Well, what merchandise have you brought?" asked a buyer at the Butirki station, observing and inspecting the female attributes of 17-year-old Ira Kalina. Human nature, if it changes at all, changes not much faster than the geological face of the earth, and the very same sensations of curiosity, relish, and sizing up which slave traders felt at the slave girl markets 25 centuries ago, of course possessed the Gulag bigwigs in the Uzman prison in 1947, when they, a couple of dozen men in MVD uniform, sat at several desks covered with sheets. This was for their self-importance, since it would have seemed awkward otherwise. And all the women prisoners were made to undress in the box next door, and to walk in front of them barefooted and bare-skinned, turn around, stop, and answer questions. "Drop your hands," they ordered those who had adopted the defensive pose of classic sculpture. After all, these officers were very seriously selecting bedmates for themselves and their colleagues. And so it was that for the new prisoner various manifestations foreshadowed the camp battle of the morrow and cast their pall over the innocent spiritual joys of the transit prison. For just 2 nights they put a special assignment prisoner in our cell in Krasnaya Presnya, and he was next to me in the bunk. He travelled about with special assignment orders, which meant that an invoice had been filled out in central administration indicating that he was a construction technician and could be used only in that capacity in his new location, and this went with him from camp to camp. The special assignment prisoner was travelling in the common Stolypin cars and was kept in the common cells of the transit prisons, but he wasn't nervous. He was protected by his personal document, and he wouldn't be driven out to fell timber. A cruel and determined expression was the principal trait of this camp veteran's face. He had already served out the greater part of his term, and I did not yet realize that this exact expression would in time etch itself on all our faces, because a cruel and determined expression is the national hallmark of the Gulag Islanders. People with soft, conciliatory expressions die out quickly on the islands. He observed our naive floundering with an ironic smile, just as people look at 2 week-old puppies. What should we expect in camp? Taking pity on us, he taught us. "From your very first step in camp, everyone will try to deceive and plunder you. Trust no one but yourself. Look around quickly. Someone may be sneaking up on you to bite you. 8 years ago, I arrived at Kargopolag just as innocent and just as naive as you are now. They unloaded us from 2 trains, and the convoy prepared to lead us the 6 miles to the camp through the deep, crumbly snow."
This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. Gulag Archipelago, Volume 1, Section 2, continued. Cassette 9, Side 1.
They unloaded us from 2 trains, and the convoy prepared to lead us the 6 miles to the camp through the deep, crumbly snow. 3 sleds came up beside us. Some hefty chap whom the convoy didn't interfere with came over to us and said, "Brothers, put your things on the sleds, and we will carry them there for you." We remembered reading in books that prisoners' belongings were carried on carts, and we thought, it isn't going to be all that inhuman in camp. They're concerned about us. And we loaded our things on the sleds. They left, and we never saw them again, not even an empty wrapper.
But how can that happen? Isn't there any law there?
Don't ask idiotic questions. There is a law there, the law of the taiga, of the jungle. But as for justice, there never has been any in Gulag, and there never will be. That cargo pole incident was simply a symbol of Gulag, and you have to get used to something else, too. In camp, no one ever does anything for nothing. No one ever does anything out of the generosity of his heart. You have to pay for everything. If someone proposes something to you that is unselfish, disinterested, you can be sure it's a dirty trick, a provocation. The main thing is, avoid general assignment work. Avoid it from the day you arrive. If you land in general assignment work that first day, then you are lost, and this time for keeps.
General assignment work?
General assignment work. That is the main and basic work performed in any given camp. 80% of the prisoners work at it, and they all die off. All. And then they bring new ones in to take their places, and they again are sent to general assignment work. Doing this work, you expend the last of your strength, and you're always hungry, and always wet, and shoeless, and you are given short rations and short everything else, and put in the worst barracks, and they won't give you any treatment when you're ill. The only ones who survive in camps are those who try at any price not to be put on general assignment work, from the first day.
At any price?
At any price.
At Krasnaya Presnya, I assimilated and accepted this altogether unexaggerated advice of the cruel special assignment prisoner, forgetting only to ask him one thing. How do you measure that price? How high do you go? Chapter 3. The Slave Caravans. It was painful to travel in a Stolypin, unbearable in a Black Maria, and the transit prison would soon wear you down, and it might just be better to skip the whole lot and go straight to camp in the red cattle cars. As always, the interests of the state and the interests of the individual coincided here. It was also to the state's advantage to dispatch sentenced prisoners straight to the camps by direct routing, and thus avoid overloading the city trunk line railroads, automotive transport, and transit camp personnel. They had long since grasped this fact in Gulag, and it had been taken to heart. Witness the caravans of red cows, red cattle cars, the caravans of barges, and where there were no rails and no water, the caravans on foot. After all, prisoners could not be allowed to exploit the labor of horses and camels. The red trains were always a help when the courts in some particular place were working swiftly, or the transit facilities were overcrowded. It was possible in this way to dispatch a large number of prisoners in one batch. That is how the millions of peasants were transported in 1929 to 1931. That is how they exiled Leningrad from Leningrad. That is how they populated the Kolyma in the 30s. Every day Moscow, the capital of our country, belched out one such train to Sovetskaya Gavan, to Vanino Port. And each provincial capital also sent off red trainloads, but not on a daily schedule. That is how they removed the Volga German Republic to Kazakhstan in 1941. And later all the rest of the exiled nations were sent off in the same way. In 1945, Russia's prodigal sons and daughters were sent from Germany, from Czechoslovakia, from Austria, and simply from western border areas, whoever had gotten there on his own, in such trains as these. In 1949, that is how they collected the 58s in special camps. The Stolypins follow routine railroad schedules, and the red trains travel on imposing waybills signed by important Gulag generals. The Stolypins cannot go to an empty site, to nowhere. Their destination must always be a station, even if it's in some nasty little two-bit town with some preliminary detention cells in an attic.
But the red trains can go into emptiness, and wherever one does go, there immediately rises right next to it, out of the sea of the steppe or the sea of the taiga, a new island of the archipelago. Not every red cattle car is ready as is to transport prisoners. First it has to be prepared, but not in the sense some of our readers might expect, that the coal or lime it carried before it was assigned to carry people has to be swept out and the car cleaned. That isn't always done. Nor in the sense that it needs to be caulked and have a stove installed if it is winter. When the section of the railroad from Knyazh Pogost to Ropcha was being built, and wasn't yet part of the general railroad network, they immediately began to transport prisoners on it in freight cars without either stoves or bunks. In winter, the zeks lay on the icy, snowy floor and weren't even given any hot food, because the train could make it all the way through this section in less than a day. Whoever can, in imagination, lie there like them and survive those 18 to 20 hours shall indeed survive. Here is what was involved in preparing a red cattle car for prisoners. The floors, walls, and ceilings had to be tested for strength and checked for holes or faults. Their small windows had to be barred. A hole had to be cut in the floor to serve as a drain, and specially protected by sheet iron firmly nailed down all around it. The necessary number of platforms on which convoy guards would stand with machine guns had to be evenly distributed throughout the train, and if there were too few, more had to be built. Access to the roofs of the cars had to be provided. Sites for searchlights had to be selected and supplied with uninterrupted electric power. Long-handled wooden mallets had to be procured. A passenger car had to be hooked on for the staff, and if there wasn't one, then instead heated freight cars had to be prepared for the chief of convoy, the security officer, and the convoy. Kitchens had to be built for the convoy and for the prisoners. And only after all this had been done was it all right to walk along the cattle cars and chalk on the sides special equipment or perishable goods. In her chapter, The Seventh Car, Yevgenia Ginsburg described the transport of red cars very vividly, and her description largely obviates the necessity of presenting details here. The preparation of the train has been completed, and ahead lies the complicated combat operation of loading the prisoners into the cars. At this point, there are two important and obligatory objectives: to conceal the loading from ordinary citizens, to terrorize the prisoners. To conceal the loading from the local population was necessary because approximately 1,000 people were being loaded on the train simultaneously, at least 25 cars, and this wasn't your little group from a Stolypin that could be led right past the townspeople. Everyone knew, of course, that arrests were being made every day and every hour, but no one was to be horrified by the sight of large numbers of them together. In Orel in 1938, you could hardly hide the fact that there was no home in the city where there hadn't been arrests, and weeping women in their peasant carts blocked the square in front of the Orel prison, just as in Surikov's painting, The Execution of the Streltsy. Oh, who one day will paint this latter-day tragedy for us? But no one will. It's not fashionable. Not fashionable. But you don't need to show our Soviet people an entire trainload of them collected in one day. And in Orel that year there were. And young people mustn't see it either, for young people are our future. Therefore it was done only at night. And every night, too, each and every night, and that was the way it went for several months. The black line of prisoners to be transported was driven from the prison to the station on foot. Meanwhile, the Black Mariahs were busy making new arrests. True, the women realized, the women somehow found out, and at night they came to the station from all over the city and kept watch over the trains on the siding. They ran along the cars, tripping over the ties and rails, and shouting at every car, "It's so-and-so in there! It's so-and-so in there!" And they ran on to the next one, and others ran up to this one. "Is so-and-so in there?" And suddenly an answer would come from the sealed car, "I'm in here, I'm here," or else, "Keep looking for him, he's in another car," or else, "Women, listen, my wife is somewhere out there near the station, run and tell her." These scenes, unworthy of our contemporary world, testify only to the then inept organization of train embarkations. The mistakes were noted, and after a certain night the trains were surrounded in depth by cordons of snarling and barking police dogs. And in Moscow, the loading into red cattle cars from the old Sretenka transit prison, which prisoners no longer remember, or from Krasnaya Presnya, took place only at night. That was the rule. However, although the convoy had no use for the superfluous light of the sun by day, on the other hand they made use of suns by night, the searchlights. They were more efficient, since they could be concentrated on the necessary area, where the prisoners were seated on the earth in a frightened pack awaiting the command, "Next unit of 5, stand up, to the car, on the run." Only on the run, so as not to have time to look around, to think things over, to run as though chased by the dogs, afraid of nothing so much as falling down. On that uneven path, up the loading ramp, scrambling. And clear, hostile searchlight beams not only provided light, but were an important theatrical element in terrorizing the prisoners, along with yells, threats, gun-stock blows on those who fell behind, and the order, "Sit down." And sometimes, as in the station square of that same Orel, "Down on your knees." And like some new breed of believers at prayer, the whole 1,000 would get down on their knees. Along with that running to the car, quite unnecessary except for intimidation, for which it was very important. Along with the enraged barking of the dogs. Along with the leveled gun barrels, rifles or automatic pistols, depending on the decade. And the main thing was to undermine, to crush the prisoner's willpower so he wouldn't think of trying to escape, so that for a long time he wouldn't notice his new advantage, the fact that he had exchanged a stone-walled prison for a railroad car with thin plank walls. But in order to load 1,000 prisoners into railroad cars at night so precisely, the prison had to start jerking them out of their cells and processing them for transport the morning before, and the convoy had to spend the entire day on a long, drawn-out and strict procedure of checking them in while still in prison, and then holding those who'd been checked in for long hours, not, of course, in the cells by now, but in the courtyard, on the ground, so as not to mix them up with the prisoners still belonging in the prison. Thus, for the prisoner, the loading at night was only a relief after a whole day of torment. Besides the ordinary counts, verifications, hair-clipping, clothing roasting, and baths, the core of the preparation for the prisoner transport was general frisking. This search was carried out not by the prison, but by the convoy receiving the prisoners. The convoy was expected, in accordance with the directives regarding the red transports, and in accordance with their own operational requirements, to carry out this search so that the prisoners would not be left in possession of anything that might help them to escape, to take away everything that could saw or cut, all powders, tooth powder, sugar, salt, tobacco, tea, so that they could not be used to blind the convoy, all string, cord, twine, belts, and straps, because they could all be used in escaping, and that meant all kinds of straps, and so they cut off the straps which held up the artificial limb of a one-legged man, and the cripple had to carry his artificial leg on his shoulder and hop with the help of those on either side of him. The rest of the things, all valuables and suitcases too, were, according to instructions, supposed to be checked and carried in a special baggage car and returned to their owners at the end of the journey. Yet the power of the Moscow directive was weak, and might be ignored by the Vologda or the Kuibyshev convoy, while the power of the convoy over the prisoners was very corporeal, very real, and this fact was crucial to the third objective of the loading operation. In simple justice, to take all the good things they possess from enemies of the people for the use of its sons. Sit down, on your knees, strip. In these statutory orders of the convoy lay the basic power one could not argue with. After all, a naked person loses his self-assurance. He cannot straighten up proudly and speak as an equal to people who are still clothed. A search begins. Kuibyshev, summer of 1949. Naked prisoners approach, carrying their possessions and the clothes they've taken off. A mass of armed soldiers surrounds them. It doesn't look as though they were going to be led to a prisoner transport, but as though they are going to be shot immediately or put to death in a gas chamber. And in that mood, a human being ceases to concern himself with his possessions. The convoy does everything with intentional brusqueness, rudely, sharply, not speaking one word in an ordinary human voice. After all, the purpose is to terrify and dishearten. Suitcases are shaken apart, and things fall all over the floor, and are then stacked up in separate piles. Cigarette cases, billfolds, and other pitiful valuables are all taken away and thrown without any identifying marks into a barrel that is standing nearby. And for some reason, the fact that this particular receptacle isn't a safe or a trunk or a box, but a barrel, particularly depresses the naked prisoners there, and it seems so terribly futile to protest. The naked prisoner has all he can do simply to snatch up his well-searched rags from the floor and knot them together or tie them up in a blanket. Felt boots, you can check them, throw them over there, sign for them on the list. You aren't the one who gets the receipt, but you are the one who signs for having surrendered them, certifying that you threw them onto the pile. And when, at dusk, the last truck leaves the prison yard with the prisoners, they see the convoy guards rushing to grab the best leather suitcases from the pile and select the best cigarette cases from the barrel. And after them, the jailers scurry for their booty too, and last of all, the transit prison trustees. That is what it cost to spend one day to get to the cattle car. And now the prisoners have clambered with a relief up onto the splintered planks of the bunks. But what kind of relief is this? What kind of heated cattle car is this? Once again, they are squeezed in a nutcracker between cold and starvation, between the thieves and the convoy. If there are thieves in a cattle car, and they are, of course, not kept separate in the red trains either, they take the best places, as is traditional, on the upper bunks by the window. That's in summer. So we can guess where their places are in winter, next to the stove, of course, in a tight ring around the stove. As the former thief Minayev recalls, in 1949, during a severe cold wave, they were issued only 3 pails of coal for their car for the entire journey from Voronezh to Kotlas, lasting several days. And in this crisis, the thieves not only occupied the places around the stove, and not only took all the suckers' warm things away from them and put them on, but didn't even hesitate to take their footcloths out of their shoes and wind them around their own feet. You today, me tomorrow. It was somewhat worse with food. The thieves took charge of the whole ration for the car, and then kept the best for themselves, along with whatever else they needed. Loshchilin recalls a 3-day prisoner transport from Moscow to Peterborough in 1937. They didn't cook anything hot on the train for such a short journey, and handed out only dry rations. The thieves took the best for themselves, but gave the others permission to divide up the bread and the herring, and that meant they weren't hungry. When the ration was hot and the thieves were in charge of distributing it, they divided up the gruel among themselves, a 3-week transport from Kishinev to Pechora in 1945. With all this, the thieves didn't scruple to engage also in plain and simple robbery en route. They noticed an Estonian's gold teeth, and they pushed him down and knocked out the teeth with a poker. The Zeks considered the hot food the real advantage of the red trains. At remote stations, again where people couldn't see them, the trains stopped, and gruel and porridge were doled out to the cars. But they even managed to give out the hot food in such a way that things went wrong. They might, as on that same Kishinev train, pour out the gruel in the same pails in which they issued coal, there being nothing to wash them out with. Because drinking water was also rationed on the train and was even in shorter supply than gruel. And so you gulped down the gruel, your teeth gritting on pieces of coal. Or they brought the gruel and the hot cereal to the car and didn't issue enough bowls, 25 instead of 40, and promptly ordered Come on, faster, faster. We have other cars to feed too, not just you. How then could you eat? How could you divide it up? You couldn't dish it out equitably on the basis of bowls, and that meant you had to estimate each portion so as not to give out too much. And those to be served first would shout, "Stir it, stir it!" And the last kept silent. There would be more on the bottom. The first were eating, and the last waiting. They would have liked the others to eat faster because they were hungry, and meanwhile the gruel would be getting cold in the barrel, and they were also being hurried from outside. "Well, have you finished? Come on now, get a move on." And then they served the second contingent, not more, and not less, and not thicker, and not thinner than the first. And then came estimating the leftovers correctly and pouring them out 2 portions to a bowl. And all this time 40 people don't so much eat as watch the sharing out and suffer. They don't heat the car, they don't protect the other prisoners from the thieves, they don't give you enough to drink, and they don't give you enough to eat. But on the other hand, they don't let you sleep either. During the day, the convoy can see the whole train very clearly and the tracks behind them, and can be sure that no one has jumped out the side or slipped down on the rails. But at night, vigilance possesses them. With long-handled wooden mallets, the standard Gulag equipment, they knock resoundingly on every board of the car at every stop. Maybe someone has sawed through it. And at certain stops, the door of the car is thrown open. The light of the lantern or the beam of the searchlight. "Check up!" And this means, get on your feet and be ready to go where they tell you. Everyone run to the left or to the right. The convoy guards jump inside with their mallets. Others have ranged themselves in a semicircle outside with automatic pistols. And they point. "To the left!" That means that those on the left are in place and those on the right must get over there on the jump like fleas, hopping over each other and landing where they can. And whoever isn't nimble, whoever gets caught daydreaming, gets whacked on the ribs and back with the mallets to give him more energy. And by this time the convoy jackboots are already trampling your pauper's pallet, and all your lousy duds are being thrown in every direction, and everywhere there are lights and hammering. Have you sawed through any place? No. Then the convoy guards stand in the middle and begin to shift you from left to right, counting, "First, second, third." It would be quite enough to count simply with a wave of the finger, but if that were done it wouldn't be terrifying, and so it is more vivid, less subject to error, more energetic and faster, to beat out that count with the same mallet on your ribs, shoulders, heads, wherever it happens to land. They have counted up to 40, so now they will go about their tossing, lighting up, and hammering at the other end of the car. It's all over finally, and the car is locked up. You can go back to sleep till the next stop. And one can't really say that the anxiety of the convoy guard is entirely unfounded, because those who know how can escape from the red cattle cars. For instance, they knock on a board to test it and find it has been partially sawed through, or suddenly in the morning when the gruel is being distributed, they see that there are several shaved faces among the unshaven ones, and they surround the car with their automatic pistols. "Hand over your knives!" And this is really just petty bravado on the part of the thieves and their allies. They got tired of being unshaven, and now they're going to have to turn in their razor. The red train differs from other long-distance trains in that those who have embarked on it do not know whether or not they will disembark. When they unloaded a trainload from the Leningrad prisons, 1942, in Solzhenitsyn, the entire embankment was covered with corpses, and only a few got there alive. In the winters of 1944 to 1945, and 1945 to 1946, in the village of Zheleznorodny, Kainaj Pogost, as in all the main rail junctions in the north, the prisoner trains from liberated territories, the Baltic states, Poland, Germany, arrived with 1 or 2 carloads of corpses tacked on behind. That meant that en route they had carefully taken the corpses out of the cars that contained the living passengers and put them in the dead cars, but not always. There were many occasions when they found out who was still alive and who was dead only when they opened up the car after arriving at the Sukhobezvodnaya Unshlag station. Those who didn't come out were dead. It was terrifying and deadly to travel this way in winter because the convoy, with all its bother about security, wasn't able to haul coal for 25 stoves. But it wasn't so cushy to travel this way in hot weather either. 2 of the 4 tiny windows were tightly sealed, and the car roof would overheat, and the convoy wasn't about to exert itself in hauling water for 1,000 prisoners. After all, they couldn't even manage to give just one Stolypin car enough to drink. The prisoners considered April and September the best months for transports, but even the best of seasons was too short if the train was en route for 3 months, Leningrad to Vladivostok in 1935. And if such a long trip is in prospect, then arrangements have been made for both political indoctrination of the convoy soldiers and spiritual care of the imprisoned souls. In a separate railroad car attached to such a train travels a godfather, a security officer. He has made his preparations for the prisoner transport train back in prison, and prisoners are assigned to cars not simply at random, but according to lists he has validated. He is the one who appoints the monitor in each car, and who has instructed and assigned a stool pigeon to each. At long stops he finds some pretext for summoning both from the car, and asks what the people are talking about in there. And any such security chief would be ashamed to finish the journey without signed and sealed results. And so, right there en route, he puts someone under interrogation, and lo and behold, by the time they reach their destination, the prisoner has been handed a new prison term. No, damn that red cattle car train, too, even though it did carry the prisoners straight to their destination without changing trains. Anyone who has ever been in one will never forget it. Just as well get to camp sooner, just as well arrive sooner. A human being is all hope and impatience, as if the security officer in camp will be any more humane or the stoolies any less unscrupulous. It's just the other way around, as if they won't force us to the ground with those same threats and those same police dogs when we arrive. Sit down! As if there will be less snow on the ground in camp than what has sifted through into the cattle cars. As if it means that we've already gotten to where we're going when they begin to unload us and won't be carried farther in open flat cars on a narrow-gauge track. And how can they carry us in open flat cars? How can we be kept under guard? That's a problem for the convoy. And here is how they do it. They order us to lie down, all huddled together, and they cover us with one big tarpaulin, like the sailors in the motion picture Potemkin before they're to be executed. And say thank you for the tarpaulin, too. In the north, in October, Olenev and his comrades had the luck to have to sit in open flat cars all day long. They had already embarked, but no locomotive had come. First it rained, then it froze, and the Zek's rags froze on them. The tiny train will jerk and toss as it moves, and the sides of the flat car will begin to crack and break, and the bouncing will hurl someone off the car and under the wheels. And here is a riddle. If one is traveling 60 miles from Dudinka through Arctic frost in open flat cars on the narrow-gauge track, then where are the thieves going to be? Answer, in the middle of each flat car, so the livestock around them will keep them warm and keep them from falling under the train themselves. Right answer. Question. What will the Zeks see at the end of this narrow-gauge track? 1939. Will there be any buildings there? No, not a one. Any dugouts? Yes, but already occupied, not for them. And does that mean that the first thing they do will be to dig themselves dugouts? No, because how can they dig in the Arctic winter? Instead, they will be sent out to mine metal. And where will they live? What? Live? Oh, yes, live. They will live in tents. But will there always be a narrow-gauge track? No, of course not. The train arrived, Yetsovo Station, February 1938. The railroad cars were opened up at night. Bonfires were lit alongside the train, and disembarkation took place by their light. Then a count-off, forming up, and a count-off again. The temperature was 32 degrees below 0 centigrade. The prisoners' transport train had come from the Donbass, and all the prisoners had been arrested back in the summer, and were wearing low shoes, Oxfords, even sandals. They tried to warm themselves at the fires, but the guards chased them away. That's not what the fires were there for. They were there to give light. Fingers grew numb almost instantly. The snow filled the thin shoes and didn't even melt. There was no mercy and the order was given, "Fall in, form up, one step to the right or left, and we'll fire without warning. Forward march." The dogs on their chains howled at their favorite command, at the excitement of the moment. The convoy guards marched ahead in their sheepskin coats, and the doomed prisoners in their summer clothes marched through deep snow on a totally untraveled road, somewhere into the dark taiga, nary a light ahead. The northern lights gleamed. For them it was their first, and probably their last view of them. The fir trees crackled in the frost. The ill-shod prisoners paced and trod down the snow, their feet and legs growing numb from the cold. Or, as another example, here is a January, 1945, arrival at Pechora. "Our armies have captured Warsaw. Our armies have cut off East Prussia." An empty, snowy field. The prisoners were tossed out of the cars, made to sit down in the snow by sixes, painstakingly counted off, miscounted, and counted again. They were ordered to stand up, and then were harried through a snowy virgin waste for 4 miles. This prisoner transport was also from the south, from Moldavia, and everyone was wearing leather shoes. The police dogs were right on their heels, and the dogs pushed the Zeks in the last row with their paws on their backs, breathing on the backs of their heads. 2 priests were in that row, old grey-haired Father Fyodor Floria and young Father Viktor Shipovalnikov, who was helping to hold him up. What a use for police dogs! No, what self-restraint it showed on the dogs' part. After all, they wanted to bite so badly. Finally they arrived. There was a camp reception bath. They had to undress in one cabin, run across the yard naked, and wash in another. But all this was bearable now. The worst was over. They had arrived. Twilight fell, and all of a sudden it was learned that there was no room for them. The camp wasn't ready to receive the prisoner transport, and after the bath the prisoners were again formed up, counted, surrounded by dogs, and were marched back to their prisoner transport train, all those 4 miles, but this time in the dark. And the car doors had been left open all those hours, and had lost even their earlier pitiful measure of warmth, and then all the coal had been burned up by the end of the journey, and there was nowhere to get any more now. And in these circumstances they froze all night, and in the morning were given dried carp, and anyone who wanted to drink could shoe snow, and then marched back along the same road again. And this, after all, was an episode with a happy ending. In this case the camp at least existed. If it couldn't accept them today, it would tomorrow. But it was not at all unusual for the red trains to arrive nowhere, and the end of the journey often marked the opening day of a new camp. They might simply stop somewhere in the taiga under the northern lights and nail to a fir tree a sign reading, "First Olp," O-L-P, separate campsite. And there they would chew on dried fish for a week and try to mix their flour with snow. But if a camp had been set up there even 2 weeks earlier, that already spelled comfort. Hot food would have been cooked. And even if there were no bowls, the first and second courses would nonetheless be mixed together in wash basins for 6 prisoners to eat from at the same time, and this group of 6 would form a circle. There were no tables or chairs yet, and 2 of them would hold on to the handles of the wash basin with their left hands, and would eat with their right hands, taking turns. Am I repeating myself? No, this was Perabori in 1937, as reported by Loschilin. It is not I who am repeating myself, but Gulag. Next, they would assign the newcomers' brigade leaders from among the camp veterans, who would quickly teach them to live, to make do, to submit to discipline, and to cheat. And from their very first morning they would march off to work because the chimes of the clock of the great epoch were striking and could not wait. The Soviet Union is not, after all, some Tsarist hard-labor Akatui for you, where prisoners got 3 days' rest after they arrived. Gradually the economy of the archipelago prospered. New railroad branch lines were built, and soon they were transporting prisoners by train to many places that had been reached only by water not long before. But there are natives of the archipelago still alive who can tell you how they went down the Ishma River in genuine ancient Russian river galleys, 100 to a boat, and the prisoners themselves did the rowing. They can tell you how they traveled in fishing smacks down the northern rivers of Ukhta, Usa, and Pechora to their native camp. Zeks were shipped to Vorkuta in barges, on large barges to Adzbavom, where there was a trans-shipping point for Vorkutlag, and from there only a stone's throw, let's say, to Ust-Usa, on a flat-bottomed barge for 10 days. The whole barge was alive with lice, and the convoy allowed the prisoners to go up on deck one by one and brush the parasites off into the water. The river transports did not proceed directly to their destination either, but were sometimes interrupted to transfer for transshipment, or for portage, or for stretches covered on foot. And they had their own transit prisons in this area, built out of poles or tents, Ust-Usa, Pomozdino, Shishchelyayur, where they had their own special system of regulations. They had their own convoy rules, and of course their own special commands, and their own special convoy tricks, and their own special methods of tormenting the Zeks. But it's already clear that it is not our task to describe those particular exotica, so we won't even begin. The northern Dvina, the Ob, and the Yenisei know when they began to haul prisoners in barges during the liquidation of the kulaks. These rivers flowed straight north, and their barges were pot-bellied and capacious, and it was the only way they could cope with the task of carting all this grey mass from living Russia to the dead north. People were thrown into the trough-like holds and lay there in piles or crawled around like crabs in a basket. And high up on the deck, as though atop a cliff, stood guards. Sometimes they transported this mass out in the open without any cover, and sometimes they covered it with a big tarpaulin, in order not to look at it, or to guard it better, but certainly not to keep off the rain. The journey in such a barge was no longer prisoner transport, but simply death on the installment plan. Anyway, they gave them hardly anything to eat, then they tossed them out in the tundra, and there they didn't give them anything at all to eat. They just left them there to die, alone with nature. Prisoner transport by barge on the northern Dvina and on the Vichegda had not died out even by 1940. That was how A.Y. Olenev was transported. Prisoners in the hold stood tightly jammed against each other, and not just for a day either. They urinated in glass jars which were passed from hand to hand and emptied through the porthole, and anything more substantial went right in their pants. Barge transport on the Yenisei came to be a regular and permanent feature for whole decades. In Krasnoyarsk in the 30s, open-sided sheds were built on the bank, and in the cold Siberian winters the prisoners would shiver there for a day or two while they waited for transportation. And V.I. Lenin in 1897 boarded the St. Nicholas in the passenger port like a free person. The Yenisei prisoner transport barges were permanently equipped with dark holds 3 decks deep. The only light was what filtered in through the companionway for the ship's ladder. The convoy lived in a little cabin on deck. Sentries kept watch over the exits from the hold and over the river to make sure that no one escaped by swimming. They didn't go down into the hold, no matter what groans and howls for help might come from there, and the prisoners were never taken up on deck for fresh air. In the prisoner transports of 1937 and 1938, and 1944 and 1945, and we can guess it must have been the same in the interval, no medical assistance whatever was provided in the hold. The prisoners lay there lined up in 2 rows, one with their heads toward the side of the barge, and the heads of the other row at their feet. The only way to get to the latrine barrels was to walk over them. The latrine barrels were not always emptied in time. Imagine lugging that barrel full of sewage up the steep ship's ladder to the deck. They overflowed, and the contents spilled along the deck and seeped down on those below. And people lay there. They were fed gruel from casks hauled along the deck. The servers were prisoners too, and there in the eternal darkness, today perhaps there is electricity, by the light of a portable bat kerosene lamp, they ladled out the food. Such a prisoner transport to Dudinka sometimes took a month. Nowadays, of course, they can do it in a week. It sometimes happened that the trip dragged out much longer because of sandbars and other hazards of river travel, and they wouldn't have enough food with them, in which case they just stopped giving out the food for several days at a time. And later on, of course, they never made up for the days they missed. At this point, the alert reader can, without the author's help, add that the thieves were on the upper level inside the hold and closer to the ship's ladder. In other words, to light and air. They had what access they required to the distribution of the bread ration, and if the trip in question was a hard one, they didn't hesitate to whip away the holy crutch. In other words, they took the grey cattle's rations from them. The thieves whiled away the long journey playing cards, and they made their own decks. V. Shalamov tells about this in detail in his Sketches of the Criminal World. They got the stakes for their card games by frisking the suckers, searching everyone lying in a particular section of the barge. For a certain length of time they won and lost and re-won and re-lost their loot, and then it floated up to the convoy. Yes, the reader has now guessed everything. The thieves had the convoy on the hook. The convoy either kept the stolen things for themselves or sold them at the wharves and brought the thieves something to eat in exchange. And what about resistance? It happened, but only rarely. One case has been preserved. In 1950, on such a barge as I have described, except that it was larger, a sea-going barge en route from Vladivostok to Sakhalin, 7 unarmed 58s resisted the thieves, in this case bitches, who numbered about 80 in all, some with knives as usual. These bitches had searched the whole transport back at Vladivostok Transit Point 310, and they had searched it very thoroughly, in no way less efficiently than the jailers. They knew all the hiding places, but no search can ever turn up everything. Aware of this, when they were already in the hold, they treacherously announced, "Whoever has money can buy makorka." And Misha Grachev got out 3 rubles he had hidden in his quilted jacket, and the bitch Volodka Tatarin shouted at him, "You crowbait, why don't you pay your taxes?" And he rushed in to take it away. But Master Sergeant Pavel, whose last name has not been recorded, pushed him away. Volodka Tatarin aimed a slingshot, a V fork, at Pavel's eyes, and Pavel knocked him off his feet. Immediately 20 to 30 bitches moved in on him, and around Grachev and Pavel gathered Volodya Shpakov, a former army captain, Serezha Potapov, Volodya Reunov, a former army sergeant, Volodya Tretyukin, another former sergeant, and Vasar Kravatskov. And what happened? The whole thing ended after only a few blows had been exchanged. This may have been a matter of the age-old and very real cowardice of the thieves, always concealed behind feigned toughness and devil-may-care insolence, or else the proximity of the guard held them back, this being right beneath the hatchway. Or it may have been that on this trip they were saving themselves for a more important social task, to seize control of the Alexandrovsk transit prison, the one Chekhov described, and a Sakhalin construction project, seizing control of it, of course, not in order to construct, before the honest thieves could. At any rate, they pulled back, restricting themselves to the threat, "On dry land we'll make garbage out of you." The battle never took place, and no one made garbage out of the boys, and at the Alexandrovsk transit point the bitches met with misfortune. It was already firmly held by the honest thieves. In steamships to the Kolyma, everything was the same as on the barges, except that everything was on a larger scale. Strange as it seems, some of the prisoners sent to the Kolyma in several overage old tubs on the famous expedition led by the icebreaker Krasin in the spring of 1938 are still alive today. On the steamers Druma, Kulu, Nevostroy, Dneprostroy, for which the Krasin was breaking the way through the spring ice, there were also 3 decks in the cold, dirty holds, and on these decks, in addition, there were 2-story bunks made out of poles.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 1, Section 2, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2.
On the steamers Druma, Kulu, Nevostroy, Dneprostroy, for which the Krasin was breaking the way through the spring ice, there were also 3 decks in the cold, dirty holds, and on these decks, in addition, there were 2-story bunks made out of poles. It was not completely dark. There were some kerosene lanterns and lamps. The prisoners were allowed up on deck in batches for fresh air and walks. 3,000 to 4,000 prisoners were in each steamer. The voyage took more than a week, and before it was over, all the bread brought aboard in Vladivostok got mouldy, and the ration was reduced from 21 to 14 ounces a day. They also gave out fish, and as for drinking water, well, there's no reason to gloat here, because there were temporary difficulties with the water. Here, in contrast to the river transports, there were heavy seas, storms, seasickness. The exhausted, enfeebled people vomited, and didn't have the strength to get up out of their vomit, and all the floors were covered with a nauseating mess. There was one political incident on the voyage. The steamers had to pass through La Pérouse Strait, very close to the Japanese islands, and at that point the machine guns disappeared from the watchtowers, and the convoy guards changed to civilian clothes, the hatches were battened down, and access to the decks was forbidden. According to the ship's papers, foresightedly prepared back in Vladivostok, they were transporting, God save us, not prisoners but volunteers for work in the Kolyma. A multitude of Japanese small craft and boats hovered about the ships without suspecting. And on another occasion in 1938, there was an incident involving the Churma. The thieves aboard got out of the hold and into the storage room, plundered it, and set it afire. The ship was very close to Japan when this occurred. Smoke was pouring from it, and the Japanese offered help, but the captain refused to accept it, and even refused to open the hatches. When Japan had been left behind, the corpses of those suffocated by smoke were thrown overboard, and the half-burned, half-spoiled food aboard was sent on to camp as rations for the prisoners. Decades have passed since then, but how many times Soviet citizens have met with misfortune on the world's oceans, and in circumstances where it seems that Zeks were not being transported. Yet, because of that same secretiveness disguised as national pride, they have refused help. Let the sharks devour us, so long as we don't have to accept your helping hand. Secretiveness, that is our cancer. Short of Magadan, the ship caravan got caught in the ice, and not even the Krasin could help. It was too early for navigation, but they had been in a hurry to deliver labourers. On May the 2nd, they disembarked the prisoners on the ice, some distance from the shore. The newly arrived prisoners got a look at the cheerless panorama of the Magadan of that time. Dead hillocks, neither trees, nor bushes, nor birds, just a few wooden houses and the two-story building of Dalstroy. Nonetheless, continuing to play out the farce of correction, in other words, pretending they had brought not simply bones with which to pave the gold-bearing Kolyma, but temporarily isolated Soviet citizens who would yet return to creative life, they were greeted by the Dalstroy Orchestra. The orchestra played marches and waltzes, and the tormented, half-dead people strung along the ice in a grey line, dragging their Moscow belongings with them, and this enormous prisoner transport consisted almost entirely of politicals who had hardly encountered a single thief yet, and carrying on their shoulders other half-dead people, arthritis sufferers, or prisoners without legs. And the legless, too, got prison terms. But here I note that I am again beginning to repeat myself, and this will be boring to write and boring to read, because the reader already knows everything that is going to happen ahead of time. The prisoners would be trucked hundreds of miles and driven dozens of miles more on foot, and on arriving they would occupy new campsites and immediately be sent out to work, and they would eat fish and flour chased down with snow, and sleep in tents. Yes, it was like that. But first the authorities would put them up in Magadan, also in Arctic tents, and would commission them there too. In other words, examine them naked to determine their fitness for labor from the condition of their buttocks, and all of them would turn out to be fit. In addition, of course, they would be taken to a bath, and in the bath vestibule they would be ordered to leave their leather coats, their Romanoff sheepskin coats, their woolen sweaters, their suits of fine wool, their felt cloaks, their leather boots, their felt boots. For, after all, these were no illiterate peasants this time, but the party elite, editors of newspapers, directors of trusts and factories, responsible officials in the provincial party committees, professors of political economy, and, by the beginning of the 30s, all of them understood what good merchandise was. And who is going to guard them? The newcomers asked skeptically. Oh, come on now, who needs your things? The bath personnel acted offended. Go on in and don't worry. And they did go in. And the exit was through a different door, and after passing through it they received black cotton breeches, field shirts, camp-quilted jackets without pockets, and pigskin shoes. Oh, this was no small thing. This was farewell to your former life, to your titles, your positions, and your arrogance. Where are our things? They cried. Your things you left at home. Some chief or other bellowed at them. In camp, nothing belongs to you. Here in camp we have communism. Forward march, leader. And if it was communism, then what was there for them to object to? That is what they had dedicated their lives to. And there are also prisoner transports in carts and simply on foot. Do you remember in Tolstoy's Resurrection how on a sunny day they drove them on foot from the prison to the railroad station? Well, in Minusinsk in 1940-something, after the prisoners hadn't been taken into the fresh air for a whole year, they had forgotten how to walk, to breathe, to look at the light. And then they took them out, put them in formation, and drove them the 15 miles to Abakan on foot. About a dozen of them died along the way, and no one is ever going to write a great novel about it, not even one chapter. If you live in a graveyard, you can't weep for everyone. A prisoner transport on foot. That was the grandfather of prisoner transport by rail, of the Stolypin car, and of the red cattle cars, too. In our time it is used less and less, and only where mechanical transportation is still impossible. Thus, in one sector of Lake Ladoga, the prisoners were sent on foot from besieged Leningrad to the red cars, nicknamed Red Cows. They led the women, together with the German POWs, and used bayonets to keep our men away from them so they couldn't take their bread. Those who fell by the wayside were immediately tossed up into a truck, alive or dead, after their shoes were removed. And in the 30s, each day they sent off on foot from the Kotlas transit prison to Ust-Vim, about 185 miles, and sometimes to Chibiu, more than 300 miles, a transport of 100 prisoners. Once, in 1938, they sent off a women's prisoner transport the same way. These transports covered 15 miles a day. The convoy marched along with 1 or 2 dogs, and those who fell behind were urged on with gun stocks. True, the prisoners' possessions, as well as the cooking pot and the food, brought up the rear in carts, and this transport thus recalled the classic prisoner transports of the past century. There were also prisoner transport huts, the ruined houses of liquidated kulaks, with windows broken and doors ripped off. The accounting office of the Kotlas transit prison had issued provisions to the transport based on a theoretical estimate of the time the journey would take, provided nothing went wrong on the way, without allowing for even 1 extra day, the basic principle of all our accounting. Whenever delays occurred en route, they had to stretch out the provisions and fed the prisoners a mash of rye flour without salt, and sometimes nothing at all. In this respect, they departed from the classic model. In 1940, Olenyev's prison transport, after disembarking from the barge, was herded on foot through the taiga from Kniazh Pogost to Chibiu without anything to eat at all. They drank swamp water and very quickly got dysentery. Some fell by the wayside out of weakness, and the dogs tore the clothes off those who had fallen. In Izhma, they caught fish by using their trousers as nets, and ate them alive. And in a certain meadow they were told, "Right here is where you are going to build a railroad from Kotlas to Vorkuta." And in other areas of our European north, prisoner transports on foot were standard until the time when, on those same routes and roadbeds built by those earlier Zeks, the jolly red cattle cars rolled along carrying later prisoners. A particular technique for prisoner transports on foot was worked out where such transports were frequent and abundant. When a transport is being taken through the taiga from Kniazh Pogost to Vezliana, and suddenly some prisoner falls by the wayside and can go no farther, what is to be done with him? Just be reasonable and think about it. What? You aren't going to stop the whole transport, and you aren't going to leave one soldier behind for everyone who falls. There are many prisoners and only a few soldiers, and what does that mean? The soldier stays behind for a little while with the fallen prisoner, and then hurries on to catch up with the rest. Alone. Regular transports on foot from Karabas to Spassk were retained for a long time. It was only 20 to 25 miles, but it had to be covered in one day, with 1,000 prisoners in each transport, many of them very weak. It was expected in cases like these that many would simply either drop in their tracks or else fall behind through the indifference and apathy of dying men. You may shoot at them, but they still can't go on. They are not afraid of death, but what about clubs, the indefatigable beating of the clubs wherever they hit? They are afraid of clubs, and they will keep going. This is a tested method. That's how it works. And so, in these cases, the transport column is surrounded not only by the ordinary chain of machine gunners at a distance of 50 yards, but also by an inner chain of soldiers armed only with clubs. Those who have fallen behind get beaten, as, in fact, Comrade Stalin prophesied. They are beaten again and again, and even when they have no strength at all with which to go farther, they keep going, and many do miraculously get to the destination. They don't know that this is a testing by clubs, and that those who lie down and stay lying down and don't go on despite the clubs are picked up by carts following behind. That's organizational experience for you. And one can ask, why then didn't they take them all on carts in the first place? But where could enough carts be found? And horses? After all, we have tractors. What about the price of oats nowadays? Such transports as these were still common in 1948 to 1950. And in the 20s, transport on foot was one of the basic methods. I was a small boy, but I remember very well how they drove them down the streets of Rostov-on-the-Don without any qualms. And the famous order, "We'll open fire without warning," had a different ring at that time, again, because of a difference in technology. After all, the convoy often had only sabres. They used to deliver orders like this: "One step out of line and the convoy guard will shoot and slash." That had a very powerful sound, shoot and slash. You could imagine them cutting off your head from behind. Yes, and even in February 1936, they drove on foot through Nizhny Novgorod a transport of long-bearded old men from the other side of the Volga, in their homespun coats and in real lapti, bast sandals, wrapped around with onuchi, Russian peasant footcloths, old Russia disappearing. And all of a sudden, right across their path, came 3 automobiles, in one of which rode the chairman of the Central Executive Committee, President of the Soviet Union, this is to say, Kalinin. The prisoner transport halted. Kalinin went on through. He wasn't interested. Shut your eyes, reader. Do you hear the thundering of wheels? Those are the Stolypin cars rolling on and on. Those are the red cows rolling every minute of the day and every day of the year. And you can hear the water gurgling. Those are prisoners' barges moving on, and the motors of the Black Marias roar. They are arresting someone all the time, cramming him in somewhere, moving him about. And what is that hum you hear? The overcrowded cells of the transit prisons. And that cry? The complaints of those who have been plundered, raped, beaten to within an inch of their lives. We have reviewed and considered all the methods of delivering prisoners, and we have found that they are all worse. We have examined the transit prisons, but we have not found any that were good, and even the last human hope that there is something better ahead, that it will be better in camp, is a false hope. In camp, it will be worse. Chapter 4. From Island to Island. and Zeks are also moved from island to island of the archipelago simply in solitary skiffs. This is called special convoy. It is the most unconstrained mode of transport. It can hardly be distinguished from free travel. Only a few prisoners are delivered in this way. I, in my own career as a prisoner, made 3 such journeys. The special convoy is assigned on orders from high officials. It should not be confused with the special requisition, which is also signed by someone high up. A special requisition prisoner usually travels on the general prisoner transports, though he, too, meets up with some amazing interludes on his trip, which are all the more extraordinary in consequence. For example, Hans Bernstein was traveling on a special requisition from the north to the lower Volga to join an agricultural mission. He was exposed to all the overcrowded conditions and humiliations I have described, snarled at by dogs, surrounded by bayonets, threatened with 1 step out of line, and then suddenly he was unloaded at the small station at Zenzevatka and met by one single, calm, unarmed jailer. The jailer yawned. "All right, you'll spend the night at my house and you can go out in the town as you like till morning. Tomorrow I'll take you to the camp." And Hans did go out. Can you understand what going out on the town means to a person whose term is 10 years, who has already said goodbye to life countless times, who was in a Stolypin car that very morning and will be in camp the next day? And he immediately went out to watch the chickens scratching around in the station-master's garden, and the peasant women getting ready to leave the station with their unsold butter and melons. He moved 3, 4, 5 steps to the side, and no one shouted, "Halt!" at him. With unbelieving fingers he touched the leaves of the acacias and almost wept. And the special convoy is precisely that sort of miracle from beginning to end. You won't see the common prisoner transport this time. You don't have to keep your hands behind your back. You don't have to undress down to your skin, nor sit on the earth on your rear end, and there won't be any search at all. Your convoy guards approach you in a friendly way, and even address you politely. They warn you, as a general precaution, that in case of any attempt to escape, we do, as usual, shoot. Our pistols are loaded, and we have them in our pockets. However, let's go simply. Act natural. Don't let everyone see that you're a prisoner. And I urge you to note how here, too, as always, the interests of the individual and the interests of the state coincide completely. My camp life was totally transformed the day I went out to line up forlornly in the carpenter's brigade. My fingers cramped, they had gotten stiff holding on to tools and wouldn't straighten out. And the work assignment supervisor took me aside, and with unexpected respect said to me, "Do you know that on orders of the Minister of Internal Affairs—" I was stupefied. The line-up dispersed, and the trustees in the camp compound surrounded me. Some of them said, "They're going to hang a new stretch on you," and others said, "To be released." But everyone agreed on one thing, that there was no escaping Minister of Internal Affairs Kruglov. And I, too, swayed between a new term and being released. I'd quite forgotten that half a year before some character had come to our camp and distributed Gulag registration cards. After the war they had begun this registration in all the nearby camps, but it seems unlikely that it was ever completed. The most important question on it was trade or profession, and the Zeks would fill in the most precious Gulag trades to enhance their own value: barber, tailor, storekeeper, baker. As for me, I had frowned and filled in nuclear physicist. I had never been a nuclear physicist in my life, and what I knew of the field I had heard in the university before the war, just a little bit, the names of the atomic particles and their parameters, and I had decided to write down nuclear physicist. This was in 1946. The atom bomb was desperately needed, but I didn't assign any importance to that Gulag registration card, and, in fact, forgot about it. There was a vague, unverified legend, unconfirmed by anybody, that you might nevertheless hear in camp, that somewhere in this archipelago were tiny paradise islands. No one had seen them, no one had been there. Whoever had kept silent about them and never let on. On those islands, they said, flowed rivers of milk and honey, and eggs and sour cream were the least of what they fed you. Things were neat and clean, they said, and it was always warm, and the only work was mental work. And all of it super secret. And so it was that I got to those paradise islands myself. In convict lingo they are called sharashkas, and spent half my sentence on them. It's to them I owe my survival, for I would never have lived out my whole term in the camps. And it's to them I owe the fact that I am writing this investigation, even though I have not allowed them any place in this book. I have already written a novel about them. And it was from one to another of those islands, from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, that I was transported on a special convoy basis. 2 jailers and I. If the souls of those who have died sometimes hover among us, see us, easily read in us our trivial concerns, and we fail to see them or guess at their incorporeal presence, then that is what a special convoy trip is like. You are submerged in the mass of freedom, and you push and shove with the others in the station waiting room. You absent-mindedly examine announcements posted there, even though they can hardly have any relevance for you. You sit on the ancient passenger benches, and you hear strange and insignificant conversations about some husband who beats up his wife or has left her, and some mother-in-law who, for some reason, does not get along with her daughter-in-law. How neighbors in communal apartments make personal use of the electric outlets in the corridor and don't wipe their feet. And how someone is in someone else's way at the office. And how someone has been offered a good job but can't make up his mind to move. How can he move bag and baggage? Is that so easy? You listen to all this, and the goose pimples of rejection run up and down your spine. To you, the true measure of things in the universe is so clear. The measure of all weaknesses and all passions, and these sinners aren't fated to perceive it. The only one there who is alive, truly alive, is incorporeal you, and all these others are simply mistaken in thinking themselves alive. And an unbridgeable chasm divides you. You cannot cry out to them, nor weep over them, nor shake them by the shoulder. After all, you are a disembodied spirit. You are a ghost, and they are material bodies. And how can you bring it home to them? By an inspiration? By a vision? A dream? Brothers, people, why has life been given you? In the deep, deaf stillness of midnight, the doors of the death cells are being swung open, and great-souled people are being dragged out to be shot. On all the railroads of the country this very minute, right now, people who have just been fed salt herring are licking their dry lips with bitter tongues. They dream of the happiness of stretching out one's legs and of the relief one feels after going to the toilet. In Orotukan, the earth thaws only in summer and only to the depth of 3 feet, and only then can they bury the bones of those who died during the winter. And you have the right to arrange your own life under the blue sky and the hot sun, to get a drink of water, to stretch, to travel wherever you like without a convoy. So, what's this about unwiped feet, and what's this about a mother-in-law? What about the main thing in life, all its riddles? If you want, I'll spell it out for you right now. Do not pursue what is illusory, property and position. All that is gained at the expense of your nerves, decade after decade, and is confiscated in one fell night. Live with a steady superiority over life. Don't be afraid of misfortune, and do not yearn after happiness. It is, after all the same. The bitter doesn't last forever, and the sweet never fills the cup to overflowing. It is enough if you don't freeze in the cold, and if thirst and hunger don't claw at your insides, if your back isn't broken, if your feet can walk, if both arms can bend, if both eyes see, and if both ears hear. Then whom should you envy? And why? Our envy of others devours us most of all. Rub your eyes and purify your heart, and prize above all else in the world those who love you and who wish you well. Do not hurt them or scold them, and never part from any of them in anger. After all, you simply do not know. It might be your last act before your arrest, and that will be how you are imprinted in their memory. But the convoy guards stroke the black handles of the pistols in their pockets, and we sit there, 3 in a row, sober fellows, quiet friends. I wipe my brow, I shut my eyes, and then I open them, and once again I see this dream, a crowd of people unaccompanied by guards. I remember clearly that I spent last night in a cell and will be in a cell again tomorrow. But here comes some kind of conductor to punch my ticket. Your ticket? My friend there has it. The cars are full. Well, full in free people's terms. No one is lying under the benches, and no one is sitting on the floor in the aisles. I was told to behave naturally, and I have been behaving very naturally indeed. I noticed a seat beside a window in the next compartment, and got up and took it. And there were no empty seats for my guards in that compartment. They sat where they were and kept their loving eyes on me from there. In Peribori, the seat across the table from me was vacated, but before my guard could get to it and sit down, a moon-faced fellow in a sheepskin coat and a fur cap, with a plain but strong wooden suitcase, sat down there. I recognized his suitcase. It was camp work, made in the Archipelago. Phew, he puffs. There was very little light, but I could see he was red in the face and that he had had a hassle to get on the train. And he got out a bottle. How about a beer, comrade? I knew that my guards were close to a nervous breakdown in the next compartment. I was not allowed anything alcoholic. But still, I was supposed to conduct myself as naturally as possible, and so I said carelessly, "All right, why not?" Beer. It's a whole poem. For 3 years I hadn't had even one swallow, and tomorrow in my cell I would brag, "I got beer." The fellow poured it, and I drank it down with a shiver of pleasure. It was already dark. There was no electricity in the car. This was post-war dislocation. One tiny candle end was burning in an ancient lantern at the door, one for 4 compartments, 2 in front and 2 behind. I talked amiably with the fellow, even though we could hardly see each other. No matter how far forward my guard leaned, he couldn't hear a thing because of the clickety-clack of the wheels. In my pocket I had a postcard addressed to my home, and I was about to explain who I was to my simple friend across the table and ask him to drop the card in a mailbox. Judging by his suitcase, he had been in stir himself. But he beat me to it. "You know, I just barely managed to get some leave. They haven't given me any time off for 2 years. It's a dog's branch of the service." "What kind?" "Don't you know? I'm an MVD man, an Asmodeus blue shoulder boards. Haven't you ever seen them?" Hell, why hadn't I guessed right off? Peribori was the center for Gulag, and he had gotten his suitcase out of the Zeks. They had made it for him for free. How all this had permeated our life. 2 MVD men, 2 Asmodeus weren't enough in 2 compartments. There had to be a 3rd, and perhaps there was also a 4th concealed somewhere. And maybe they were in every compartment, and maybe someone else there was traveling by special convoy like me. My fellow kept on whining and complaining of his fate, and at that point I decided to enter a somewhat mystifying demurrer. "And what about the ones you're guarding, the ones who got 10 years for nothing? Is it any easier for them?" He immediately subsided and remained silent until morning. Earlier, in the semi-darkness, he had noticed that I was wearing some kind of semi-military overcoat and field shirt, and he had thought I was simply a soldier boy. But now the devil only knew what I might be. Maybe I was a police agent. Maybe I was out to catch escapees. Why was I in this particular car? And he had criticized the camps there in my presence. By this time the candle end in the lantern was floating but still burning. On the 3rd baggage shelf some youth was talking in a pleasant voice about the war, the real war, the kind you don't read about in books. He had been with a unit of field engineers and was describing incidents that were true to life. And it was so pleasant to realize that unvarnished truth was, despite everything, pouring into someone's ears. I could have told tales, too. I would even have liked to. But no, I didn't really want to any more. Like a cow, the war had licked away 4 of my years. I no longer believed that it had all actually happened, that I didn't want to remember it. 2 years here, 2 years in the archipelago had dimmed in my mind all the roads of the front, all the comradeship of the front line, had totally darkened them. One wedge knocks out another. And after spending a few hours among free people, here is what I feel. My lips are mute. There is no place for me among them. My hands are tied here. I want free speech. I want to go back to my native land. I want to go home to the archipelago. In the morning, I deliberately forgot my postcard on an upper shelf. After all, the conductor will get around to cleaning up the car. She will carry it to a mailbox, if she is a human being. We emerge onto the square in front of the northern station in Moscow. Again, my jailers are newcomers to Moscow and don't know the city. We travel on streetcar B, and I make the decisions for them. There is a mob at the streetcar stop in the middle of the square. Everyone is on the way to work at this hour. One jailer climbs up to the streetcar motorman and shows him his MVD identity card. We are allowed to stand imposingly on the front platform for the whole trip, as if we were deputies of the Moscow Soviet, and we don't bother to get tickets. An old man isn't allowed to board there. He isn't an invalid, and he has to board in the rear, like the others. We approach Novoslobodskaya and disembark. And for the first time I see Butyrki prison from the outside, even though it's the 4th time I've been brought there, and I can draw its interior plan without difficulty. Oof! What a grim, high wall stretches for 2 blocks there. The hearts of the Muscovites shiver when they see the steel maw of its gates slide open. But I leave the sidewalks of Moscow behind me without regret, and as I enter that tower of the gatehouse, I feel I am returning home. I smile at the first courtyard and recognize the familiar main doors of carved wood. And it's nothing at all to me that they are now going to make me face the wall, and they already have, and ask me, last name, given name, and patronymic, year of birth. My name? I am the interstellar wanderer. They have tightly bound my body, but my soul is beyond their power. I know, after several hours of inevitable processing of my body, confinement in a box, search, issuing receipts, filling out the admissions card, after the roaster and the bath, I shall be taken to a cell with 2 domes with a hanging arch in the middle. All the cells are like that, with 2 large windows and a long combination table and cupboard. And I shall be greeted by strangers who are certain to be intelligent, interesting, friendly people, and they will begin to tell me their stories, and I will begin to tell them mine, and by night we will not even feel like going off to sleep right away. And on the bowls will be stamped, so we shouldn't make off with them on the prisoner transport, the mark Butiyur, for Butyrskaya Tiurma, Butyrki prison. The Butiyur health resort, as we mocked it last time. A health resort, incidentally, very little known to the paunchy bigwigs who want so badly to lose weight. They drag their stomachs to Kislovodsk and go out for long hikes on prescribed trails, do push-ups and sweat for a whole month, just to lose 4 to 6 pounds. And there, in the Butiyur health resort, right near them, any one of them could lose 17 or 18 pounds just like that, in 1 week, without doing any exercises at all. This is a tried and true method. It has never failed. One of the truths you learn in prison is that the world is small, very small indeed. True, the Gulag Archipelago, although it extended across the entire Soviet Union, had many fewer inhabitants than the Soviet Union as a whole. How many there actually were in the archipelago, one cannot know for certain. We can assume that at any one time there were not more than 12 million in the camps. As some departed beneath the sod, the machine kept bringing in replacements. According to the researchers of the Social Democrats Nikolaevsky and Dalin, there were from 15 to 20 million prisoners in the camps. And not more than half of them were politicals. 6 million? Well, that's a small country, Sweden or Greece, and in such countries many people know one another, and quite naturally when you landed in any cell of any transit prison and listened and chatted, you'd be certain to discover you had acquaintances in common with some of your cellmates. And so D, after having spent more than a year in solitary confinement, after Sukhanovka, after Ryumin's beatings and the hospital, could land in a Lubyanka cell and give his name, and then and there a bright chap named F could greet him, "Aha! So now I know who you are." "Where from?" D shied away from him. "You are mistaken." "Certainly not. You are that very same American Aleksandr D, whom the bourgeois press lied about, saying you had been kidnapped, and Tass denied it. I was free at the time and read about it." I love that moment when a newcomer is admitted to the cell for the first time, not a novice who has only recently been arrested and will inevitably be depressed and confused, but a veteran Zek. And I myself love to enter a new cell. Nonetheless, God grant I never have to do it again. With an unworried smile and an expansive gesture. "Hi, brothers." I throw my bag on the bunks. "Well, so what's new this past year in Butyrki?" We begin to get acquainted. Some fellow named Suvorov, of 58. At first glance there's nothing remarkable about him, but you probe and pry. At the Krasnoyarsk transit prison, a certain Makhotkin was in his cell. Just a moment, wasn't he an Arctic aviator? Yes, they named an island after him in the Taimyr Gulf, and he's in prison for 5810. So does that mean they let him go to Dudinka? How do you know? Yes. Wonderful. One more link in the biography of a man I don't know. I have never met him, and perhaps I never shall, but my efficient memory has filed away everything I know about him. Makhotkin got a whole quarter, 25 years, but the island named after him couldn't be renamed because it was on all the maps of the world. It wasn't a Gulag island. They had taken him on at the aviation Sharashka in Bolshino, and he was unhappy there, an aviator among engineers and not allowed to fly. They split that Sharashka in two, and Makhotkin got assigned to the Taganrog half, and it seemed as though all connection with him had been severed. In the other half of it, however, in Rybinsk, I was told that he had asked to be allowed to fly in the far north, and now I had just learned he had been given that permission. This was not information I needed, but I had remembered it all, and 10 days later I turned up in the same Butyrki bath box. There are such lovely boxes in the Butyrki with faucets and small wash tubs so as not to tie up the big bath chambers. As a certain R. I didn't know this R either, but it turned out he had been a patient in the Butyrki hospital for half a year and was about to leave for the Rybinsk Sharashka. In another 3 days, the prisoners in Rybinsk, too, a closed block where Zeks are cut off from all ties with the outside world, would nevertheless learn that Makhotkin was in Dudinka, and they would also find out where I had been sent. Now this is the prisoner's telegraph system: attentiveness, memory, chance meetings. And this attractive man in horn-rimmed spectacles? He walked around the cell humming Schubert in a pleasant baritone. And youth again oppresses me, and the way to the grave is long. Tsarapkin, Sergei Romanovich. But look here, I know you very well indeed. You're a biologist, a non-returnee from Berlin. How do you know? But after all, it's a small world. In 1946, with Nikolai Vladimirovich Timofeyev-Rasovsky. Oh, what a cell that had been in 1946. The memories of it returned. It was perhaps the most brilliant cell in all my prison life. It was July. They had taken me from the camp to the Butyrki on those mysterious instructions of the Minister of Internal Affairs. We arrived after lunch, but the prison was so overloaded that the reception processing took 11 hours, and it was not until 3 a.m. that, tired from the boxes, I was admitted to cell 75. Lit by 2 bright electric bulbs below the 2 domes, the whole cell slept side by side, restless because of the stuffiness. The hot July air couldn't circulate through the windows blocked by the muzzles. Sleepless flies kept buzzing, and the sleepers twitched when the flies lit on them. Some of the prisoners had put handkerchiefs over their faces to keep the light out of their eyes. The latrine barrel smelled acrid. Everything decayed more quickly in such heat. 80 people were stuffed into a cell for 25, and this was not the limit either. Prisoners lay tightly packed together on the bunks to left and right, and also on the supplementary planks laid across the aisle, and everywhere feet were sticking out from under the bunks, and the traditional Butyrki table cupboard was pushed back to the latrine barrel. That was where there was still a piece of unoccupied floor, and that was where I lay down. And thus it was that whoever got up to use the latrine barrel before morning had to step across me. When the order, "Get up," was given, shouted through the swill trough in the door, everything started to stir. They began to take up the planks from across the aisles and push the table to the window. Prisoners came up to interview me to find out whether I was a novice or a camp veteran. It turned out that two different waves had met in the cell, the ordinary wave of freshly sentenced prisoners being sent off to camp, and a reverse wave of camp inmates who were all technical specialists, physicists, chemists, mathematicians, design engineers, all being sent to unknown destinations to some sort of thriving scientific research institutes. At this point I relaxed. The minister was not going to hang a new stretch on me. I was approached by a man who was middle-aged, broad-shouldered, yet very skinny, with a slightly aquiline nose. "Professor Timofeyev Rasovsky, President of the Scientific and Technical Society of Cell 75. Our society assembles every day after the morning bread ration next to the left window. Perhaps you could deliver a scientific report to us. What precisely might it be?" Caught unaware, I stood before him in my long, bedraggled overcoat and winter cap. Those arrested in winter are foredoomed to go about in winter clothing during the summer, too. My fingers had not yet straightened out that morning and were all scratched. What kind of scientific report could I give? And right then I remembered that in camp I had recently held in my hands for 2 nights the Smythe Report, the official report of the United States Defense Department on the first atom bomb, which had been brought in from outside. The book had been published that spring. Had anyone in the cell seen it? It was a useless question. Of course, no one had. And thus it was that fate played its joke, compelling me, in spite of everything, to stray into nuclear physics, the same field in which I had registered on the Gulag card. After the rations were issued, the Scientific and Technical Society of Cell 75, consisting of 10 or so people, assembled at the left window, and I made my report and was accepted into the society. I had forgotten some things, and I could not fully comprehend others, and Timofeyev Rasovsky, even though he had been in prison for a year and knew nothing of the atom bomb, was able on occasion to fill in the missing parts of my account. An empty cigarette pack was my blackboard, and I held an illegal fragment of pencil lead. Nikolai Vladimirovich took them away from me and sketched and interrupted, commenting with as much self-assurance as if he had been a physicist from the Los Alamos group itself. He actually had worked with one of the first European cyclotrons, but for the purpose of irradiating fruit flies. He was a biologist, one of the most important geneticists of our time. He had already been in prison back when Zhebrak, not knowing that, or perhaps knowing it, had the courage to write in a Canadian magazine, "Russian biology is not responsible for Lysenko. Russian biology is Timofeyev Rasovsky." And during the destruction of Soviet biology in 1948, Zhebrak paid for this. Schrödinger, in his small book, What is Life?, twice cited Timofeyev Rasovsky, who had long since been imprisoned. And there he was in front of us, and he was simply bursting with information concerning all possible sciences.
This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 1, Section 2, concluded. Cassette 10, Side 1.
Schrödinger, in his small book, What is Life?, twice cited Timofeyev Rasovsky, who had long since been imprisoned. And there he was in front of us, and he was simply bursting with information concerning all possible sciences. He had that breadth of scope which scientists of later generations don't even want to have. Or is it that the possibilities of encompassing knowledge have changed? And even though at the moment he was so worn down by the starvation of the interrogation period that these exercises were very difficult for him. On his mother's side he was descended from impoverished Kaluga gentlefolk who had lived on the Ressa River, and on his father's side he was a collateral descendant of Stepan Razin, and that Cossack energy was very obvious in him, in his broad frame, in his basic soundness, in his determined struggle with his interrogator, and also in the fact that he suffered from hunger more than we did. And his story was this. In 1922, the German scientist Vogt, who had founded the Brain Institute in Moscow, had asked to have 2 talented graduate students sent abroad to work with him permanently, and that was how Timofeyev Rossovsky and his friend Sarapkin had been sent off on a foreign assignment with no time limit. And even though they did not have any ideological guidance there, they nonetheless achieved great things in science. And when in 1937 they were instructed to return to their homeland, this seemed to them, since it meant interrupting their work, impossible. They could not abandon either the logical continuation of their own researches, or their apparatus, or their students. And no doubt they also couldn't do it, because back in the motherland they would have been compelled to pour shit publicly all over their 15 years of work in Germany. And only that would have earned them the right to go on existing. And would it have earned it for them? And so they became non-returnees, remaining patriots nevertheless. In 1945, the Soviet armies entered Buch, a northeastern suburb of Berlin, and Timofeyev Rossovsky and his entire institute joyously welcomed them. Everything had worked out in the best possible way, and now he would not have to be separated from his institute. Soviet representatives came to inspect it and said, put everything in packing cases and we'll take it all to Moscow. That's impossible, Timofeyev objected. Everything will die on the way. The installations have taken years to set up. The bigwigs acted astonished, and very shortly after that, Timofeyev and Sarapkin were arrested and taken off to Moscow. They were naive. They had thought that the Institute would not be able to operate without them. Well, even if it didn't operate, the general line of the party must triumph. In the big Lubyanka, it was very easily proven to the arrested individuals that they were traitors of the motherland, or to it. And they were sentenced to 10 years, and now the president of the Scientific and Technical Society of Cell 75 took heart from the thought that he hadn't made any errors. In the Butyrki cells, the arched metal frames supporting the bunks were very, very low. Even the prison administration had never thought of having prisoners sleep under them. Therefore, you first tossed your neighbor your coat so that he could spread it out for you under there, and then you lay face down in the aisle and crawled your way in. Prisoners walked through the aisle, the floor underneath the bunks was swept maybe once a month, and you could wash your hands only during the evening trip to the toilet, and even then without soap. And it was thus impossible to say that you could perceive your body as a divine vessel. But I was happy, there on the asphalt floor, under the bunks, in a dog's den, with dust and crumbs from the bunks falling in our eyes. I was absolutely happy, without any qualifications. Epicurus spoke truly. Even the absence of variety can be sensed as satisfaction when a variety of dissatisfactions has preceded it. After camp, which had already seemed endless, and after a 10-hour work-day, after cold, rain, and aching back, oh, what happiness it was to lie there for whole days on end, to sleep, and nevertheless receive 1.5 pounds of bread and 2 hot meals a day, made from cattle feed, or from dolphin's flesh. In a word, the Butyr health resort. To sleep was so important, to lie there on one's belly, to cover one's back, and just to sleep. When you were asleep, you didn't spend your strength, nor torment your heart, and meanwhile your sentence was passing. When our life crackles and sparks like a torch, we curse the necessity of spending 8 hours uselessly in sleep. When we have been deprived of everything, when we have been deprived of hope, then, bless you, 14 hours of sleep. But they kept me in that cell 2 months, and I slept enough to make up for the past year and the year ahead, and during that time I moved forward under the bunks to the window, and then all the way back to the latrine barrel, but on the bunks this time, and then on the bunks I moved to the archway. I was sleeping very little by this time. I was gulping down the elixir of life and enjoying myself. In the morning, the Scientific and Technical Society, then chess, books. Oh, those itinerant books. There were only 3 or 4 for 8 or 10 people, and there was always a waiting list for them. Then a 20-minute walk outdoors, a major chord. We never refused our walk, even when it was raining heavily. And the main thing was people, people, people. Nikolai Andreevich Semyonov, one of the creators of the Dnieper hydroelectric dam and power station. His POW friend, the engineer F.F. Karpov. Witty, caustic Viktor Kagan, a physicist. The musician and conservatory student Volodya Klempner, a composer. A woodcutter and hunter from the Vyatka forests, as profound as a forest lake. An Orthodox preacher from Europe, Yevgeny Ivanovich Divnich. He did not confine himself to theology, but condemned Marxism, declaring that no one in Europe had taken it seriously for a long time. And I defended it because, after all, I was a Marxist. And even a year ago I would have confidently demolished him with quotations. How disparagingly I would have mocked him. But my first year as a prisoner had left its mark inside me, and just when had that happened? I hadn't noticed. There had been so many new events, sights, meanings, that I could no longer say, they don't exist, that's a bourgeois lie. And now I had to admit, yes, they do exist. And right at that point my whole line of reasoning began to weaken, and so they could beat me in our arguments without half trying. And again the POWs kept coming and coming and coming. This was the second year of the wave of them that kept unceasingly coming from Europe. And once more there were Russian émigrés from Europe, from Manchuria. One went about among the émigrés seeking news of acquaintances by first asking what country they had come from, and did they know so-and-so. Yes, of course they did. And that is how I learned of the execution of Colonel Yasovich. And the old German, that portly German, now emaciated and ill, whom I had once upon a time, back in East Prussia, was it 200 years ago, forced to carry my suitcase. Oh, how small the world really is. Strange fate that brought us together again. The old man smiled at me. He recognized me, too, and even seemed pleased by our meeting. He had forgiven me. He had been sentenced to 10 years, but he certainly didn't have anywhere near that long to live. And there was another German there, too, lanky and young, but unresponsive, perhaps because he didn't know one word of Russian. You wouldn't even take him for a German right off the bat. The thieves had torn off everything Germany had on and given him a faded old Soviet field shirt in exchange. He was a famous German air ace. His first campaign had been in the war between Bolivia and Paraguay, his second in Spain, his third Poland, his fourth over England, his fifth Cyprus, his sixth the Soviet Union. Since he was an ace, he could certainly not have avoided shooting down women and children from the air. That made him a war criminal, and he got a prison sentence and a muzzle of 5 additional years. And, of course, there had to be one right-thinking person, like Prosecutor Kretov, in the cell. They were right to imprison all you counter-revolutionary bastards. History will grind up your bones for fertilizer. You're going to be fertilizer yourself, you dog, they shouted back. No, they will reconsider my case. I'm innocent. And the whole cell howled and seethed. And a grey-haired Russian language teacher stood up on the bunks barefoot and wrung his hands like a latter-day Jesus Christ. Children of mine, make peace with one another, my children. And they howled at him, too. Your children are in the Bryansk forests. We are nobody's children. All we are is the sons of Gulag. After dinner and the evening trip to the toilet, night cloaked the window muzzles and the nagging electric lights below the ceiling lit up. Day divided the prisoners and night drew them closer together. There were no quarrels in the evening. Lectures and concerts were given. And in this, too, Timofey Efrosovsky shone. He spent entire evenings on Italy, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. The émigrés spoke about the Balkans, about France. Someone delivered a lecture on Le Corbusier. Someone else delivered one on the habits of bees. Someone else on Gogol. This was when we smoked our lungs full. Smoke filled up the cell and hovered in the air like a fog, and there was no draught to pull it out the window because of the muzzles. Kostya Kula, twin to me in age, round-faced, blue-eyed, amusingly awkward, stepped up to the table and recited to us the verses he had composed in prison. Kostya Kula doesn't respond. He's disappeared. I am afraid he's not among the living. His voice broke with emotion. His verses were entitled, my first food parcel, to my wife, to my son. When in prison you strain to get by ear verses written in prison, you don't waste a single thought on whether the author's use of syllabic stress is faulty, and whether his lines end in assonances or full rhymes. These verses are the blood of your own heart, the tears of your own wife. The cell wept. In that cell I myself set out to write verses about prison, and it was there that I recited the verses of Yesenin, who had almost, but not quite, been on the forbidden list before the war. And young Bubnov, a POW, and before that apparently a student who had not completed his studies, worshipfully gazed at those reciting, his face aglow. He was not a technical specialist, and he hadn't come from camp, but he was on his way there, and because of the purity and forthrightness of his character, he would in all likelihood die there. People like him don't survive there, and for him and for others, their fatal descent braked for the moment. The evenings in Cell 75 were a sudden revelation of that beautiful world which exists and will continue to exist, but which their own hard fate hadn't given them one little year of, not even one little year of their young lives. The swill trough dropped down, and the turnkey's mug barked at us, "Bed!" No, even before the war, when I was studying at 2 higher educational institutions at the same time, and earning my way by tutoring, and striving to write too. Even then I had not experienced such full, such heart-rending, such completely filled days as I did in Cell 75 that summer. "But listen," I said to Sarapkin, "I've heard since then from someone called Diel, a 16-year-old boy who got a $5, not on a school report card, for anti-Soviet propaganda." "What, do you know him too? He was on our prisoner transport to Karaganda. I heard," I continued, "that you were given work as a laboratory assistant doing medical analyses, and that Timofey Frasovsky was constantly being sent out on general assignment work." "Yes, and he grew very weak. He was half dead when they brought him from the Stolypin car here to the Butyrki. And he is in a hospital bed here right now, and the 4th Special Department is issuing him cream and even wine, but it's hard to say whether he will ever get back on his feet again." The task of the 4th Special Department of the MVD was to solve scientific problems using prisoners. "Did the 4th Special Department summon you?" "Yes, they asked us whether we considered it might still be possible after 6 months of Karaganda to start setting up our institute here, in the fatherland." "And you, of course, agreed enthusiastically?" "Most certainly. After all, we have come to understand our mistakes. And besides, all the equipment wrenched from its original place and put into packing cases got here even without us." "What dedication to science on the part of the MVD. May I ask for a little more Schubert?" And Sarapkin sang softly, staring sadly at the window, his spectacles reflecting both their dark muzzles and their light upper sections. "Vom Abendrot zum Morgenlicht ward mancher Kopf zum Kreise. Wer glaubt es, meiner war des nicht auf dieser ganzen Reise." Tolstoy's dream has come true. Prisoners are no longer compelled to attend pernicious religious services. The prison churches have been shut down. True, their buildings remain, but they have been successfully adapted to enlarge the prisons themselves. 2,000 additional prisoners have thereby been housed in the Butyrki church, and in the course of a year, estimating an average turnover of 2 weeks, another 50,000 will pass through the cells in what was once the church. On arriving at the Butyrki for the 4th or 5th time, hurrying confidently to my assigned cell, through the courtyard surrounded by prison buildings, and even outstripping the jailer by a shoulder, like a horse that hurries without the urging of whip or reins, home to where the oats are waiting, I sometimes even forgot to glance at the square church rising into an octagon. It stood apart in the middle of the courtyard quadrangle. Its muzzles were not machine-made of glass reinforced with iron rods as they were in the main section of the prison. They were rotten, unplaned, grey boards, pure and simple, and they indicated the building's second-rank priority. What they maintained there was a kind of intra-Butyrki transit prison, so to speak, for recently sentenced prisoners. And at one time, in 1945, I had experienced it as a big, important step. When they led us into the church,
after our OSO sentencing. And that was the right time to do it, too. It was a good time for prayer. Took us up to the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor was also partitioned off, and from the octagonal vestibule distributed us among different cells. Mine was the southeast cell.
This was a large square cell in which at the time 200 prisoners were confined. They were sleeping, as they did everywhere else there, on the bunks, and they were one-story bunks, under the bunks, and just simply on the tile floor out in the aisles. Not only were the muzzles on the windows second-rate, everything else, too, was in a style appropriate not to true sons of Butyrki, but to its stepsons. No books, no chess sets, no checkers were distributed to this swarming mass, and the dented aluminum bowls and beat-up wooden spoons were collected and removed from one mealtime to another, for fear that in the rush they might get carried off on prisoner transports. They were even stingy with mugs for the stepsons. They washed the bowls after the gruel, and then the prisoners had to lap up their tea slops out of them. The absence of one's own dishes was particularly acute for those who experienced the mixed blessing of receiving a parcel from their families. Despite their meagre means, relatives made a special effort to provide parcels in those last days before the prisoner transports left. The families had had no prison education themselves, and they never got any good advice in the prison reception office either, and therefore they didn't send plastic dishes, the one and only kind prisoners were allowed to have, but glass or metal ones instead. All these honeys, jams, condensed milks were pitilessly poured and scraped out of their cans through the swill trough in the cell door into whatever the prisoner had, and in the church cells he had nothing at all, which meant that he simply got it in the palms of his hands, in his mouth, in his handkerchief, the flaps of his coat, which was quite normal in Gulag terms, but not in the center of Moscow. And at the same time the jailer kept hurrying him as if he were late for his train. The jailer hurried him because he was counting on licking out whatever was left in the jars. Everything was temporary in the church cells, without that illusion of permanency which existed in the interrogation cells and in the cells where prisoners awaited sentencing. Ground meat, a semi-processed product partially prepared for Gulag. The prisoners were unavoidably here those few days until a bit of space had been cleared for them at Krasnaya Presnya. They had just one special privilege here. 3 times a day they were allowed to go for their gruel themselves. No grits were given out here, but the gruel was served 3 times a day, and this was a merciful thing because it was more frequent, hotter, and stuck to the ribs better. This special privilege was allowed here because there were no elevators in the church, as there were in the rest of the prison, and the jailers had no wish to exert themselves. The big, heavy kettles had to be carried from a long way off across the yard and then up a steep flight of stairs. It was hard work, and the prisoners had very little strength for it, but they went willingly, just to get out into the green yard one more time and hear the birds singing. The church cells had their own air. It held a fluttering presentiment of the draughts of future transit prisons, of the winds of the Arctic camps. In the church cells you celebrated the ritual of getting adjusted to the fact that your sentence had been handed down and that it wasn't in the least a joke, to the fact that no matter how cruel the new era of your life might be, your mind must nevertheless digest and accept it. And you arrived at that with great difficulty. And you had no permanent cellmates here as you did in the interrogation cells, which made the latter something like a family. Day and night people were brought in and taken away, singly and by tens, and as a result the prisoners kept moving ahead along the floor and along the bunks, and it was rare to lie next to any one neighbor for more than 2 nights. Once you met an interesting person there, you had to question him immediately, because otherwise you would miss out for good and all. And that is how I missed out on the automobile mechanic, Medvedev. When I began to talk to him, I remembered that his name had been mentioned by the Emperor Mikhail. Yes, he had indeed been implicated in the same case as Mikhail, because he had been one of the first to read the Manifesto to the Russian people, and had failed to write a denunciation. Medvedev had been given an unforgivably, shamefully light sentence, 3 years, and under Article 58, too, for which even 5 years was considered a juvenile sentence. They had evidently decided the Emperor was really insane, and had been easy on the rest of them because of class considerations. But I had hardly pulled myself together to ask how Medvedev regarded all this, than they took him off with his things. Certain circumstances led us to conclude that he had been taken off to be released, and this confirmed those first rumors of the Stalinist amnesty which reached our ears that summer. The amnesty for no one, an amnesty after which everything was just as crowded as before, even under the bunks. They took my neighbor, an elderly Schutzbündler, off to a prisoner transport. Here, in the land of the world proletariat, all those Schutzbündlers who had been suffocating in conservative Austria had been roasted with tenors, and on the islands of the archipelago they met their end. And there was a swarthy little fellow with coal-black hair and feminine-looking eyes like dark cherries, but with a broad, larger-than-usual nose that spoiled his whole face, turning it into a caricature. For a day he and I lay next to each other in silence, and on the second day he found occasion to ask me, "What do you think I am?" He spoke Russian correctly and fluently, but with an accent. I hesitated. There seemed to be something of Transcaucasia in him, Armenian, presumably. He smiled. "I used to pass myself off very easily as a Georgian. My name was Yasha. Everyone laughed at me. I collected trade union dues." I looked him over. His was truly a comical figure, a half-pint, his face out of proportion, asymmetrical, his smile amiable. And then suddenly he tensed up, his features sharpened, his eyes narrowed, and cut me like the stroke of a black sabre. "I am an intelligence officer of the Romanian General Staff, Lieutenant Vladimirescu." I started. This was real dynamite. I had met a couple of 100 fabricated spies, and I never thought I might meet up with a real one. I thought they didn't exist. According to his story, he was of an aristocratic family. From the age of 3, he had been destined to serve on the General Staff. At 6, he had entered the Intelligence Service School. Growing up, he had picked his own field of future activity, the Soviet Union, taking into account that here in Russia the most relentless counterintelligence service in the world existed, and that it was particularly difficult to work here because everyone suspected everyone else. And, he now concluded, he had worked here not at all badly. He had spent several pre-war years in Nikolaev, and it appears had arranged for the Romanian armies to capture a shipyard intact. Subsequently, he had been at the Stalingrad tractor factory, and after that at the Urals heavy machinery factory. In the course of collecting trade union dues, he had entered the office of the chief of a major division of the plant, had shut the door behind him, and his idiotic smile had promptly left his face, and that sabre-sharp cutting expression had appeared. "Ponomariev!" And Ponomariev was using an altogether different name at the Urals heavy machinery factory. "We have been keeping track of you from Stalingrad on. You left your job there." He had been some kind of bigwig at the Stalingrad tractor factory. "And you have set yourself up here under an assumed name. You can choose to be shot by your own people or to work with us." Ponomariev chose to work with them, and that indeed was very much in the style of those super-successful pigs. The lieutenant supervised his work until he himself was transferred to the jurisdiction of the German intelligence officer resident in Moscow, who sent him to Podolsk to work at his specialty. As Vladimirescu explained to me, intelligence officers and saboteurs are given an all-round training, but each of them has his own narrow area of specialization. And Vladimirescu's special field was cutting the main cord of a parachute on the inside. In Podolsk he was met at the parachute warehouse by the chief of the warehouse guard. Who was it? What kind of person was he? Who at night led Vladimirescu into the warehouse for 8 hours. Climbing up to the piles of parachutes on his ladder, and managing not to disturb the piles, Vladimirescu pulled out the braided main support cord, and with special scissors cut 4/5 of the way through it, leaving 1/5 intact, so that it would break in the air. Vladimirescu had studied many long years in preparation for this one night, and now, working feverishly, in the course of 8 hours he ruined, according to his account, upwards of 2,000 parachutes. 15 seconds per parachute? "I destroyed a whole Soviet parachute division." His cherry-like eyes sparkled with malice. When he was arrested, He refused to give any testimony for 8 whole months. Imprisoned in the Butyrki, he uttered not one word. And didn't they torture you? No. His lips twitched as though to indicate he didn't even consider such a thing possible in the case of a non-Soviet citizen. Beat your own people so foreigners will be more afraid of you, but a real spy's a gold mine. After all, we may have to use him for an exchange. The day came when they showed him the newspapers. Romania had capitulated. Come on now, testify. He continued to keep silent. The newspapers could have been forgeries. They showed him an order of the Romanian General Staff. Under the conditions of the armistice, the General Staff ordered all its intelligence agents to cease operations and surrender. He continued to keep silent. The order could have been a forgery. Finally, he was confronted with his immediate superior on the General Staff, who ordered him to disclose his information and surrender. At this point, Vladimirescu cold-bloodedly gave his testimony, and now, in the slow passing of the cell day, it was no longer of any importance, and he told me some of it, too. They had not even tried him. They had not even given him a sentence. After all, he wasn't one of our own. I am a career man, and will remain one until I die, and they won't waste me. But you are revealing yourself to me, I pointed out. I might very well remember your face. Just imagine our meeting some day in public. If I am convinced that you haven't recognized me, you will remain alive. If you recognize me, I will kill you or else force you to work for us. He had not the slightest desire to spoil his relationship with his cell neighbor. He said this very simply, with total conviction. I was really convinced that he wouldn't hesitate for a moment to gun someone down or cut their throat. In this whole long prisoner's chronicle, we will not again meet such a hero. It was the only encounter of the sort I ever had in my 11 years of prison, camp, and exile, and others didn't even have one. And our mass circulation comics try to dupe young people into believing that these are the only people the organs catch. It was enough to look around that church cell to grasp that it was youth itself the organs were catching in the first place. The war had ended, and we could allow ourselves the luxury of arresting everyone who had been singled out. They were no longer needed as soldiers. They said that in 1944 and 1945, a so-called Democratic Party had passed through the cells of the small Moscow province, Lubyanka. According to rumor, it had consisted of 100 boys, had its own statutes and its own membership cards. The eldest of them was a pupil in the 10th grade of a Moscow school, and he was its general secretary. Students were also glimpsed fleetingly in the prisons during the last year of the war. I met some here and there. I was presumably not old myself, but they at any rate were younger. How imperceptibly all that crept up on us, while we, I, my co-defendant, and others of our age, had been fighting for 4 years at the front. A whole new generation had grown up here in the rear, and had it been very long since we ourselves had tramped the parquet floors of the university corridors, considering ourselves the youngest and most intelligent in the whole country, and, for that matter, on earth. And then, suddenly, pale youths crossed the tile floors of the prison cells to approach us haughtily, and we learned with astonishment that we were no longer the youngest and most intelligent. They were. But I didn't take offense at this. At that point I was already happy to move over a bit to make room. I knew so very well their passion for arguing with everyone, for finding out everything. I understood their pride in having chosen a worthy lot, and in not regretting it. It gave me goose-flesh to hear the rustle of the prison halos hovering over those self-enamored and intelligent little faces. 1 month earlier, in another Butyrki cell, a semi-hospital cell, I had just stepped into the aisle, and had still not seen any empty place for myself, when approaching in a way that hinted at a verbal dispute, even at an entreaty to enter into one, came a pale, yellowish youth with a Jewish tenderness of face, wrapped, despite the summer, in a threadbare soldier's overcoat shot full of holes. He was chilled. His name was Boris Gamarov. He began to question me. The conversation rolled along, on one hand our biographies, on the other politics. I don't remember why, but I recalled one of the prayers of the late President Roosevelt, which had been published in our newspapers. and I expressed what seemed to me a self-evident evaluation of it. "Well, that's hypocrisy, of course." And suddenly the young man's yellowish brows trembled, his pale lips pursed. He seemed to draw himself up, and he asked me, "Why? Why do you not admit the possibility that a political leader might sincerely believe in God?" And that is all that was said. But what a direction the attack had come from! To hear such words from someone born in 1923? I could have replied to him very firmly, but prison had already undermined my certainty, and the principal thing was that some kind of clean, pure feeling does live within us, existing apart from all our convictions. And right then it dawned upon me that I had not spoken out of conviction, but because the idea had been implanted in me from outside. And because of this I was unable to reply to him, and I merely asked him, "Do you believe in God?" "Of course," he answered tranquilly. "Of course." "Of course. Yes. Yes. The Komsomols were flying ahead of the flock, everywhere, but so far only the NKGB had noticed. Notwithstanding his youth, Borio Gamarov had not only fought as a sergeant in an anti-tank unit with those anti-tank 45s the soldiers had christened Farewell Motherland. He had also been wounded in the lungs, and the wound had not yet healed, and because of this TB had set in. Gamarov was given a medical discharge from the army and enrolled in the biology department of Moscow University. And thus 2 strands intertwined in him, one from his life as a soldier, and the other from the by no means foolish and by no means dead student's life at war's end. A circle formed of those who thought and reasoned about the future, even though no one had given them any instructions to do so. And the experienced eye of the organs singled out 3 of them and pulled them in. In 1937, Gamarov's father had been killed in prison or shot, and his son was hurrying along the same path. During the interrogation, he had read several of his own verses to the interrogator with feeling. And I deeply regret that I have not managed to remember even one of them, and there is nowhere to seek them out today. Otherwise, I would have cited them here. For a number of months after that, my path crossed those of all 3 co-defendants. Right there in a Butyrki cell, I met Vyacheslav D., and there is always someone like him when young people are arrested. He had taken an iron stand within the group, but he quickly broke down under interrogation. He got less than any of the others, 5 years, and it looked as though he was secretly counting a good deal on his influential papa to get him out. And then, in the Butyrki church, I encountered Georgy Ingal, the eldest of the 3. Despite his youth, he was already a candidate member of the Union of Soviet Writers. He had a very bold pen. His style was one of strong contrasts. If he had been willing to make his peace politically, vivid and untrodden literary paths would have opened up before him. He had already nearly finished a novel about Debussy, but his early success had not emasculated him, and at the funeral of his teacher, Yuri Tanyanov, he had made a speech declaring that Tanyanov had been persecuted, and by this means had assured himself of an 8-year term. And right then Gamarov caught up with us, and while waiting to go to Krasnaya Presnya, I had to face up to their united point of view. This confrontation was not easy for me. At the time, I was committed to that world outlook which is incapable of admitting any new fact or evaluating any new opinion before a label has been found for it from the already available stock, be it the hesitant duplicity of the petty bourgeoisie or the militant nihilism of the déclassé intelligentsia. I don't recall that Ingal and Gamarov attacked Marx in my presence, but I do remember how they attacked Lev Tolstoy, and from what direction the attack was launched. Tolstoy rejected the church, but he failed to take into account its mystical and its organizing role. He rejected the teachings of the Bible, but for the most part modern science was not in conflict with the Bible, not even with its opening lines about the creation of the world. He rejected the state, but without the state there would be chaos. He preached the combining of mental and physical work in one individual's life, but that was a senseless leveling of capabilities and talents. And finally, as we see from Stalin's violence, an historical personage can be omnipotent, yet Tolstoy scoffed at the very idea. In my pre-prison and prison years, I, too, had long ago come to the conclusion that Stalin had set the course of the Soviet state in a fateful direction. But then Stalin died quietly, and did the ship of state change course very noticeably? The personal, individual imprint he left on events consisted of dismal stupidity, petty tyranny, self-glorification. And in all the rest he followed the beaten path exactly as it had been signposted, step by step. The boys read me their own verses and demanded mine in exchange, and I as yet had none. They read Pasternak particularly, whom they praised to the skies. I had once read My Sister Life, and hadn't liked it, considering it precious, abstruse, and very, very far from ordinary human paths. But they recited to me Lieutenant Schmidt's last speech at his trial, and it touched me deeply because it applied so to us. For 30 years I have nurtured my love for my native land, and I shall neither expect nor miss your leniency. Gamarov and Ingal were just as shiningly attuned as that. We do not need your leniency. We are not languishing from imprisonment. We are proud of it. But who is really capable of not languishing? After a few months, Ingal's young wife renounced and abandoned him. Gamarov, because of his revolutionary inclinations, did not even have a sweetheart yet. Was it not here, in these prison cells, that the great truth dawned? The cell was constricted, but wasn't freedom even more constricted? Was it not our own people, tormented and deceived, that lay beside us there under the bunks and in the aisles? Not to arise with my whole land would have been harder still, and for the path that I have trod, I have no qualms at all. The young people imprisoned in these cells under the political articles of the Code were never the average young people of the nation, but were always separated from them by a wide gap. In those years, most of our young people still faced a future of disintegrating, of becoming disillusioned, indifferent, falling in love with an easy life, and then, perhaps, beginning all over again the bitter climb from that cozy little valley up to a new peak, possibly after another 20 years. But the young prisoners of 1945, sentenced under 5810, had leapt that whole future chasm of indifference in one jump, and bore their heads boldly erect under the axe. In the Butyrki church, the Moscow students, already sentenced, cut off and estranged from everything, wrote a song, and before twilight sang it in their uncertain voices. 3 times a day we go for gruel, the evenings we pass in song. With a contraband prison needle, we sew ourselves bags for the road. We don't care about ourselves any more. We signed, just to be quicker. And when will we ever return here again from the distant Siberian camps? Good Lord, how could we have missed the main point of the whole thing, while we had been ploughing through the mud out there on the bridgeheads, while we had been cowering in shell holes and pushing binocular periscopes above the bushes? Back home, a new generation had grown up and gotten moving. But hadn't it started moving in another direction? In a direction we wouldn't have been able and wouldn't have dared to move in. They weren't brought up the way we were. Our generation would return, having turned in its weapons, jingling its heroes' medals, proudly telling its combat stories. And our younger brothers would only look at us contemptuously. Oh, you stupid dolts. End of Part 2.
This concludes the reading of Volume 1 of the Gulag Archipelago. This book was read by Frederick Davidson. If you would like to receive a free catalogue listing our complete line of audio books, write us at Post Box 969, Ashland, Oregon, zip code 97520, or call toll-free 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Will you please wind or rewind the tape as appropriate, so as to present the book in order for the next person to enjoy? Thank you. The Gulag Archipelago, 1918 to 1956, An experiment in literary investigation by Aleksandr I. Solzhenitsyn. Translated by Thomas P. Whitney. Copyright 1973 by Aleksandr I. Solzhenitsyn. English language translation, copyright 1973-1974 by Harper & Row Publishers, Incorporated. This recording of the reading of the Gulag Archipelago was published by arrangement with Harper & Row Publishers, Incorporated, and was produced in 1989 by Blackstone Audio Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Blackstone Audio Books, Incorporated. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2. This volume is 672 pages long and contains two parts. The Destructive Labor Camps, which consists of 22 chapters, and The Soul and Barbed Wire, which consists of 4 chapters. The volume will be read in 2 sections. The first will take us through Chapter 9 of the Destructive Labor Camps. The second will pick up with Chapter 10 and take us to the end of Volume 2. And now, the Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2.
The Destructive Labor Camps. The author makes the following note to preface Chapter 1. There is no limit to what should be included in this part. To attain and encompass its savage meaning, one would have to drag out many lives in the camps, the very same in which one cannot survive for even one term, without some special advantage, because they were invented for destruction. And from this it follows that all those who drank of this most deeply, who explored it most fully, are already in their graves and cannot tell us. No one now can ever tell us the most important thing about these camps. And the whole scope of this story and of this truth is beyond the capabilities of one lonely pen. All I had was a peephole into the archipelago, not the view from a tower. But fortunately several other books have emerged, and more will emerge. In the Kolyma stories of Shalamov, the reader will perhaps feel more truly and surely the pitilessness of the spirit of the archipelago and the limits of human despair. To taste the sea, all one needs is one gulp. Chapter 1. The Fingers of Aurora. Rosy-fingered Heos, so often mentioned in Homer and called Aurora by the Romans, caressed, too, with those fingers the first early morning of the archipelago. When our compatriots heard via the BBC that M. Mikhailov claimed to have discovered that concentration camps had existed in our country as far back as 1921, many of us, and many in the West, too, were astonished. That early, really? Even in 1921? Of course not. Of course Mikhailov was in error. In 1921, in fact, concentration camps were already in full flower, already even coming to an end. It would be far more accurate to say that the archipelago was born with the shots of the cruiser Aurora. And how could it have been otherwise? Let us pause to ponder. Didn't Marx and Engels teach that the old bourgeois machinery of compulsion had to be broken up, and a new one created immediately in its place? And included in the machinery of compulsion were the army — we are not surprised that the Red Army was created at the beginning of 1918 — the police — the militia was inaugurated even sooner than the army — the courts from November the 22nd, 1917, and the prisons. How, in establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, could they delay with a new type of prison? That is to say that it was altogether impermissible to delay in the matter of prisons, whether old or new. In the first months after the October Revolution, Lenin was already demanding the most decisive draconic measures to tighten up discipline. And are draconic measures possible without prison? What new could the proletarian state contribute here? Lenin was feeling out new paths. In December 1917, he suggested for consideration the following assortment of punishments. confiscation of all property, confinement in prison, dispatch to the front, and forced labor for all who disobey the existing law. Thus we can observe that the leading idea of the archipelago, forced labor, had been advanced in the first month after the October Revolution. And even while sitting peacefully among the fragrant hay-mowings of Razliv and listening to the buzzing bumblebees, Lenin could not help but ponder the future penal system. Even then he had worked things out and reassured us.
The suppression of the minority of exploiters by the majority of the hired slaves of yesterday is a matter so comparatively easy, simple, and natural that it is going to cost much less in blood, will be much cheaper for humanity, than the preceding suppression of the majority by the minority.
According to the estimates of émigré professor of statistics Kurganov, this comparatively easy internal repression cost us, from the beginning of the October Revolution up to 1959, a total of 66 million lives. We, of course, cannot vouch for his figure, but we have none other that is official. And just as soon as the official figure is issued, the specialists can make the necessary critical comparisons. It is interesting to compare other figures. How large was the total staff of the central apparatus of the terrifying Tsarist Third Department, which runs like a strand through all the great Russian literature? At the time of its creation it had 16 persons, and at its height it had 45. A ridiculously small number for even the remotest Cheka provincial headquarters in the country. Or how many political prisoners did the February Revolution find in the Tsarist prison of the peoples? All these figures do exist somewhere. In all probability there were more than 100 such prisoners in the Kresty prison alone, and several hundred returned from Siberian exile and hard labor, and how many more were languishing in the prison of every provincial capital? But it is interesting to know exactly how many. Here is a figure for Tambov, taken from the fiery local papers. The February Revolution, which opened wide the doors of the Tambov prison, found there political prisoners in the number of 7 persons, and there were more than 40 provinces. It is superfluous to recall that from February to July 1917, there were no political arrests, and after July the number imprisoned could be counted on one's fingers. Here, however, was the trouble. The first Soviet government was a coalition government, and a portion of the People's Commissariats had to be allotted, like it or not, to the left SRs, including, unhappily, the People's Commissariat of Justice, which fell to them. Guided by rotten petty bourgeois concepts of freedom, this People's Commissariat of Justice brought the penal system to the verge of ruin. The sentences turned out to be too light, and they made hardly any use at all of the progressive principle of forced labor. In February 1918, the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Comrade Lenin, demanded that the number of places of imprisonment be increased, and that repression of criminals be intensified, and in May, already going over to concrete guidance, he gave instructions that the sentence for bribery must be not less than 10 years of prison and 10 years of forced labor in addition. That is a total of 20 years. This scale might seem pessimistic at first. Would forced labor really still be necessary after 20 years? But we know that forced labor turned out to be a very long-lived measure, and that even after 50 years it would still be extremely popular. For many months after the October Revolution, the prison personnel everywhere remained Tsarist. The only new officials named were commissars of prisons. The brazen jailers went so far as to create their own trade union, the Union of Prison Employees, and established an elective basis for prison administration, the only time in all Russian history. The prisoners were not to be left behind either. They, too, had their own internal self-government. Circular of the People's Commissariat of Justice, April the 24th, 1918. Prisoners, wherever possible, were to be brought into self-verification and self-supervision. Naturally, such a free commune of convicts, anarchical licentiousness, did not correspond to the needs of the dictatorship of the progressive class, and was of sorry help in purging harmful insects from the Russian land. And what could one expect if the prison chapels had not been closed, and our Soviet prisoners were willingly going there on Sundays, even if only to pass the time? Of course, even the Tsarist jailers were not entirely a loss to the proletariat, for after all theirs was a profession important to the most immediate purposes of the revolution. And therefore it was necessary to select those persons of the prison administration who have not become totally calloused and stupefied in the patterns of Tsarist prisons. And what does not totally mean? And how would you find that out? Does it mean they had forgotten God save the Tsar? Who can be used for work at the new tasks? Did they, for example, answer precisely, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," or turn the key in the lock quickly? And, of course, the prison buildings themselves, their cells, their bars and locks, although in appearance they remained exactly as before, in actual fact had acquired a new class content, a lofty revolutionary meaning. And, nevertheless, the habit of the courts, right up to the middle of 1918, of keeping right on, out of inertia, sentencing to prison, slowed the break-up of the old machinery of state in its prison area. In the middle of 1918, to be exact on July the 6th, an event took place whose significance is not grasped by everyone, an event superficially known as the suppression of the revolt of the left SRs. But this was, in fact, a coup d'etat of hardly any less significance than October the 25th. On October the 25th, the power, the government, of the Soviet of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies was proclaimed, whence the name Soviet power. But in its first month, this new government was very much beclouded by the presence in it of other parties besides the Bolsheviks. Although the coalition government consisted only of the Bolsheviks and the left SRs, nonetheless, in the membership of the All-Russian Congresses, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and of the All-Russian Central Executive Committees, VTSIKs, which they elected, there were still included some representatives of other socialist parties, SRs, Social Democrats, anarchists, popular socialists, etc. Because of this fact, the VTSIKs possessed the unhealthy character of socialist parliaments. But in the course of the first months of 1918, by a whole series of decisive measures, supported by the left SRs, the representatives of the other socialist parties were either expelled from VTSIK by its own decision and original parliamentary procedure, or else were simply not allowed to be elected to it. The last non-Bolshevik party, which still constituted 1/3 of the parliament, the 5th Congress of Soviets, was the left SRs. And the time finally came to get rid of them, too. On July the 6th, 1918, they were excluded in toto from VTSIK and from the Council of People's Commissars. Thereby, the power of the Soviet of Deputies, by tradition called the Soviet, ceased to stand in opposition to the will of the Bolshevik Party and took the form of the democracy of a new type. Only on this historic day could the reconstruction of the old prison machinery and the creation of the archipelago really begin. In the clumsily high-flying language of Vyshinsky, the process, unique in the world, possessing genuine universal historical significance, of creating, on the ruins of the bourgeois system of prisons, those houses of the dead, which were built by the exploiters for the workers, of new institutions with new social content. A.Y. Vyshinsky, editor, From Prisons to Rehabilitative Institutions, Moscow, Sovetskaya Zakonodatelstvo, Publishing House, 1934, Preface. And the direction of this desired reconstruction had long since been understood. After all, Marx himself had pointed out in his Critique of the Gotha program that productive labor was the only method of prisoner correction. It was clear, of course, as Vyshinsky explained much later on, that what was meant here was not that kind of work which dries out the mind and the heart of a human being, but the miracle worker, which transforms people from non-existence and insignificance into heroes. Why is it that our prisoner must not chew the rag or read nice little books in a cell, but must labor instead? Because in the Republic of the Soviets there can be no place for forced idleness, for that forced parasitism which could exist in a parasitical society. For example, in Schlüsselburg. Such idleness as this on the part of prisoners would have very simply been contrary to the basis of the work structure of the Soviet Republic as defined in the Constitution of July the 10th, 1918. He who does not work does not eat. Consequently, if the prisoners were not set to work, they were, according to the Constitution, to be deprived of their bread ration. The Central Penal Department of the People's Commissariat of Justice, which had been created in May 1918, had immediately begun to send off to work the then existing zeks, began to organize productive labor. After the Brest-Litovsk peace, the left SRs left the government, and the People's Commissariat of Justice was headed by Bolsheviks. But this legislation had been proclaimed only after the July coup, to be precise on July the 23rd, 1918, in Temporary Instructions on Deprivation of Freedom. These instructions continued to exist during the whole course of the Civil War, right up until November 1920. Those deprived of freedom who are capable of labor must be recruited for physical work on a compulsory basis. One can say that the camps originated and the archipelago was born from this particular instruction of July the 23rd, 1918, 9 months after the October Revolution. Someone may enter a reproach that the birth was premature. The necessity of forced labor by prisoners, which was anyway quite clear for everyone by then, was further clarified at the 7th All-Union Congress of the Soviets. Labor is the best means of paralyzing the disintegrating influence of the endless conversations of prisoners among themselves, in the course of which the more experienced instruct the newcomers. Aha! So that's why. Soon after that, there began the communist Subbotniki, voluntary Saturdays, and that same People's Commissariat of Justice issued an appeal. It is essential to teach the prisoners to become accustomed to communist collective labor. In other words, the spirit of the communist Subbotniki was to be applied to the forced labor camps. And that is how that hasty epoch instantly heaped up a mountain of problems which it took decades to sort out. The bases of corrective labor policy were included in the party program at the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, March 1919. The complete organizational structuring of the camp network throughout Soviet Russia coincided rigidly with the first communist Subbotniki, April the 12th to May the 17th, 1919. The decrees of VTSIK on camps for forced labor were issued on April the 15th, 1919, and May the 17th, 1919. Under their provisions, camps for forced labor were obligatorily created by the provincial Cheka in each provincial capital, if convenient within the city limits, or in a monastery or on a nearby country estate, and also in several counties as well, although for the time being not in all of them. The camps were required to accommodate no fewer than 300 persons each, in order that the cost of the guard and the administration should be paid for by the prisoners' labor, and they were under the jurisdiction of the provincial penal departments. The early forced labor camps seem to us nowadays to be something intangible. The people imprisoned in them seem not to have said anything to anyone. There is no testimony. Literature and memoirs, when they speak of war communism, recall executions and prisons, but do not have a thing to say about camps. And nowhere, even between the lines, nowhere outside the text, are they implied. So it was natural for Mikhailo Mikhailov to make his mistake.
Where were those camps? What were their names? What did they look like?
The instruction of July the 23rd, 1918, had the decisive fault, noted by all jurists, that nothing was mentioned there about class differentiation among the prisoners. In other words, that some prisoners should be maintained in better conditions and some in worse. but it did outline the labor system, and that is the only reason we can get any picture of what they were like. The workday was set at 8 hours. Because of the novelty of it all, the hasty decision was made to pay the prisoners for all their work, other than camp maintenance, at 100% of the rates of the corresponding trade unions. Oh, what a monstrous thing! The pen can hardly bear to write it. They were being compelled to work by the Constitution, and they were also being paid according to the same Constitution. Logical enough. It is true that the cost of maintenance of the camp and the camp guard was deducted from their wages. For conscientious prisoners there was a special benefit to be allowed to live in a private apartment and to come to the camp for work only. And release ahead of term was promised as a reward for special labor enthusiasm. And in general there were no detailed instructions on the regimen, and every camp had its own. In the period of building a new governmental system, taking into account the great overcrowding of places of confinement, my italics, A.S. There was no time to think about the regimen in the camps. All the attention was being directed to unburdening the prisons. Something like that reads like a hieroglyphic from Babylon. How many questions immediately suggest themselves? What was going on in those wretched prisons? And what were the social causes of such overcrowding? And is one to understand the matter of unburdening the prisons to mean executions or dispatching prisoners to camps? And what did it mean by saying it was impossible to give any thought to the regimen in the camps? Did this mean that the People's Commissariat of Justice did not have time to safeguard the prisoner against the arbitrary actions of the local camp chief? Is that the only way this can be read? There were no instructions about the regimen, and in the years of the revolutionary sense of justice, every petty tyrant could do just as he pleased with the prisoners. From the meager statistics, all from that very same collection, Soviet Justice, we learn, in general, the work in camps was menial. In 1919, only 2.5% of the prisoners worked in workshops, and in 1920, only 10%. It is also known that at the end of 1918, the Central Penal Department, what a moniker, it makes the flesh creep, sought the establishment of agricultural colonies. It is known that in Moscow several brigades made up of prisoners were established to carry out repairs on water pipes, heating systems, and plumbing in nationalized buildings. And these apparently unescorted prisoners wandered about with monkey wrenches, soldering irons, and pipes through the corridors of government organizations and institutions, in the apartments of the bigwigs of those times, summoned by their wives by telephone to carry out repairs, and were never mentioned in any memoir, in any play, or in any film. But the forced labor camps were nonetheless not the first camps in the RSFSR. The reader has already read the term concentration camp, Konzlager, several times in the sentences of the tribunals, Part 1, Chapter 8, and concluded perhaps that we were guilty of an error, of making careless use of terminologies subsequently developed. No, this is not the case. In August 1918, several days before the attempt on his life by Fanya Kaplan, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin wrote in a telegram to Yevgenia Bosch and to the Penza Provincial Executive Committee — they were unable to cope with the peasant revolt — "Lock up all the doubtful ones, not guilty, mind you, but doubtful, A.S., in a concentration camp outside the city." To this now-forgotten woman was entrusted at this time, via the line of authority of the Central Committee of the party and of the Cheka as well, the fate of all Penza province. And, in addition, carry out merciless mass terror. This was before the decree. Only on September the 5th, 1918, 10 days after this telegram, was the decree on the Red Terror published, which was signed by Petrovsky, Kursi, and Bronch-Bruyevich. In addition to the instructions on mass executions, it stated in particular, "Secure the Soviet Republic against its class enemies by isolating them in concentration camps." So that is where this term, concentration camps, was discovered and immediately seized upon and confirmed, one of the principal terms of the 20th century, and it was to have a big international future. And this is when it was born, in August and September 1918. The word itself had already been used during World War I, but in relation to POWs and undesirable foreigners. But here, in 1918, it was for the first time applied to the citizens of one's own country. The switch in meaning is easily comprehended. Concentration camps for POWs were not prisons, but a necessary precautionary concentration of the POWs. And so, too, for doubtful compatriots, extrajudicial precautionary concentration was now proposed. For an energetic mind which could visualize barbed wire surrounding prisoners who had not been tried, the necessary term was right at hand: concentration camps. And while the forced labor camps of the People's Commissariat of Justice belonged to the category of general places of confinement, the concentration camps were in no sense general places, but were under the direct administration of the Cheka and were maintained for particularly hostile elements and for hostages. True, in the future, prisoners would be sent to concentration camps by tribunals as well. But people never tried, kept pouring in automatically, sent there only on the basis of hostility. For escape from a concentration camp, the sentence was multiplied by 10, also without trial. This was in tune with the times: 10 for 1, 100 for 1. Consequently, if a prisoner had a 5-year sentence and escaped and was caught, then his sentence was automatically extended to 1968. For a second escape from a concentration camp, execution was prescribed, and of course was punctiliously carried out. In the Ukraine, concentration camps were created somewhat later, in 1920. But the creative thinking of our young Soviet justice did not content itself with this. Very shortly, even the concentration camps, which would seem to have had a firm class foundation, came to be considered insufficiently severe, insufficiently purposeful. In 1921, the Northern Special Purpose Camps were founded. Not for nothing was that label "special" attached to them. They had as their acronym SLON. The first such camps arose in Pertominsk, Kolmogorye, and just outside Archangel itself. The magazine Solovetskie Ostrova, the Solovetsky Islands, 1930, number 2-3, page 55, from the report of the Chief of Administration of SLON, Comrade Nogtev in Kem, when nowadays tourists are shown the so-called Camp of the Government of Tchaikovsky at the mouth of the Dvina River, one would have to be in the know to realize that this was one of the first northern special purpose camps. However, these places were evidently considered difficult to guard and unsuitable for large concentrations of prisoners, and the gaze of the higher-ups naturally fell on the nearby Solovetsky Islands, Solovki, where their already built-up establishments and their stone buildings, located 12 to 25 miles from the mainland, sufficiently close for the jailers, and sufficiently distant to discourage escapees, with no communication with the mainland for half the year, a harder nut to crack than Sakhalin. And once Solovki had been selected and established, recollections of the forced labor camps, the concentration camps, and the special purpose camps vanished from the popular mind. Because Solovki was not kept secret in the 20s, and in actual fact ears buzzed with Solovki. They openly used Solovki to scare people with. They were publicly proud of Solovki. They had the brass to be proud of it. Solovki was even a symbol. There were as many jokes about it in vaudeville acts as you can imagine. After all, classes had already disappeared. Whither? And Solovki itself was soon to come to an end. Subscriptions to the internal camp magazine, the Solovetsky Islands, were boldly sold throughout the Soviet Union. But the camp rootlets went deeper, deeper, and it is simply that we have lost count of their places and traces. There is no one now to tell us about most of those first concentration camps, and only from the last testimony of those few surviving first concentration camp inmates can we glean and preserve a little bit. At that time, the authorities used to love to set up their concentration camps in former monasteries. They were enclosed by strong walls, had good solid buildings, and they were empty. After all, monks are not human beings, and could be tossed out at will. Thus, in Moscow, there were concentration camps in Andronikov, Novospassky, and Ivanovsky monasteries. in the Petrograd Krasnaya Gazeta of September the 6th, 1918, we can read that the first concentration camp will be set up in Nizhny Novgorod in an empty nunnery, and initially it is planned to send 5,000 persons to the concentration camp in Nizhny Novgorod. In Ryazan, the concentration camp was also set up in a former nunnery, Kazansky. And here is what they say about it. Imprisoned there were merchants, priests, and so-called war prisoners, as they called captured officers who had not served in the Red Army. But there was also another segment of the prisoner population which fitted into no simple category. For example, the Tolstoyan I.Y.V., whose trial we have already read about, was kept here. Attached to the camp were workshops, a weaving shop, a tailor shop, a shoemaker's shop, and there was also repair and construction work in the city, general work. In 1921 they were already calling it that. To this the prisoners were taken by convoy, but those who worked as individual craftsmen, because of the kind of work they did, were allowed to go without convoy, and the citizens fed the latter in their homes. The population of Ryazan was very sympathetic towards the deprivees, as they were called. Officially they were called not prisoners, but persons deprived of freedom. A passing column of them would be given alms, rusks, boiled beets, potatoes. And the convoy guards did not try to prevent their accepting such gifts, and the deprivees divided everything equally among themselves. At every step, customs not ours, ideology not ours. Those deprivees who were especially fortunate got positions in their specialized fields in institutions. For example, Y.V. on the railroad. They then received passes which permitted them to walk around the city, but they spent the night in camp. Here is how they fed them in a camp in 1921. Half a pound of bread, plus another half-pound for those who fulfilled the norm, hot water for tea morning and evening, and during the day a ladle of gruel, with several dozen grains and some potato peelings in it. Camp life was embellished on the one hand by the denunciations of provocateurs and arrests on the basis of the denunciations, and on the other by a dramatics and glee club. They gave concerts for the people of Ryazan in the hall of the former Noblemen's Assembly, and the deprivees' brass band played in the city park. The deprivees got better and better acquainted with and more friendly with the inhabitants, and this became intolerable, and at that point they began to send the so-called war prisoners to the northern special purpose camps. The lesson of the instability and laxity in these concentration camps lay in their being surrounded by civilian life, and that was why the special northern camps were required. Concentration camps were abolished in 1922. This whole dawn of the camps deserves to have its spectrum examined much more closely, and glory to he who can, for all I have in my own hands is crumbs. At the end of the Civil War, the two labor armies created by Trotsky had to be dissolved because of the grumbling of the soldiers kept in them, and by this token the role of camps in the structure of the RSFSR not only did not diminish, but intensified. By the end of 1920, in the RSFSR, there were 84 camps in 43 provinces. If one believes the official statistics, even though classified, 25,336 persons, and in addition 24,400 prisoners of war of the Civil War, were held in them at this time. Both figures, particularly the second, seem to be understated. However, if one takes into consideration that by unloading prisons, sinking barges, and other types of mass annihilation, the figure had often begun with 0 and been reduced to 0 over and over, then perhaps these figures are accurate. According to the same source, by October 1923, at the beginning of the cloudless years of NEP, and quite a long time before the personality cult, there were being held, in 355 camps, 68,297 persons deprived of freedom, in 207 reformatories, 48,163, in 105 homes for confinement and prisons, 16,765, in 35 agricultural colonies, 2,328, and another 1,041 minors and sick persons. And there is another expressive figure. On the overcrowding of camps, for the number of those imprisoned grew more swiftly than the organization of camps. For each 100 accommodations for prisoners, there were, in 1924, 112 prisoners. In 1925, 120. In 1926, 132. And in 1927, 177. Whoever has done time there knows well what camp life was like, in terms of places on bunks, bowls in the mess hall, or padded jackets, if there were 1.77 prisoners for each allotted space. Year after year, other forms of existence for prisoners were also tried in a search for something better. For those who were not dangerous and not politically hostile, there were labor colonies, corrective labor homes from 1922, reformatories from 1923, homes for confinement, labor homes from 1924, labor homes for juvenile offenders. And for politically hostile prisoners, there were detention prisons from 1922, and from 1923 on, special purpose isolators, the former centrals and the future special purpose prisons, or TONs. The creators of these forms saw in them a bold struggle against making a fetish of prisons, common to all other countries of the world, including the former Russia, where nobody could think up anything at all except prisons and more prisons. The Tsarist government, which had transformed the entire country into one enormous prison, had developed its prison system with some kind of particularly refined sadism. On the threshold of the Reconstruction period, meaning from 1927, the role of camps was growing. Now, just what was one to think? Now, after all the victories? Against the most dangerous hostile elements, wreckers, the kulaks, counter-revolutionary propaganda. And so it was that the archipelago was not about to disappear into the depths of the sea. The archipelago would live. Until 1924, there were very few ordinary labor colonies in the archipelago. In those years, closed places of confinement were predominant, and they would not grow less later on. In his report of 1924, Krylenko demanded that the number of special-purpose isolators be increased, isolators for non-workers and for especially dangerous persons among the workers, in which category, evidently, Krylenko himself would turn up later on. This, his formulation, became a part of the corrective labor code of 1924. Just as in the creation of every archipelago, invisible shifts take place somewhere in important supporting strata before the picture of the world emerges before us, so here, too, very important shifts and changes in names took place, which are now nearly incomprehensible to our minds. At the very beginning, there was primeval chaos, and places of imprisonment were under the jurisdiction of 3 different institutions: the Cheka, Comrade Dzerzhinsky, the NKVD, Comrade Petrovsky, and the People's Commissariat of Justice, Comrade Kursky. In the NKVD at first there was Gumzak, the Chief Administration for Places of Imprisonment, immediately after October 1917, and then GUPR, the Chief Administration for Forced Labor, and then once again GUMS, just as it is today in the 60s. In the People's Commissariat of Justice, there was the Prison Administration, December 1917, then the Central Penal Department, May 1918, with a network of provincial penal departments and even congresses of them, September 1920. And this was then made to sound better as the Central Corrective Labor Department, 1921. It goes without saying that such dispersal was to the disadvantage of the punitive corrective business, and Dzerzhinsky sought the unification of administrations. And, as it happened, at this point a little noticed merging of the Cheka into the NKVD took place. After March the 16th, 1919, Dzerzhinsky became the Commissar of Internal Affairs as well, and by 1922 he had also succeeded in transferring all places of imprisonment from the People's Commissariat of Justice to himself in the NKVD, June the 25th, 1922. And thus, GUMS of the NKVD kept ever expanding. Parallel to this took place the reorganization of the camp guards. First, these were the armies of the VOKHR, the Internal Guard Service of the Republic, and then VNUS, the Internal Service. And in 1919 they were merged into the corps of the Cheka, and Dzerzhinsky became the chairman of their military council as well. Nonetheless, up until 1924 there were complaints about the numerous escapes, the low state of discipline among the personnel. Probably there were drunkenness and carelessness. Their only interest lay in getting their wages. And it was only in June 1924 that by decree of VTSIK and the Council of People's Commissars, military discipline was introduced into the corps of convoy guards, and recruitment of them through the People's Commissariat for the Army and Navy was inaugurated. And furthermore, parallel to this, a central bureau of dactyloscopic registration and a central breeding establishment for service and tracking dogs were created in 1922. But at this same time, Gumzak of the USSR was renamed GUITU, Chief Administration of Corrective Labor Institutions of the USSR, and then was renamed again GUITL of the OGPU, the Chief Administration of Corrective Labor Camps, and its chief simultaneously became the Chief of Convoy Troops of the USSR. And how much excitement there was, and how many of those stairs, offices, guards, passes, rubber stamps, seals, and signs there were. And from GUITL, the son of Gumzak, derived our own Gulag. Chapter 2. The Archipelago rises from the sea. On the White Sea, where the nights are white for half a year at a time, Bolshoi Solovetsky Island lifts its white churches from the water within the ring of its bouldered Kremlin walls, rusty red from the lichens which have struck root there, and the greyish-white Solovetsky seagulls hover continually over the Kremlin and screech. In all this brightness it is as if there were no sin present. It is as if nature here had not yet matured to the point of sin, is how the writer Prishvin perceived the Solovetsky Islands. And to Prishvin only the monks themselves seemed sinful in the context of Solovki. It was 1908, and in accordance with the liberal concepts of the times it was quite impossible to say an approving word about the clergy. And yet to us, who have survived the archipelago, those monks certainly seem angels, though having every opportunity of eating their bellies full, they, in the Golgotha Crucifixion Monastery, permitted themselves fish, itself a fast dish, only on the great holidays. Despite the opportunity to sleep whenever they pleased, they kept vigil nights on end, and, in that same small monastery, day-long, year-long, and in perpetuity read the Psalter around the clock, and prayed for all Orthodox Christians, living and dead. Without us, these isles rose from the sea. Without us, they acquired a couple of 100 lakes replete with fish. Without our help, they were settled by capercaillies, hares, and deer, while foxes, wolves, and other beasts of prey never ever appeared there. The glaciers came and went, the granite boulders littered the shores of the lakes. The lakes froze during the winter nights, the sea howled under the wind and was covered with an icy sludge, and in places froze. The northern lights blazed across half the sky, and it grew bright once again and warm once again, and the fir trees grew and thickened, and the birds cackled and called, and the young deer trumpeted, and the planets circled through all world history, and kingdoms fell and rose, and here there were still no beasts of prey, and no human being.
This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 1, Side 2.
The glaciers came and went, the granite boulders littered the shores of the lakes. The lakes froze during the winter nights, the sea howled under the wind and was covered with an icy sludge, and in places froze. The northern lights blazed across half the sky, And it grew bright once again, and warm once again, and the fir trees grew and thickened, and the birds cackled and called, and the young deer trumpeted, and the planets circled through all world history, and kingdoms fell and rose, and here there were still no beasts of prey, and no human being. Sometimes the men of Novgorod landed there, and they counted the islands as belonging to their Obonezhskaya Payatina. Karelians lived there too. 100 years after the Battle of Kulikovo Field, and 1,000 years before the GPU, the monks Sabati and German crossed the mother-of-pearl sea in a tiny boat, and came to look on this island without a beast of prey as sacred. The Solovetsky monastery began with them. After that, the cathedrals of the Assumption and of the Transfiguration arose. The Church of the Beheading on Sekirnaya Hill, and another score of churches, and another score of bell towers, and the smaller monasteries of Golgotha, the Trinity, Sabatyevsky, and Muxalmsky, and solitary retreats of hermits and ascetics in the remote locations. The labor of many went into the creation of all this, first of the monks themselves, and subsequently of the peasants belonging to the monastery. The lakes were joined by dozens of canals. Lake water was delivered to the monastery by wooden pipes. And the most surprising thing of all was a dike at Muxalma, 19th century, made from immovable boulders somehow set in place on the sand spits. On large and small Muxalma, fat herds began to pasture. The monks loved to tend animals, both tame and wild. The Solovetsky land turned out to be not only holy, but rich, too, capable of feeding many thousands. Specialists in the history of technology say that back in the 16th century, Philip Kolyachev, who had raised his voice against Ivan the Terrible, introduced a system of agricultural technology at Solovki that even 3 centuries later would have been respectable anywhere. In the vegetable gardens they raised plump, firm, sweet white cabbages. The stalks were called Solovetsky apples. All their vegetables were their own, and all of them were of the best quality. And they had their own greenhouses for flowers, where they even raised roses. They developed fisheries, catch from the sea and from the metropolitan's fish ponds dammed off from the sea. In the course of centuries and decades they acquired their own mills to mill their own grain, their own sawmills, their own dishware made in their own pottery works, their own foundry, their own smithy, their own bindery, their own leather shop, their own carriage shop, and even their own electric power station. Even their elaborately shaped bricks and their sea-going boats for their own use. They made all themselves. However, no development ever took place in the past, nor takes place in the present, and it isn't clear that it will ever take place in the future, without being accompanied by military thought and prison thought. Military thought. It was impermissible for some sort of feckless monks just to live on just an island. The island was on the borders of the great empire, and consequently it was required to fight with the Swedes, the Danes, the English, and consequently it was required to build a fortress with walls 8 yards thick, and to raise up 8 towers on the walls, and to make narrow embrasures in them, and to provide for a vigilant watch from the cathedral bell tower. And the monastery did have to defend itself against the English in 1808 and in 1854, and emerged unconquered. And in the conflict with the supporters of the patriarch Nikon in 1667, the monk Feoktist opened a secret entrance and betrayed the Solovetsky Kremlin to a boyar of the Tsar. Prison thought. How glorious, good stone walls standing on a separate island. What a good place to confine important criminals, and with someone already there to provide guard. We won't interfere with their saving their souls, just guard our prisoners. How much of humanity's faith was destroyed by this double duty of Christian monasteries as prisons? Had Sabati thought about that when he landed on the Holy Island? They imprisoned church heretics here, and political heretics as well. For example, Avrami Palitsin was imprisoned here. He died here. And Pushkin's uncle, P. Ganibal, for his support of the Decembrists. And the last ataman of the Zaporozhye Cossacks, Kolnyshevsky, a distant predecessor of Petliura, when he was already a very old man, was imprisoned here, and he was over 100 years old when he was released after serving a long term. The state prison in Solovki existed from 1718 on. Visiting Solovki in the 80s of the 19th century, the commander of the armies of the St. Petersburg military district, Grand Duke Vladimir Alexandrovich, found the military garrison there superfluous, and he removed all the soldiers from Solovki. In 1903, the Solovetsky prison ceased to exist. Incidentally, the ancient history of the Solovetsky monastery prison was the victim of a fashionable myth, disseminated only in Soviet times, during the period of the Soviet prison camp on Solovki, which deceived the writers of guidebooks and historical descriptions. And nowadays one can read in several books that the Solovetsky prison was a torture prison, that it had hooks for the rack, and lashes, and torture with fire. But all these were the appurtenances of interrogation prisons in the era before Empress Elizabeth, or of the Western Inquisition, and were not at all typical of Russian monastery dungeons in general, and were dreamed up here by an unscrupulous and also ignorant investigator. The old Solovetsky Island people remember him very well. It was the joker Ivanov who bore the camp nickname of the anti-religious germ. Formerly, he had been a lay brother attached to the Novgorod Archbishopric, arrested for selling church valuables to the Swedes. He got to Solovki in 1925 and hustled about to escape general work and death. He had made anti-religious propaganda among the prisoners his specialty, and of course became a collaborator of the ISCH, the Information and Investigation Section, which was named very candidly. But in addition, he excited the heads of the camp with his suggestions that many treasures had been buried here by the monks, and so they created a commission for excavations under his leadership. This commission kept on digging many months, but alas, the monks had cheated the psychological calculations of the anti-religious germ. They had buried no treasures in Solovki. At this point, to get out of the situation with honor, Ivanov went around explaining the underground workshops, storehouse, and defense installations as prison and torture facilities. The torture instruments naturally could not be preserved so many centuries, but the hooks, of course, for hanging up carcasses, were evidence that there had been a rack here. It was more difficult to provide a basis for the finding that no trace of 19th century torture had survived, so the conclusion was reached that during the past century the regime in the Solovetsky prison had been significantly relaxed. The discoveries of the anti-religious germ had come right at the most appropriate time, had in some degree reassured the disappointed administration, and were published in the Solovetsky Islands, and subsequently as a monograph in the Solovetsky printing shop, and by this means successfully muddied the waters of historical truth. This whole intrigue was judged all the more appropriate because the flourishing Solovetsky monastery had been very famous and respected in all Russia up to the time of the Revolution. But when power passed into the hands of the workers, what was to be done with these malevolent, parasitical monks? They sent commissars, socially tried and true leaders, and they proclaimed the monastery a state farm, and ordered the monks to pray less and to work harder for the benefit of the workers and peasants. The monks worked, and their herring, which was astonishing in its flavor, and which they had been able to catch because of their special knowledge of where and when to cast nets, was shipped off to Moscow to be used for the Kremlin tables. However, the abundance of valuables concentrated in the monastery, especially in the sacristy, troubled some of the leaders and overseers who had arrived there. Instead of passing into the workers' hands, that is, their own, these valuables lay there as a dead religious burden. And at that point, contradicting to a certain degree the criminal code, but corresponding in a very genuine way with the general spirit of expropriation of the property of non-workers, the monastery was set on fire on May the 25th, 1923. The buildings were damaged, and many valuables disappeared from the sacristy. And, the principal thing, all the inventory records burned up, and it was quite impossible to determine how much and exactly what had disappeared. And the anti-religious germ also referred to this fire explaining the difficulty in finding nowadays material proofs of the former prison cells and torture apparatus. But without even conducting an investigation, what is our revolutionary sense of justice, sense of smell, going to hint to us? Who, if not the black gang of monks themselves, could have been to blame for the arson of the monastery wealth? So, throw them out onto the mainland and concentrate all the northern special-purpose camps on the Solovetsky Islands. The 80-year-old and even 100-year-old monks begged on their knees to be allowed to die on the holy soil, but they were all thrown out with proletarian ruthlessness, except for the most necessary among them, the artels of fishermen. They removed the fishermen from Solovki about 1930, and from that date on, the herring catches came to an end. No one could manage to find that particular herring in the sea any more, and it was as if it had completely disappeared. The cattle specialists on Muksalma, Father Methodius, the cabbage sorter, Father Samson, the foundry specialist. Yes, and other such useful fathers as well. They were allotted a corner of the Kremlin separate from the camp, with their own exit, the herring gates. They were christened a workers' commune, but out of condescension for their total stupefaction, they were left for their prayers the Onufriev church at the cemetery. And that is how one of the favorite sayings constantly repeated by the prisoners came true. A holy place is never empty. The chimes of bells fell silent, the icon lamps and the candle stands fell dark. The liturgies and the vespers resounded no longer. Psalms were no longer chanted around the clock. The iconostases were wrecked, though they left the one in the Cathedral of the Transfiguration. But on the other hand, courageous Czechists, in overcoats with super-long flaps which reached all the way down to the heels, and particularly distinctive black Solovetsky cuffs and lapels, and black-edged service caps without stars, arrived there in June 1923 to set up a model camp, a model of severity, the pride of the workers' and peasants' republic. Whatever special purpose might mean had not yet been formulated and set forth in instructions, but they had, of course, explained this orally at the Lubyanka to the chief of the Solovetsky camp, Eichmanns, and he, on arriving at the islands himself, had explained it to his closest assistant. Nowadays you could not astonish former Zeks or even just plain people of the 60s with the story of Solovki. But just let the reader imagine to himself, if he will, a person of Chekhov's and post-Chekhov Russia, a person of the Silver Age of our culture, as they called the decade after 1910, brought up then, a bit shaken up by the Civil War, no doubt, but nonetheless accustomed to the kind of food, clothing, and mutual verbal communication customary among human beings. And then and there he enters the gates of Solovki, Kemperpunkt, the Kem transit camp.
In Finnish, this place is called Vegaraksha, that is, the habitation of witches.
This transit camp in Kem was barren, without a tree or bush, Popov Island, joined to the mainland by a dike. And the first thing he would see in that naked, dirty pen would be a quarantine company, for they organized the prisoners there in companies, they had not yet discovered the brigade, dressed in sacks, just ordinary sacks, the legs stuck out down below as if from under a skirt, and there were holes for head and arms. Impossible to imagine something like that, but what is there that our Russian ingenuity cannot overcome? This sack the newcomer would avoid as long as he had his own clothes, but before he had even managed to examine those sacks well, he would see the legendary Captain Kurilko. Kurilko, or Beloborodov, interchangeable with him, also came out to the prisoner transport column in a long Czechist overcoat with those frightening black cuffs which looked so utterly outlandish against the background of the old Russian khaki, like a herald of death. He jumped up on a barrel or some other suitable elevation, and he spoke to the new arrivals with unexpectedly strident rage. "Hey, attention! Here the Republic is not Sovietskaya, but Solovetskaya. Get this straight. No prosecutor has ever set foot on Solovetsky soil, and none ever will. Learn one thing. You have not been sent here for correction. You can't straighten out a hunchback. The system will be this. When I say stand up, you stand up. When I say lie down, you lie down. Your letters home are going to read like this. I'm alive, healthy, and satisfied with everything. Period. Struck dumb with astonishment, famous noblemen, intellectuals from the capital, priests, mullahs, and dark Central Asians listened to him and heard such things as had never before been heard or seen or read. And Kurilko, who had never made a splash during the Civil War, but who now, by this particular historical method, was writing his name in the chronicle of all Russia, got more and more worked up by each successful shout and turn of phrase, and kept formulating and spontaneously sharpening up still other new ones. And so, vainglorious and in full cry, and thinking maliciously inside himself, "You prisoners, where were you hiding when we were fighting against the Bolsheviks? You thought you could sit the whole thing out in your nooks and crannies, and now they've dragged you here? So, that's for your shitty neutrality. And I'm friends with the Bolsheviks. We are people of deeds." Kurilko would begin his exercises. "Hello, first quarantine company. That's bad. It's not loud enough. Once more. Hello, first quarantine company. That's not loud enough. You have got to shout, 'Hello,' so loud that they can hear you over there on Solovki across the bay. When 200 men shout, the walls have got to fall down. Once again, 'Hello, first quarantine company.'" Making sure that everyone was shouting at the top of his lungs and was ready to fall in his tracks, exhausted by shouting, Kurilko began his new exercise. The quarantine company was to run around a post. "Legs higher! Legs higher!" He was having hard going himself by now, like a tragedian before the final murder in the fifth act. And in the last hoarse croak of his half-hour of instruction, as a confession of the essence of Solovki, he promised those falling and those fallen, already prostrate on the ground, "I'll make you suck the snot from corpses." And that was just the first training session, intended to break the will of the newly arrived prisoners. And in the black, wooden, rotten, stinking barracks, they would be ordered to sleep on their sides, which wasn't so bad either, because that was for those prisoners whom the squad leaders would squeeze onto the bunks for a bribe, and all the rest would stand between the bunks all night, and anyone guilty of an offence would be set to stand, furthermore, between the latrine barrel and the wall. And these were the blessed years of 1923 and 1925, before the great turning point, before the personality cult, before the distortions, before the violations. And from 1927 on, there was this in addition, that Urki, thieves, would already be lying there on the bunks and snapping the lice off themselves into the midst of the standing intellectuals. While waiting for the steamship Gleb-Boki, they worked at the Chem transit camp, and some of them might be compelled to run around the post, hollering incessantly, "I'm a sponger, I don't want to work, and I get in the way of the others." The Gleb-Boki was named in honor of the chairman of the Moscow Troika of the Ogpu, a young man who never finished his studies. He was a student, he was a mining student, but passing marks just never came. This was a friendly epigram which appeared in the magazine Solovetsky Ostrova. The censor was stupid, and he didn't understand what he had passed. And an engineer who fell off the latrine barrel and spilled it on himself was not allowed in the barracks and was left outside to freeze in all his sewage. And sometimes the convoy would shout, "No laggards in the group, the convoy shoots without warning, forward march," and then, sliding the bolts of their rifles into position, "You trying to bug us?" And in the winter they would chase them out on the ice on foot, forcing them to drag the boats behind them and row across patches of water, and then, in open water, they would load them into the steamship's hold and shove so many in that before getting to Solovki, several of them would certainly die, without ever seeing the snowy white monastery inside the brown walls. In his very first Solovetsky hours, the newcomer might well experience the Solovetsky reception bath trick. He has already undressed, and the first bath attendant dips a swab into a cask of green soap and swabs the newcomer. The second one boots him somewhere down below, down an inclined board or a flight of stairs, Down there, a third bath attendant lets him, still confused, have a whole bucketful, and a fourth, right off, shoves him out into the dressing room, where his rags have already been tossed down from above, however they happen to land. In this joke one can foresee all Gulag, both its tempo and the price of a human being. And that is how the newcomer swallowed the Solovetsky spirit, a spirit still unknown in the country as a whole, but which represented the future spirit of the archipelago created at Solovki. And here, too, the newcomer would see people in sacks, and also in ordinary free clothing, new on some and tattered on others, and in the special Solovetsky short pea-jackets made from coat material. This was a privilege. This was a sign of high position. That was how the camp administrative personnel dressed, with the so-called Solovchanki caps, made from the same kind of cloth. And suddenly you would see a person walking about among the prisoners in formal tail coat, and no one was surprised, no one turned around to look at him and laugh. After all, everyone came wearing what was his own. This poor chap had been arrested in the Metropole restaurant, and so there he was, slogging out his sentence in his tailcoat. The magazine, the Solovetsky Islands, 1930, number 1, declared it was the dream of many prisoners to receive standard clothing. All values turn upside down with the years, and what was considered a privilege in the special purpose camp of the 20s to wear government-issue clothing would become an annoyance in the special camp of the 40s. There the privilege would be not to wear government-issue clothing, but to wear at least something of one's own, even just a cap. The reason here was not economic only, but it was a cry of the whole epoch. One decade saw as its ideal how to join in the common lot, and the other how to get away from it. Only the children's colony was completely dressed, and the women, for example, were given neither underwear nor stockings, nor even kerchiefs to cover their heads. They had grabbed the old biddy in a summer dress. She just had to go on wearing it the whole Arctic winter. Because of this, many prisoners remained in their company quarters in nothing but their underwear, and no one chased them out to work. Government-issue clothing was so precious that no one on Solovki found the following scene either astonishing or weird. In the middle of winter, a prisoner undressed and took his shoes off near the Kremlin, then carefully handed in his uniform and ran naked for 200 yards to another group of people, where he was given clothes to put on. This meant that he was being transferred from the Kremlin administration to the administration of the Filimonovo branch railroad. They had dragged the railroad from Staraya Russa to Novgorod all the way over here. But if he had been transferred wearing clothes, those taking him over might not have returned the clothes or have cheated by switching them. And here is another winter scene, the same customs, though the reason is different. The medical section infirmary is found to be infectious, and orders are issued to scald it down and wash it out with boiling water. But where are the sick prisoners to be put in the meanwhile? All the Kremlin accommodations are overcrowded. The density of the population of the Solovetsky archipelago is greater than that of Belgium. So what must it be like in the Solovetsky Kremlin? And therefore all the sick prisoners are carried out on blankets and laid out on the snow for 3 hours. When they have washed out the infirmary, they haul the patients in again. We have not forgotten, I hope, that our newcomer is a child of the Silver Age. He knows nothing of the Second World War or of Buchenwald. What he sees is this: the squad leaders in khaki pea jackets, stiffly erect, greet one another and the company leaders with salutes, and then they drive their workers out with long clubs, with staves, and there is even a special verb which everyone understands, meaning to stave. He sees that sledges and carts are drawn not by horses, but by men, several harnessed into one rig. And there is also another word, vridlo, an acronym meaning a temporary replacement for a horse. And from other Solovetsky inhabitants he learns things more awful than his eyes perceive. People pronounce the fatal word Serkirka to him. This means Sekirnaya Hill. Punishment cells were set up in the 2-story cathedral there, and here is how they kept prisoners in the punishment cells. Poles the thickness of an arm were set from wall to wall, and prisoners were ordered to sit on these poles all day. At night they lay on the floor, one on top of another, because it was overcrowded. The height of the poles was set so that one's feet could not reach the ground, and it was not so easy to keep balance. In fact, the prisoner spent the entire day just trying to maintain his perch. If he fell, the jailers jumped in and beat him, or else they took him outside to a flight of stairs consisting of 365 steep steps from the cathedral to the lake, just as the monks had built it. They tied the person lengthwise to a balan, a beam, for the added weight, and rolled him down, and there wasn't even one landing, and the steps were so steep that the log with the human being on it would go all the way down without stopping. Well, after all, for Poles, you didn't have to go to Sekirka. They were right there in the Kremlin punishment block, which was always overcrowded. Or they might put the prisoners on a sharp-edged boulder on which one could not stay long either. Or, in summer, on the stump, which meant naked among the mosquitoes. But in that event one had to keep an eye on the culprit, whereas if he was bound naked to a tree, the mosquitoes would look after things themselves. And then they could put whole companies out in the snow for disobedience, or they might drive a person into the marsh muck up to his neck and keep him there. And then there was another way, to hitch up a horse in empty shafts and fasten the culprit's legs to the shafts. Then the guard mounted the horse and kept on driving the horse through a forest cut until the groans and the cries from behind simply came to an end. Before even beginning his life on Solovki, the novice was oppressed in his spirit simply by the fact of his endless 3-year term. But the contemporary reader would be much too hasty if he concluded that this was an open and above-board system of destruction, of death camps. Oh no, we are not so simple. In that first experimental camp, as in others afterward, and in the most comprehensive of them all, we never act openly. It is all mixed up, layer upon layer, and that is why it is so long-lasting and so successful. All of a sudden, through the Kremlin gates rode some daredevil astride a goat. He bore himself with importance, and no one laughed at him. Who was it, and why was he on a goat? This was Degtyaryov. In the past, he had been a cowboy, not to be confused with the free Degtyaryov, the chief of troops of the Solovetsky Archipelago. He had asked for a horse, but there were few horses on Solovki, so they gave him a goat. What had he done to deserve the honor? Because he had been a cowboy? No, not at all, because he was the manager of the dendrological nursery. He grew exotic trees, here, on Solovki. And so it was that from this horseman on a goat there arose a Solovetsky fantasy. Why should there be exotic trees on Solovki, where even the simple and reasonable vegetable economy of the monks had been destroyed, and where the vegetables were running out? Well, they were there because exotic trees at the Arctic Circle meant that Solovki, like the entire Soviet Republic, was remaking the world and building a new life. But where did the seeds and the funds come from? That's exactly the point. There was money for seeds for the dendrological nursery. There just wasn't any money for feeding the logging crews, where food was provided not according to norms, but according to available funds. And as for archaeological excavations, yes, we have a commission for excavations. It is important for us to know our past. In front of the camp administration building was a flower bed. In it was outlined a friendly elephant, the acronym for Solovetsky Special Purpose Camp being SLON, elephant. On the blanket on the elephant's back was the letter U, standing for administration. And that very same rebus was on the Solovetsky coupons, which circulated as the currency of this northern state. What a pleasant, cozy little masquerade. So it would seem that everything was really very nice here, that practical joker Kurilka had only been trying to throw a scare into us for nothing. And then, too, the camp had its own magazine, also called Slon. The first numbers came out in 1924, typed, and from issue number 9 on it was printed in the monastery printing shop. From 1925 on, the Solovetsky Islands had been published in 200 copies, and had its own supplement, the newspaper Novye Solovki, New Solovki. We shall break with our accursed monastery past. And from 1926 on, subscriptions were accepted from the entire Soviet Union, and the run was a large one, and it was a big success. And almost immediately it was broken off. the regime showed it was not in such a joking mood. In 1929, after the big events on Solovki and a general turn in all camps in the direction of re-education, the magazine was started up once again and appeared until 1932. Censorship of the magazine was evidently superficial. The prisoners, according to Globokovsky, wrote joking verses about the GPU Troika, and they were passed. And then they were sung from the stage of the Solovetsky Theatre, right in front of Troika chairman Gleb Boki himself. They promised us gifts, a bag full, Boki, Feldman, Vasilyev, and Vull. And this bigwig liked it. Well, after all, it was flattering. You hadn't even finished school, and here you were, going down in history. Then the chorus. All those who rewarded us with Solovki we do invite. Come take your leisure. Sit here with us for 3 or 5. You'll always remember them with pleasure. They roared. They liked it. Who was there to figure out that this was a prophecy? And impudent Shevchinsky, the son of a general who had been shot, then hung a slogan over the entrance gates. Solovki, for the workers and peasants. And this, too, was a prophecy after all, but it didn't go over well. They figured this one out, and they took it down. The actors of the dramatics troupe wore costumes made out of church vestments. They presented The Rails Hum. There were affected fox-trotting couples on the stage, the dying West, and a victorious red forge painted on the backdrop, us. It was a fantastic world. No, that scoundrel Kurilko had just been joking. And then there was also the Solovetsky Society for Local Law, which published reports and researches, for instance, about the unique 16th century architecture or the Solovetsky fauna, and they wrote in such detail and with such scholarly devotion, with such a gentle love for their subject, that it really seemed as if these idle, eccentric scholars had come to the island because of their passion for knowledge, not as prisoners who had already passed through the Lubyanka and who were trembling lest they end up on Sekernaya Hill, or out under mosquitoes, or fastened to the empty shaft behind a horse. Yes, the very Solovetsky beasts and birds, in keeping with the spirit of the students of local law, had not yet died out, had not been shot or expelled, were not even frightened. Even as late as 1928, a whole trusting brood of hares would come right up to the very edge of the road and watch with curiosity the prisoners being led off to Anzer. How had it happened that the hares had not been exterminated? They would explain it to the newcomer this way. The little beasts and birds are not afraid here because there is a GPU order in effect, save ammunition. Not a single shot is to be fired except at a prisoner. So all the scares were just a joke. But a shout comes in broad daylight in the Kremlin yard, where prisoners are crowded as thick as on Nevsky Prospect. Make way! Make way! And 3 foppish young men with the faces of junkies. The lead man drives back the crowd of prisoners not with a club, but with a riding crop, drag along swiftly by the shoulders a prisoner with limp arms and legs, dressed only in his underwear. His face is horrible, flowing like liquid. They drag him off beneath the bell tower. They squeeze him through that little door and shoot him in the back of the head. Steep stairs lead down inside, and he tumbles down them, and they can pile up as many as 7 or 8 men in there, and then send men to drag out the corpses, and detail women, mothers and wives of men who have emigrated to Constantinople, and religious believers who refuse to recant their faith and to allow their children to be torn from it, to wash down the steps. And right now, there on the stones over which they dragged them, in that part of the courtyard secluded from the Solovetsky wind, cheerful tourists who have come to see the notorious islands sock a volleyball hours at a time. They do not know. Well, and if they did know, they would go on socking anyway. But why like this? Couldn't they have done it at night, quietly? But why do it quietly? In that case, a bullet would be wasted. In the daytime crowd, the bullet had an educational function. It, so to speak, struck down 10 with one shot. They shot them in a different way, too, right at the Onufriev Cemetery, behind the women's barracks, the former guest house for women pilgrims. And in fact that road past the women's barracks was christened Execution Road. In winter one could see a man being led barefoot along it in only his underwear, through the snow. No, it was not for torture, it was just so his footgear and clothes should not go to waste. His hands bound behind his back with wire, a Solovetsky method which strangely was repeated with corpses at Katyn Forest. Someone remembered, a matter perhaps of tradition, or was it personal experience? And the condemned man would bear himself proudly and erectly, and with his lips alone, without the help of his hands, smoke the last cigarette of his life. This was how you recognized an officer. After all, these were men who had gone through 7 years on different fronts. There was an 18-year-old youth, the son of the historian V.A. Potto, who, when he was asked his profession by a worker signer, replied with a shrug of the shoulders, machine gunner. Because of his youth in the heat of the Civil War, he had never managed to acquire any other. A fantastic world, and that's the way it is sometimes. Much in history repeats itself, but there also exist completely unique combinations, brief in duration and limited in place. One such example was our new economic policy, the NEP, and another was early Solovki. There weren't many Chekists there at all. Yes, and those who were may well have been in semi-punishment status. No more than 20 to 40 people held sway over thousands, many thousands. At the very beginning they hadn't expected so many, but Moscow kept sending and sending and sending. In the first half-year, by December 1923, there were already 2,000 prisoners gathered there. And in 1928, in the 13th Company alone, the General Work Company, the last in formation on count-off would announce, the 376th, 10 in the unit. And what that added up to was 3,760 men, and the 12th Company was just as large, and the 17th, which dug mass graves in the cemetery, was even bigger. And in addition to the Kremlin companies, there were already others in Komandirovki, temporary work parties, Savatyevo, Filomonovo, Mukshalma, Trinity, and Zaychiki, the Zayatsky Island. By 1928, there were altogether about 60,000. And how many among them were machine gunners, veteran soldiers with long service records? And in 1926, the inveterate, habitual criminal element of all sorts began to flood in. And how were they all to be kept in check, kept from rebelling? Only by terror, only with Sekirnaya Hill, with poles, with mosquitoes, by being dragged through stumps, by daytime executions. Moscow kept pushing out prisoner transports without taking into consideration local forces, but neither did Moscow set limitations on its Chekists by hypocritical rules. Everything done to maintain order was a fait accompli, and it was really true that no prosecutor would set foot on Solovetsky soil. And the second method was a gauze veil with a fringe, the era of equality, and new Solovki. Self-guarding by the prisoners, self-supervision, self-verification, company commanders, platoon commanders, squad leaders, all from among the prisoners themselves, and their own amateur stage shows, and their own self-amusement. And beneath this terror and this fringe, what kind of people were there? Who? Genuine aristocrats, career military men, philosophers, scholars, painters, actors, lyceum graduates. Here are a few of the Solovki veterans whose names have been preserved in the memoirs of those who survived. Shirinskaya Shakhmatova, Sheremeteva, Shakovskaya, Fitstum, I.S. Delvig, Bagratuni, Asotsiani Erisov, Gosheron de la Force, Sivers, G.M. Osorgin, Klot, N.N. Bakhrushin, Aksakov, Komarovsky, P.M. Voyekov, Vadbolsky, Vonyelyatsky, V. Levashov, O.V. Volkov, V. Lodzino-Lozinsky, D. Gudovich, Tauber, V.S. Muromtsev, former cadet leader Nekrazov, was it he? The financier, Professor Odzerov, the jurist, Professor A.B. Borodin, the psychologist, Professor A.P. Shukhanov, the philosophers, Professor A.A. Mayer Professor S.A. Askoldov, Y.N. Danzaz, the Theosophist Mayobus, the historians N.P. Ansiferov, M.D. Preselkov, G.O. Gordon, A.I. Zeodzersky, P.G. Vasiyenko, the literary scholars D.F. Likachev and Zeitlin, the linguist I.Y. Anichkov, the Orientalist N.V. Pigulevskaya, the ornithologist G. Polyakov, the artists Bradz and P.F. Smotritsky, the actors I.D. Kalugin of the Alexandrinka, B. Globakovsky, B.Y. Korolenko, a nephew. In the 30s, near the end of Solovki, Father Pavel A. Florensky was also there. Because of their upbringing, their traditions, they were too proud to show depression or fear, to whine and complain about their fate, even to friends. It was a sign of good manners to take everything with a smile, even while being marched out to be shot. Just as if all this Arctic prison in a roaring sea were simply a minor misunderstanding at a picnic, to joke, to make fun of the jailers. So there was an elephant on the money and in the flower bed. So there was a goat in place of a horse. And if the 7th Company was made up of actors, then its company leader had to be Kunst. And if there was a person named Berry Yagoda, then he, of course, had to be the chief of the berry dryer. And that is how those jokes came about which got past the ignoramus censors of the magazine. And those songs, Georgy Mikhailovich Osorgin used to walk around and mock, "Comment vous portez-vous on this island? A lager comme a lager." And these jokes, this stressed and emphasized independence of the aristocratic spirit, these, more than anything else, irritated the half-beast Solovetsky jailers. One time Osorgin was scheduled to be shot, and that very day his young wife, and he himself was not yet 40, disembarked on the wharf there. And Osorgin begged the jailers not to spoil his wife's visit for her. He promised that he would not let her stay more than 3 days, and that they could shoot him as soon as she left. And here is the kind of self-control this meant, the sort of thing we have forgotten because of the anathema we have heaped upon the aristocracy, we who whine at every petty misfortune and every petty pain. For 3 days he never left his wife's side, and he had to keep her from guessing the situation. He must not hint at it, even in one single phrase. He must not allow his spirits to quaver. He must not allow his eyes to darken. Just once, his wife is alive, and she remembers it now, when they were walking along the Holy Lake, she turned and saw that her husband had clutched his head in torment. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he answered instantly. She could have stayed still longer, but he begged her to leave. As the steamer pulled away from the wharf, he was already undressing to be shot. But still someone did give them those 3 days. Those 3 Osorgin days, like other cases, show how far the Solovetsky regime was from having donned the armor of a system. The impression is left that the air of Solovki strangely mingled extreme cruelty with an almost benign incomprehension of where all this was leading, which Solovetsky characteristics were becoming the embryo of the great archipelago, and which were destined to dry up and wither in the bud. After all, the Solovetsky Islands people did not yet, generally speaking, firmly believe that the ovens of the Arctic Auschwitz had been lit right there, and that its crematory furnaces had been thrown open to all who were ever brought there.
This book is continued on Cassette 2, The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1.
After all, the Solovetsky Islands people did not yet, generally speaking, firmly believe that the ovens of the Arctic Auschwitz had been lit right there, and that its crematory furnaces had been thrown open to all who were ever brought there. But, after all, that is exactly how it was. People there were also misled by the fact that all their prison terms were exceedingly short. It was rare that anyone had a 10-year term, and even 5 was not found very often, and most of them were 3, just 3. And this whole cat-and-mouse trick of the law was still not understood. to pin down and let go, and pin down again and let go again, and that patriarchal failure to understand where everything was heading could not have failed entirely to influence the guards from among the prisoners also, and perhaps in a minor way the prison keepers themselves. No matter how clear-cut the declarations of the class teaching, openly displayed and proclaimed everywhere, that the sole fate the enemy deserves is annihilation, still it was impossible to picture to oneself the annihilation of each concrete two-legged individual possessing hair, eyes, a mouth, a neck, and shoulders. One could actually believe that classes were being destroyed, but the people who constituted these classes should be left, shouldn't they? The eyes of Russians who had been brought up in other generous and vague concepts, like eyes seeing through badly prescribed eyeglasses, could in no wise read with exactitude the phrases of the cruel teaching. Not long before, apparently, there had been months and years of openly proclaimed terror. Yet it was still impossible to believe. Here, too, on the first islands of the archipelago, was felt the instability of those checkered years of the middle 20s, when things were but poorly understood in the country as a whole. Was everything already prohibited, or, on the contrary, were things only now beginning to be allowed? Age-old Russia still believed so strongly in rapturous phrases, and there were only a few prophets of gloom who had already figured things out, and who knew when and how all this would be smashed into smithereens. The cupola had been damaged by fire, but the masonry was eternal. The land cultivated on the very edge of the earth had now been laid waste. The color of the restless sea was changeable, the lakes still, the animals trusting, the people merciless, and the albatrosses flew to the Bay of Biscay to spend the winter with all the secrets of the first island of the archipelago. But they would not tell their secrets on the carefree beaches, but they would tell no one in Europe. A fantastic world, and one of the main short-lived fantasies was this. Camp life was run by white guards, so Kurilko was not a chance phenomenon. Here is how it worked. In the whole Kremlin, the only free Chekist was the camp duty officer. Guarding the gates, there were no watchtowers, and patrolling the islands and catching escapees were up to the guard. Other than free people, they recruited into the guard ordinary murderers, counterfeiters, and other habitual criminals, but not the thieves. But who was there to take charge of the whole internal organization? Who was to run the administrative section? And who were to be the company and squad commanders? Not certainly the priests, nor the sectarian prisoners, nor the NEP men, nor the scholars, nor the students. There were no few students there, too, but a student's cap on the head of a Solovetsky prisoner was considered a challenge, an impudence, a black mark, and an application to get shot. It was former military men who could do this best. And what military people were there, other than the white officers? And thus, without any special deal, and hardly as the result of any well-thought-out plan, the Solovetsky cooperation of the Chekists and the White Guards began. Where were the principles of either? It is surprising, astonishing, only to someone used to social analysis on a class basis and unable to see differently. But to such an analyst, everything in the whole world is bound to be astonishing, because the world and human beings never fit into his previously set grooves. And the Solovetsky prison keepers would have taken the devil himself into their service, given that they had not been given red personnel. It had been decreed the prisoners should supervise themselves, in other words, oppress themselves. And who was there to whom this could better have been entrusted? And as for the eternal officers, the military breed, how could they forego taking into their own hands at least the organization of camp life, camp oppression? Just how could they stand aside submissively, watching someone else take charge incapably and mess everything up? We have already discussed earlier in this book the subject of what shoulder boards do to the human heart. And just bide your time. The day will come when the red commanding officers will be arrested too, and how they will fight for jobs in the camp guards, how they will long to get hold of a turnkey's rifle just so as to be trusted again. I have already said that if Malyuta Skuratov had just summoned us... Well, and the White Guards must have felt much the same. All right, we're lost anyway, and everything is lost, so what difference does it make? Why not? Then, too, the worse the better. We'll help you make a hellhole out of Solovki, of a kind that never ever existed in our Russia, and your reputation will be all the worse. And then, all the rest of our boys agreed, so what am I supposed to do? Sit in the warehouse as a bookkeeper, like a priest? Nonetheless, the most fantastic Solovetsky story was not just that alone, but the fact that, having taken over the administrative section, the White Guard began to put up a fight against the Chekists. It's your camp on the outside, so to say, and ours on the inside. And it was the business of the administrative section to decide who worked where and who would be sent where. We don't meddle outside, so don't you meddle inside. Not very likely, that, for after all, the Information and Investigation Section, the ISCH, had to have the whole inside of the camp speckled with its stoolies. This was the primary and the dreaded power in camp, the ISCH. And the security officers were also recruited from among the prisoners, the crowning glory of prisoner self-supervision. And that was what the White Guard Administrative Section, the ACH, took upon itself to do battle with.
All the other sections, the cultural and educational section and the medical section, which would have such great significance in future camps, were both frail and pitiful here.
And the economic section, headed by N. Frenkel, was also merely vegetating. It engaged in trade with the outside world and ran the non-existent industry. The paths of its future grandeur had not yet been plotted. So it was the two powers, the ISCH and the ACH, that fought it out. It began right at the Chem transit camp. The newly arrived poet A. Yaroslavsky approached the squad commander and whispered something in his ear. The squad commander bellowed out his words with military precision. "You were secret, so now you're public." The ISCH had its sekerka, its punishment blocks, its denunciations, its personal case files on the prisoners, and had control of liberating prisoners ahead of time and executions. It also was in charge of censoring letters and parcels. And the ACH controlled work parties, reassignment from island to island, and prisoner transports. The ACH exposed the ISCH stoolies in order to send them off on prisoner transports. The stoolies were pursued and fled and hid in ISCH headquarters, but they were pursued even there, and the ISCH rooms were broken into and the stoolies dragged out and hauled off to prisoner transports. It is interesting that the dawn of the archipelago thus began with the very same phenomenon to which the later special camps returned, with a blow struck at the stoolies. They were dispatched to Kondrostrov, to logging camps, and there the fantastic story went right on. In Kondrostrov, the exposed and ruined stoolies published a war newspaper entitled Stukhach Stuli, and in it, with sad humor, they further exposed in each other such sins as being over-pampered and the like. At this point, the heads of ISCH brought charges against the eager beavers of the ACH, lengthened their terms, and sent them to Sekirka. But the ISCH defense was complicated by the fact that an exposed informer, in the interpretation of those years, was considered a criminal. Article 121 of the Criminal Code. Disclosure by an official personage of information not to be disclosed. Quite independently of whether disclosure took place intentionally or not, and in what degree the individual was actually an official personage. Consequently, exposed informers could not be defended and saved by the ISCH. Once caught, they had only themselves to blame. Kondrostrov was almost legitimized. The height of the hostilities between the ISCH and the ACH came in 1927, when the White Guards broke into the ISCH, cracked the safe, seized and published the complete lists of stoolies, who thereby became hopeless criminals. After that, however, the ACH steadily declined. There were ever fewer former officers, and the percentage of criminals continually rose. For example, the Chubarovtsi, as a result of the notorious Leningrad thugs trial. And gradually the administrative section was subdued. Yes, and then in the 30s a new camp era began, when Solovki even ceased to be Solovki, and became a mere run-of-the-mill corrective labor camp. And the black star of the ideologist of that new era, Naftali Frenkel, rose in the heavens while his formula became the supreme law of the archipelago. We have to squeeze everything out of a prisoner in the first 3 months. After that, we don't need him anymore. But where are Savati and German and Zosima? Who was it who thought of living below the Arctic Circle, where cattle can't be bred, and fish can't be caught, and bread grains and vegetables don't grow? Oh, you experts at ruining flourishing lands, so soon, in 1 year or two, to reduce the model agricultural enterprise of the monks to total and irreversible decline. How was it done? Did they plunder it and send away the plunder, or did they destroy it all right there on the spot? And to be incapable of extracting anything from the good earth while possessing thousands of unoccupied hands? Only the free people there had milk, sour cream, and fresh meat, yes, and the excellent cabbage of Father Methodius. And for prisoners there was rotten cod, salted or dried, a thin gruel with pearl barley or millet grits, and without potatoes. And there was never either cabbage soup or borscht.
And as a result there was scurvy, and even the office workers' companies all had boils. And as for those on general work, their situation can be imagined.
Prisoner transports returned on all fours from distant work parties. They actually crawled from the wharf on hands and knees. The prisoners were allowed to use up 9 rubles a month out of money orders from home, and there was a prison commissary in the chapel of German. And 1 parcel a month could be received, which was opened and inspected in the ISCH, and if you didn't bribe them, they would announce that much of what had been sent you was prohibited. Grits, for example. In the Nikolskaya Church and in the Uspensky Cathedral the bunks rose, 4 tiers high, nor was the 13th Company any less crowded in the block attached to the Preobrazhensky Cathedral. Imagine the crowded mass of prisoners at that entrance. 3,500 stampeding back to quarters on returning from work. It took an hour's wait in line to get hot water at the boilers. On Saturdays, the evening roll calls dragged out till very, very late at night, like the former religious services. They were very particular about hygiene, of course. Prisoners were forced to have heads clipped and beards shaved off. Also, all priests, one after another. In addition, they cut all the flaps off long clothing, particularly cassocks, of course. But they were a principal point of infection. The Chekists had greatcoats which reached right down to the ground. True, in the winter the ill and the aged, sitting there in underwear and sacks, could not make it to the baths from their company bunks. They were done in by the lice. They hid the corpses under the bunks so as to get the extra rations, even though that was not very advantageous for the living. The lice crawled from the cold corpses onto the warm, living survivors. In the Kremlin there was a bad medical section with a bad hospital, and in the remoter parts of Solovki there was no medicine at all. The sole exception was the Golgotha Crucifixion Monastery on Anzer, a penalty work party where they cured patients by murdering them. There, in the Golgotha Church, prisoners lay dying from lack of food and from cruelty, enfeebled priests next to syphilitics, and aged invalids next to young thieves. At the request of the dying, and in order to ease his own problem, the Golgotha doctor gave terminal cases strychnine. And in the winter, the bearded corpses in their underwear were kept in the church for a long time. Then they were put in the vestibule, stacked standing up, since that way they took up less space. And when they carried them out, they gave them a shove and let them roll on down Golgotha Hill. This is an unusual name for a church and monastery, not encountered anywhere else. According to legend, a manuscript of the 18th century in the State Public Library, Solovetsky Patarik, The Lives of the Solovetsky Fathers, on June the 18th, 1712, the monk-priest Job, during an all-night prayer vigil at the foot of this hill, saw a vision of the Mother of God in all the glory of heaven. And she said to him, This hill from henceforth shall be called Golgotha, and on it shall be built a church and a monastery of the crucifixion, and it will be whitened by the sufferings of countless multitudes. That is what they named it, and they built it there, but for more than 200 years the prophecy was an empty one, and it did not seem likely that it would ever come true. But after the Solovetsky camp, one could no longer say this. At one time, in 1928, a typhus epidemic broke out in Kem, and 60% of those there died, but the typhus crossed to Bolshoi Solovetsky Island as well, and hundreds of typhus patients lay about in the unheated theatrical hall, all at the same time. And hundreds likewise left there for the cemetery. So as not to confuse the count, the worker signers wrote the last name of every prisoner on his wrist, and some of those who recovered switched terms with shorter-term cadavers by rewriting the corpses' names on their own hands. And when many thousands of the Central Asian Basmachi rebels were herded here in 1929, they brought with them an epidemic characterized by black spots on the body, and all who fell ill with it died. It could not, of course, be the plague or smallpox, as Solovki people imagined it was, because those two diseases had already been totally wiped out in the Soviet Republic. And so they called the illness Asiatic typhus. They didn't know how to cure it, and here is how they got rid of it. If one prisoner in a cell caught it, they just locked the cell and let no one out, and passed them food only through the door, till they all died. What a scientific discovery it would be for us to establish that in Solovki the archipelago had not yet arrived at an understanding of itself, that the child had not yet guessed its own character, and then to observe how this character gradually manifested itself. Alas, it didn't work out that way. Even though there was no one to learn from, even though there was no one from whom to take an example, and even though it would seem that there was no hereditary element, nonetheless the archipelago swiftly discovered and manifested its future character. So much future experience had already been discovered at Solovki. The phrase, to extricate from general work, had already come into existence. All slept on board bunks, but there were nevertheless some who had individual cots. There were whole companies in the church, but some prisoners were crowded 20 to a room, and there were other rooms with only 4 or 5. There were already some who knew their rights to inspect the women's prisoner transports and pick out a woman. There were only 150 to 200 women for thousands of men, but later on there were more. A struggle for the soft, cushy spots through bootlicking and betrayal was already going on. They had already removed all the kontriki, counter-revolutionaries, from office positions, to which they were then restored because the habitual criminals only messed everything up. The camp air was already thick with continual ominous rumors. The supreme law of conduct had already become, trust no one, and this squeezed and froze out the spiritual grace of the Silver Age. The free persons, too, had begun to enter into the sweetness of camp life and to taste its joys. Free families received the right to have the free services of cooks from the camp. They could always demand the services of woodcutters, laundresses, seamstresses, and barbers. Eichmanns built himself an Arctic villa. Potemkin, too, a former sergeant-major of the Dragoons, subsequently a communist, a Chekist, and then the chief of Kem Transit Camp, lived lavishly. He opened a restaurant in Kem. His orchestra was recruited from conservatory musicians. His waitresses wore silk dresses. Gulag comrades who arrived from Rash and Moscow could feast and frolic in luxury here at the beginning of the 30s. They were served at table by Princess Shakhovskaya, and their check was only a formality, amounting to something like 30 kopecks, the rest being at the camp's expense. Yes, and the Solovetsky Kremlin, this was not the whole Solovki. It was the most privileged place in camp. The real Solovki was not even in the monasteries, where, after the socialists were sent away, work parties were established. The real Solovki was in the logging operations at the remote work sites. But it is precisely those distant backwoods that are most difficult to learn about nowadays, because those people did not survive. It is known that even at that time they did not allow the workers to dry themselves out in the autumn, that in winter they did not provide them with clothes or footgear in the deep snow, and that the length of the work-day was determined by the work norm, The work-day was completed when the work norm had been executed, and if it wasn't, there was no return to shelter until it was. And at that time, too, they discovered the device of new work parties which consisted of sending several hundred people to totally unprepared, uninhabited places. But it would seem that in the first years of Solovki, both slave-driving the workers and allotting back-breaking work norms took the form of periodic outbursts, transitory anger. They had not become a vice-like system. The economy of the whole country was not based on them, and the 5-year plans had not been instituted. In the first years of SLON, there was evidently no firm external economic plan. Yes, and for that matter, there was no very careful calculation of how many man-days went into work for the camp as a whole. This was why they could suddenly switch with such frivolity from meaningful productive work to punishment, pouring water from one ice hole into another, dragging logs from one place to another and back. There was cruelty in this, yes, but there was also a patriarchal attitude. When slave-driving became a thought-out system, pouring water over a prisoner in sub-zero temperatures, or putting the prisoner out on a stump to be devoured by mosquitoes, had turned into a superfluity and a useless expenditure of the executioner's energy. There is an official figure, up to 1929 in the RSFSR, the Russian Republic of the Soviet Union, only 34 to 41% of all prisoners were engaged in work. And how could it have been any different in view of the fact that there was unemployment in the country at the time? It is not clear whether work at servicing and maintaining the camp itself was included in this, or whether it was only external work. At any rate, work at servicing and maintaining the camp itself would not have been enough to occupy all the remaining 60 to 65% of the camp prisoners. This proportion found its expression at Solovki as well. Clearly, throughout the 20s, there were no few prisoners without permanent work, partly because of the lack of anything to wear outdoors, or else performing purely formal duties. That first year of the first 5-year plan, which shook up the entire country, shook up Solovki as well. The new chief of SLON, appointed in 1930, Nogtev, the same chief of the Savatyevsky monastery who had shot down the socialists, reported, to the accompaniment of a whisper of astonishment in an astounded hall, to the free inhabitants of the city of Kem, these figures. Not counting its logging operations for its own use, which had grown at quite exceptional tempos, USLON had filled external orders alone for the Railroad Timber Trust and the Karelian Timber Trust. In 1926, 63,000 rubles. In 1929, 2,355,000 rubles, 37 times greater. And in 1930, the total had jumped another 3 times. Road construction for the Karelian Murmansk region had been carried out in 1926 in the amount of 105,000 rubles, and in 1930, 6 million, increased by 57 times. And that is how the once remote Solovki, where they didn't know how to make full use of the prisoners, came to an end. The miracle worker work rushed in to assist. Solovki was created via Kem Transit Camp, and via Kem Transit Camp Solovki, in its maturity, began, at the end of the 20s, to spread back to the mainland. And the worst thing that could now befall a prisoner was to be sent out on these work parties on the mainland. Previously, the sole mainland points belonging to Solovki were Soroka and Sumsky Posad, coastal appurtenances of the monasteries. But now the advancing SLON forgot its monastery boundaries. From Kem, through the swamps to the west, to Ukhta, the prisoners began to build a dirt road, which had at one time been considered almost impossible to build. In the summer they drowned, and in the winter they froze. The Solovki prisoners feared this road to the point of panic, and for a long time the threat echoed and re-echoed over the Kremlin courtyard. "What? You're asking for Ukhta?" The second similar road was from Medvezhegorsk to Palandovsky. On its route, the Chekist Gazhidze ordered explosives set into a cliff, and then sent KRs up on the cliff and through his binoculars watched them being blown up. They say that in December 1928 on Krasnaya Gorka in Karelia, the prisoners were left to spend the night in the woods as punishment for failure to fulfill the assigned norm of work, and 150 men froze to death there. This was a standard Solovetsky trick. Hard to doubt the story. There is somewhat greater difficulty in believing another story, that in February 1929, on the Kem-Ukhtar road near the tiny settlement of Kut, a company consisting of approximately 100 prisoners was driven into the bonfire for failure to fulfill the work norm, and burned alive. I was told this story by one solitary person only, who had been close by, Professor D.P. Kalistov, an old Solovki veteran, who died recently, but I was never able to collect any corroborative testimony. And maybe no one ever will collect any, and there is also much else about which no one is ever going to collect testimony, even one single solitary report. But after all, why shouldn't people who freeze other people to death and who blow them up in an explosion burn them alive, because the technology involved was no more complex? Let those who prefer to put their faith in the printed word rather than in living people read about the road building by this very same USLON and by the very same ZEX in the very same year, except that the area was the Kola Peninsula. With great difficulty we built the dirt road along the valley of the Belaya River, along the shore of Lake Budyarov to Kukisvumchor, near the present Apatiti, for a distance of 17 miles, paving a swamp. And what would you think it was paved with? The answer fairly leaps to the tip of the tongue, doesn't it? But it can't be set down on paper. With logs and sand embankments levelling the capricious configuration of the crumbling slopes of the stony mountains. And then USLON built a railroad there in addition. 7 miles in a single winter month. And why in 1 month? And why couldn't it have been postponed till summer? The task seemed insuperable, 400,000 cubic yards of excavations. North of the Arctic Circle, in the middle of winter, and they called it earth. It was harder than any granite. Performed solely by hand, with pick, crowbar, and spade. And did they at least have mittens? The work was delayed by the need for a multitude of bridges. Work went on for 24 hours a day in 3 shifts, and the Arctic night was sliced by the light of incandescent kerosene lanterns as clearings were cut through the pine woods and stumps were dug out in the midst of snowstorms which covered the roadbed deeper than the height of a man. Now go back and read that over, then close your eyes and picture the scene. You are a helpless city dweller, a person who sighs and pines like a character in Chekhov. And there you are in that icy hell. Or you are a Turkmenian in your embroidered skullcap, your Tiobetaika, out there in the night blizzard, digging out stumps. This was in those best and brightest 20s, before any personality cult, when the white, yellow, black, and brown races of the earth looked upon our country as the torch-bearer of freedom. Oh, Bertrand Russell, oh, Hewlett Johnson, where, oh, where was your flaming conscience at that time? This was during those self-same years when they used to sing amusing ditties about Solovki from the nation's vaudeville stages. And so, imperceptibly, via work parties, the former concept of the special purpose camp, totally isolated on its islands, dissolved, and the archipelago, born and come to maturity on Solovki, began its malignant advance through the nation. A problem arose. The territory of this country had to be spread out in front of the archipelago, but without allowing the archipelago to conquer it, to distract it, to take it over, or assimilate it to itself. Every little island and every little hillock of the archipelago had to be encircled by a hostile, stormy Soviet seascape. It was permissible for the two worlds to interlock in separate strata, but not to intermingle. And this Nogtev report, which evoked a whisper of astonishment, was after all articulated so as to initiate a resolution by the workers of Chem, which would then appear in the newspapers and be posted in the villages. The intensifying class struggle inside the USSR, and the danger of war which is increasing as never before. In our country things are always increasing or intensifying as never before. They never ever get weaker. require of the organs of the OGPU and USLON even greater solidarity with the workers, vigilance. By organization of public opinion, a struggle is to be waged against free persons rubbing elbows with prisoners, against concealment of escapees, against purchase of stolen and government property from prisoners, and against all kinds of malicious rumors which are being disseminated by class enemies about USLON. And just what were those malicious rumors? That people were imprisoned in camp and without cause. And one more point. It is the duty of every person to inform. Disgusting free people. They were making friends with Zeks. They were concealing escapees. This was a terrible danger. If an end was not put to it, there would be no archipelago, and the country would be a goner, and the revolution would be a goner. And therefore, to combat malicious rumors, honest progressive rumors were spread, that the camps were populated by murderers and rapists, that every escapee was a dangerous bandit. Lock your doors, be frightened, save your children, catch them, turn them in, help the work of the OGPU, and if you knew of someone who did not help thus, inform. Now, with the spread of the archipelago, escapes multiplied. There was the hopelessness of the logging and road-building work parties, yet at the same time there was a whole continent beneath the feet of the escapees. So there was hope in spite of all. However, escape plans had excited the Solovki prisoners even at a time when SLON was still on a totally isolated island. The innocents believed in the end of their 3-year term. But those who were foresighted had already grasped the truth, that they would never see freedom in either 3 or 23 years, and that meant freedom lay only in escape. But how could they escape from Solovki? For a half a year the sea was frozen over, but not solidly, and in places there was open water, and the snowstorms raged, and the frost bit hard, and things were enveloped in mists and darkness. And in the spring, and for a large part of the summer, there were the long white nights with clear visibility over long distances for the patrolling cutters. And it was only when the nights began to lengthen in the late summer and the autumn that the time was right. Not for prisoners in the Kremlin, of course, but for those who were out in work parties where a prisoner might have freedom of movement and time to build a boat or a raft near the shore, and to cast off at night, even just riding off on a log for that matter, and strike out at random, hoping above all to encounter a foreign ship. The bustle among the guards and the embarkation of the cutters would reveal to the islanders the fact of an escape, and there would be a tremor of rejoicing among the prisoners, as if they were themselves escaping. They would ask in a whisper, "Had he been caught yet? Had he been found yet?" Many must have drowned without ever getting anywhere. One or another of them reached the Karelian shore, perhaps, and if he did, was more silent than the grave. And there was a famous escape from Kem to England. This particular daredevil, his name is unknown to us, that's the breadth of our horizon, knew English and concealed it. He managed to get assigned to loading timber in Kem, and he's told his story to the Englishmen. The convoy discovered he was missing and delayed the ship for nearly a whole week and searched it several times without finding the fugitive. What happened was that whenever a search party started from the shore, they lowered him overboard on the opposite side on the anchor chain, where he clung under water with a breathing pipe held in his teeth. An enormous fine had to be paid for delaying the ship, so they finally decided to take a chance and let the ship go, thinking that perhaps the prisoner had drowned. Then a book came out in England, even it would seem in more than one printing. Evidently, An Island Hell by S.A. Malsagoff. And is this another book you have not read, Sir Bertrand Russell? This book astounded Europe, and no doubt they accused its fugitive author of exaggerating, for after all, the friends of the new society could not permit themselves to believe this slanderous volume. Because it contradicted what was already well known. The newspaper Rotefana had described Solovki as a paradise, and we hope that the paper's correspondents spent time in the archipelago later on. And it also contradicted those albums about Solovki disseminated by Soviet diplomatic missions in Europe. Fine quality paper and true-to-life photographs of the cozy monks' cells. Nadezhda Surovetsova, our communist in Austria, received this album from the Soviet mission in Vienna and indignantly denounced the slander about Solovki current in Europe. And at the very same time, the sister of her future husband was in fact imprisoned at Solovki, and she herself was predestined to be walking single file in the Yaroslavl isolator in 2 years' time. Slander or not, the breach had been a misfortune. And so a commission of VTSIK, under the chairmanship of the conscience of the party, Comrade Solz, was sent off to find out what was going on there on those Solovetsky Islands, for of course they didn't have the least idea. But in fact the commission merely rode along the Murmansk Railroad, and they didn't do much of anything even there. And they thought it right to send to the islands, no, to implore to go there, none less than the great proletarian writer Maxim Gorky, who had recently returned to live in the proletarian fatherland. His testimony would be the very best refutation of that repulsive foreign forgery. The rumour reached Solovki before Gorky himself, and the prisoners' hearts beat faster, and the guards hustled and bustled. One has to know prisoners in order to imagine their anticipation. The Falcon, the stormy petrel, was about to swoop down upon the nest of injustice, violence, and secrecy. The leading Russian writer, he will give them hell. He will show them. He, the father, will defend. They awaited Gorky almost like a universal amnesty. The chiefs were alarmed, too. As best they could, they hid the monstrosities and polished things up for show. Transports of prisoners were sent from the Kremlin to distant work parties, so that fewer would remain there. Many patients were discharged from the medical section, and the whole thing was cleaned up. And they set up a boulevard of fir trees without roots, which were simply pushed down into the ground. They only had to last a few days before withering. It led to the children's colony, opened just 3 months previously, and the pride of USLON, where everyone had clothes, and where there were no socially hostile children, and where, of course, Gorky would be very interested in seeing how juveniles were being re-educated and saved for a future life under socialism. Only in Kem was there an oversight. On Popov Island, the ship Gleb Boki was being loaded by prisoners in underwear and sacks, when Gorky's retinue appeared out of nowhere to embark on that steamer. You inventors and thinkers, here is a worthy problem for you, given that, as the saying goes, every wise man has enough of the fool in him. A barren island, not one bush, no possible cover, and right there, at a distance of 300 yards, Gorky's retinue has shown up. Your solution? Where can this disgraceful spectacle, these men dressed in sacks, be hidden? The entire journey of the great humanist will have been for naught if he sees them now. Well, of course, he will try hard not to notice them, but help him. Drown them in the sea, they will wallow and flounder. Bury them in the earth. There's no time. No, only a worthy son of the Archipelago could find a way out of this one. The worker signer ordered, "Stop work! Close ranks! Still closer! Sit down on the ground! Sit still!" And a tarpaulin was thrown over them. "Anyone who moves will be shot!" And the former stevedore Maxim Gorky ascended the ship's ladder and admired the landscape from the steamer for a full hour till sailing time. And he didn't notice. That was June the 20th, 1929. The famous writer disembarked from the steamer in Prosperity Gulf. Next to him was his fiancée, all dressed in leather, a black leather service cap, a leather jacket, leather riding breeches, and high, narrow boots, a living symbol of the Ogpu, shoulder to shoulder with Russian literature. Surrounded by the commanding officer corps of the GPU, Gorky marched with long, swift strides through the corridors of several barracks. The room doors were all wide open, but he entered hardly any. In the medical section, doctors and nurses in clean robes formed up for him in 2 rows, but he didn't even look around and went on out. From there, the Chekists of Uzlon fearlessly took him to Serkirka, and what was there to see there? It turned out that there was no overcrowding in the punishment cells, and, the main point, no Poles, none at all. Thieves sat on benches. There was already a multitude of thieves in Solovki, and they were all reading newspapers. None of them were so bold as to get up and complain, but they did think up one trick. They held the newspapers upside down, and Gorky went up to one of them and in silence turned the newspaper right side up. He had noticed it. He had understood. He would not abandon them. He would defend them. The Gaipai Ushnitsa, the GPU woman agent, who was Gorky's companion, also exercised her pen, and here is what she wrote. We are getting to know the life of the Solovetsky camp. I went to the museum. All of us went to Sekir Hill. From there, it was a wonderful view of the lake. The water in the lake was coldly dark blue in color, and around the lake was a forest. It seemed to be bewitched, and as the light shifted, the tops of the pines flared up, and the mirror-like lake became fiery. Silence and astonishing beauty. On the way back, we passed the peat workings. In the evening, we listened to a concert. We dined on local Solovetsky herring, small but surprisingly tender and tasty. They melted in the mouth. From M. Gorky and Son, Moscow, Nauka, 1971, page 276. They went to the children's colony. How decent everything was there. Each was on a separate cot with a mattress. They all crowded around in a group, and all of them were happy. And all of a sudden a 14-year-old boy said, Listen here, Gorky. Everything you see here is false. Do you want to know the truth? Shall I tell you? Yes, nodded the writer. Yes, he wanted to know the truth. Oh, you bad boy, why do you want to spoil the just recently arranged prosperity of the literary patriarch? A palace in Moscow, an estate outside Moscow. And so everyone was ordered to leave, including the children and the accompanying Gaipayushnishki, and the boy spent an hour and a half telling the whole story to the lanky old man. Gorky left the barracks streaming tears. He was given a carriage to go to dinner at the villa of the camp chief, and the boys rushed back into the barracks. Did you tell him about the mosquito treatment? Yes. Did you tell him about the pole torture? Yes. Did you tell him about the prisoners hitched up instead of horses? Yes. And how they roll them down the stairs, and about the sacks, and about being made to spend the night in the snow? And it turned out that the truth-loving boy had told all. But we don't even know his name. On June the 22nd, in other words, after his chat with the boy, Gorky left the following inscription in the visitor's book, which had been specially made for this visit. I am not in a state of mind to express my impressions in just a few words. I wouldn't want, yes, and I would likewise be ashamed, to permit myself banal praise of the remarkable energy of people who, while remaining vigilant and tireless sentinels of the revolution, are able, at the same time, to be remarkably bold creators of culture.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2.
I am not in a state of mind to express my impressions in just a few words. I wouldn't want, yes, and I would likewise be ashamed, to permit myself banal praise of the remarkable energy of people who, while remaining vigilant and tireless sentinels of the revolution, are able, at the same time, to be remarkably bold creators of culture. On June the 23rd, Gorky left Solovki. Hardly had his steamer pulled away from the pier than they shot the boy. Oh, great interpreter of the human heart, great connoisseur of human beings, how could he have failed to take the boy along with him? And that is how faith in justice was instilled in the new generation. They try to tell us that up there on the summit, the chief of literature made excuses that he didn't want to publish praise of USLON. But how can that be, Alexei Maximovich, with bourgeois Europe looking on? But right now, right at this very moment, which is so dangerous and so complicated, and the camp regimen there, we'll change it. We'll change the camp regimen. And he did publish his statement, and it was republished over and over in the big free press, both our own and that of the West, in the name of the Falcon and Stormy Petrel, claiming it was nonsense to frighten people with Solovki, and that prisoners lived remarkably well there, and were being well reformed. and, descending into his coffin, he gave his blessing to the archipelago. I used to ascribe Gorky's pitiful conduct after his return from Italy and right up to his death to his delusions and folly. But his recently published correspondence of the 20s provides a reason for explaining it on lesser grounds: material self-interest. In Sorrento, Gorky was astonished to discover that no world fame had accrued to him, nor money either. He had a whole palace full of servants. It became clear that both for money and to revive his fame, he had to return to the Soviet Union and accept all the attached conditions. He thereby became Yagoda's voluntary prisoner, and Stalin killed him to no purpose, out of excessive caution. Gorky would have sung hymns of praise to 1937 too. And as for the camp regimen, they kept their promise. The regimen was reformed. Now, in the 11th Punishment Company, they were kept standing for a week, packed against one another. A commission came to Solovki, and it wasn't a Salts commission either, but an investigative, punitive commission. It delved into things, and, with the help of the local ISCH, came to understand that all the cruelties of the Solovetsky camp regime were the work of the White Guards of the ACH, and of the aristocrats in general, and partly of the students too, those very same students who since the past century had been setting St. Petersburg on fire. At this point, the silly, unsuccessful escape attempt of the insane Kozhevnikov, former minister of the Far Eastern Republic, together with Shevchinsky and Degtyaryov, the cowboy, was inflated into an enormous and fantastic plot by the White Guards, who were allegedly scheming to seize a steamship and sail away. And they began to make arrests, and even though no one confessed to such a plot, the case kept on growing, as did the arrests. They had set themselves a figure of 300, and they reached it. And on the night of October the 15th, 1929, having dispersed everyone and locked them up in quarters, the holy gates, ordinarily kept locked, were opened so as to shorten the route to the cemetery. They kept taking groups there the whole night long, and each group was accompanied by the desperate howling of the dog Black, who had been tied up somewhere and who suspected that his master Bagratuni was being led off in each new group. The prisoners could count the number of groups being taken off by the number of periods of howling, but because of a strong wind the shots themselves were less audible. This howling had such an impact on the executioners that the next day they shot not only Black, but also all the other dogs on account of Black. The executioners were the 3 fancy Dan junkies, plus the chief of the camp guard, Degtyaryov, and, no less, the chief of the cultural and educational section, Uspensky. The combination was only superficially astonishing. This Uspensky's biography is what is called typical, in other words, not the most common, but concentrating in itself the essence of the epoch. He was born the son of a priest, and that is what he was when the revolution caught up with him. What did he have to look forward to? Security questionnaires, restrictions, exile, persecution. And there is no possible way to erase this from one's record, no possible way to change one's father. But no, Uspensky discovered there was a way. He killed his own father, and declared to the authorities that he had done it out of class hatred. This was a healthy attitude, and almost not murder at all. He was given an easy sentence, and he immediately rose in the camp in the cultural and educational line of work, and was soon liberated. And here we come upon him as the free chief of the cultural and educational section, the KVCH, of Solovki. And as far as these executions are concerned, it is not known whether he volunteered or whether they suggested he reaffirm his class position. By night's end, at any rate, he was seen washing off the blood-soaked tops of his boots, one after the other, over a wash-basin. They were drunk and careless, and in the morning the enormous pit, only lightly covered over, was still stirring and moving. Throughout October, and during November too, they brought additional groups from the mainland for execution. In one of them, Kurilko was shot. Somewhat later, the entire cemetery was levelled by the prisoners, while a band played in the background. After those executions, the chief of SLON was replaced. Zarin came to replace Achmans, and it is considered that a new era of Solovetsky legality was thereby established. However, here is what it was like. In the summer of 1930, they brought to Solovki several dozen religious sectarians who rejected anything that came from Antichrist. They refused to accept any documents, including passports, and they refused to sign for anything or to handle any money. At their head was a grey-bearded old man of 80, blind, and bearing a long staff. Every enlightened person could clearly see that these sectarians could never ever enter into socialism, because that required having a great deal to do with papers, and that therefore the best thing for them to do was to die. And so they sent them off to Malizayatsky Island, the smallest in the entire Solovetsky archipelago, sandy, unforested desert, containing a summer hut of the former monk fishermen. And they expressed willingness to give them 2 months' rations, the condition being that each one of the sectarians would have to sign for them on the invoice. Of course, they refused. At this point, the indefatigable Anna Skripnikova intervened. Notwithstanding her own youth and the youth of the Soviet government, she had already been arrested for the 4th time. She dashed back and forth between the accounting office, the work assigners, and the chief of the camp himself, who was engaged in putting into effect the humanitarian regimen. She first besought compassion for them, and after that she begged to be sent to the Zayatsky Islands with the sectarians as their clerk, undertaking the obligation of issuing food to them each day, and conducting all the bookkeeping formalities for them. And it would appear that this didn't conflict in any respect with the camp system, and the chiefs refused. "But they feed insane people without asking for signatures on receipts," Anna cried. Zarin only burst out laughing, and a woman work assigner replied, "Maybe those are Moscow's orders, we don't really know." Of course they were instructions from Moscow, for who else would have taken the responsibility? And so they were sent off without food. 2 months later, exactly 2 months, because they were then to be asked to sign for their food for the next 2 months, they sailed over to Malizayatsky and found only corpses, which had been picked by the birds. Everyone was there. No one had escaped. So who now is going to seek out those guilty in the 60s of our great century? Anyway, Zarin, too, was soon removed from his post for liberalism, and it seems he got 10 years himself. From the end of the 20s, the face of the Solovetsky camp changed. From a silent trap for the doomed KRs, it was transformed increasingly into the then new, but to us old, species of generalized ITL, or corrective labor camp. The number of especially dangerous criminals from among the workers multiplied rapidly in the nation, and they herded the non-political offenders and hoodlums to Solovki. Both veteran thieves and beginning thieves landed on Solovki. A big wave of women thieves and prostitutes poured in, and when they encountered each other at the chem transit camp, the women thieves yelled at the prostitutes, "We may steal, but we don't sell ourselves," and the prostitutes shouted back, "We sell what belongs to us, not stolen goods." The fact of the matter was that a war against prostitution had been proclaimed throughout the country, not in the newspapers, of course, and so they rounded them all up in all the big cities and pasted a standard 3 years on all of them and drove many of them to Solovki. In theory, it was quite clear that honest labor would swiftly reform them. However, for some reason, they clung stubbornly to their socially humiliating profession, and while en route they asked to be allowed to wash floors in the convoy's guards' barracks, and seduced the Red Army men, subverting the statutes of the convoy service. And they made friends just as easily with the jailers, not for free, of course. They arranged things even better for themselves on Solovki, which was so starved for women. They were allotted the best rooms in the living quarters, and every day new clothes and gifts were brought them, and the so-called nuns and the other KR women earned money by working for them, embroidering their underthings. And on completion of their terms, rich as never before, with suitcases full of silks, they returned home to begin an honest life. And the thieves spent their time playing cards, and the women thieves found it useful to bear children on Solovki. There were no nurseries, and by having a child they could get themselves released from work for their whole short term. The KR women who preceded them had refused to take this way out. On March the 12th, 1929, the first group of juveniles arrived at Solovki, and from then on they kept sending them, all of them under 16. At first they were quartered in the children's colony near the Kremlin with those same showpiece cots and mattresses. They hid their government-issue clothing and shouted that they had nothing to go out to work in. And then they, too, were sent off to logging, from which they fled, switching all their names and their terms, and they had to be caught and thereupon sorted out all over again. With the arrival of a socially healthy contingent of prisoners, the cultural and educational section came to life. They campaigned for the liquidation of illiteracy, but the thieves had not the slightest problem in telling the difference between clubs and hearts. They posted a slogan, "A prisoner is an active participant in socialist construction," and they even thought up a term for it too, reforging. It was here that this term was invented. In September 1930 came the appeal of the Central Committee to all workers for the development of socialist competition and the shock worker movement. And how could the prisoners not be included? If free people everywhere were being harnessed up, then wasn't it also necessary to put the prisoners between the shafts? From here on, our information comes not from living people, but from the book of the scholar-jurist Averbach. And therefore we suggest that the reader may wish to divide this information by 16, or maybe by 256. And sometimes it even needs to be taken in a reverse sense. In the autumn of 1930 there was created a Solovetsky staff for socialist competition and the shock worker movement. Inveterate repeaters, murderers, and cutthroats suddenly emerged in the role of economy-minded managers, skilled technical directors, and capable cultural workers. G. Andreev recalls, "They used to scream in one's face, 'Come across with your norm, you K.R.' The thieves and bandits had no sooner read the appeal of the Central Committee than they threw away their knives and their playing cards and simply burned with thirst to create a commune. They wrote into the statutes that the social origin of members must be either poor or middle-level peasant families or the working class. And it need be said that all the thieves were registered in the records and classification section as former workers, so that Shevchinsky's former slogan almost came true, "Solovki for the workers and peasants." And on no account would 58s be admitted. And the commune members also proposed that all their prison terms be added together and divided by their number so as to arrive at an average term, and that on its expiration they should all be freed simultaneously. But notwithstanding the communist character of this proposal, the Chekists considered it politically premature. The slogan of the Solovetsky Commune was, "Let us pay our debt to the working class," and even better was the one, "From us, everything, to us, nothing." This particular slogan, which was fully mature, was probably worthy of all-union dissemination. And here is the ferocious penalty they thought up to punish members of the commune who were guilty of infractions, to forbid them to go out to work. Now, it would be quite hard to find a stiffer punishment for a thief than that. Nonetheless, the Solovetsky administration, which was not about to go as far as the cultural and educational officials, did not base its faith too heavily on the thieves' enthusiasm, but instead applied the Leninist principle, shock work, shock maintenance. What this meant was that the commune members were moved into separate barracks where they got softer bedding, warmer clothing, and were fed separately and better, at the expense of all the rest of the prisoners, of course. The commune members liked this very much, and for the purpose of keeping all their fellow members in the commune, they established the rule that there would be no more expulsions from it. This sort of commune was also very popular among non-commune members, and they all applied for admission to the commune. However, it was decided not to take them into the commune, but to create second, third, and fourth labor collectives, which would not have all those privileges. And in any case, the 58s were not accepted in any of the collectives, even though in the newspaper the most impudent of the hoodlums instructed the 58s. It's time, really it's time, to grasp that camp is a school for labor. And the reports were flown by plane to Gulag headquarters. Miracles at Solovki, a turbulent turning point in the attitude of the thieves. All the passion of the criminal world had been redirected into shock work, socialist competition, fulfillment of the production and financial plan. and in Gulag they were suitably astonished, and they broadcast the results of the experiment. And that is how Solovki began to live. Part of the camp was in the labor collectives, and their percentage of plan fulfillment had not simply risen, but doubled. And the cultural and educational section explained this by the influence of the collective. But we know what it was, common garden variety camp padding of worksheets, tuchta. I have been reproached with spelling this word incorrectly, and told that it should be written as it is correctly pronounced in thieves' jargon, tufta. For tuchta is the peasants' assimilation of it, just like Fyodor for Fyodor. But I like it. Tuchta is somehow akin to the Russian language, while tufta is totally alien. The thieves brought it, but the whole Russian people learned it. So let it be tuchta. The other part of the camp, the unorganized part, yes, and also underfed and underdressed, and engaged in the heaviest work, failed, as one can well understand, to fulfill its work norms. In February 1931, a conference of Solovetsky shock brigades decreed a broad wave of socialist competition to answer the new slander of the capitalists about forced labor in the USSR. In March, there were already 136 shock brigades, and suddenly in April their general liquidation was decreed because a hostile class element had permeated the collectives for the purpose of causing them to disintegrate. Now there's a riddle for you. The 58th were not allowed across the threshold, and so who was it who was causing them to disintegrate? What we have to understand is that the tuchta had been uncovered. They had eaten and drunk and made merry, they had counted things up, shed a few tears, and taken the whip to some so the rest would get moving. And the joyous hubbub gave way to the noiseless dispatch of the prisoner transports. The 58th were being sent from the Solovetsky mother tumor to far-off fatal places to open up new camps there. Chapter 3. The Archipelago metastasizes. Well, the archipelago did not develop on its own, but side by side with the whole country. As long as there was unemployment in the nation, there was no feverish demand for prisoner manpower, and arrests took place not as a means of mobilizing labor, but as a means of sweeping clean the road. But when the concept arose of stirring up the whole 180 million with an enormous mixing paddle, when the plan for super-industrialization was rejected in favor of the plan for super-industrialization, when the liquidation of the Kulak was already foreseen along with the massive public works of the first 5-year plan, on the eve of the year of the great fracture, the view of the archipelago and everything in the archipelago changed too. On March the 26th, 1928, the Council of People's Commissars, meaning it was still under the chairmanship of Rykov, conducted a review of the status of penal policy in the nation and of conditions in places of imprisonment. In regard to penal policy, it was admitted that it was inadequate, and it was decreed that harsh measures of repression should be applied to class enemies and hostile class elements, that the camp regimen should be made more severe, and that socially unstable elements should not be given terms at all. And, in addition, forced labor should be set up in such a way that the prisoner should not earn anything from his work, but that the state should derive economic profit from it, and to consider it necessary from now on to expand the capacity of labor colonies. In other words, putting it simply, it was proposed that more camps be prepared in anticipation of the abundant arrests planned. Trotsky also had foreseen this same economic necessity, except that he again proposed that a labor army be created by the compulsory drafting of people. The horseradish is no sweeter than the black radish, but whether out of a spirit of opposition to his eternal rival, or whether in order to cut people off more decisively from the possibility of complaint and hope of return, Stalin decided to process the labor army men through the prison machinery. Throughout the nation, unemployment was abolished, and the economic rationale for expansion of the camps appeared. Back in 1923, no more than 3,000 persons had been imprisoned on Solovki, and by 1930 there were already about 50,000, yes, and another 30,000 in Chem. In 1928, the Solovetsky cancer began to creep outward, first through Karelia on road-building projects, and in logging for export. Just as willingly, SLON began to sell its engineers. They went off without convoy to work in any northern locality, and their wages were credited to the camp. By 1929, SLON camp sites had already appeared at all points on the Murmansk Railroad, from Lodey-Noye Pole to Taibola. From there, the movement continued along the Vologda Railroad, and so active was it that at Zvanka station it proved necessary to open up a SLON Transport Control Center. By 1930, Svirag had already grown strong in Lodey-Noye Pole and stood on its own legs, and in Kotlas-Kotlag had already been formed. In 1931, Belbatlag had been born, with its center in Medvezhyagorsk, which was destined over the next 2 years to bring glory to the archipelago for eternity, and on 5 continents. This was the official date, but in actual fact it had been there since 1930, though its organizational period had been kept secret to give the impression of rapid work, for bragging, and for history. Here, too, was Tukhta. And the malignant cells kept on creeping and creeping. They were blocked on one side by the sea, and on the other by the Finnish border, but there was nothing to hinder the founding of a camp near Krasnaya Vishera in 1929. And the main thing was that all the paths to the east through the Russian north lay open and unobstructed. Very soon the Soroko-Kotlas road was reaching out. "We'll complete Soroka ahead of Sroka," ahead of term. The Solovetsky prisoners used to make fun of S. Alimov, who nonetheless stuck to his last and made his name as a poet and songwriter. Creeping on the northern Dvina River, the camp cells formed Sevdvinlag. Crossing it, they fearlessly marched on the Urals. By 1931, the Northern Urals Department of SLON was founded, which soon gave rise to the independent Solikamlag and Sevuralag. The Berezniki camp began the construction of a big chemical combine, which in its time was much publicized. In the summer of 1929, an expedition of unconvoyed prisoners was sent to the Chibyu River from Solovki, under the leadership of the geologist M.V. Rushchinsky, in order to prospect for petroleum, which had been discovered there as far back as the 80s of the 19th century. The expedition was successful, and a camp was set up on the Ukhta, Ukhtlag. But it, too, did not stand still on its own spot, but quickly metastasized to the northeast, annexed the Pechora, and was transformed into Ukhtpechlag. Soon afterward, it had its Ukhta, Inta, Pechora, and Vorkuta sections, all of them the bases of great independent future camps. We are giving dates and places equal weight, but beg the reader to bear in mind that all this was gotten through questioning people and comparing, so there may be omissions and errors. The opening up of so expansive a roadless northern region as this required the building of a railroad from Kotlas via Knyazhpogost and Ropcha to Vorkuta. This called forth the need for 2 more independent camps, which were railroad-building camps. Sevzheldorlag, on the sector from Kotlas to the Pechora River, and Petrolag, not to be confused with the industrial Ukhtpechlag, on the sector from the Pechora River to Vorkuta. True, this railroad was under construction for a long time. Its Vim sector, from Knyazhpogost to Ropcha, was ready for service in 1938, but the whole railroad was ready only at the end of 1942. And thus, from the depths of the tundra and the taiga, rose hundreds of new medium-sized and small islands, and on the march, in battle order, a new system of organization of the archipelago was created. Camp administrations, camp divisions, camps, OLPs, separate camps, KOLPs, commandants' camps, GOLPs, head camps, camp sectors, and these were the same as work parties and work sub-parties. And in the administrations there were departments, and in the divisions there were sections. 1. Production, P. 2. Records and Classification, URCH. 3. Security Operations, again the third. And in contemporary dissertations they wrote, the contours of educational institutions for individual undisciplined members of the classless society are taking shape ahead of time. In actual fact, when there are no more classes, there will be no more criminals. But somehow it takes your breath away just to think that tomorrow's society will be classless. And does that mean that no one will be imprisoned? Only individual, undisciplined members? Classless society is not without its lockups either. And so all the northern portion of the archipelago sprang from Solovki, but not from there alone. In response to the Great Appeal, corrective labor camps, ITLs, and corrective labor colonies, ITKs, burst out in a rash throughout our whole great country. Every province acquired its own ITLs and ITKs. Millions of miles of barbed wire ran on and on, the strands crisscrossing one another and interweaving, their barbs twinkling gaily along railroads, highways, and around the outskirts of cities. And the peaked roofs of ugly camp watchtowers became the most dependable landmarks in our landscape. And it was only by a surprising concatenation of circumstances that they were not seen in either the canvases of our artists or in scenes in our films. As had been happening from the Civil War on, monastery buildings were intensively mobilized for camp needs, were ideally adapted for isolation by their very locations. The Boris and Gleb monastery in Torzhok was put to use as a transit camp, still there today, while the Valdai monastery was put to use for a colony of juveniles, across the lake from the future country house of Zhdanov. Nilova Hermitage on Stolpny Island in Lake Seliga became a camp. Sarovskaya Hermitage was used for the nest of Potmar camps, and there is no end to this enumeration. Camps arose in the Donbass, in the upper, middle, and lower Volga, in the central and southern Urals, in Transcaucasia, in central Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, in Siberia, and in the Far East. It is officially reported that in 1932 the area devoted to agricultural corrective labor colonies in the Russian Republic alone was 625,000 acres, and in the Ukrainian Republic 138,000. Estimating the average colony at 2,500 acres, we learn that at this time, without counting the other Soviet republics, there were already more than 300 such sekolzi alone, in other words, the lowest grade and most privileged form of camp. The distribution of prisoners between near and distant camps was easily determined by a decree of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of November the 6th, 1929. How they do manage to hit the anniversary dates of the revolution. The former strict isolation, detention, was abolished because it hindered creative labor, and it was ordained that those sentenced to terms of less than 3 years would be assigned to the general, near, places of imprisonment, while those sentenced to from 3 to 10 years would be sent to distant localities. Since the 58th never got less than 3 years, that meant that they all flocked to the north and to Siberia, to open it up and to die. And the rest of us during those years were marching to the beat of drums. A stubborn legend persists in the archipelago to the effect that the camps were thought up by Frenkel. It seems to me that this fanciful idea, both unpatriotic and even insulting to the authorities, is quite sufficiently refuted by the preceding chapters. Even with the meagre means at our disposal, we succeeded, I hope, in showing the birth of camps for repression and labor back in 1918. Without any Frenkel whatsoever, they arrived at the conclusion that prisoners must not waste their time in moral contemplation. The purpose of Soviet corrective labor policy is not at all individual correction in its traditional meaning, but must labor, and at the same time must be given very severe, almost unbearable work norms to achieve. Long before Frenkel, they already used to say, correction through labor. And as far back as Eichmann, they had already understood this to mean destruction through labor. Yes, and not even contemporary dialectical thought processes were needed to arrive at the idea of using prisoners sentenced to heavy labor for work in remote, little settled areas. Back in 1890, in the Ministry of Railroads, they decided to use hard labor exiles in the Amur region for laying rails on the railroad. They simply forced the hard labor prisoners to work, while exiles and deportees were permitted to work at laying rails, and in return got a reduction in their terms by 1/3 or 1/2. However, they preferred to get rid of their whole term all at once by escape. And from 1896 to 1900, work on the Lake Baikal shoreline sector of the Trans-Siberian was carried out by 1,500 hard labor prisoners and 2,500 compulsorily resettled exiles. However, generally speaking, the course of development in 19th century Russian hard labor was in just the reverse direction.
Labor became ever less obligatory, withered away.
By the 90s, even at Kari, hard labor camps had been transformed into places of passive detention, and work was no longer performed. By this time, too, the demands made on workers had been eased at Akatui, P. Yakubovich. So the use of hard labor prisoners on the Lake Baikal shoreline sector of the railroad was most likely a temporary necessity. Do we not observe here once again the two-horn principle, or that of a parabola, just as in the case of the long-term prisons, Part 1, Chapter 9, one prong of increasing leniency and one of increasing ferocity? Therefore, the idea was by no means new, and not founded on progressive educational theories. Nonetheless, Frenkel really did become the nerve of the archipelago. He was one of those successful men of action whom history hungrily awaits and summons to itself. It would seem that there had been camps even before Frenkel, but they had not taken on that final and unified form which savours of perfection. Every genuine prophet arrives when he is most acutely needed. Frenkel arrived in the archipelago just at the beginning of the metastases. Naftali Aronovich Frenkel, a Turkish Jew, was born in Constantinople. He graduated from the Commercial Institute there and took up the timber trade. He founded a firm in Mariupol and soon became a millionaire, the timber king of the Black Sea. He had his own steamers, and he even published his own newspaper in Mariupol called the Kopek, whose function was to slander and persecute his competitors. During World War I, Frenkel conducted some speculative arms deals through Gallipoli. In 1916, sensing the pending storm in Russia, he transferred his capital to Turkey even before the February Revolution, and in 1917 he himself went to Constantinople in pursuit of it. And he could have gone on living the sweetly exciting life of a merchant, and he would have known no bitter grief, and would not have turned into a legend. But some fateful force beckoned him to the Red Power. I have a personal hypothesis about this, which I will mention elsewhere. The rumor is unverified that in those years in Constantinople he became the resident Soviet intelligence agent, perhaps for ideological reasons, for it is otherwise difficult to see why he needed it. But it is a fact that in the NEP years he came to the USSR, and here, on secret instructions from the GPU, created, as if in his own name, a black market for the purchase of valuables and gold in return for Soviet paper rubles. This was a predecessor of the gold drive of the GPU and Torgsin. Business operators and manipulators remembered him very well indeed from the old days. They trusted him, and the gold flowed into the coffers of the GPU. The purchasing operation came to an end, and in gratitude the GPU arrested him. Every wise man has enough of the simpleton in him. However, inexhaustible and holding no grudges, Frenkel, while still in the Lubyanka or on the way to Solovki, sent some sort of declaration to the top. Finding himself in a trap, he evidently decided to make a business analysis of this life, too. He was brought to Solovki in 1927, but was immediately separated from the prisoner transport, settled into a stone booth outside the bounds of the monastery itself, provided with an orderly to look after him, and permitted free movement about the island. We have already recalled that he became the chief of the economic section, the privilege of a free man, and expressed his famous thesis about using up the prisoner in the first 3 months. In 1928 he was already in Chem. There he created a profitable auxiliary enterprise. He brought to Kem the leather which had been accumulated by the monks for decades and had been lying uselessly in the monastery warehouses. He recruited furriers and shoemakers from among the prisoners and supplied fashionable, high-quality footwear and leather goods directly to a special shop on Kuznetsky Most in Moscow. The GPU ran it and took the receipts, but the ladies who bought their shoes there didn't know that, and when they themselves were hauled off to the Archipelago not long after, they never even remembered the shop. One day in 1929, an airplane flew from Moscow to get Frankel and brought him to an appointment with Stalin. The best friend of prisoners and the best friend of the Chekists talked interestedly with Frankel for 3 hours. The stenographic report of this conversation will never become public. There simply was none. But it is clear that Frankel unfolded before the father of the peoples dazzling prospects for constructing socialism through the use of prisoner labor. Much of the geography of the archipelago being described in the aftermath by my obedient pen, he sketched in bold strokes on the map of the Soviet Union to the accompaniment of the puffing of his interlocutor's pipe. It was Frankel in person, apparently on that precise occasion, who proposed the all-embracing system of classification of camp prisoners into groups A, B, C, D, which left no leeway to the camp chiefs and even less to the prisoner. Everyone not engaged in providing essential services for the camp, B, not verified as being ill, C, and not undergoing correction in a punishment cell, D, must drag his workload, A, every day of his sentence. The world history of hard labor has never known such universality. It was Frankel in person and in this very conversation who proposed renouncing the reactionary system of equality in feeding prisoners and who outlined a unified system of redistribution of the meager food supplies for the whole archipelago, a scale for bread rations and a scale for hot food rations, which was adapted by him from the Eskimos, a fish on a pole held out in front of the running dog team. In addition, he proposed time-off sentence and release ahead of term as rewards for good work. But in this respect he was hardly original, for in 1890 in Sakhalin hard labor, Chekhov discovered both the one and the other. In all probability, the first experimental field was set up here too, the great Belomorskyi, the White Sea-Baltic Canal construction project, to which the enterprising foreign exchange and gold speculator would soon be appointed, not as chief of construction, nor as chief of a camp either, but to the post especially dreamed up for him of works chief, the chief overseer of the labor battle. It is evident from his face how he brimmed with a vicious, human-hating animus. In the book on the Belomor Canal, the White Sea-Baltic Canal, wishing to laud Frankel, one Soviet writer would soon describe him thus: the eyes of an interrogator and a prosecutor, the lips of a skeptic and a satirist, a man with enormous love of power and pride, for whom the main thing is unlimited power. If it is necessary for him to be feared, then let him be feared. He spoke harshly to the engineers, attempting to humiliate them. This last phrase seems to us a keystone to both the character and biography of Frankel. By the start of the Belomorskyi, Frankel had been freed. For construction of the Belomor Canal, he received the Order of Lenin and was named Chief of Construction of Bamlag, the Baikal-Amur main line railroad, which was a name out of the future. While in the 30s, Bamlag was put to work adding a second track to the Trans-Siberian main line on those sectors where there was none. And this was by no means the last item in the career of Naftali Frankel, but it is more relevant to complete the account in the next chapter. The whole long history of the archipelago, about which it has fallen to me to write this homegrown, homemade book, has, in the course of half a century, found in the Soviet Union almost no expression whatever in the printed word. In this, a role was played by that same unfortunate happenstance by which camp watchtowers never got into scenes in films, nor into landscapes painted by our artists. But this was not true of the White Sea-Baltic Canal, nor of the Moscow-Volga Canal. There is a book about each at our disposal, and we can write this chapter at least on the basis of documentary and responsible source material. In diligently researched studies, before making use of a particular source, it is considered proper to characterize it. We shall do so. Here before us lies the volume, in format almost equal to the Holy Gospels, with the portrait of the demigod engraved in bas-relief on the cardboard covers. The book, entitled The White Sea-Baltic-Stalin Canal, was issued by the State Publishing House in 1934 and dedicated by the authors to the 17th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, and it was evidently published for the Congress. It is an extension of the Gorky project of Histories of Factories and Plants. Its editors were Maxim Gorky, I. L. Averbach, and S. G. Firin. This last name is little known in literary circles, and we shall explain why. Semyon Firin, notwithstanding his youth, was deputy chief of Gulag. Anguished by the vanity of authorship, he also wrote his own individual booklet about the Belomor Canal. The history of this book is as follows. On August the 17th, 1933, an outing of 120 writers took place aboard a steamer on the just-completed canal. D.P. Vitkovsky, a prisoner who was a construction superintendent on the canal, witnessed the way these people in white suits crowded on the deck during the steamer's passage through the locks, summoned prisoners from the area of the locks, where by this time they were more operational workers than construction workers, and in the presence of the canal chiefs asked a prisoner whether he loved his canal and his work, and did he think that he had managed to reform here, and did the chiefs take enough interest in the welfare of the prisoners. There were many questions, all in this general vein, and all asked from shipboard to shore in the presence of the chiefs, and only while the steamer was passing through the locks. And after this outing, 84 of these writers somehow or other managed nonetheless to worm their way out of participating in Gorky's collective work, though perhaps they wrote their own admiring verses and essays, and the remaining 36 constituted an author's collective. By virtue of intensive work in the fall and winter of 1933, they created this unique book.
This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1.
There were many questions, all in this general vein, and all asked from shipboard to shore in the presence of the chiefs, and only while the steamer was passing through the locks. And after this outing, 84 of these writers somehow or other managed nonetheless to worm their way out of participating in Gorky's collective work, though perhaps they wrote their own admiring verses and essays, and the remaining 36 constituted an author's collective. By virtue of intensive work in the fall and winter of 1933, they created this unique book. This book was published to last for all eternity, so that future generations would read it and be astounded. But by a fateful coincidence, most of the leaders depicted in its photographs and glorified in its text were exposed as enemies of the people within 2 or 3 years. Naturally, all copies of the book were thereupon removed from libraries and destroyed. Private owners also destroyed it in 1937, not wishing to earn themselves a term for owning it. And that is why very few copies have remained intact to the present, and there is no hope that it may be reissued, and therefore all the heavier is the obligation to my fellow countrymen I feel on my shoulders not to permit the principal ideas and facts described in this book to perish. It would be only just, too, to preserve the names of the authors for the history of literature. Well, these at least: M. Gorky, Viktor Shklovsky, Vsevolod Ivanov, Vera Inber, Valentin Katayev, Mikhail Zoshenko, Lapin and Katsrevin, El Nikulin, Korneli Zelinsky, Bruno Yasensky, the chapter Beat the Class Enemy to Death, Y. Gavrilovich, A. Tikhonov, Alexei Tolstoy, K. Finn. Gorky explained in the following way why this book was necessary to the prisoners who had built the canal. The Canal Army men do not have the necessary vocabulary to express the complex feelings of reforging, and writers do have this vocabulary, so they will help. It was decided to call them this in order to raise morale, or perhaps in honor of the Labour Army, which was never created. He explained as follows why the book was necessary for the writers. Many writers, after becoming acquainted with the canal, got charged up as a result, and this has had a very positive impact on their work. A mood is going to appear in literature which will push it ahead and put it on the level of our great deeds. And why the book was necessary to its millions of readers, many of them were soon to flow to the archipelago themselves, requires no elaboration. What was the point of view of the author's collective on the subject? First of all, certainty as to the justice of all sentences and the guilt of all those driven to work on the canal. Even the word certainty is too weak. For the authors, this question is out of bounds not only for discussion but even for mention. It is as clear to them as the fact that night is darker than day. Using their vocabulary and their imagery to instill in us all the misanthropic legend of the 30s, they interpret the word wrecker as the basis of the engineer's being. Agronomists who spoke out against early sowing, maybe in snow and mud, and irrigation experts who provided Central Asia with water, all were indubitable wreckers to them. In every chapter of the book, these writers speak only with condescension of engineers as a class, as of a foul, low breed. On page 125, the book accuses a significant segment of the Russian pre-revolutionary engineering profession of swindling. And this is not an individual accusation, not at all. Are we to understand that engineers were even engaged in wrecking Tsarism? And this was written by people of whom not one was capable of extracting even the simplest square root, which even certain horses do in circuses. The authors repeat to us all the nightmare rumors of those years as historical gospel truth, that workers were poisoned with arsenic in factory dining rooms, that it is not just a piece of stupid carelessness if milk from the cow on a state farm went sour, but an enemy's stratagem to compel the country to swell up from starvation. And that's exactly how they write. In indefinite and faceless terms, they write about that sinister collective Gulag, who went to work in a factory and threw a bolt into the lathe. Well, after all, they are oracles of the human heart, and it is evidently easier for them to imagine this. A person has managed by some miracle to avoid exile to the tundra, has escaped to the city, and by some still greater miracle has managed to get work in a factory when he is already dying of hunger, and at this point, instead of feeding his family, he throws a bolt into the lathe. Then, on the other side, the authors cannot and do not wish to restrain their admiration for the leaders of the canal works, those employers whom they stubbornly call Czechists, although it is already the 30s, thereby forcing us to use the name too. They admire not only their minds, their wills, their organization, but also them, in the highest human sense, as surprising beings. Indicative was the episode with Yakov Rapoport. This student at Dorpat University, who failed to complete the course there, was evacuated to Voronezh, where he became the deputy chairman of the provincial Cheka in his new homeland, and then deputy chief of construction at Belomoystroy. In the words of the authors, Rapoport, while on an inspection tour of the construction site, was dissatisfied with the way the workers were pushing their wheelbarrows along, and he posed an annihilating question to the engineer in charge. "Do you remember what the cosine of 45 degrees is equal to?" And the engineer was crushed and put to shame by Rapoport's erudition, and immediately made corrections in his instructions aimed at wrecking, and the movement of the wheelbarrow is immediately moved onto a high technological level. And Rapoport got the meaning of the cosine all wrong. And with such anecdotes as these, the authors not only enrich their exposition artistically, but also lift us onto scientific heights. And the higher the post occupied by the employer, the greater the worship with which he is described by the authors. Unrestrained praises are lavished on the chief of Gulag, Matvei Berman.
Much enthusiastic praise is also lavished on Lazar Kogan, a former anarchist who in 1918 went over to the side of the victorious Bolsheviks, and who proved his loyalty in the post of chief of the special branch of the Ninth Army, then as deputy chief of the armies of the Ogpu, and was one of the organizers of Gulag, and then became chief of construction of the Belomor Canal. And it is even more the case that the authors can only endorse Comrade Kogan's words about the Iron Commissar. Comrade Yagoda is our chief, our constant leader. This is what more than anything doomed this book. The glorification of Genrikh Yagoda was torn out, together with his portrait, from even that one copy of the book which survived for us, and we had to search a long time in order to find this portrait of him. This same tone permeated the camp leaflets even more strongly. Here, for example, the honored guests, Comrades Kaganovich, Yagoda, and Berman, arrived at lock number 3. Their portraits hung in every barracks. People worked more quickly. Up above they smiled, and their smile was transmitted to hundreds of people down in the excavation. Quoted from Y. Kuzemsko, The Third Lock. KVO Dmitlag publishes 1935. Not to be distributed beyond the boundaries of the camp. Because of the rarities of this edition, we can recommend another combination. Kaganovich, Yagoda, and Khrushchev inspect camps on the Belomor Canal. In D.D. Runes, Despotism, New York, 1963, page 262. And in officially inspired songs, Yagoda in person leads and teaches us, keen is his eye and his hand is strong. Their general enthusiasm for the camp way of life led the authors of the collective work to this panegyric. No matter to what corner of the Soviet Union fate should take us, even if it be the most remote wilderness and backwoods, the imprint of order, of precision, and of conscientiousness marks each Ogpu organization. And what Ogpu organization exists in the Russian backwoods? Only the camps. The camp as a torch of progress. That is the level of this historical source of ours. The editor-in-chief has something to say about this himself. Addressing the last rally of Belomostroy officials on August the 25th, 1933, in the city of Dmitrov, they had already moved over to the Moscow-Volga Canal project, Gorky said, "Ever since 1928 I have watched how the GPU re-educates people." And what this means is that even before his visit to Solovki, even before that boy was shot, ever since in fact he first returned to the Soviet Union, he had been watching them. And by then, hardly able to restrain his tears, he addressed the Chekists present. "You devils in woolen overcoats, you yourselves don't know what you have done." And the authors note, the Chekists there merely smiled. They knew what they had done. And Gorky noted the extraordinary modesty of the Chekists in the book itself. This dislike of theirs for publicity was truly a touching trait. The collective authors do not simply keep silent about the deaths on the Belomor Canal during construction. They do not follow the cowardly recipe of half-truths. Instead, they write directly, page 190, that no one died during construction. Probably they calculated it this way. 100,000 started the canal and 100,000 finished, and that meant they were all alive. They simply forgot about the prisoner transports devoured by the construction in the course of 2 fierce winters. But this is already on the level of the cosine of the cheating engineering profession. The authors see nothing more inspiring than this camp labor. They find in forced labor one of the highest forms of blazing, conscientious creativity. Here is the theoretical basis of re-education. Criminals are the result of the repulsive conditions of former times, and our country is beautiful, powerful, and generous, and it needs to be beautified. In their opinion, all those driven to work on the canal would never have found their paths in life if the employers had not assigned them to unite the White Sea with the Baltic, because, after all, human raw material is immeasurably more difficult to work than wood.
What language? What profundity? Who said that? Gorky said it in his book, disputing the verbal trumpery of humanism. And Zoshchenko, with profound insight, wrote, "Reforging, this is not the desire to serve out one's term and be freed." So such suspicions did exist, but is in actual fact a restructuring of the consciousness and the pride of a builder. What a student of man! Did you ever push a canal wheelbarrow, and on a penalty ration too? This worthy book, constituting the glory of Soviet literature, will be our guide in our judgments about the canal. How did it happen that the Belomor Canal in particular was selected as the first great construction project of the archipelago? Was Stalin forced to this by some kind of exacting economic or military necessity? Looking at the results of the construction, we can answer with assurance that there was none. Was he thus inspired by his spirit of noble rivalry with Peter the Great, who had dragged his fleet over portages along the same route, or with the Emperor Paul, in whose reign the first project for such a canal originated? It seems unlikely the wise man had ever even known of this. Stalin simply needed a great construction project somewhere, which would devour many working hands and many lives, the surplus of people as a result of the liquidation of the kulaks, with the reliability of a gas execution van, but more cheaply, and which would at the same time leave a great monument to his reign of the same general sort as the pyramids. In his favorite slave-owning Orient, from which Stalin derived almost everything in his life, they loved to build great canals. And I can almost see him there, examining with love the map of the north of European Russia, where the largest part of the camps were already situated at that time. And down the center of this region, the sovereign drew a line from sea to sea with the end of his pipe stem. In proclaiming this project, it had to be proclaimed necessarily as urgent, because in those years nothing which was not urgent got done in our country. If it had not been urgent, no one would have believed in its vital importance, and even the prisoners dying beneath the upturned wheelbarrows had to believe in that importance. Because if it had not been urgent, then they would not have been willing to die off and clear the way for the new society. The canal must be built in a short time, and it must be built cheaply. These were Comrade Stalin's instructions. And everyone who was alive then remembers what the orders of Comrade Stalin meant. 20 months. That was the time the great leader allotted his criminals, both for the canal and for their own correction, from September 1931 to April 1933. He was in such a rush he would not even give them 2 full years. 140 miles, rocky soil, an area abounding in boulders, swamps, 7 locks in the Povenets staircase, 12 locks on the descent to the White Sea, and this was no Dneprostroi, which was allowed a long time for completion and allotted foreign exchange. Belomorstroi was entrusted to the Ogpu and received not 1 kopeck in foreign exchange. So the plan looms more and more clearly. This canal was so badly needed by Stalin and the nation that it was not to get 1 kopeck of foreign exchange. Let 100,000 prisoners work for you simultaneously. What capital is more precious? And deliver the canal in 20 months, not 1 day later. That's when you rant and rage at the wrecker engineers. The engineers say, "We will make the structure of concrete." The Chekists reply, "There is not enough time." The engineers say, "We need large quantities of iron." The Chekists reply, "Replace it with wood." The engineers say, "We need tractors, cranes, construction machinery." The Chekists, "There will be none of that, not 1 kopeck of foreign exchange. Do it all by hand." The book calls this the bold Chekist formulation of a technical assignment. In other words, the Rappaport cosign. We were in such a rush that we brought in people from Tashkent for this northern project, hydrotechnologists and irrigation experts, arrested as it happened at the most opportune time. With them a special, once again special, a favorite word, design bureau was set up on Furkasovsky Lane, behind the big Lubyanka. This was thus one of the very earliest Sharashkas, islands of paradise. At the same time, people mention one other like it, the OKB, the Special Design Bureau at the Izhora factory, which designed the first famous blooming mill for semi-finished steel ingots. Incidentally, the Chekist, Ivanchenko, asked the engineer Zorin, "Why should you make a plan, when there already is a plan for the Volga-Don Canal project? Use it instead." We were in such a rush that they were put to work making a plan before surveys had been made on the ground. Of course, we rushed survey crews into Karelia, but not one of the designers was allowed to leave even the bounds of the design office, let alone go to Karelia. This was vigilance, and therefore telegrams flew back and forth. What kind of an elevation do you have there? What kind of soil? We were in such a rush that trainloads of Zeks kept on arriving at the canal site before there were any barracks there, or supplies, or tools, or a precise plan. And what was to be done? There were no barracks, but there was an early northern autumn. There were no tools, but the first month of the 20 was already passing. Plus several hidden tukhta months of the preliminary organizational period not reported anywhere. We were in such a rush that the engineers who finally arrived at the canal site had no drafting papers, no rulers, no thumbtacks, and not even any light in their work barracks. They worked under kerosene wick lamps, and our authors rave that it was just like during the Civil War. In the jolly tone of inveterate merrymakers, they tell us, women came in silk dresses and were handed a wheelbarrow on the spot. And how many, many encounters there were with old acquaintances in Tunguda, former students, Esperantists, comrades in arms from White Guard detachments. The comrades in arms from the White Guard detachments had long since encountered each other on Solovki, but we are grateful to the authors for the information that Esperantists and students also got their White Sea Canal wheelbarrows. Almost choking with laughter, they tell us, from the Krasnovodsk camps in Central Asia, from Stalinabad, from Samarkand, they brought Turkmenians and Tajiks in their Bukhara robes and turbans here to the Karelian sub-zero winter cold. Now that was something the Basmachi rebels never expected. The norm here was to break up 2.5 cubic yards of granite and to move it a distance of 100 yards in a wheelbarrow. And the snow kept falling and covering everything up, and the wheelbarrows somersaulted off the gangways into the snow. But let the authors themselves speak. The wheelbarrow tottered on the wet planks and turned upside down. A human being with such a wheelbarrow was like a horse in shafts. It took an hour to load a wheelbarrow like this, and not even with granite, merely with frozen soil. Or a more generalized picture. The ugly depression, powdered over with snow, was full of people and stones. People wandered about, tripping over the stones. They bent over, 2 or 3 of them together, and taking hold of a boulder, tried to lift it. The boulder did not move. They called a 4th and a 5th. But at this point, the technology of our glorious century came to their aid. They dragged the boulders out of the excavation with a net. The net being hauled by a cable, and the cable in turn by a drum being turned by a horse. Or here is another method they used, wooden cranes for lifting stones. Or here, for example, are some of the first Belomorstroi machines. And are these your wreckers? No, these are engineering geniuses. They were hurled from the 20th century into the age of the caveman, and lo, they managed to cope with the situation. The basic transportation at Belomorstroi consisted of grabarki, dray carts with boxes mounted on them for carrying earth, as we learn from the book. And in addition, there were also Belomor Fords, and here is what they were. Heavy wooden platforms placed on 4 wooden logs, rollers, and 2 horses dragged this Ford along and carried stones away on it. And a wheelbarrow was handled by a team of 2 men. On slopes it was caught and pulled upward by a hook man, a worker using a hook.
And how were trees to be felled if there were neither saws nor axes? Our inventiveness could find the answer to that one. Ropes were tied around the trees, and they were rocked back and forth by brigades pulling in different directions. They rocked the trees out. Our inventiveness can solve any problem at all. And why? Because the canal was being built on the initiative and instructions of Comrade Stalin. This was written in the newspapers and repeated on the radio every day. Just picture this battlefield, with the Chekists in long, ashy grey greatcoats or leather jackets. There were only 37 of them for 100,000 prisoners, but they were loved by all, and this love caused Karelian boulders to move. Here they have paused for a moment. Comrade Frenkel points with his hand, and Comrade Firin chews on his lips, and Comrade Uspensky says nothing. And is this that patricide, that same Solovki butcher? And thereby were decided the fates of thousands of people during that frosty night, or the whole of that Arctic month. The very grandeur of this construction project consisted in the fact that it was carried out without contemporary technology and equipment, and without any supplies from the nation as a whole. These are not the tempos of noxious European-American capitalism. These are socialist tempos, the authors brag. In the 1960s, we will learn that this is called the Great Leap Forward. The whole book praises specifically the backwardness of the technology and the homemade workmanship. There were no cranes, so they will make their own wooden derricks. And the only metal parts the derricks had were in places where there was friction, and these parts they cast themselves. Our own industry at the canal, our authors gloat. And they themselves cast wheelbarrow wheels in their homemade cupola furnace. The country required the canal so urgently and in such haste that it could not even find any wheelbarrow wheels for the project. It would have been too difficult an order for Leningrad factories. No, it would be unjust, most unjust, unfair, to compare this most savage construction project of the 20th century, this continental canal built with wheelbarrow and pick, with the Egyptian pyramids. After all, the pyramids were built with the contemporary technology, and we used the technology of 40 centuries earlier. That's what our gas execution van consisted of. We didn't have any gas for the gas chamber. Just try and be an engineer in these circumstances. All the dikes were earthen. All the floodgates were made of wood. Earth leaks now and then. How can it be made watertight? They drive horses over the dikes with rollers. Stalin and the country were pitiless to horses as well as to prisoners, because horses were a kulak animal and also destined to die. It is also very difficult to eliminate leakage at contact points between earth and wood. Wood had to be used in place of iron, and engineer Maslov invented rhomboid wooden lock gates. There was no concrete used in the walls of the locks, and how could they be strengthened? They remembered the ancient Russian device called ryazhi, cribs of logs fitted and joined, rising 50 feet high and filled with soil. Make use of the technology of the caveman, but bear responsibility according to the rules of the 20th century. If it leaks anywhere, off with your head. The Iron Commissar Yagoda wrote to Chief Engineer Krustalyev, on the basis of available reports, that is from Stulis and from Kogan, Frenkel, Firin, you are not manifesting and you do not feel the necessary energy and interest in the work. I order you to answer immediately. Do you intend immediately? What language? To set to work in earnest, and to compel that portion of the engineers? What portion? Whom? Which is sabotaging and interfering with the work to work conscientiously? Now what could the chief engineer reply to that? He wanted to survive. I admit my criminal softness. I repent of my own slackness. And meanwhile, it is incessantly dinned into our ears. The canal is being built on the initiative and orders of Comrade Stalin. The radio in the barracks, on the canal site by the stream, in a Karelian hut, on a truck, the radio which sleeps neither day nor night, just imagine it, those innumerable black mouths, those black masks without eyes, imagery. Cry out incessantly, what do the Czechists of the whole country think about the canal project? What does the party have to say about it? And you too better think the same. You too better think the same. Nature we will teach, and freedom we will reach. Hail socialist competition and the shock worker movement. Competition between work brigades. Competition between phalanxes, from 250 to 300 persons. Competition between labor collectives. Competition between locks. And then, finally, the Vokrovtsi, the militarized camp guards, entered into competition with the Zeks. And the obligation of the Vokrovtsi, to guard you better. But the main reliance was, of course, on the socially friendly elements, in other words, the thieves. These concepts had already merged at the canal. Deeply touched, Gorky shouted to them from the rostrum, "After all, any capitalist steals more than all of you combined." The thieves roared with approval, flattered. And big tears glistened in the eyes of a former pickpocket. They counted on being able to make use of the lawbreaker's romanticism in the construction. And why shouldn't the thieves have been flattered? A thief says from the presidium of the rally, "We didn't receive any bread for 2 days, but there was nothing awful in that for us." After all, they could always plunder someone else. "What is precious to us is that people talk to us like human beings," which is something the engineers cannot boast of. "There are such crags in our path that the drills break. That's all right, we manage them." What do they manage them with? And who manages them? This is class theory. Friendly elements against alien elements as the basis of the camp. It has never been reported how brigadiers at Belomor ate, but at Berezniki, an eyewitness, IDT, says there was a separate kitchen for the brigadiers, all thieves, and rations better than in the army, so that their fists would get strong and they would know for what to put the squeeze on. At the second camp there was thievery, grabbing dishes from the prisoners, and also ration tickets for gruel. But the thieves were not expelled from the ranks of shock workers on that account. It did not cast a shadow on their social image or their productive drive. They brought the food to the work sites cold. They stole clothes from the drivers. That was all right. We'll manage. Povanets was a penalty site, chaos and confusion. They baked no bread in Povanets, but brought it all the way from Kem. Look at the map. On the Shizhnya section, the food norm was not provided. It was cold in the barracks, there was an infestation of lice, and people were ill. Never mind. We'll manage. The canal is being constructed on the initiative of... KVBs, cultural and educational battle points, were everywhere. A hooligan no more than arrived in camp than he immediately became an instructor. An atmosphere of constant battle alert was created. All of a sudden, a night of storm assault was proclaimed, a blow against bureaucracy. And right at the end of the evening work, the cultural instructors went around the administration rooms and took by storm. All of a sudden, there was a breakthrough, not of water, of percentages, on the Tunguda section. Storm attack, it was decided, to double the work norms. Really? All of a sudden, without any warning, some brigade or other has fulfilled its day's plan by 852%. Just try to understand that. So a universal day of records is proclaimed. A blow against tempo interrupters. Bonus pirozhki are distributed to a brigade. Why such haggard faces? The longed-for moment, but no gladness. It seemed that everything was going well. In the summer of 1932, Yagoda, the provider, inspected the entire route and was satisfied. But in December he sent a telegram. "The norms are not being fulfilled. The idle loafing of thousands of people must be ended." This you believe, this you see. "The labor collectives are dragging their way to work with faded banners."
It has been learned that, according to the communiques, 100% of the total amount of earth to be moved to build the canal has already been excavated several times over, yet the canal has not been finished. Negligent sloggers have been filling the log cribs with ice instead of stone and earth, and this will melt in the spring and the water will break through. There are new slogans for the instructors. Tufta is the most dangerous weapon of counter-revolution. I accept F in Tufta here instead of KH, only because I am quoting. And it was the thieves most of all who engaged in Tufta. Filling the cribs with ice was plainly their trick. And there was one more slogan. The cheater is a class enemy. And the thieves were entrusted with the task of going around to expose Tufta and verify the work done by KR brigades. The best way for them to claim as their own the work of the KR brigades. Tufta is an attempt to destroy the entire corrective labor policy of the Ogpu. That's how awful this Tufta is. Tufta is the theft of socialist property. That's how terrible that Tufta is. In February 1933, they rearrested engineers who had been released early because of the Tufta they'd discovered. There was such élan, such enthusiasm. So whence had come this Tufta? Why had the prisoners thought it up? Evidently they were betting on the restoration of capitalism. Things hadn't gone that way here without the white emigration's black hand being present. At the beginning of 1933, there was a new order from Yagoda. All administrations were to be renamed Staffs of Battle Sectors. 50% of the administrative staffs were to be thrown into construction work. Would there be enough spades? They were to work in 3 shifts. The night was nearly polar. They would be fed right on canal site, with cold food. For Tufta, they would be put on trial. In January came the storm of the watershed. All the phalanxes with their kitchens and property were to be thrown into one single sector. There were not enough tents for everyone. They slept out on the snow. Never mind. We'll manage. The canal is being built on the initiative of. From Moscow came order number 1, to proclaim a general storm attack until the completion of construction. At the end of the working day, they drove stenographers, office workers, laundresses onto the canal site. In February, there was a prohibition on all visits from relatives for the entire Belomor camp system, either because of the danger of typhus or else because of pressure on the Zeks. In April, there was an incessant 48-hour storm assault. Hurrah! 30,000 people did not sleep. And by May the 1st, 1933, People's Commissar Yagoda reported to his beloved teacher that the canal had been completed on time. In July 1933, Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kirov undertook a pleasant excursion on a steamer to inspect the canal. There is a photograph that shows them sitting on deck in wicker armchairs, joking, laughing, smoking. Meanwhile, Kirov was already doomed, but did not know it. In August, the 120 writers made their excursion through the canal. There were no people in the area to service and operate the canal, and so they sent dispossessed kulaks, special deportees, and Berman himself picked the places for their settlements. A large part of the Canal Army men went on to build the next canal, the Moscow-Volga Canal. At the August rally of the Canal Army men, Lazar Kogan proclaimed, "Not far off is the rally which will be the last in the camp system. Not far off is that year, month, and day when by and large corrective labor camps will not be needed." He himself was probably shot, and never did find out how sadly mistaken he was. And maybe when he said it, he did not believe it. Let us turn away from the scoffing collective writers volume. No matter how gloomy the Solzhenitsyn Islands seemed, the Solzhenitsyn Islanders, who were sent off on prisoner transports to end their terms, and often their lives, on the Belomor Canal, only there really came to feel that joking had ended, only there discovered what a genuine camp was like, something which all of us gradually came to know later. Instead of the quiet of Solovki, there were incessant mother oaths, and the savage din of quarrelling mingled with indoctrinational propaganda. Even in the barracks of the Medvezhyogorsk camp in the administration of Beltlag, people slept on vagonki, double-tiered wooden bunks anchored in pairs, already invented, not just by 4s, but by 8s, 2 on each single bunk panel, head by feet. Instead of stone monastery buildings, there were drafty temporary barracks, even tents, and sometimes people out on the bare snow. And those transferred from Berezniki, where they had also worked a 12-hour day, found it was worse here. Days of work records, nights of storm assaults. From us everything, to us nothing. Many were crippled and killed in the crowding and chaos in the course of dynamiting rocky crags. Gruel that had grown cold was eaten among the boulders. We have already read what the work was like. What kind of food? Well, what kind could there have been in 1931 to 1933? Anna Skripnikova reports that even in the Medvezhyogorsk mess hall for free voluntary employees, they served only a murky dishwater with fish heads and individual millet grains. However, she recalls that refugees from the Ukraine came to Medvezhyogorsk in order to get work near the camp, and by this means saved themselves from starvation. The Zeks called them over and brought some of their own food from the camp compound for them to eat. And all this is very likely, but not all were able to escape from the Ukraine. Their clothing was their own, and was worn till it was worn out. And there was only one form of address, one form of urging them on, one refrain. Come on! Come on! Come on! They say that in the first winter, 1931 to 1932, 100,000 died off, a number equal to the number of those who made up the full working forces on the canal. And why not believe it? More likely, it is an understatement. In similar conditions in wartime camps, a death rate of 1% per day was commonplace and common knowledge. So, on Belomor, 100,000 could have died off in just 3 months plus. And then there was another whole summer and another winter. D.P. Vitkovsky, a Solovetsky Islands veteran, who worked on the White Sea Canal as a work supervisor, and saved the lives of many prisoners with that very same tukhta, the falsification of work reports, draws a picture of the evenings. At the end of the workday, there were corpses left on the worksite. The snow powdered their faces. One of them was hunched over beneath an overturned wheelbarrow. He had hidden his hands in his sleeves and frozen to death in that position. Someone had frozen with his head bent down between his knees. 2 were frozen back to back, leaning against each other. They were peasant lads and the best workers one could possibly imagine. They were sent to the canal in tens of thousands at a time, and the authorities tried to work things out so no one got to the same sub-camp as his father. They tried to break up families, and right off they gave them norms of shingle and boulders that you'd be unable to fulfill even in summer. No one was able to teach them anything, to warn them, and in their village simplicity they gave all their strength to their work and weakened very swiftly, and then froze to death, embracing in pairs. At night the sledges went out and collected them. The drivers threw the corpses onto the sledges with a dull clonk. And in the summer bones remained from corpses which had not been removed in time, and together with the shingle they got into the concrete mixer. And in this way they got into the concrete of the last block of the city of Belomorsk, and will be preserved there forever. The Belomorsktroy newspaper choked with enthusiasm in describing how many canal army men, who had been aesthetically carried away by their great task, had in their own free time, and obviously without any payment in bread, decorated the canal banks with stones, simply for the sake of beauty. Yes, and it was quite right for them to set forth on the banks of the canal the names of the 6 principal lieutenants of Stalin and Yagoda, the chief overseers of Belomor, 6 hired murderers, each of whom accounted for 30,000 lives, Firin, Belman, Frenkel, Kogan, Rapoport, Zhuk. Yes, and they should have added there the chief of VOKHR of Belbaltlag, Brodsky. Yes, and the curator of the canal representing VTSIK, Solz. Yes, and all the 37 Czechists who were at the canal, and the 36 writers who glorified Belomor, including Alexei N. Tolstoy, who after he had travelled over the canal, for he had to pay for his position, recounted with excitement and inspiration what he had seen, drawing attractive, almost fantastic, and at the same time realistic pictures of the prospects of the future of the region, putting into his narrative all the heat of his creative passion and writer's imagination. He literally bubbled with enthusiasm in speaking of the labour of the canal builders, of the advanced technology. And the dramatist Pogodin should not be forgotten either, so that tourists on steamers would read and think about them. But that's the rub. There are no tourists. How can that be? Just like that. And there are no steamers either. There is nothing there that goes on a schedule. In 1966, when I was completing this book, I wanted to travel through the great Belomor to see it for myself, just so as to compete with those 120 others. But it was impossible. There was nothing to make the trip on. I would have had to ask for passage on a freighter, and on such vessels they check your papers, and I have a name which has been attacked. There would immediately be suspicion. Why was I going? And therefore, so that the book remained safe, it was wiser not to go. But nonetheless I did poke around there a bit. First at Medvezhegorsk. Even at the present time, many of the barracks have still survived. Also a majestic hotel with a 5-story glass tower. For after all, this was the gateway to the canal. After all, things would buzz here with Soviet and foreign visitors. But it stayed empty forever and ever, and finally they turned it over to a boarding school. The road to Povinets, stunted woods, stones at every step, boulders. From Povinets I reached the canal straight away and walked along it for a long stretch, keeping as close as possible to the locks so as to look them over.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2.
From Povinets I reached the canal straight away and walked along it for a long stretch, keeping as close as possible to the locks so as to look them over. Forbidden zones, sleepy guards. But in some places things were clearly visible. The walls of the locks were just what they had been before, made from those very same rock-filled cribs. I could recognize them from their pictures. But Maslov's rhomboid gates had been replaced by metal gates and were no longer opened by hand. But why was everything so quiet? There were no people about. There was no traffic on the canal, nor in the locks. There was no hustle and bustle of service personnel. There were no steamer whistles. The lock gates stayed shut. It was a fine, serene June day, so why was it? And so it was that I passed 5 locks of the Povinets staircase, and after passing the 5th I sat down on the bank. Portrayed on all our Belomor cigarette packages, and so desperately needed by our country, "Why are you silent, great canal?" Someone in civilian clothing approached me with watchful eyes, so I played the simpleton. Where could I get some fish? Yes, and how could I leave via the canal? He turned out to be the chief of the lock's guard. Why, I asked him, wasn't there any passenger traffic? Well, he acted astonished. How could we? After all, the Americans would rush right over to see it. Until the war there had been passenger traffic, but not since the war. Well, what if they did come and see it? Well, now, how could we let them see it? But why is no one travelling on it? They do, but not very many. You see, it is very shallow, 16 feet deep. They wanted to rebuild it, but in all probability they will build another next to it, one which will be all right from the beginning. You don't say, boss. We've long since known all about that. In 1934, no sooner had they finished passing out all the medals than there was already a project for reconstructing it. And point number 1 was to deepen the canal, and the second was to build a deep-water chain of locks for sea-going ships parallel to the existing locks. Haste makes waste. Because of that time limit imposed on its completion, because of those norms, they not only cheated on the depth, but reduced the tonnage capacity. There had to be some faked cubic feet in order to feed the sloggers. And very soon afterward they blamed this cheating on the engineers and gave them new tenors. And 50 miles of the Murmansk Railroad had to be removed to make room for the canal route. It was at least a good thing that they hadn't wasted any wheelbarrow wheels on the project. And what were they to haul on it anyway? And where? They had cut down all the nearby timber, so where was it to be hauled from? Was Archangel timber to be hauled to Leningrad? But it was sold right in Archangel. Foreigners had been buying it there since long ago. Yes, for half the year the canal is frozen anyhow, maybe more. So what was it needed for anyway? Oh yes, there was a military necessity in order to be able to shift the fleet. It's so shallow, complained the chief of the guard, that not even submarines can pass through it under their own power. They have to be loaded on barges, and only then can they be hauled through. And what about the cruisers? Oh, you hermit tyrant, you night-time lunatic. In what nightmare did you dream up all this? And where, cursed one, were you hurrying to? What was it that burned and pricked you to set a deadline of 20 months? For those 250,000 men could have remained alive. Well, so the Esperantists stuck in your throat, but think how much work those peasant lads could have done for you. How many times you could have roused them to attack, for the motherland, for Stalin. It was very costly, I said to the guard, but it was built very quickly. He answered me with self-assurance. Your bones should be in it. That day I spent 8 hours by the canal. During this time there was one self-propelled barge which passed from Povinets to Soroka, and one identical in type which passed from Soroka to Povinets. Their numbers were different, and it was only by their numbers that I could tell them apart, and be sure that it was not the same one as before on its way back. Because they were loaded altogether identically, with the very same pine logs which had been lying exposed for a long time, and were useless for anything except firewood. And cancelling the one load against the other, we get 0. And 250,000 to be remembered. And after the White Sea-Baltic Canal came the Moscow-Volga Canal. The sloggers all moved over to it immediately, as well as Chief of Camp Firin and Chief of Construction Kogan. Their orders of Lenin for Belomor reached both of them there. But this canal was at least needed, and it gloriously continued and developed all the traditions of Belomor, and we can understand even better here how the archipelago in the period of rapid metastasis differed from stagnant Solovki. Now was the time to remember and regret the silent cruelties of Solovki, for now they not only demanded work of the prisoners, they not only demanded that the prisoners break up the unyielding rocks with their failing picks. No, while taking away life, they even earlier crawled into the breast and searched the soul. And this was the most difficult thing to bear on the canals. They demanded that in addition to everything else, you chirp. You might be on your last legs, but you had to make a pretense of participation in public affairs. With a tongue growing numb from hunger, you had to deliver speeches demanding over-fulfillment of plan and exposure of records, and punishment for hostile propaganda, for kulak rumors, and all camp rumors were kulak rumors, and to be on the lookout to make sure that the snakes of mistrust did not entwine a new prison term about you. Picking up these shameless books, where the life of the doomed is portrayed so glossily and with such admiration, it is almost impossible to believe that they were written in all seriousness and also read in all seriousness. Yes, and circumspect Glovelet destroyed the printings, so that in this case, too, we got one of the last existing copies. And now our Virgil will be the assiduous pupil of Vyshinsky, I.L. Averbach. Even driving in a single screw takes at first some special effort. The axis must be kept straight, and the screw has to be kept from leaning to one side. But when it has already begun to take hold, one can then free one hand and just keep screwing it in, whistling. We read Vyshinsky. Thanks in particular to its educational task, our corrective labor camp, ITL, is fundamentally counterposed to the bourgeois prison where raw violence reigns. In contrast to bourgeois states, the use of violence in the struggle against crime plays a role of secondary importance, and the center of gravity has passed over to organizational, material, cultural, educational, and political indoctrinational measures. You really have to furrow your brains not to burst out, instead of the club, the ration scale, plus propaganda. And here is some more. The success of socialism also exercised their magical, that's what's sculpted there, magical, influence on the struggle against crime. Following in his teacher's footsteps, Averbach similarly elaborates, the task of Soviet corrective labor policy is the transformation of the nastiest human material. Do you remember raw material? Do you remember insects? AS. Into worthwhile, fully useful, active, and conscientious builders of socialism. There is just the question of that little coefficient. 250,000 of nasty material lay down and died, and 12,500 of the active and conscientious were liberated ahead of time. Belomor. Yes, and wasn't it back at the Eighth Party Congress in 1919, when the Civil War was still blazing, when they were still waiting for Denikin near Orel, when Kronstadt and the Tambov Revolt was still in the future, that the Congress declared and determined to replace the system of punishments, in other words, in general not to punish anyone at all, with a system of education? Compulsory, Averbach now adds. And rhetorically, already saving up for us the annihilating reply, he asks, but how else? How can one remake consciousness for the benefit of socialism if in freedom it has already become hostile to it, and camp compulsion is perceived as violence and can only intensify the hostility? So we and the reader are caught in a blind alley. Is it not true? But that's not the end of it, and now he is going to dazzle us blind. Productive, meaningful labor with a high purpose. That's the means by which all hostile or unreliable consciousness will be remade. And for that, it seems, we need to concentrate our work on gigantic projects which astound the imagination with their grandeur. Ah, so that's it. That's why we need Belomor, and we dunderheads didn't understand a thing. By this means are attained immediacy, effectiveness, and the pathos of construction. And at the same time, work from zero to completion is obligatory, and every camp inmate, who is not yet dead as of today, feels the political resonance of his personal labor, the interest of the entire country in his work. Please notice how smoothly the screw is now going in.
Perhaps it is a bit crooked, but are we not losing the capacity to resist it?
The father marked a line on the map with his pipe, and is there some anxiety about justifying him? And Averbach always turns up. Andrei Yanuarievich, here is an idea I've had. What do you think about it? Should I develop it in a book? But those are only frills. What was required was that the prisoner, while still confined in camp, be indoctrinated in the highest socialist forms of labor. And what was required for that? The screw had gotten stuck. What muddle-headedness! Of course, socialist competition and the shock worker movement. What millennium is it, darlings, out of doors? Not just work, but heroic work. Ogpu Order number 190. Competition for temporary possession of the red banner of the central staff, of the district staff, of the division staff. Competition between camps, construction sites, brigades. Along with the transferable red banner, a brass band was also awarded. For whole days at a time it played for the winners during work periods and during periods of tasty food. There is no tasty food to be seen in the photograph, but you can see the searchlight. That was for night work. The Moscow-Volga Canal was constructed around the clock. A band was used in other camps as well. They put it on the shore, and it played for several days in a row until prisoners working without relief or rest periods had unloaded timber from a barge. IDT was in a band at Belomor, and he recalls, the band aroused anger among those working. After all, the musicians were released from general work, had their own individual cots and their own military uniforms. They used to shout at us, "Parasites, drones, come here and get to work." In the photograph, neither this nor anything like it is shown. In every brigade of prisoners, there was a troika concerned with competition, audit and resolutions, resolutions and audit. The results of the storm assault on the watershed for the first 5-day period, for the second. The intercamp newspaper was called Perikovka, reforging. Its slogan was, "Let us drown our past on the bottom of the canal." Its appeal, "Work without days off." Universal enthusiasm, universal agreement. The leading shock worker said, "Of course, how can there be days off? The Volga doesn't have days off, and it's just about to overflow its banks." "And what about days off on the Mississippi?" "Grab him, he's a Kulak agent." A point in the obligations undertaken. Preservation of health by every member of the collective. Oh, what humanitarianism. No, here's what it was for. To reduce the amount of absenteeism. Do not be ill and do not take time off. Red bulletin boards, black bulletin boards of charts, days remaining until completion, work done yesterday, work done today. The honor roll. In every barracks, honor certificates. A bulletin board of reforging, graphs, diagrams. And how many loafers were scurrying about and writing all this stuff? Every prisoner had to be informed about the production plans. And every prisoner had to be informed about the entire political life of the country. Therefore, at morning line-up, taken out of morning free time, of course, there was a 5-minute production session. And after returning to camp, when one's legs could hardly keep one upright, there was a 5-minute political session. During lunch hours, prisoners were not to be allowed to crawl into nooks and crannies or to sleep. There were political readings. If, out in freedom, the 6 conditions of Comrade Stalin were proclaimed, then every camp inmate had to learn them by heart. It is worth noting that intellectuals who had managed to make their way up to positions in management took advantage of these 6 conditions very adroitly. To make use of specialists by every possible means meant to yank engineers off general work. Not to permit turnover in the workforce meant to prohibit prisoner transports. If in freedom there was a decree of the Council of People's Commissars on dismissing workers for absenteeism, then here explanatory work had to be undertaken. Every person who today refuses to work or who simulates illness must, after his liberation, be branded with the contempt of the masses of the Soviet Union. The system here was this. In order to get the title of shock worker, it was not enough merely to have production successes. It was necessary, in addition, A, to read the newspapers, B, to love your canal, C, to be able to talk about its significance. And miracle, oh transfiguration and ascension, the shock worker ceases to feel discipline and labor as something which has been forced on him from outside. Even horses understand this. It becomes an inner necessity. Well, truly, of course, freedom, after all, is not freedom, but accepted bars. New socialist forms of reward. The issuing of shock workers' buttons. And what would you have thought? What would you have thought? The shock workers' button is valued by the sloggers more highly than rations. Yes, more highly than rations. And whole brigades voluntarily go out to work 2 hours before line-up. What presumption! But what was the convoy to do? And they also stayed behind to work after the end of the work-day. Oh, flame! Oh, matches! They thought you would burn for decades. Here it is, shock work. A thunderstorm breaks, but we are going to work anyway. We are going to over-fulfill the day's plan. Remark the technology. We spoke of it at the Bellamore, too. On the slopes, a hookman hauls the wheelbarrow from the front. Indeed, how else could it be made to roll upward? Ivan Nemtsev suddenly decided to do the work of 5 men. No sooner said than done. He moved 72 cubic yards of earth in 1 shift. Let us calculate. That is 6.5 cubic yards per hour, 1 cubic yard every 9 minutes. Just try it, even with the lightest type of soil. This was the situation. There were no pumps, no wells had been readied, and water had to be fought off with one's hands. And what about the women? They used to lift, unaided, stones of up to 150 pounds. Wheelbarrows overturned and stones struck head and feet. That's all right. We'll manage. Sometimes up to their waists in water, sometimes 62 hours of unbroken work, sometimes for 3 days 500 persons hacked at the frozen earth. And it turned out to be to no avail. That's all right. We'll manage. With our battle spades we dug our happiness near Moscow. This was that same special gay tension they had brought with them from Belomor. They went on the attack with boisterous gay songs. In any weather, march out to line up. And here are the shock workers themselves. They have come to the rally. On one side, by the train, is the chief of convoy, and on the left there is one more convoy guard. Look at their inspired and happy faces. These women do not think about children nor about home, but only about the canal which they have come to love so. It is quite cold, and some are in felt boots, some are in ordinary boots, homemade, of course, and the second from the left in the first row is a woman thief in stolen shoes, and where better to go swaggering about in them than at the rally. And here is another rally. It says on the poster, "We will build it ahead of time, cheaply and strong." And how do we reconcile all that? Well, let the engineers break their heads over it. It is easy to see in the photograph that there are shadows of smiles for the camera, but in general these women are terribly fatigued. They are not going to make speeches, and all they expect from the rally is a nourishing meal for once. All of them have simple, peasant-like faces. All the photographs are from Aberbach's book. He warned that there were no photographs of kulaks and wreckers in it, in other words, of the finest peasants and intellectuals. Evidently, so to speak, their time has not yet come. Alas, it never will. You can't bring back the dead. And the trusty guard got stuck in the aisle, the Judas he so much wanted to get into that photograph. And here is a shock brigade provided with the last word in equipment. It is not true that we haul everything under our own steam. If we are to believe the camp artists whose works were exhibited in the KVCH, the Cultural and Educational Section, then this is the equipment already in use at the canal. 1 excavator, 1 crane, and 1 tractor. Are they in working order? Perhaps they are broken down. Isn't that more likely? Well, generally speaking, in winter it isn't very cozy out on the construction site, right? There was one small additional problem. At the time Belomor was completed, too many triumphant articles appeared in various newspapers, and they nullified the terrorizing effects of the camps. In the description of Belomor, they overdid it to such a degree that those who arrived at the Moscow-Volga Canal expected rivers of milk and honey, and presented unheard-of demands to the administration. Presumably they asked for clean linen? So that was it. Go ahead and lie as much as you please, but don't get entangled in your lying. Today, too, the banner of Belomor waves over us, writes the newspaper, reforging. That's a moderate statement, and it is quite enough. In any event, both at Belomor and at the Moscow-Volga Canal, they understood that camp competition and the shock worker movement must be tied in with the entire system of rewards, so that the special rewards would stimulate the shock worker movement. The principal basis of competition is material incentive.
It would seem we've been thrown about face. We have turned from east to west, 180 degrees.
Is this a provocation? Hold tight to the handrails. The car is going through. And things worked out like this. On production indices depended nutrition and housing and clothing and linen and the frequency of baths. Yes, whoever works badly can go about in tatters and lice. And liberation ahead of time, and rest days, and visits. For example, issuing a shock worker's lapel button is purely a socialist form of encouragement. But let that button confer the right to a long visit out of turn. And by this means it becomes more precious than bread rations. If, in freedom, in accordance with the Soviet Constitution, we apply the principle of whoever does not work does not eat, then why should we put the camp inmates in a privileged position? The most difficult thing in organizing a camp, they must not become privileged places. The ration scale at Gulag was this. The penalty ration consisted of muddy water and 10.5 ounces of bread. 100% fulfillment of norm earned the right to 28 ounces of bread, and the right to buy, in addition, 3.5 ounces in the camp commissary. And then, submission to discipline begins out of egotistical motives, self-interest in getting a better bread ration, and rises to the second step of socialist self-interest in the red banner. In his private life, Aberbach probably began immediately with the second step. But the main thing was time off sentence. Time off sentence. The Socialist Competition Headquarters compiled a report on the prisoner. For time off sentence, not only over-fulfillment of plan is required, but also social work. And anyone who in the past has been a non-working element gets reduced time off sentence, miserly small. Such a person can only pretend, not reform. He must be kept in camp longer, so as to be verified. For example, he pushes a wheelbarrow uphill, and maybe he isn't working but just pretending. And what do those who are freed ahead of time do? What do you mean, what? They stay with the project. They have come to love the canal too much to leave it. They are so absorbed in it that when they are liberated they voluntarily stay at the canal, engaging in earth-moving operations right to the end of the project. They voluntarily remain at work like that. Can one believe the author? Of course. After all, they all have a stamp in their passport. Was in Ogpu camps. You aren't going to find work anywhere else. But what is this? The machinery for producing nightingale trills has suddenly broken down, and in the intermission we hear the weary breath of truth. Even the thieves were only 60% involved in competition. It is pretty bad if even the thieves don't compete. The camp inmates often interpret the special benefits and rewards as incorrectly applied. Recommendations of prisoners are often composed tritely. Very often, trustees pass themselves off on recommendations as shock worker excavators and receive a shock worker's time-off sentence, while the real shock worker often gets none. In our country, everything is topsy-turvy, and even rewards sometimes turn out to be a misfortune. The blacksmith Paramonov received 2 years off his 10-year sentence in one of the Archangel camps for the excellence of his work. But because of this 2-year reduction, he completed his term during wartime, and as a result, being a 58, he was not released, but was kept there under special decree. Special, once again. Just as soon as the war was over, Paramonov's co-defendants, convicted with him in the same case, completed their 10-year sentences and were released, and he dragged out another whole year. The prosecutor studied his case and couldn't do a thing. The special decree remained in force throughout the entire archipelago. And so it would seem, gentlemen instructors, that it was you who had not managed to rise to the second step. And there were many who clung to feelings of hopelessness and injustice.
Well, and in 1931 the Fifth Conference of Justice officials condemned this whole snake pit. The widespread and totally unjustified application of parole and time-off sentence for workdays leads to diminution of the impact of sentences, to the undermining of the repression of crime, and to distortions in the class line.
But the trills have begun again with a metallic ring. The main incentive had evidently been forgotten. Cruel and merciless application of disciplinary penalties. Ogpu Order of November 28, 1933. This was at the beginning of winter, so they would stand still without rocking back and forth. All incorrigible loafers and malingerers are to be sent to distant northern camps with total deprivation of rights to any privileges. Malicious strikers and troublemakers are to be turned over to trial by camp collegia. For the slightest attempt to violate iron discipline, prisoners are to be deprived of all special privileges and advantages already received. for example, for attempting to get warm beside the fire. And nonetheless we have again omitted the main link, total confusion. We have said everything, but we didn't say the main thing. Listen, listen. Collectivity is both the principle and the method of Soviet corrective labor policy. After all, there have to be driving belts from the administration to the masses. Only by basing itself on collectives can the multitudinous camp administration rework the consciousness of the prisoners. From the lowest forms of collective responsibility to the highest forms is a matter of honor, a matter of glory, a matter of valor and heroism. We often abuse our language, claiming that with the passage of the ages it has grown pale. But if one really thinks about this, it is not true. It becomes more noble. Earlier, in the manner of cabmen, we said reins, and now driving belts. It used to be called mutual back-scratching. You help me out of the ditch, and I'll help you out of the swamp. But that smells of the stable, too. And now it's collective responsibility. The brigade is the basic form of re-education. A Gulag Order, 1933. This means trust in the collective, which is impossible under capitalism, but which is quite possible under feudalism. One man in the village is at fault, strip them all and whip them. Nonetheless, it sounds noble. Trust in the collective. That means the spontaneous initiative of the camp inmates in the cause of re-education. This is psychological enrichment of the personality by the collective. No, what words, what words. After all, he's knocked us right down with this psychological enrichment. Now there's a real scholar for you. The collective heightens the feeling of human dignity. Yes, yes, of every prisoner, and by this means hinders the introduction of a system of moral repression. And indeed, please tell me, 30 years after Averbach, it was my fate to say a word or so about the brigade. All I did was describe how things worked there, but people managed to understand me in quite the opposite sense, in a distorted way. The brigade is the basic contribution of communism to the science of punishment. And that is quite right. That is precisely what Averbach is saying. It is a collective organism, living, working, eating, sleeping, and suffering together in pitiless and forced symbiosis. Ernst Powell, The Triumph of Survival, The Nation, February 2nd, 1963. Oh, without the brigade, one could still somehow manage to survive the camp. Without the brigade, you are an individual. You yourself choose your own line of conduct. Without the brigade, you can at least die proudly. But in the brigade, the only way they allow you even to die is in humiliation on your belly. From the chief, from the camp foreman, from the jailer, from the convoy guard, from all of them you can hide and catch a moment of rest. You can ease up a bit here on hauling, shirk a bit there on lifting. But from the driving belts, from your comrades in the brigade, there is neither a hiding place nor salvation nor mercy. You cannot not want to work. You cannot, conscious of being a political preferred death from hunger, to work. No, once you have been marched outside the compound, once you have been registered as going out to work, everything the brigade does today will be divided not by 25, but by 26, and because of you the entire brigade's percentage of norm will fall from 123 to 119, which makes the difference between the ration allotted record breakers and ordinary rations, and everyone will lose a millet cake and 3½ ounces of bread. And that is why your comrades keep watch on you better than any jailers. And the brigade leader's fist will punish you far more effectively than the whole People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. Now that is what spontaneous initiative in re-education means. That is psychological enrichment of the personality by the collective. So now, it is all as transparent as a window pane. Yet on the Moscow-Volga Canal, even the organizers themselves still did not dare believe what a strong dog collar they had found. And there the brigade was kept in the background, and the labor collective was elevated to the position of highest honor and incentive. Even in May 1934, half the Zeks in Gulag were still unorganized,
They were not accepted in the labor collectives. They did take them into labor cooperatives, but not all of them. They did not take in priests, sectarians, or other religious believers. Unless they renounced their religion, the game was worth the candle, in which case they were accepted with 1 month's probation. They began to take 58s into the labor collectives unwillingly, but only those whose terms were less than 5 years. The collective had a chairman, a council, and the democracy there was quite unbridled. The meetings of the collective took place only with the permission of the KVCH, the Cultural and Educational Section, and only in the presence of the company, yes, indeed, they had companies too, instructor. It goes without saying that the collectives were given higher rations than the mob. The best collectives had vegetable gardens allotted to them in the compound, not to individual people, but, as on a collective farm, to supplement the common pot. The collectives split into sections, and every free hour was filled with either checking the daily living routine, or inquests into thefts and the squandering of government property, of publication of a wall newspaper, or delving into disciplinary violations. At the meetings of the collectives they spent hours in pretentious discussion of such questions as how to reforge Lazy Bones Vovka, or Grishka, the malingerer. The collective itself had the right to expel its own members and ask that they be deprived of time-off sentence. But, as a more drastic measure, the administration could dissolve entire collectives which were continuing criminal traditions, which were not, in other words, immersed in collective life. However, the most entertaining were the periodic purges of the collectives, of loafers, of the unworthy, of whisperers, who depicted the labor collectives as organizations for spying on one another, and of agents of the class enemy who had crept into their midst. For example, it was discovered that someone, already in camp, was concealing his Kulak descent, for which he had, in fact, been sent to camp in the first place. And so now he was branded and purged not from the camp, but from the labor collective. Realist artists, please paint that picture. The purge in the labor collective. Those shaven heads, those watchful expressions, those fatigued faces, those rags on the body, and those enraged orators. Right here is a prototype. And for those who find it hard to imagine, well, this sort of thing took place in freedom too, and in China. And listen to this. As a preliminary, the task and the purposes of the purge were communicated to every camp inmate, and at that point every member of the collective gave public accounting. All the citations not otherwise credited are from Averbach's book, but sometimes I have combined phrases from different places, sometimes passed over his intolerable prolixity. After all, he had to stretch it out into a dissertation, but we don't have the space. However, I have nowhere distorted the meaning. And then, too, there was exposure of fake shock workers, and elections of the Cultural Council, and official rebukes to those who had done poorly at liquidating their illiteracy. And there were the classes in liquidation of illiteracy, too. We are not slaves, slaves we are not. And the songs, too. This kingdom of swamps and lowlands will become our happy native land. Or, in the masterful words of Nikolai Asayev, the poet himself, we Canal Army men are a tough people, but not in that lies our chief trait. We were caught up by a great epoch, to be put on the path that leads straight. Or, at the amateur theatricals, bursting from the breast. And even the most beautiful song cannot tell, no, cannot do justice to this country than which there is nothing more wondrous, the country in which you and I live. Songbooks of Dmitlag, 1935, and the music was called Canal Army Music, and there were free composers on the competition committee, Shostakovich, Kabalevsky, Schechter. Now that is what to chirp means in camp slang. Oh, they will drive you to the point where you will weep just to be back with Company Commander Kurilko, walking along the short and simple execution road, through open and above-board Solovki slavery. My lord, what canal is there deep enough for us to drown that past in? Chapter 4. The archipelago hardens, and the clock of history was striking. In 1934, at the January plenum of the Central Committee and Central Control Commission of the Soviet Communist Party, the great leader, having already in mind, no doubt, how many he would soon have to do away with, declared that the withering away of the state, which had been awaited virtually from 1920 on, would arrive via, believe it or not, the maximum intensification of state power. This was so unexpectedly brilliant that it was not given to every little mind to grasp it, but Vyshinsky, ever the loyal apprentice, immediately picked it up. And this means the maximum strengthening of corrective labor institutions. Entry into socialism via the maximum strengthening of prison. And this was not some satirical magazine cracking a joke either, but was said by the Prosecutor General of the Soviet Union. And thus it was that the iron grip of the Yezhov terror was prepared even without Yezhov. After all, the second 5-year plan, and who remembers this? For no one in our country ever remembers anything, for memory is the Russians' weak spot, especially memory of the bad. The second 5-year plan included among its glistening, and to this very day unfulfilled, goals the following: the uprooting of the vestiges of capitalism from people's consciousness. This meant that this process of uprooting had to be finished by 1938. Judge for yourself. By what means were these vestiges to be so swiftly uprooted? Soviet places of confinement on the threshold of the second 5-year plan not only are not losing, but are even gaining in significance. Not 1 year had passed since Kogan's predictions that camps would soon cease to exist at all, but Kogan did not know about the January plenum. In the epoch of entrance into socialism, the role of corrective labor institutions as weapons of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as organs of repression, as means of compulsion and education — compulsion is already in the first place — must grow still further and be strengthened. For otherwise, what was to happen to the command corps of the NKVD? Was it just supposed to disappear? So who is going to reproach our progressive doctrine with having fallen behind practice? All this was printed in black on white, but we still didn't know how to read. The year 1937 was publicly predicted and provided with a foundation. And the hairy hand tossed out all the frills and gewgaws, too. Labor collectives? Prohibited. What nonsense was that? Self-government in camp. You couldn't think up anything better than the brigade anyway. What's all this about political indoctrination periods? Forget it. The prisoners are sent there to work, and they don't have to understand anything. At Ukhta they had proclaimed the liquidation of the last multiple bunk. This was a political mistake. Were the prisoners to be put to bed on cots with springs? Cram them on the bunks twice as thickly. Time-off sentences? Abolish that before anything. What do you want? That the court's work should go for nothing? And what about those who already have credits toward time-off sentences? Consider them cancelled. 1937. They are still permitting visits in some camps? Forbid them everywhere. Some prison or other permitted a priest's body to be turned over for burial outside prison? You must be insane. You are providing an opportunity for anti-Soviet demonstrations. There must be an exemplary punishment for this. And make it clear the corpses of deceased prisoners belong to Gulag, and the location of graves is top secret. Professional and technical courses for prisoners? Dissolve them. They should have done their studying in freedom. And what about VTSIK? What VTSIK anyway? Over Kalinin's signature? And we don't have a GPU, we have an NKVD. When they return to freedom, let them study on their own. Graphs, diagrams, tear them off the wall and whitewash the walls. And you don't even have to whitewash them. And what kind of payroll is this? Wages for prisoners? A Gumzak circular dated November the 25th, 1926. 25% of the wages of a worker of equivalent skill in state industry? Shut up and tear it up. We are robbing ourselves of wages. A prisoner should be paid. Let him say thank you, he wasn't shot. The Corrective Labor Code of 1933? Forget it once and for all. Take it out of all camp safes. Every violation of nationwide codes on labor, only on the basis of agreement with the Central Council of Trade Unions, the VTS-SPS? Do you really think we are going to go to the VTS-SPS? What's the VTS-SPS anyway? All we have to do is spit on it, and it will blow away. Article 75. The rations are to be increased for heavier labor? About face, rations are to be reduced for easier work. Just like that, and the food allotment is intact. The Corrective Labor Code, with its hundreds of articles, was swallowed up as if by a shark. And not only was it true that for 25 years afterward no one caught a glimpse of it, but even its name was unsuspected. They shook up the archipelago, and they became convinced that beginning back there with Solovki, and even more so during the period of the canals, the entire camp machinery had become intolerably loose. And now they got rid of all that weakness. In the very first place, the whole guard system was no good. These weren't real camps at all. They had guards posted on the watchtowers only at night, and at the gatehouse there was just one unarmed guard, who could even be persuaded to let one out for a bit.
This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1.
In the very first place, the whole guard system was no good. These weren't real camps at all. They had guards posted on the watchtowers only at night, and at the gatehouse there was just one unarmed guard, who could even be persuaded to let one out for a bit. They were still permitting kerosene lighting around the perimeter, and several dozen prisoners were being taken to work outside the camp by just a single rifleman. So now they wired the perimeter for electric light, using politically reliable electricians and motor mechanics. The riflemen of the guard were provided with battle statutes and military training. Attack-trained German shepherds were included in the required service staffs, with their own breeders and trainers and their own separate statutes. The camps began to assume, at long last, a fully modern, contemporary appearance, which we know very well indeed. This is not the place to list the many small details of daily life in which the camp regimen was made stricter and tightened up, and the many cracks that were discovered via which freedom could still observe the archipelago. All those ties were now broken off, and the cracks were filled in, and the last few observers' commissions were expelled. There is not going to be any other place in the book for an explanation of what these were, so let this be a lengthy note for those curious about it. Hypocritical bourgeois society thought up the idea of inspection of conditions in places of confinement and of the course of prisoner correction. In Tsarist Russia, the societies of guardianship over prisons, for the improvement of the physical and moral state of the prisoners, were the charitable prison committees and the societies of prison patronage. In American prisons, commissions of observers, consisting of public representatives, already possessed broad rights in the 20s and 30s, including even the right of release ahead of term, not petitioning for it, but release itself without action by a court. And indeed our dialectical legal experts pointedly protest. One must not forget what classes the commissions represent. They reach decisions in accordance with their class interests. It is quite a different thing here, in our country. The very first temporary instruction of July the 23rd, 1918, which created the first camps, provided for the creation of assignment commissions attached to provincial penal departments. They assigned all sentenced prisoners one of 7 different types of confinement, which had been established in the early Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic. This work, which apparently replaced that of the courts, was so important that the People's Commissariat of Justice, in its report of 1920, called the activity of the assignment commissions the nerve center of penal operations. Their make-up was very democratic. In 1922, for example, it was a troika, the chief of the provincial NKVD administration, a member of the Presidium of the Provincial Court, and the chief of places of confinement in the specific province. Later on, one person was added from the Provincial Workers' and Peasants' Inspection and the Provincial Trade Union Council. But as early as 1929, there was great dissatisfaction with the commissions. They exercised their power to release prisoners before the end of term and to grant other benefits to hostile class elements. This was the rightist opportunist practice of the NKVD leadership. For this reason, assignment commissions were abolished in that self-same year of the great turning point, and in their place observers' commissions were created whose chairmen were judges and whose members consisted of the chief of the camp, the prosecutor, and a representative of the public, from workers in penal institutions, the police, the district executive committee, or the Komsomol. And, as our jurists pointedly declared, one must not forget what classes... Oh, excuse me, I have already quoted that. And the observers' commissions were entrusted with these tasks by the NKVD to decide the question of time-off sentences and release before the end of term, and by VTSIK, so to speak by Parliament, to verify the fulfillment of the production and financial plans. And it was these observers' commissions which were abolished at the beginning of the second five-year plan. Speaking frankly, none of the prisoners sighed over the loss. Another thing about classes, now that we've mentioned them. One of the authors of that same collection we have cited so often before, Shestakova, on the basis of materials from the 20s and the beginnings of the 30s, reached a strange conclusion as to the similarity of the social origins of prisoners in bourgeois prisons and in our country. To her surprise, it turned out that both there and here those in prison were workers. Well, of course, there has to be some kind of dialectical explanation here, but she couldn't find any. And we will add on our own behalf that this strange resemblance was violated only in a minor degree in 1937 to 1938, when high state officials flocked into the camps. But very soon the proportions evened out. All the multi-million waves of the war and the post-war period consisted only of waves of the working classes. At the same time, the camp phalanxes, even though there seemed to have been glimmerings of socialism in them, were renamed columns so as to distinguish them from Francos. The camp security section, which up to this time had had to make allowances for the goals of the general productive work and of the plan, now acquired its own self-contained dominating significance, to the detriment of all kinds of productive work and of any staff of specialists. True, they did not drive out the camp cultural and educational sections, but this was partly because it was convenient to collect denunciations and summon stool pigeons through them. And an iron curtain descended around the archipelago. No one, other than the officers and sergeants of the NKVD, could enter and leave via the camp gatehouse. That harmonious order of things was established, which the Zeks themselves would soon come to consider the only conceivable one, the one we will describe in this part of the book, without the red ribbons by this time, and containing much more labor than correction. And that is when the wolf's fangs were bared, and that is when the bottomless pit of the archipelago gaped wide. I'll shoe you in tin cans, but you're going to go out to work. If there aren't enough railroad ties, I'll make one out of you. And that is when, sending freight trains through Siberia with a machine gun on the roof of every third car, they drove the 58s into excavation pits to guard them more securely. And that was when, even before the first shot of World War II, back when all Europe still danced foxtrots, they could not manage to crush the lice in the Mariinsk distributor, the intercamp transit prison of the Mariinsk camps, and brushed them off the clothes with whisk brooms. Typhus broke out, and in one short period 15,000 corpses were thrown into a ditch, curled up and naked, since even their underpants had been cut off them to be preserved for future use. We have already recalled the typhus which raged at the Vladivostok transit camp. And there was only one of its new acquisitions of the recent past that Gulag did not part with: the encouragement of the hoodlums, the thieves, the blatniye. Even more consistently than before, the thieves were given all the commanding heights in camp. Even more consistently than before, the thieves were egged on against the 58s, permitted to plunder them without any obstacles, to beat, to choke. The thieves became just like an internal camp police, camp storm troopers. During the war years, in many camps, the custodial staffs were cut back to almost nothing, and their work was entrusted to the commandant's headquarters, meaning to the thieves who had become bitches, to the bitches, and the bitches were more effective than any custodial staff. After all, there was no prohibition against their beating. They say that in February to March 1938, a secret instruction was circulated in the NKVD: reduce the number of prisoners, and not by releasing them, of course. I do not see anything in the least impossible here. This was a logical instruction, because there was simply not enough housing, clothing, or food. Gulag was grinding to a halt from exhaustion. And this was when the pellagra victims lay down and died en masse. This was when the chiefs of convoy began to test the accuracy of machine gun fire by shooting at the stumbling Zeks. And this was when every morning the orderlies hauled the corpses to the gatehouse, stacking them there. In the Kolyma, that pole of cold and cruelty in the archipelago, that very same about-face took place with a sharpness worthy of a pole. According to the recollections of Ivan Semyonovich Karpunich-Braben, former commander of the 40th Division and of the 12 Corps, who recently died with his notes incomplete and scattered, a most dreadfully cruel system of food, work, and punishment was established in the Kolyma. The prisoners were so famished that at Zaroshi Spring they ate the corpse of a horse, which had been lying dead for more than a week, and which not only stank but was covered with flies and maggots. At Utini Goldfield, the Zeks ate half a barrel of lubricating grease, brought there to grease the wheelbarrows. At Malga they ate Iceland moss, like the deer. And when the passes were shot by snowdrifts, they used to issue 3.5 ounces of bread a day at the distant goldfields, without ever making up for previous deficiencies. Multitudes of goners, unable to walk by themselves, were dragged to work on sledges by other goners who had not yet become quite so weak. Those who lagged behind were beaten with clubs and torn by dogs. Working in 50 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, they were forbidden to build fires and warm themselves. The thieves were allowed this. Karpunich himself also tried cold drilling by hand with a steel drill 6.5 feet long, and hauling so-called peat, soil with broken stone and boulders, at 60 degrees below 0 on sledges to which 4 men were hitched. The sledges were made of raw lumber, and the boxes on top were made of raw slab. A 5th accompanied them, a thief expediter, responsible for fulfillment of the plan, who kept beating them with a stave. Those who did not fulfill the norm, and what does it mean, those who did not fulfill, because after all the production of the 58ths was always stolen by the thieves, were punished by the chief of the camp, Zeldin, in this way. In winter, he ordered them to strip naked in the mine shaft, poured cold water over them, and in this state they had to run to the compound. In summer they were forced to strip naked, their hands were tied behind them to a common pole, and they were left out, tied there, under a cloud of mosquitoes. The guard was covered by a mosquito net. Then, finally, they were simply beaten with a rifle butt and tossed into an isolator. Some will object that there was nothing new in all this, and no development, that this was a mere primitive return from the noisily educational canals to the directness of Solovki. Bah! But perhaps this was a Hegelian triad, Solovki, Belomor, Kolyma. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. The negation of a negation, but enriched. For example, here are the death carriages, which, so far as can be learned, did not exist on Solovki. This is according to the recollections of Karpunich at Marizny Spring, 41 miles along the Sredneken Trail. For an entire 10-day period, the chief tolerated non-fulfillment of the norm. Only on the 10th day did he imprison in the isolator on a penalty ration those who had failed to fulfill, and then had them taken out to work again. But whoever did not fulfill the norm, even in these circumstances, was given the carriage, a frame of 16 by 10 by 6 feet on a tractor sledge, made of rough beams, fastened together with construction staples. A small door, no windows, and inside nothing at all, not even any bedboards. In the evening, those to be punished, sunk into a torpor, and already indifferent, were taken from the penalty isolator and packed into the carriage, locked in there with an enormous lock, and hauled off by tractor to a vale 2 to 3 miles from the camp. Several of those inside cried out, but the tractor unhitched them and left them there for a day. After a day it was unlocked, and the corpses were tossed out. The winter storms would bury them. At Malga, a subordinate camp of Elgin, under Chief Gavrik, the punishments for women who failed to fulfill the norm were lighter, simply an unheated tent in winter, but one was allowed to go outside and run around it. And at haying time, under the mosquitoes, an unprotected wattle shack. The recollections of Slyodsberg. The intensification of the cruelty of the Kolyma regime was outwardly marked by the fact that Garanin was made the chief of U.S. Vietlag, the administration of northeastern camps, and that the divisional commander of the Latvian riflemen, E. Bertsin, was replaced as head of Dalstroy by Pavlov. Incidentally, this totally unnecessary reshuffle was due to Stalin's suspiciousness. What was there to make one think that the old Chekist Berdzin could not just as well have satisfied the new demands of his associate? Would he have hesitated? At that point, they abolished the remaining days off for the 58th and lengthened the summer workday to 14 hours, came to consider 50 and 60 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit suitable for work, and allowed work to be cancelled only on those days when the temperature was lower than 65 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And because of the caprices of individual chiefs, some took the prisoners out for work even at 75 below. At the Gorny goldfields, plagiarizing Solovki once more, those who refused to go out to work were tied to the sledges and hauled thus to the mine face. It was also accepted in the Kolyma that the convoy was not only present to guard the prisoners, but was also answerable for their fulfillment of the plan, and therefore had to avoid dozing and continue slave-driving them eternally. And then, too, the scurvy finished off many without any help from the administration. But all that was too little, insufficiently strict, and the number of prisoners wasn't being sufficiently reduced. And so, the Garanin shootings began, which were outright murders, sometimes to the roar of tractors, sometimes without. Many camp points were known for executions and mass graves: Orotukan, and Polyarny Spring, and Svistoplias, and Anushka, and even the agricultural camp Dukcha. But the most famous of all on this account were the Zolotisty goldfields. Chief of Camp Petrov, security operations officers Zelenkov and Anisimov, Chief of the Goldfield Barkalov, Chief of the district branch of the NKVD Burov, and the Serpantinka. At Zolotisty they used to summon a brigade from the mine face in broad daylight, and shoot the members down one after another. And this was not a substitute for night executions. They took place too. When the chief of Gulag, Nikolai Andreevich Aglanov, arrived, he liked at line-up to pick out some brigade or other which had been at fault for something or other, and order it to be taken aside. And then he used to empty his pistol into the frightened, crowded mass of people, accompanying his shots with happy shouts. The corpses were left unburied. In May they used to decompose, and at that point the goners who had survived until then were summoned to cover them up, in return for a beefed-up ration, even including spirits. At the Serpentinka they used to shoot from 30 to 50 men every day under an overhanging roof near the isolator. Then they dragged the corpses off behind a hillock on tractor sledges. The tractor drivers, the stevedores, and the grave diggers lived in a separate barracks. After Garanin himself had been shot, they shot all of them too. And another technique was used there. They led them up to a deep shaft blindfolded, and shot them in the ear or the back of the head. No one mentions any resistance whatsoever. They shut down the Serpentinka and leveled both the isolator there and everything connected with the shootings, and filled in those shafts as well. In 1954 they discovered commercial gold ores at the Serpentinka about which they had not known earlier, and they had to mine among human bones. The gold was more precious. At those same gold fields where no executions were conducted, notices were read aloud or posted with the names in big letters, and the alleged causes in small letters. For counter-revolutionary propaganda, for insulting the convoy, for failure to fulfill the norm. The executions were stopped temporarily because the plan for getting out the gold was not being fulfilled, and because they could not send new groups of prisoners across the frozen Okhotsk Sea. M.I. Kononenko waited more than half a year to be shot at the Serpentinka, and survived. In addition, the regime hardened in respect to tacking on new terms. Gavrik at Malga used to organize this in a picturesque way. They used to ride ahead on horseback with torches in the Arctic night, and behind them they pulled with ropes to the district NKVD, 18 miles, those who faced new charges. At other camps it was all very routine. The classification and record sections merely selected from the card file those whose unreasonably short terms were coming to an end, summoned them in groups of 80 to 100 people, and prescribed for each a new tenor, R.V. Retz. Actually, I almost left Kolyma out of this book. Kolyma was a whole separate continent of the archipelago, and it deserves its own separate histories. Yes, and Kolyma was fortunate. Varlam Shalamov survived there, and has already written a lot. Yevgenia Ginsburg survived there, and O. Tzliotsberg, N. Surovtseva, N. Grankina, and others. And all of them have written memoirs. How is it that there is such a concentration of Kolyma memoirs, while the non-Kolyma memoirs are almost non-existent? Was this because they rarely hauled off the cream of the crop to Kolyma? Or was it, no matter how strange this may seem, that in the nearby camps they died off more rapidly? I only permit myself to cite here several lines of V. Shalamov on the Garanin executions. For many months there, day and night, at the morning and the evening checks, innumerable execution orders were read out. In a temperature of 50 below zero, the musicians from among the non-political offenders played a flourish before and after each order was read. The smoking gasoline torches ripped apart the darkness. The thin sheet on which the order was written was covered with hoarfrost, and some chief or other who was reading the order would brush the snowflakes from it with his sleeve, so as to decipher and shout out the name of the next man on the list of those shot. And so it was that the archipelago completed the second 5-year plan, and, it would seem, entered socialism. The beginning of the war shook the archipelago chieftains. The course of the war at the very start was such that it might very likely have led to the breakdown of the entire archipelago, and perhaps even to the employers having to answer to the workers. As far as one can judge from the impressions of the Zeks from various camps, the course of events gave rise to two different kinds of conduct among the bosses. Some of them, those who were either more reasonable or perhaps more cowardly, relaxed their regime and began to talk with the prisoners almost gently, particularly during the weeks of military defeats. They were unable, of course, to improve the food or the maintenance. Others, who were more stubborn and more vicious, began, on the contrary, to be even stricter and more threatening with the 58s, as if to promise them death before liberation. In the majority of the camps, they did not even announce the beginning of the war to the prisoners, our implacable passion for lies and secrecy. And only on Monday did the Zeks learn of it from those unescorted by convoy and from free personnel. Wherever radio existed, such as at Ust-Vim and many places in the Kolyma, it was silenced for the whole period of our military failures. In that very same Ust-Vim camp, they suddenly forbade the prisoners to write letters home. They could still receive them, and their kinfolk thereupon decided they had all been shot. And in some camps, sensing intuitively the direction of future policy, they began to isolate the 58s from the non-political offenders in compounds guarded with particular strictness, put machine guns up on the watchtowers, and even spoke thus to the Zeks who had formed up. "You are hostages!" Oh, how effervescent is this charge of carbonation right from the Civil War! How hard it is to forget those words, and how easily they are remembered. "If Stalingrad falls, we are going to shoot the lot of you." And that was the atmosphere in which the archipelago natives asked about war communiques. Is Stalingrad still holding out, or has it already fallen? And in the Kolyma they hauled the Germans, Poles, and particularly notable prisoners from the 58s to such special compounds. But they immediately began to free the Poles in August 1941. 186 Poles were released from Zolotisty out of 2,100 brought there a year before. They went into Sikorsky's army in the west, and there, evidently, they told all about Zolotisty. And in June 1942, it was completely shut down. From the first days of the war, everywhere in the archipelago, on opening the packages of mobilization instructions, they halted all releases of 58s. There were even cases of released prisoners being sent back to camp while on their way home. In Ukhta, on June the 23rd, a group released was already outside the perimeter waiting for a train, when the convoy chased them back and even cursed them. "It's because of you the war began." Karpunich received his release papers on the morning of June the 23rd, but had not yet succeeded in getting through the gatehouse when they coaxed them out of him by fraud. "Show them to us." He showed them, and was kept in camp for another 5 years. This was considered to mean until special orders. When the war had already come to an end, in many camps they were forbidden even to go to the classification and record section and ask when they would be freed. The point was that after the war there were not enough people for a while, and many local administrations, even if Moscow allowed them to release prisoners, issued their own special orders, so as to hold on to manpower. And that was how Y.M. Orlova was held in Gulag, and why she did not manage to get home in time to see her dying mother. From the very beginning of the war, in accordance no doubt with those same mobilization instructions, food norms were lowered in all camps, and the foodstuffs all got worse from year to year. Vegetables were replaced by fodder turnips, grits by vetch and bran. The Kolyma was supplied from America, and in some places there, in contrast, even white bread put in an appearance. But as a result of the prisoners growing weaker, the fall-off in output in vital lines of production became so bad, from 80 to 90%, that they found it useful to return to pre-war norms. Many camp production centers got orders for munitions, and the enterprising directors of such mini-factories sometimes managed to feed the Zeks with supplementary food from auxiliary gardens. Wherever they paid wages, these amounted in cash to 30 rubles monthly, and in terms of wartime prices on the open market, to less than 1 kilogram of potatoes a month. If one were to ask a wartime camp inmate his highest, supreme, and totally unattainable ambition, he would reply, "To eat just once a bellyful of black bread, and then I could die."
During the war, they had buried no fewer dead in the camps than at the front, except that they have not been eulogized by the poets. L.A. Komogor, in a team of enfeebled prisoners, was engaged in the following light work for the entire winter of 1941 to 1942. Packing coffin crates made of 4 boards, 2 naked corpses to each, head by feet, at the rate of 30 boxes a day. Evidently the camp was close to the capital, which is why the corpses had to be packed into crates. The first month of the war passed, and the country adapted to the wartime rhythm of life. Those who had to went off to the front, and those who had to went off to the rear, and those who had to engaged in leadership and wiped their brows after drinking. And so it was in the camps, too. It turned out that all the scare had been for nothing, that everything was standing firm, that just as this particular spring had been wound up in 1937, so it would keep on working without stopping. Those jailers who at first had tried to curry favor among the Zeks now became fierce and knew no moderation or let-up. It turned out that the forms, the system of camp life, had been determined correctly once and for all, and would continue so for all eternity. 7 camp epochs will lay their cases before you, arguing as to which was worst for the human being. But pay attention to that of wartime. Zeks put it this way: whoever didn't serve time in wartime didn't know what camp was really like. Throughout the winter of 1941 to 1942 at Vyatlag, only in the barracks of the engineering and technical personnel and in the repair shops was any warmth of life flickering at all, and all the rest was frozen cemeteries, and Vyatlag was actually engaged in cutting firewood for the Perm Railroad. Here's what the wartime camp was: more work and less food, and less heat and worse clothes, and ferocious discipline, and more severe punishment. And that still wasn't all. The Zeks had always been deprived of external audible protest, but the war even did away with the protest inside the soul. Any scoundrel with shoulder boards who was hiding from the front could shake his finger and preach, "And how are people dying at the front? And how are they working in freedom? And how many have died in Leningrad?" And as a result, the Zeks had no protest left even inside themselves. Yes, people were dying at the front, some of them lying in the snow too. Yes, they were squeezing the life out of people in freedom, and the people were famished and starving. Yes, and the Free Labor Front, into which unmarried girls from the villages were mobilized, and in which they worked at logging, had only 24.5 ounces of bread and soup, which was dishwater, and was as bad as any camp. Yes, and in the Leningrad blockade they allotted even less than the camp punishment cell ration. During the war, the whole cancerous tumor of the archipelago turned out to be, or in any case represented itself to be, an allegedly important and necessary organ of the Russian body. It, too, was allegedly working for the war. On it, too, victory depended. And all this shed a false and justifying light on the strands of barbed wire, on the citizen chief who was shaking his finger. And there you were dying as one of the tumor's rotting cells, and you were deprived even of the dying man's satisfaction of cursing it. For the 58s, the wartime camps were particularly unbearable because of their pasting on second terms, which hung over the prisoners' heads worse than any axe. The security officers, busily engaged in saving themselves from the front, discovered in well-set-up backwaters and backwoods, in logging expeditions, plots involving the participation of the world bourgeoisie, plans for armed revolts and mass escapes. Such aces of Gulag as Y.M. Moroz, the chief of Archipelago, particularly encouraged investigatory and interrogatory activity in his camps. In Archipelago, sentences poured as if from a sack. Execution, 20 years, for incitement to escape, for sabotage. And how many there were for whom no trials at all were required, whose fates were determined by the movement of the stars. Sikorsky displeased Stalin,
and in one night they seized 30 Polish women at Elgin and took them off and shot them. There were many Zeks, and this is something which was not fabricated, it is quite true, who applied from the first days of the war to be sent to the front. They had tasted the most foully stinking camp dregs, and now they asked to be sent to the front in order to defend this camp system and to die for it in a penalty company. And if I come out of it alive, I will return to serve out the rest of my term. The Orthodox Communists now assure us that they were the ones who begged to be sent to the front. And some of them did, including those Trotskyites who had survived the executions, but not very many. For the most part, they had got themselves set up in certain quiet spots in camp, not without the help of the communist chiefs either, where they could spend their time in contemplation, discussion, recollection, and waiting. And after all, in a penalty company you'd last no more than 3 days. This desire to enlist was an impulse not of ideological principle, but of heart. This is what the Russian character was. It is better to die in an open field than in a rotten shed, to unwind, to become, even for just a short while, like everyone else, an unrepressed citizen. To get away from the stagnant feeling of doom here, from the pasting on of new terms, from silent annihilation. And some of them took an even simpler view of it all, but one which was not in the least shameful. Out there you would still die eventually, but for the moment they would give you a uniform to wear, feed you up, give you something to drink, transport you, and you could look out of the window of the railroad car and you could flirt with the girls at the stations. And then, too, there was an attitude of good-natured forgiveness. You've wronged us, and here's how we answer you. However, for the state there was no economic nor organizational sense in carrying out all this superfluous shifting about of some people from camp to the front, and some people to camp in their place. Everyone had had his own circle of life and death determined for him. Once you've been classified among the goats, then you have to die as a goat. Sometimes they did take non-political offenders with short terms for the front, and not in penalty companies, of course, just in the ordinary active army. It didn't happen at all often, but there were cases in which they took 58s as well. Vladimir Sergeyevich Gorshunov was taken from camp to the front in 1943, and at the end of the war he was returned to camp with an extended sentence. They were all marked men, and it was simple for the security chief in their unit to paste a new term on them, much simpler than on newcomers. But the camp authorities did not entirely disregard this wave of patriotism. At the logging operations it had little impact, but slogans like, "Let's give coal above plan, it's light for Leningrad," or "Let us support the guard units with mortar ammunition," caught on well, as eyewitnesses report. Arseny Farmakov, a venerable person with a well-adjusted personality, tells how their camp was caught up in work for the front. He intended to describe it. The Zeks were unhappy when they were refused permission to collect money for a tank column, the Dzhidzinets. This phenomenon requires elucidation on many different planes, as in fact does the entire Soviet-German war. The decades go by. We do not manage to sort things out and understand ourselves, even on one plane, before the next one is deposited in a new layer of ash. There have not been freedom and purity of information in any decade, and from one blow to the next people have not been able to comprehend either themselves or others or events. And as to rewards for this, as is universally known, soon after the end of the war, an amnesty was proclaimed for deserters, swindlers, and thieves, and special camps for the 58s. And the closer the war came to its end, the more and more cruel did the regiment for the 58s become, nor did one have to go far away from Moscow to the Zhida or the Kolyma camps to find this out. Right outside Moscow itself, almost within the boundaries of the city, in Kovrino, there was a shabby little factory to supply the internal needs of the NKVD itself, and attached to it a strict regiment camp run by Mamulov, who was all-powerful because his own brother was the chief of Beria's secretariat. This Mamulov would pick out anyone he wanted from the Krasnaya Presnya transit prison, and he set up whatever regimen he pleased in his camplet. For example, he allowed visits with relatives, which were widely permitted almost everywhere in camps near Moscow, to be conducted only through 2 screens, as in prison. And he had the same kind of prison system in his barracks. Many bright lights left on at night, constant observation of those who were sleeping to make sure that on cold nights they would not cover themselves with their padded jackets. If they did, they were awakened. In the punishment cells he had a clean cement floor and nothing else at all, just as in a regular, efficient prison. But no punishment he had designated gave him any satisfaction unless along with it and before it he bloodied the nose of the culprit. In addition, late-night inspections by the male jailers of the women's barracks, holding up to 450 prisoners, were a regular practice in his camp. They rushed in with wild whoops and the command, "Stand next to your cots!" The half-dressed women jumped up, and the jailers searched both their persons and their beds with the minute thoroughness required to find a needle or a love note. If anything was discovered, the prisoner was sentenced to the punishment cell. Shklinik, chief of the chief mechanics section, went about the different factory sections on the night shift like a stooping gorilla, and no sooner had he noticed that someone had begun to doze, to nod his head, or shut his eyes, than with all his might he would hurl at him an iron block, a pair of pliers, a chunk of steel. Such was the regimen the camp inmates of Kovrino earned with their work for the front. They produced mortar shells throughout the war. The little factory was adapted for this output by a prison engineer. Alas, his name has not been remembered, but it won't get lost for good, of course. He created a design bureau also. He was serving time as a 58 and belonged to that category of human beings most repulsive to Mamulov because they refused to give up their own opinions and convictions. And yet, for a time, Mamulov had to tolerate this good-for-nothing. But no one is irreplaceable in our country, and when production was already sufficiently underway, one day in broad daylight, in the presence of the office personnel, intentionally in their presence, let everyone know, let them tell everyone, and we are telling it too, you see. Mamulov and 2 of his assistants rushed in, grabbed the engineer by his beard, threw him to the floor, kicked him with their jackboots till the blood flowed, and then sent him off to the Butyrki to get a second term for his political declarations. And this lovely little camplet was just 15 minutes by electric train from the Leningrad station. Not far, just sad. The newcomer Zeks who got into the camps near Moscow tried to hold on to them tightly if they had relatives in Moscow. Yes, and even without that. It seemed all the same that you were not being torn away into that far-distant abyss from which there was no return, that here, despite everything, you were on the edge of civilization. But this was self-deceit. They usually fed the prisoners their worse, calculating that the majority were receiving parcels, and they didn't even issue bedding. But the worst thing was the eternally nauseating latrine rumors which kept hovering over these camps about prisoner transports to far away. Life was as chancy as on the point of a needle, and it was impossible to be certain even for a day that you would be able to live it out in one and the same place. Such are the forms into which the islands of the archipelago hardened. But one need not think that as it hardened, it ceased to exude more metastases from itself. In 1939, before the Finnish War, Gulag's alma mater, Solovki, which had come too close to the west, was moved via the northern sea route to the mouth of the Yenisei River, and there merged into the already created Norillag, which soon reached 75,000 in size. So malignant was Solovki that even in dying it threw off one last metastasis, and what a metastasis! The archipelago's conquest of the unpeopled deserts of Kazakhstan belongs to the pre-war years. That was where the nest of Karaganda camps swelled like an octopus. and fertile metastases were propagated in Zhezkazgan with its poisoned cuprous water, in Mointy and in Balkhash, and camps spread out over the north of Kazakhstan also. New growths swelled in Novosibirsk province, the Mariinsk camps, in the Krasnoyarsk region, the Kansk camps and Kraslag, in Khakassia, in Buryat Mongolia, in Uzbekistan, even in Gornaya Shoria. Nor did the Russian north, so beloved by the archipelago, end its own growth, Ust-Vimlag, Niroblag, Usolag, nor the Urals, Ivdalag. There are many omissions in this list. It was enough to write Usolag to remember that there was also a camp in Usolye, in Irkutsk province. Yes, there was simply no province, be it Chelyabinsk or Kuibyshev, which did not give birth to its own camps.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2.
Yes, there was simply no province, be it Chelyabinsk or Kuibyshev, which did not give birth to its own camps. A new method of creating camps was adopted after the exile of the Germans from the Volga. Whole dispossessed villages were enclosed, just as they were, in a camp compound, and these were the agricultural camp sectors, the Kamensky agricultural camps between Kamyshin and Engels. We ask the reader's pardon for the many gaps and flaws in this chapter. We have cast only a frail bridge across the whole epoch of the archipelago, simply because we did not have any more material available. We could not broadcast pleas for more on the radio. Here, once again, the crimson star of Naftali Frankel describes an intricate loop in the heavens of the archipelago. The year 1937, which struck down its very own, did not spare his head either. Chief of Bamlag, an NKVD general, he was once again, out of gratitude, imprisoned in the Lubyanka, with which he was already familiar. But Frankel nonetheless did not weary of thirsting for the one true service, nor did the wise teacher weary of seeking out this service. The shameful and unsuccessful war with Finland began, and Stalin saw that he was unprepared, that there were no supply lines to his army thrust out into the Karelian snows. And he remembered the inventive Frankel and called him in. It was necessary right then, in the fierce winter, without any preparation whatsoever, without any existing plans even, or warehouses, or automobile roads, to build 3 railroads in Karelia, 1 rocade paralleling the border, and 2 more leading up to it, and to build them in the course of 3 months, because it was simply a disgrace for such a great power to mess about with that little pug-dog Finland for such a long time. This was straight out of a fairy tale. The evil king ordered the evil sorcerer to do something totally impossible and unimaginable. And so the leader of socialism asked, "Can you?" And the joyous merchant and black market currency speculator answered, "Yes." But this time he set his conditions. 1, that he be taken out of Gulag entirely, and that a new Zek empire be founded, a new autonomous archipelago called Gulzheds, pronounced Gulzhedes, the chief administration of camps for railroad construction, and that as head of this archipelago there be named Frankel. 2, that all the national resources he selected would be put at his disposal. This was not going to be another Bellamore. 3, that during the period of extreme emergency operation, Gulzhedes would also be removed from the socialist system with its exasperating accounting procedures. Frankel would not be required to render accounts about anything. He did not set up tents and did not establish any camps. He had no rations, no system of differentiated dining facilities, and no system of differentiated food pots. And it was he who had proposed the system of different levels of rations in the first place. Only a genius can repeal the laws of a genius. He piled up in the snow heaps of the best food, together with sheepskin coats and felt boots, and every Zek could put on whatever he pleased and eat as much as he wanted. Only the makorka and the vodka were controlled by his assistants, and they were the only things which had to be earned. The great strategist was willing, and Gulagets was created. Was the archipelago split in two? No. The archipelago only grew stronger, multiplied, and would proceed to take over the whole country even more swiftly. Frenkel, however, did not succeed in completing his Karelian railroads. Stalin hurried to end the war in a draw. But Gulagets hardened and grew. It received more and more new orders to carry out, but now with normal accounting procedures. There was the Rockade Railroad paralleling the Iranian border, then the Rockade Railroad paralleling the Volga from Syzran near Kuibyshev on down to Stalingrad, and then the Railroad of Death from Sarakar to Igarka, and then BAM proper, the Baikal-Amur main line from Taishet to Bratsk and farther. Further, Frenkel's idea enriched the development of Gulag itself. It came to be considered necessary to organize Gulag itself in terms of branch administrations. Just as the Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars, consisted of Narkomats, People's Commissariats, so Gulag created its own ministries for its own empire. Glavleslag, the chief administration of logging camps, Glavpromstroy, the chief administration of camps for industrial construction, GUL-GMP, the chief administration of camps for the mining and metallurgical industry. Then came the war, and all these Gulag ministries were evacuated to various cities. Gulag itself landed in Ufa, Gulagets in Vyatka. The communications between provincial cities were by no means so reliable as the radial communications out of Moscow, and for the whole first half of the war it was as if Gulag had disintegrated. It no longer ran the whole archipelago, and each surrounding area of the archipelago was subordinate to the administration evacuated to it. Thus it was that it fell on Frenkel to run the entire Russian northeast from Kirov, because other than the archipelago there was almost nothing else there. But those who envisioned in this the fall of the Roman Empire were mistaken, for it would gather itself together again after the war in even greater majesty. Frenkel remembered an old friendship. He summoned and named to an important position in Gulagets a man named Bukhaltsev, who had been the editor of his yellow sheet, the Kopek, in pre-revolutionary Mariupol, and whose colleagues had either been shot or scattered across the face of the earth. Frenkel's talents were outstanding not only in commerce and organization. Taking in rows of figures at a glance, he could add them up in his head. He loved to brag that he could recognize 40,000 prisoners by face, and that he knew the family name, given name, and patronymic of each, their code article and their term. And it was required procedure in his camps to announce all this information at the approach of high-ranking chiefs. He always managed without a chief engineer, looking at a plan for a railroad station that had been brought him. He was quick to note a mistake in it, and then he would crumple up the plan, throw it in his subordinate's face, and say, "It's time you understand that you are not a designer, just a jackass." He had a nasal twang, and his voice was ordinarily calm. He was short. He used to wear the high karakul hat, the papacha, of a railroad general, dark blue on top, with a red lining. And he always, through the varied years, wore a field jacket of military cut, a garment which simultaneously constituted a claim to being a leader of the state, and a declaration of not belonging to the intelligentsia. Like Trotsky, he always lived aboard trains, traveling around his scattered construction battlefields. And those summoned from the discomfort in which natives of the archipelago lived to confer with him in his railroad car were astonished at his bentwood chairs, his upholstered furniture, and were all the more timid in confronting the reproaches and orders of their chief. He himself never entered a single barracks, never smelled all that stench. He asked and demanded only work. He particularly loved to telephone construction projects at night, helping to perpetuate the legend about himself that he never slept. And in fact, during Stalin's era, many other big shots were accustomed to do the same. He never married.
He was never again arrested. He became Kaganovich's deputy for railroad construction, and died in Moscow in the 50s with the rank of lieutenant general, in old age, in honor, and in peace. I have the feeling that he really hated his country. Chapter 5. What the archipelago stands on. There used to be a city in the Far East with the loyal name of Tsarevich, Crown Prince. The revolution saw it renamed Svobodny, meaning free. The Amur Cossacks who once inhabited the city were scattered, and the city was empty. They had to resettle it with someone. And they did, with prisoners and the Chekists guarding them. The whole city of Svobodny became a camp, Bamlag. And so it is that symbols are spontaneously born of life. The camps are not merely the dark side of our post-revolutionary life. Their scale made them not an aspect, not just a side, but very nearly the very liver of events. It was rare for our half-century so to manifest itself so consistently, with such finality. Just as every point is formed by the intersection of at least two lines, every event is formed by the intersection of at least two necessities. And so, although on one hand our economic requirements led us to the system of camps, this by itself might have led us to labor armies, but it intersected with the theoretical justification for the camps, fortunately already formulated. And so they met and grew together, like a thorn into a nest or a protuberance into a hollow. And that is how the archipelago was born. The economic need manifested itself, as always, openly and greedily. For the state, which had decided to strengthen itself in a very short period of time, and here 3/4 of the matter was in the period allotted, just as with Belomor, and which did not require anything from outside, the need was manpower. A, cheap in the extreme, and better still, for free. B, undemanding, capable of being shifted about from place to place any day of the week, free of family ties, not requiring either established housing or schools or hospitals, or even, for a certain length of time, kitchens and baths. It was possible to obtain such manpower only by swallowing up one's own sons. The theoretical justification could not have been formulated with such conviction in the haste of those years, had it not had its beginnings in the past century. Engels discovered that the human being had arisen not through the perception of a moral idea, and not through the process of thought, but out of happenstance and meaningless work. An ape picked up a stone, and with this everything began. Marx, concerning himself with a less remote time, Critique of the Gotha Program, declared with equal conviction that the one and only means of correcting offenders, true, he referred here to criminals, he never even conceived that his pupils might consider politicals offenders, was not solitary contemplation, not moral soul-searching, not repentance, and not languishing, for all that was superstructure, but productive labor. He himself had never in his life taken a pick in hand. To the end of his days he never pushed a wheelbarrow, mined coal, felled timber. And we don't even know how his firewood was split. But he wrote that down on paper, and the paper did not resist. And for his followers, everything now fell into place. To compel a prisoner to labor every day, sometimes 14 hours at a time, as at the Kolyma mine faces, was humane and would lead to his correction. On the contrary, to limit his confinement to a prison cell, courtyard, and vegetable garden, to give him the chance to read books, write, think, and argue during these years meant to treat him like cattle. This is from that same Critique of the Gotha Program. True, in the heated times immediately following the October Revolution, they paid little heed to these subtleties, and it seemed even more humane simply to shoot them. And those whom they did not shoot, but imprisoned in the earliest camps, were imprisoned there not for purposes of correction, but to render them harmless, purely for quarantine. The point is that even then some minds were occupied with penal theory. For example, Pyotr Stuchka, and in the guiding principles of the criminal law of the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic of 1919, the very concept of punishment was subjected to a new definition. Punishment, it was there very refreshingly affirmed, is neither revenge — the workers' and peasants' state was not taking vengeance on an offender — nor expiation of guilt. There is no such thing as individual guilt, merely class causation, but a defensive measure to protect the social structure, a measure of social defense. Once it is accepted as a measure of social defense, then it follows that war is war, and you either have to shoot, the supreme measure of social defense, or else imprison. But in this the idea of correction had somehow gotten muddied, though in that very same 1919 the 8th Congress of the party had called for correction. And foremost it had become incomprehensible. What should one be corrected for if there had been no guilt? It was hardly possible to be corrected for class causation. By then the Civil War had come to an end. In 1922 the first Soviet codes were established. In 1923, the Congress of the Penitentiary Labor Workers took place. The new basic principles of criminal legislation were composed in 1924, the foundations of the new criminal code of 1926, which hung around our necks for 35 years. And through all this, the newly found concepts that there is no guilt and no punishment, but that there is social danger and social defense, remained intact. Of course, this was more convenient. Such a theory made it possible to arrest anyone as a hostage, as a doubtful person, Lenin's telegram to Yevgenia Bosch, even to exile entire peoples because they were dangerous, and the examples are well known. But given all this, one had to be a first-class juggler in order still to construct and maintain in purified form the theory of correction. However, there were jugglers, and the theory was there, and the camps were indeed called corrective. And we can bring many quotations to bear even now. Vyshinsky. All Soviet penal policy is based on a dialectical combination of the principle of repression and compulsion with the principle of persuasion and re-education. All bourgeois penitentiary institutions try to harass the criminal by subjecting him to physical and moral suffering. They wish to reform him. In distinction from bourgeois punishment, the sufferings of the prisoners in our country are not an end, but a means. Just as there, too, it would seem, not an end, but a means. A.S. The end in our country is genuine reform, genuine correction, so conscientious laborers should emerge from the camps. Now, have you got it? Even though we use compulsion, we are nonetheless correcting, and also, as it turns out, via suffering, except it is not known exactly from what. But right then and there, on a nearby page, we find, with the assistance of revolutionary violence, the corrective labor camps localize and render harmless the criminal elements of the old society. We are still talking about the old society, and even in 1952 we still keep talking about the old society. Pile everything on the wolf's neck. Blame it all on the old society. So, not a single word about correction. We are localizing and rendering harmless. And then in that same 1934, the two-in-one task is suppression plus re-education of anyone who can be re-educated. Of anyone who can be re-educated. It becomes clear that correction is not for everyone. And now, a ready-made phrase from somewhere already flits about among the small-time authors. The correction of the corrigibles. The correction of the corrigibles. And what about the incorrigibles? Into a common grave? To the moon, Kolyma. Below Schmiditka, Norilsk. Even the corrective labor code of 1924 was criticized by Vyshinsky's jurists from the height of 1934 for a false concept of universal correction, because this code says nothing about destruction. No one promised that they would correct the 58s. And therefore I have called this part the destructive labor camps. That's how we felt them on our pelts. And if some of the jurists' quotations fit together crookedly, so be it. Just go raise up Stuchka from the grave, or drag out Vyshinsky, and let them make head or tail of it. I am not to blame. It is only now, on sitting down to write my own book, that I decided to leaf through my predecessors' works. Yes, good people had to help even here, because you'd not now be able to find their works anywhere. And as we dragged our soiled camp pea-jackets about, we never even guessed at the existence of such books. That all our life there in camp was determined not by the will of the citizen chief, but by some kind of legendary labor code for prisoners. That was not just an obscure latrine rumor for us alone. Even the chief of the camp, a major, wouldn't have believed it for anything. Published in an edition for official use only, never held in anyone's hands, and no one knew whether they were still kept in the Gulag safes or whether they had all been burned as wrecking activity. Neither were quotations from them hung up in the cultural and educational corners, nor were their miserable figures proclaimed from the wooden rostrums. How many hours long was the work-day? How many rest days in a month? Is there payment for labor? Was there any provision for mutilation? Yes, and you would get a big horse laugh from your fellow Zeks, too, if you even asked such questions. Our diplomats were the ones who had seen and read these humane words. They had, it would seem, held up and brandished this booklet at international conferences. Indeed, I myself have only now obtained the quotations, and even now my tears flow. In the Guiding Principles of 1919, given the fact that punishment is not vengeance, then it may include no elements of torture. In 1920, the use of the condescending familiar form of address is forbidden in speaking to the prisoners. And forgive my language, but what about blank in the mouth? Is that permissible? The Corrective Labor Code of 1924, Article 49. The prison regime must be deprived of all elements of torture, handcuffs, punishment cells, strict solitary confinement, deprivation of food, visits through a grating only, are under no circumstances permitted. Well, that's enough. And there are no later instructions. That's enough even for the diplomats. And not even that is needed by Gulag. And in the Criminal Code of 1926 there was an Article 9. I learned about it by chance, and learned it by heart. Measures of social defense may not have as their purpose the infliction of physical suffering or the humiliation of human dignity, and do not aim at exacting revenge and retribution. Now that is clarity for you, because I enjoyed catching our bosses out on legal grounds. I often rattled off this section to them. And all these protectors of ours only popped their eyes in astonishment and indignation. There were old veterans who had served for 20 years, who were nearing their pensions, who had never yet heard of any Article 9, and for that matter had never held the code in their hands. Oh, what an intelligent, far-sighted, humane administration from top to bottom, as Supreme Court Judge Leibovitz of New York State wrote in Life magazine, after having visited Gulag. In serving out his term of punishment, the prisoner retains a feeling of dignity. That is what he comprehended and saw. Oh, fortunate New York State to have such a perspicacious jackass for a judge. And oh, you well-fed, devil-may-care, near-sighted, irresponsible foreigners with your notebooks and your ballpoint pens, beginning with those correspondents who back in Chem asked the Zeks questions in the presence of the camp chiefs. How much you have harmed us in your vain passion to shine with understanding in areas where you did not grasp a lousy thing. Human dignity? of persons condemned without trial, who are made to sit down beside Stolypin cars at stations with their rear ends in the mud, who, at the whistle of the citizen jailer's lash, scrape up with their hands the urine-soaked earth and carry it away, so as not to be sentenced to the punishment block. Of those educated women who, as a great honor, have been found worthy of laundering the linen of the citizen chief of the camp, and of feeding his privately owned pigs, and who, at his first drunken gesture, have to make themselves available, so as not to perish on general work the next day. Fire, fire! The branches crackle, and the night wind of late autumn blows the flame of the bonfire back and forth. The compound is dark. I am alone at the bonfire, and I can bring it still more carpenter's shavings. The compound here is a privileged one, so privileged that it is almost as if I were out in freedom. This is an island of paradise. This is the Marfino Sharashka, a scientific institute staffed with prisoners, in its most privileged period. No one is overseeing me, calling me to a cell, chasing me away from the bonfire. I am wrapped in a padded jacket, and even then it is chilly in the penetrating wind. But she, who has already been standing in the wind for hours, her arms straight down, her head drooping, weeping, then growing numb and still. And then again she begs piteously, "Citizen Chief, forgive me. Please forgive me. I won't do it again." The wind carries her moan to me, just as if she were moaning next to my ear. The citizen chief at the gatehouse fires up his stove and does not answer. This was the gatehouse of the camp next door to us, from which workers came into our compound to lay water pipes and to repair the old ramshackle seminary building. Across from me, beyond the artfully intertwined, many-stranded barbed wire barricade, and 2 steps away from the gatehouse, beneath a bright lantern, stood the punished girl, head hanging, the wind tugging at her grey work-skirt, her feet growing numb from the cold, a thin scarf over her head. It had been warm during the day when they had been digging a ditch on our territory, and another girl, slipping down into a ravine, had crawled her way to the Vladikino highway and escaped. The guard had bungled, and Moscow city buses ran right along the highway. When they caught on, it was too late to catch her. They raised the alarm. A mean, dark major arrived, and shouted that if they failed to catch the fugitive girl, the entire camp would be deprived of visits and parcels for a whole month because of her escape. And the women brigadiers went into a rage, and they were all shouting, one of them in particular, who kept viciously rolling her eyes. "Oh, I hope they catch her, the bitch! I hope they take scissors and clip, clip, take off all her hair in front of the line-up." This wasn't something she had thought up herself. This was the way they punished women in Gulag. But the girl who was now standing outside the gatehouse in the cold had sighed and said instead, "At least she can have a good time out in freedom for all of us." The jailer overheard what she said, and now she was being punished. Everyone else had been taken off to the camp, but she had been set outside there to stand at attention in front of the gatehouse. This had been at 6 p.m., and it was now 11 p.m. She tried to shift from one foot to another, but the guard stuck out his head and shouted, "Stand at attention, whore, or else it will be worse for you." And now she was not moving, only weeping. "Forgive me, Citizen Chief. Let me into the camp. I won't do it any more." But even in the camp, no one was about to say to her, "All right, idiot, come on in." The reason they were keeping her out there so long was that the next day was Sunday, and she would not be needed for work. Such a straw-blonde, naive, uneducated slip of a girl. She had been imprisoned for some spool of thread. What a dangerous thought you expressed there, little sister. They want to teach you a lesson for the rest of your life. Fire, fire. We fought the war, and we looked into the bonfires to see what kind of a victory it would be. The wind wafted a glowing husk from the bonfire. To that flame, and to you, girl, I promise, the whole wide world will read about you. This was happening at the end of 1947, a few days before the 30th anniversary of the October Revolution in our capital city of Moscow, which had just celebrated 800 years of its cruelties, little more than a mile away from the all-Union Agricultural Fairgrounds, and a half-mile away from the Ostankino Museum of Serf Arts and Handicrafts. Serfs. This comparison occurred to many when they had had the time to think about it, and not accidentally either. Not just individual features, but the whole central meaning of their existence was identical for serfdom and the archipelago. They were forms of social organization for the forced and pitiless exploitation of the unpaid labor of millions of slaves. 6 days a week, and often 7, the natives of the archipelago went out to fatiguing barshchina, forced labor, which did not bring them even the least little return. They were allowed neither a 5th day nor even a 7th in which to work for themselves, because their sustenance was a mesyachina, a monthly serf ration, a camp ration. They were divided just as precisely into the categories of those paying their dues in the form of forced labor, Group A, and the household serfs, Group B, who directly served the estate owner, chief of the camp, and the estate, the compound. Only those totally unable to get down from their peasant stoves, board bunks, were recognized as infirm, Group C, and similarly there were punishments for offenders, Group D, except for the difference that the estate owner, acting in his own interests, punished with a lash in the stable and the loss of fewer work days, and he had no punishment block, whereas, in accordance with state instructions, the chief of the camp placed the culprit in the shizo, the penalty isolator, or the BUR, the strict regimen barracks. Like the estate owner, the chief of camp could take any slave to be his lackey, cook, barber, or jester, and he could also assemble a serf theatre if he wished. He could take any slave woman as a housekeeper, a concubine, or a servant. Like an estate owner, he could play tricks and show his temper as much as he liked. The chief of the Khimki camp, Major Volkov, noticed that a girl prisoner was drying her long flaxen locks in the sun after washing them, and for some reason this made him angry, and he shouted, "Cut off her hair!" And they immediately cut all her hair off. That was in 1945. And whenever the camp chief or the estate owner changed, all the slaves obediently awaited the new master, made guesses about his habits, and surrendered in advance to his power. Being incapable of foreseeing what the will of the master would be, the serf took little thought for the morrow, nor did the prisoner. The serf could not marry without the master's permission, and it was even more the case that a prisoner could acquire a camp wife only with the indulgence of the camp chief. Just as a serf had not chosen his slave's fate, since he was not to blame for his birth, neither did the prisoner choose his. He also got into the archipelago by pure fate. This similarity has long since been discerned by the Russian language. Have you fed the people? Have you sent the people out to work? How many people do you have there? Send me one person. People. People. Whom do they mean? That's the way they talked about serfs, and that is how they speak about prisoners. And that is also the way they talk about the collective farmers and unskilled labourers, but we are not going to carry this any further. One cannot speak like that about officers or leaders, however. How many people do you have? No one would understand you. But there are some who will object that nonetheless there are really not so many similarities between serfs and prisoners. There are more differences. And we agree with that, there are more differences. But what is surprising is that all the differences are to the credit of serfdom. All the differences are to the discredit of the Gulag Archipelago. The serfs did not work longer than from sunrise to sunset. The zeks started work in darkness and ended in darkness, and they didn't always end either. For the serfs, Sundays were sacred, and the 12 sacred Orthodox holidays as well, and local saints' days, and a certain number of the 12 days of Christmas. They went about in mummers' costumes. The prisoner was fearful on the eve of every Sunday. He didn't know whether they would get it off. And he never got holidays at all, just as the Volga didn't get any days off, remember? Those 1sts of May and those 7ths of November involved more miseries with searches and special regimen than the holidays were worth, and a certain number were put into punishment blocks every year precisely on those very days. For the serfs, Christmas and Easter were genuine holidays, and as for a body search, either after work or in the morning or at night, stand next to your cots, the serfs knew not of these. The serfs lived in permanent huts, regarding them as their own, and when at night they lay down on top of their stoves or on their sleeping platform between ceiling and stove, their polati, or else on a bench, they knew, this is my own place. I have slept here forever and ever, and I always will. The prisoner did not know what barracks he would be in on the morrow, and even when he returned from work he could not be certain that he would sleep in that place that night. He did not have his own sleeping shelf, or his own multiple bunk. He went wherever they drove him. The serf on barshchina, or forced labor, had his own horse, his own wooden plough, axe, scythe, spindle, chests, dishes, and clothes. Even the household serfs, as Herzen writes, always had some clothes of their own, which they could leave to their nearest and dearest, and which were almost never taken away by the estate owner. In spring, the Zek was forced to turn in his winter clothing, and in the autumn to turn in his summer clothing. At inventories they emptied his bag and took away for the government every extra piece of clothing. He was not permitted to have even a small penknife or a bowl, and as far as livestock was concerned, only lice. One way or another a serf would cast his line and catch a fish. The Zek caught fish only with a spoon, and only in his gruel. The serf had a little cow named Brownie, or at least a goat and chickens. The Zek's lips never touched milk, and he'd never seen hen's eggs for whole decades, and probably he'd not recognized them if he did. Old Russia, which experienced Asiatic slavery for 7 whole centuries, did not, for the most part, know famine. In Russia, no one has ever died of starvation, said the proverb. And a proverb is not made up out of lies and nonsense. The serfs were slaves, but they had full bellies. There is testimony on this for all the Russian centuries. In the 17th, Yuri Krzyzanich wrote that the peasants and artisans of Muscovy lived more bountifully than those of the West, that the poorest inhabitants in Russia ate good bread, fish, meat. Even in the time of troubles, the long-preserved granaries had not been exhausted. There were stacks standing in the fields. Threshing floors were filled full with specially stacked sheaves and stooks and haystacks for from 4 to 10 years. Avrami Palitsin. In the 18th century, Fonvidzin, comparing the standard of living of the Russian peasants with that of the peasants of Languedoc-Provence, wrote, "I find, objectively judging things, that the state of our peasants is incomparably happier." In the 19th century, Pushkin wrote of the serf village, "The evidence of abundance and work is everywhere." The archipelago lived for decades in the grip of cruel famine. The Zeks would scuffle over a herring tail from the garbage pail. For Christmas and Easter, even the thinnest serf peasant broke his fast with fat bacon. But even the best work in camp could get fat bacon only in parcels from home. The serfs lived in families. The sale or exchange of a serf away from his family was a universally recognized and proclaimed barbarism. Popular Russian literature waxed indignant over this. Hundreds of serfs, perhaps thousands, but this is unlikely, were torn from their families, but not millions. The Zek was separated from his family on the first day of his arrest, and, in 50% of all cases, forever. If a son was arrested with his father, as we heard from Vitkovsky, or a wife together with her husband. The greatest care was taken to see that they did not meet at the same camp. And if by some chance they did meet, they were separated as quickly as possible. Similarly, every time a man and a woman Zek came together in camp for fleeting or real love, they hastened to penalize them with the punishment cell, to separate them and send them away from one another. And even the most sentimental of our writing ladies, Marietta Shaginyan or Tatiana Tess, never let fall a single silent tear into their kerchiefs about that. Well, of course, they didn't know, or else thought it was necessary. And even the herding of serfs from one place to another didn't occur in a frenzy of haste. They were permitted to pack their goods and chattels, to gather up their movables, and to move calmly a score or so of miles away. But a prisoner transport would hit the Zek like a sudden squall, 20 minutes or 10, just time enough to turn in camp property, and his entire life would be turned upside down, and he would go off somewhere to the ends of the earth, maybe forever. In the life of one serf there was hardly ever more than one move, and most often they stayed put. But a native of the archipelago, unfamiliar with prisoner transports, couldn't have been found, and many Zeks were moved 5, 7, 11 times. Some serfs managed to escape to the freer obrok system, a fixed money payment to the serf owner, and the obrok serfs might travel far out of sight of the cursed master, go into trade, enrich themselves, and live like free people. But even the Zeks, privileged enough to go about without convoy, lived inside that same camp compound, and had to drag themselves early in the morning to the very same type of work to which the column of the other Zeks was driven. The household serfs were, for the most part, degenerate parasites. Servants are a boorish spawn, as the saying goes. They lived off the labor of the Barshchina serfs, but at least they themselves did not rule over the Barshchina serfs. It was doubly nauseating for the Zek that, in addition to everything else, the degenerate trustees directed them and ordered them around. And in general, the entire situation of the serfs was alleviated by the fact that the estate owner had necessarily to be merciful to them. They were worth money. Their work brought him wealth. The camp chief was merciless to the prisoners. He had not bought them, and he would not be willing them to his children. And if they died, others would be sent him. No, we got ourselves involved to no purpose in comparing our Zeks with the serfs of the estate owners. The situation of the latter, one has to admit, was very much less harried and more humane. A closer comparison of the situation of the natives of the archipelago would be with the factory serfs of the Urals, the Altai and Nerchinsk, or the inhabitants of the Arakchayev semi-military settlements. Some people object, however, even to this. They, too, had it good. In the Arakchayev settlements there were also nature, family, and holidays. Only the slavery of the ancient East is a fair comparison. And there is only one, just one, plus which comes to mind on the side of the Zeks as opposed to the serfs. The prisoner might land in the archipelago even as a juvenile of 12 to 15, but not from the very date of his birth. He did at least snatch a number of years in freedom before imprisonment. As for the advantage of a definite sentence in comparison with the lifetime of peasant serfdom, there are many qualifications. Namely, if the term was not a quarter, 25 years. If the article was not 58. If he wasn't until special orders. If they didn't paste a second term on the prisoner in camp. If at the end of his term the prisoner was not automatically sent off into exile. If the prisoner, after being released, was not sent straight back to the archipelago as a repeater. There is such a fence of qualifications, in fact, that after all, it is only fair to recall that sometimes the nobleman master, too, might manumit his serf out of whimsy. That is why, when the Emperor Mikhail informed us at the Lubyanka about the anecdotal deciphering of the initials of the Soviet Bolshevik Party, VKPB, current among Moscow workers at that time as Vtorye Krepostnoye Pravo, Bolsheviks, Second Serfdom, Bolsheviks.
This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued.
Cassette 5, Side 1.
That is why, when the Emperor Mikhail informed us at the Lubyanka about the anecdotal deciphering of the initials of the Soviet Bolshevik Party, VKPB, current among Moscow workers at that time as Vtorye Krepostnoye Pravo, Bolsheviks, Second Serfdom, Bolsheviks. This did not seem to us so much funny as prophetic. They sought a new stimulus for socially useful labor. They thought originally it would be found in conscientiousness and enthusiasm, along with material disinterestedness. And that is why they seized so eagerly on the great example of the Subbotniki, voluntary Saturdays. But this turned out not to be the beginning of a new era, but a tremor of self-sacrifice on the part of one of the last generations of the revolution. It can be seen, for example, from provincial materials in Tambov, that in 1921 many members of the party were already trying to get out of the Subbotniki, and a mark was introduced in the party record book for participation in Subbotniki. Yes, this outburst lasted another decade, enough for the Komsomols and us, the young pioneers of those times. But then it came to an end for us too. And what was next? Where was the stimulus to be sought? Money? Peace rates? Bonus payments? But all of that carried the acrid smell of recent capitalism, and a long period was required, another generation, for that smell to cease to irritate, so it could be peaceably accepted as the socialist principle of material incentive. They dug down deeper into the storage chest of history and dragged out what Marx had called extra-economic coercion. In camp and on collective farms, this discovery was presented with bared fangs. And then Frenkel came along, and, like a devil sprinkling a poison potion into the boiling cauldron, he poured in the differentiated ration pot. There was a famous incantation repeated over and over again. In the new social structure there can be no place for the discipline of the stick on which serfdom was based, nor the discipline of starvation on which capitalism is based. And there you are. The archipelago managed miraculously to combine the one and the other. All in all, the particular techniques required for this totaled 3. 1, the differentiated ration pot. 2, the brigade. And 3, 2 sets of bosses. But the third of these was not absolutely necessary. At Vorkuta, for example, there was only 1 set of bosses, and things hummed. And so it was that the archipelago rested on these 3 whales, these 3 pillars, or, if one considers them the driving belts, they certainly made the wheels turn. We have already explained about the differentiated ration pot. This was a redistribution of bread and cereals aimed at making our Zek beat his head against the wall and break his back for the average prisoner's ration, which in parasitical societies is issued to an inactive prisoner. To fix it, so that our Zek could get his own lawful ration only in extra dollops of 3.5 ounces, and by being considered a shock worker. Percentages of output above 100 conferred the right to supplementary spoonfuls of kasha, those previously taken away. What a merciless knowledge of human nature! Neither those pieces of bread nor those cereal patties were comparable with the expenditure of strength that went into earning them. But as one of his eternal disastrous traits, the human being is incapable of grasping the ratio of an object to its price. For a cheap glass of vodka, a soldier is roused to attack in a war not his own, and lays down his life. In the same way, the Zek, for those paupers' handouts, slips off a log, gets dunked in the icy freshet of a northern river, or kneads clay for mud huts barefoot in icy water, and because of this those feet are never going to reach the land of freedom. However, the satanical, differentiated ration pot was not all-powerful. Not everyone took the bait, just as serfs at one time or another grasped the truth that you may have to eat less, but at least you won't have to break your back working. So the Zeks, too, understood. In camp it was not the small ration that killed people, but the big one. Lazy, stupid, insensible half-animals. They don't want that supplementary allotment of rations. They don't want a piece of that nourishing bread made from a mix of potatoes, vetch, and water. They don't want to be released ahead of term. They don't even want to be posted on the Board of Honor. They don't want to rise to the interests of the construction project in the country. They don't want to fulfill the 5-year plans, even though the 5-year plans are in the interests of the workers. They wander about the nooks and crannies of the mines on the floors of construction projects, and they are delighted to hide from the rain in a dark hole, just anything, in order not to work. Not often is it possible to arrange such mass labor projects as in the gravel pit near Yaroslavl. There, hundreds of prisoners are clumped together in a small area visible to the naked eyes of the supervisors, and hardly has any one of them stopped moving than he is immediately conspicuous. These are ideal conditions. No one even dares to slow down, to straighten his back, to wipe off the sweat, until up on the hill the flag drops, the signal for a smoking period. How, then, is it to be managed in other cases? Much thought was applied, and the brigade was invented. Yes, and for that matter, how could we fail to invent it? In our country, even the Narodniki, the populists, wanted to enter into socialism through the Obshchina, the peasant commune, and the Marxists through the collective. And what do our newspapers write even nowadays? The main thing for a human being is work, and it must be work in a collective. And in camp there is nothing but work, and only in a collective. Does that mean that the corrective labor camp is the highest goal of humanity? That the main thing has been attained? How the brigade serves the psychological enrichment of its members, the prodding, the surveillance, and the heightened sense of dignity, we have already had cause to explain in Chapter 3. Consistent with the purposes of the brigade, worthy tasks and brigadiers, known in camp lingo as bugri, in other words, lumps, are selected. Slave driving the prisoners with club and ration, the brigadier has to cope with the brigade in the absence of the higher-ups, the supervisors, and the convoy. Shalamov cites examples in which the whole membership of the brigade died several times over in the course of one gold-washing season on the Kolyma, but the brigadier remained the same. That was the kind of brigadier Perilamov was in Kermelag. He did not use his tongue, merely his stave. The list of these names would take up many pages here, but I have not compiled it. It is of interest that this kind of brigadier most often came from the thieves, that is, from the lumpen proletariat. However, what is there to which people cannot adapt? It would be crude on our part not to look closely and observe how the brigade sometimes became a natural constituent cell of the native society of the archipelago, of the same kind that the family is in freedom. I myself knew such brigades, and more than one, too. True, these were not brigades on general work, where someone had to die because otherwise the rest could not survive. These were usually special brigades, electricians, lathe operators, carpenters, painters. The fewer their members, some 10 or 12 persons, the more clearly the principle of mutual protection and mutual support appeared in them. This was manifested, too, in big brigades made up of various trades, but only in the hard labor camps and under special conditions. More about this in Part 5. For such a brigade, and for such a role, there also had to be a suitable brigadier, moderately hard, well acquainted with all the moral, immoral, laws of Gulag, perspicacious and fair within the brigade, with his own well-worked-out method of coping with the higher-ups, whether it be a hoarse bark or a quiet and underhanded approach. He had to be feared by all the trustees, and let no opportunity go by to grab off for the brigade an extra 3½ ounces, padded trousers, a pair of shoes. But he also had to have connections among the influential trustees from whom he could learn all the camp news and impending changes. He needed this for correct leadership. He had to know the work well and the sectors which were advantageous and disadvantageous, and be adept at shoving the neighbouring brigade, if there was a neighbouring brigade, onto the disadvantageous sectors. With a sharp eye out for the chances of tuchta, and sensing where best to grab it off within a particular 5-day work period, whether through manipulating work norms or total volume, and defend this unwaveringly against the work assigner when the latter was already waiting with splattering fountain pen to cut back the worksheets, and adroit at greasing the paw of the norm setter, and knowing who in his brigade was a stoolie, and if this stoolie was not very smart or malicious, then leaving him alone, since otherwise they'd send in a worse one. And he always had to know whom in the brigade he should encourage with a glance, and whom to curse out, and to whom to give a lighter job that particular day. And a brigade like that, with a brigadier like that, adapts itself to austerity and survives austerely. There is no tenderness here, but no one dies. I worked with brigadiers like that, with Sinebruyakov and Pavel Boronyuk, and if I were to compile a list of others like them, it would be many pages long. And on the basis of many different stories, there is a consensus that such efficient and intelligent brigadiers most often originated from among the Kulak sons. But what was there to do? If they implacably forced the brigade on the Zeks as a form of existence, then what was to be done? It was necessary somehow to adapt to it, was it not? We will die from the work, but we are able to survive only by working. Of course, this is a questionable philosophy. A better answer would be, don't teach me to die the way you want, but let me die the way I want. But they won't allow you to anyway. That's what... And the choice, facing the brigadier, could be difficult also. If the logging brigade failed to fulfill the day's norm of 72 cubic yards, the brigadier went into the punishment block too. And if you don't want to go to the punishment block, then drive your brigade members to their deaths. Bow down to the stronger. And the two sets of bosses were also convenient, in just the same way that pliers need both a right and left jaw. Two bosses. These were the hammer and the anvil, and they hammered out of the Zek what the state required, and when he broke, they brushed him into the garbage bin. Even though the maintenance of a separate administration for the camp compound greatly increased the state's expenditures, and even if out of stupidity, caprice, and vigilance it often complicated the working process, nevertheless they put it there anyway, and this was no mistake. Two bosses. This was two tormentors instead of one, in shifts too, and placed in a situation of competition to see who could squeeze more out of the prisoner and give him less. Production, materials, tools, transportation were in the hands of one boss. All that was lacking was manpower. This manpower was brought in every morning by the convoy from the camp and taken away to the camp every evening, or in shifts. During those 10 or 12 hours during which the Zeks were in the hands of the production bosses, there was no need to educate them or correct them, and even if they dropped dead during the course of the workday, this wouldn't disappoint either administration. Corpses could be written off more easily than burned-up boards or stolen linseed oil. It was important for the production bosses to compel the prisoners to do more work in a day and to credit them with less in their worksheets, because it was necessary to make up somehow for all the fatal over-expenditures and shortages on the production side, because the trusts were engaged in stealing, and so were the construction and installation administration, and the construction superintendents, and the foremen, and the worksite superintendents, and the truck drivers, and the Zeks least of all, and then not for themselves, for they had nowhere to take the stuff, but for their camp chiefs and their convoy. And still more than all of that put together was lost through careless and negligent management, and also because the Zeks didn't take good care of anything either. And there was just one way to make up for all these shortages: underpayment for manpower. The camp administration, on the other hand, controlled the workforce alone, Rabsila. The tongue certainly knows how to abbreviate. But this was the decisive factor. The camp chiefs, in fact, used to say, "We can squeeze them," the production administration, "because they can't find other workers anywhere else." Where could you find manpower in the taiga and the desert? Consequently, they sought to squeeze more money out in return for the Rabsila, which in part was turned over to the government, but in part went for the maintenance of the camp administration itself, in return for its guarding the Zeks from freedom, providing them with food and drink, dressing them, and morally harassing them. Just as always in our well-thought-out social system, two different plans collided head-on here, too. The production plan, whose objective was to have the lowest possible expenditures for wages, and the MVD plan, whose objective was to extract the largest possible earnings from camp production. To an observer on the sidelines, it seems strange. Why set one's own plans in conflict with one another? Oh, but there is a profound meaning in it. Conflicting plans flatten the human being. This is a principle which far transcends the barbed wire of the archipelago. And what is also important is that these two sets of bosses are by no means hostile to each other, as one might think from their constant squabbles and mutual deceits. Where it is necessary to flatten someone thoroughly, they close ranks very tightly. And even though the camp chief is the Zek's dear father, yet he always willingly recognizes and signs an official affidavit that the Zek himself was to blame for his own injury, and not the contractor. He will not be very insistent on the Zeks having work clothes, nor demand ventilation in some section of a plant where there is none. Well, if there isn't, there isn't, and what can you do? These are temporary difficulties. And what about the siege of Leningrad? The camp chief will never refuse the production boss when he is asked to jail a brigadier in the punishment block for rudeness, or a worker for having lost a shovel, or an engineer who hasn't carried out an order the way he should have. Didn't both these chiefs constitute the cream of society in remote settlements? Were they not the serf holders of taiga industry? And didn't their wives call on one another? If, nonetheless, there is incessant tuchta in padded worksheets, if there is a constant attestation to trenches dug and filled which never yawned in the earth's surface, repair of heating systems or lathes which were never out of order, replacement of perfectly sturdy posts which will still be standing there for another 10 years, then this is done not at the instigation of the camp chiefs, who are quite calm and confident that the money will flow to the camp one way or another anyway, but by Zeks themselves, brigadiers, norm-setters, foremen, because all state work norms are the same. They are calculated not for real life on this earth, but for some kind of unearthly ideal on the moon. A human being dedicated, self-sacrificing, healthy, well-nourished, and energetic is incapable of fulfilling those norms. And so what are you going to get out of a fagged-out, weak, hungry, and downtrodden convict? The state system of setting work norms prescribes an output impossible on this planet, and in this sense resembles socialist realism and belles lettres. But if the unsold books are easily shredded later, it is more complicated to cover up industrial tuchta. However, it is not impossible. In their constant tail-chasing haste, the director and the construction superintendent have, let's say, overlooked or missed noticing, failed to discover the tuchta, and the free foremen were either illiterate or drunk, or else well disposed to the Zeks, with the expectation, of course, that in a difficult moment the Zek brigadier would help them out. And by then the percentage bonus had been eaten up, and you couldn't pull the bread back out of the belly. Accountants' inspections and audits are notorious for their clumsiness. They turn up Tukhta after a delay of months or years, when the money paid out for the work has long since flitted away, and all that can still be done is to bring charges against one of the free employees, or else smudge it up and write it off. 3 pillars on which the archipelago is propped were set there by the leadership: the differentiated ration pot, the work brigade, and the 2 sets of bosses. And the 4th and main pillar was Tukhta, and it was put there by the archipelago natives and by life itself. For Tukhta, it is essential to have energetic, enterprising brigadiers, but production chiefs from among the Zeks are even more necessary. No few of them were foremen, norm-setters, planners, economists, because you just wouldn't drag free people off to those distant places. Some Zeks in those positions forgot who they were, became more cruel than free workers, trampled on their brother prisoners, and made their way over dead bodies to their own release ahead of term. Others, on the contrary, retained a distinct consciousness of their motherland, the archipelago, and introduced reasonable moderation in the management of production, and a reasonable share of Tukhta in their accounting. There was a risk for them in this, not the risk of getting a new term, because the terms were already piled high anyway, and their code articles were harsh, but the risk of losing their position, angering the chiefs, landing in a bad prisoner transport, and thus perishing silently. And therefore their staunchness and intelligence were all the more glorious in that they helped their brothers to survive. Vasily Grigorievich Vlasov, for example, whose acquaintance we have already made in connection with the Kadi trial, was that kind of person. Throughout his whole long sentence, he served 19 years without any interruption, he retained that same stubborn self-assurance which characterized his conduct during the trial, and with which he had mocked Kalinin and the commutation of his death sentence. Through all these years, when he was dried up from starvation and breaking his back on general work, he perceived himself not as a scapegoat, but as a genuine political prisoner, and even as a revolutionary, as he used to describe himself in heart-to-heart conversations. And when, thanks to his naturally sharp administrative grasp, which in his case substituted for his incomplete schooling in economics, he held jobs as a trustee in production posts, Vlasov sought not only to postpone his own death, but also the chance to patch up the whole cart, so it was easier for the rest of the fellows to pull it along. In the 40s, on one of the Ust-Vim logging camp sites, and Ust-Vim-Lag was distinct from the general pattern in that it had only one unified set of bosses. The camp itself ran its logging, did its own auditing, and was responsible for plan fulfillment to the Ministry of the Timber Industry. Vlasov simultaneously combined the duties of norm-setter and planner. He was the head of the whole thing there, and in winter, in order to provide support for the sloggers out logging, he credited their brigades with fictitious cubic yards of wood cut. One of the winters was particularly severe, and working just as hard as they could, the Zeks fulfilled the work norms by only 60%, but received rations for having fulfilled 125% of norm. And with the help of these beefed-up rations, they managed to last out the winter without halting work even one day. However, shipments of the felled, on paper, timber were far behind schedule, and the camp chief heard some evil rumors. In March he sent a commission of 4 men into the woods, and they turned up a shortage of 10,500 cubic yards of timber. The enraged chief summoned Vlasov, who heard him out, and they'd said to him, "Give 'em, chief, 5 days in the brig. They're all sluts. They were too lazy to get out into the woods because the snow there is still deep. Set up a new commission with me as the chairman." And thereupon, with his own sensible troika, Vlasov, without leaving his office, drew up an official document and found all the missing timber. The chief was quieted down for the time being, but in May there was more trouble. They were still shipping out too little timber, and the higher-ups kept asking questions. So the chief called in Vlasov again. Vlasov was a short fellow, but he always retained his vigorous, rooster-like bearing, and this time he didn't even pretend. The timber just didn't exist. So how could you have drawn up a false document, blankety blank blank blank? Vlasov replied, Do you think it would have been better for you to go to jail yourself? After all, 10,500 cubic yards is a full 10-ruble bill for a free employee, and even for a Chekist, it's a fiver. The chief cursed him out, but by this time it was too late to punish Vlasov. The whole thing depended on him. Well, what's to be done now? Vlasov answered, Just wait till the roads have completely dissolved in mud. And the time came when the winter roads had all dissolved completely, and the summer logging trails were still impassable too. And at this point, Vlasov brought the chief a detailed and watertight report for his signature to be sent on to the administration higher up. In it, he proved that because of the highly successful timber-felling operations of the past winter, it had been quite impossible to move 10,500 cubic yards out of the forests on the sledge trails. Neither could this timber be hauled out through the swampy forests. Next, he gave estimates for the cost of a corduroy road to get the timber out, and he proved that the haulage would cost more than the timber was worth. So that, in a year's time, because the logs were going to be lying there in the swamp for a whole summer and autumn, they would be unsuitable for lumber, and acceptable to any possible customer only for firewood. And the administration agreed with these literate conclusions, which they were not ashamed to show any other commission, and therefore the whole 10,500 cubic yards of timber were written off. And so it was that the trees were felled and eaten up and written off, and stood once again erect and proud in their green coniferous garb. And in fact the state paid very reasonably for these dead cubic yards, a few hundred extra loaves of black, gluey, watery bread. The thousands of trees and the hundreds of lives which were saved were of no account on the profit and loss sheet, because this kind of wealth was never counted in the archipelago. In all probability, Vlasov was not the only one who had been so perspicacious as to play the swindler, because from 1947 on they introduced a new system in all logging operations, complex work gangs and complex work brigades. And now the lumberjacks were combined with the teamsters in one work gang, and the brigade was only credited with timber hauled out to the slide on the river bank to the site of the spring log drive. And so what happened then? Did this burst the balloon of the Tukhta? Hardly. It even flourished. It expanded out of necessity, and the mass of workers nourished on it grew larger and larger. For those among our readers who are not bored with this, let's go into it more deeply. 1. The Zeks were not permitted to accompany the logs farther than the slide on the river bank. Who would convoy them down the river? Vigilance. Therefore, an expediter of the log rafting office, which was staffed with free lumberjacks, accepted the timber from the camp dispatcher, for all the brigades, at the river. Well, now, he, of course, was strict in his receipts? Not at all. The camp dispatcher would inflate the figures as much as he had to on behalf of the logging brigades, and the expediter of the log rafting office was agreeable to the whole deal. 2. And here is why. The log rafting office also had the problem of feeding its own free workers, and their work norms were equally impossible. And the log rafting office listed all of this non-existent fictitious timber as having been rafted downriver. 3. At the general landing and sorting point downriver, where the timber was collected from all the logging sectors, there was a bourse, which was a landing area for logs. Here again, Zeks were doing the work, attached to that self-same Ust-Vimlag. The 52 islands of Ust-Vimlag were scattered over a territory 96 miles square. Now that is what our archipelago is like. The dispatcher of the log rafting office was quite at ease. The camp expediter would now accept back all the Tukhta, in the second place so as not to betray his own camp, which had previously delivered it to the slide, and in the first place so as to feed its own prisoners working at the landing point with that same fictitious timber. They, too, had their own fantastic work norms, and they needed their crust, too. At this point, however, the camp expediter had to toil a bit for the sake of society. He not only had to accept the timber by total volume, but also list it, existing and fictitious, by diameters and lengths in a complete schedule. Now here was a benefactor for you. Vlasov worked at this job too. 4. After the bourse came the sawmill, which processed the logs into cut lumber. Once more the workers were zeks. The brigades were given rations on the basis of their volume of raw timber processed, and the extra fictitious timber was just exactly what they needed in order to increase their own percentage output. 5. Next came the lumber yard for the completed product, which was required, according to state norms, to have 65% of the amount of raw timber received by the sawmill. Thus it was that 65% of the fictitious timber moved invisibly into the lumber yard, and the mythical lumber was likewise inventoried by sorts, wavy-edged slab, construction lumber, by thickness of board, edged, unedged. The lumber yard workers, too, got their food out of that same fictitious timber. But what happened then? The fictitious lumber was shut up in the lumber yard, where it was guarded by the camp guard, and there could not be any more uncontrolled losses. And who at this point was going to answer for the tuchta, and how? At this point, another great principle of the archipelago came to the aid of the principle of tuchta. This was the principle of rubber, in other words, stretching things out with interminable delays. Once on the books, the fictitious production kept being carried over from one year to another. Whenever there was inventory taking in this wild archipelago backwoods, all those engaged in it were, after all, friends, and all understood. You wouldn't go around moving every board in the place just for the sake of the audit. Unfortunately, a certain percentage of fictitious lumber could spoil from being kept too long, and could be written off. And they would fire one manager of the lumber yard, and then another, and put them to work as work norm setters. And how many people had been fed in the meanwhile? Here is what they tried to do too. When they loaded lumber into railroad cars for shipment to buyers, there was no customer expediter up there, and the railroad cars would subsequently be scattered all over the country on the basis of bills of lading. They tried similarly to ship the fictitious lumber as well, in other words, to inflate the amount shipped, and this fed the stevedore brigades, let's note. The railroad put a seal on the car. It couldn't care less. After a certain length of time, somewhere in Armavir or Krivoy Rog, they would break the seal on the car and open it up and document the amount actually received. If the underweight was moderate, then all these differences in volume would be collected in some schedule or other, and it would be up to the State Planning Commission to account for them. If the underweight was outrageous, the recipient would send a claim to Ust-Gulag, but these claims moved in a flood of millions of other papers, and were stapled in a file somewhere, and in time simply went out like a light. After all, they simply could not stand up against people's pressure to live. And no one was going to send the carload of lumber back from Armavir. You took what you got. There was no timber in the south. Now let us note the fact that the state and the Ministry of the Timber Industry made serious use in their economic reports of these fictitiously inflated figures for the production of cut and processed timber. They were useful to the ministry too. And this is how tuchta, like many of the archipelago's problems, could not be kept confined to it, but acquired a nationwide significance. But probably the most surprising thing was this. It would seem that there should have been a shortage of timber because of the fictitious inflation of quantities at every stage of its movement. However, the fact was that the expediter at the landing bourse managed to add so much fictitious timber to deliveries in the course of the summer season that by fall the timber rafting office had surpluses waiting in the water. They had not been touched, and they must not be left in the river for the winter, because if they were, it would be necessary in the spring to call in a plane to bomb them loose. And therefore this surplus timber, which no one needed, was allowed in late autumn to float downstream into the White Sea. Is that miraculous, strange, and wonderful? But it didn't just happen in one place. At the lumber yards in Gulag there was always surplus lumber left over, which hadn't been loaded into railroad cars, and which was no longer listed as belonging to anyone anywhere. And for years after some lumber yard had been totally shut down, people would subsequently journey to it from nearby camps for ownerless dry firewood, and burn in their stoves the stripped pit props which had taken so much suffering to produce. And all this was a matter of attempting to survive, not to enrich oneself, and certainly not to plunder the state. The state cannot be so excessively fierce and force its subjects into deceit. And here is what the prisoners used to say: "Without Tukta and Amonal, never could we have built the canal." So all that is what the archipelago stands on. Chapter 6. They've brought the fascists. "They've brought the fascists! They've brought the fascists!" the young Zek lads and girls shouted excitedly, running through the camp when our 2 trucks, each loaded with 30 fascists, entered the perimeter of the small rectangle of the Novaya Jerusalem camp. We had just experienced one of the supreme hours of our life, the 1 hour's drive from Moscow's Krasnaya Presnya prison, what is called a short-distance prisoner transport. Though we had spent the ride with our knees hunched up in the rear of the trucks, nonetheless all the air, the speed, the colors were ours. Oh, forgotten brightness of the world! The streetcars were red, the trolleybuses sky blue, the crowd in white and many-colored. Do they themselves see these colors as they crowd onto the buses? And on top of this today, for some reason, all the buildings and the lamp-posts were decorated with banners and streamers, some sort of unexpected holiday, August the 14th, coinciding with the holiday of our liberation from prison. On this day, the capitulation of Japan had been announced, ending the 7-day war. On the Volokolamsk highway, a whirlwind of scents of new-mown hay and of the early evening freshness of the meadows swirled around our shaven heads. This meadow breeze, who could breathe it in more greedily than prisoners? Real, genuine green blinded our eyes, grown used to grey and more grey. I turned up on the transport with Gamarov and Ingal, and we sat next to each other, and it seemed to us as if we were going to a gay dacha, a country house. The end of such a bewitching journey could not be something dismal. And then we jumped from the trucks, stretched our numbed legs and backs, and looked around. We liked the compound of Novaya Jerusalem. It was even attractive. It was surrounded not by a solid fence, but merely by an interwoven barbed wire fence. And in every direction were visible the hilly, lively village and dasha countryside of the Svenigorod land. It was as if we were part of that gay milieu. We could see the earth just like those who came here to rest and enjoy themselves, and we could even see it on a larger, deeper scale, for our eyes had grown used to flat walls, flat sleeping boards, and shallow cells. And to us it seemed even more succulent. The greenery, which had faded by mid-August, blinded us, and perhaps, too, it seemed to have so much succulence because the sun was setting. "So you are the fascists? Are all of you fascists?" the approaching Zeks asked us hopefully. And having confirmed that yes, we were the fascists, they immediately scurried off and left the scene. There was nothing else about us that interested them. We already knew, of course, that the fascists was a nickname for the 58s, introduced by the sharp-eyed thieves, and very much approved by the chiefs. Previously, they had well named the 58s KRs, but then all that had grown stale, and a catchy label was needed. After our swift trip in the fresh air, here it seemed warmer, and because of that cozier. We were still looking around the tiny compound with its 2-story building of brick for men, and the women's building, which was wooden with an attic story, and some peasant-style tumble-down sheds for auxiliary services. And then at the long black shadows which lay everywhere in the fields, cast by the trees and the buildings, and at the high chimney of the brickyard, and at the already flaming windows of its 2 buildings. "Well, things aren't so bad here, it seems." We spoke to one another, trying to convince each other and ourselves. One young fellow with that sharply alert and hostile expression, which we had already begun to notice in others, lingered near us longer than the rest, inspecting the fascists with interest. His well-worn black cap sat crookedly forward on his forehead. He kept his hands in his pockets, and he stood there just like that, listening to our chatter. "Not bad." His chest shook. Twisting his lips, he looked us over contemptuously once again and hurled out, "Starvation Station! You'll kick the bucket!" And spitting under our feet, he went out. He found it unbearable to listen any longer to such idiots. Our hearts fell. The first night in camp, you are already being borne along a slippery slide, down, and somewhere there must be still a saving, protruding ledge, which you have to catch hold of, but you don't know where it is. Everything that was worst in your entire upbringing has come alive inside you. Everything suspicious, gloomy, grasping, cruel, instilled there by hungry cues, by the blatant injustice of the strong. This worst in you has been even more aroused, even more stirred up inside you, by the preceding rumors about the camps. Just don't get put on general work. The wolfish camp world. Here they tear you to pieces alive. Here they stomp on he who has stumbled. Just don't go on general work. But how can you avoid it? Which way is one to flee? One has to give something. One has to give to someone. But what in particular? And to whom? And how is it done? Not an hour has gone by, and a fellow aboard our same transport comes up with a restrained smile. He has been named a construction engineer in the camp compound. And one more. He has been given permission to open a barber shop for the free workers at the factory. And yet another. He ran into an old acquaintance, and he is going to go to work in the planning section. Your heart winces. All this is skin off your back. They will survive in the offices and the barber shops, and you will perish. Perish. The compound. 200 paces from barbed wire to barbed wire, and you can't go close to it either. Yes, all around you the Svenigorod hills will gleam green, but in here is a starvation mess hall, and a stone dungeon for a penalty isolator, and a miserable lean-to over a burner for individual cooking, a rotten shed of a bath, a grey booth of a tumble-down latrine with rotting seats, and nowhere to hide from it. This was it. Perhaps this little island would be the last piece of earth in your life which your feet were destined to tromp on. In all the rooms, bare multiple bunks, vagonki, were installed. The multiple bunk was the invention of the archipelago, an adaptation for the sleep of the natives never encountered anywhere else in the world. 2 stories of 4 wooden panels on 2 cross-shaped supports, placed at the head and at the feet. When one sleeper stirred, 3 others rocked. They did not issue mattresses in this camp, nor sacks to stuff with straw. The words bed linen were unknown to the natives of the Novi Jerusalem island. No sheets or pillowcases existed here, and they did not issue or launder underwear. You had what you wore, and you had to look after it yourself. And the manager of camp property had never heard the word pillow. The only pillows were those you owned, and were had only by women and thieves. In the evening, when you lay down on the naked panel, you could take off your shoes, but take into consideration that your shoes would be swiped. Better sleep with shoes on. Better not scatter your clothes about either. They'd swipe them, too. On going out to work in the morning, you must not leave anything in the barracks. Whatever the thieves did not bother to take, the jailers would, announcing, "It's forbidden!" In the morning you would go out to work just as nomads depart from a campsite, leaving it even cleaner. You would leave neither the ashes from your bonfires nor the bones of devoured animals. The room would be empty, totally bare, and you could even turn it over for others to occupy. And your own sleeping panel would have nothing to distinguish it from all the others, bare, greasy, polished by bodies. But you couldn't cart anything off to work with you either. You would gather up your chattels in the morning, stand in line at the storeroom for personal belongings, and hide them in a bag or a suitcase.
This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2.
But you couldn't cart anything off to work with you either. You would gather up your chattels in the morning, stand in line at the storeroom for personal belongings, and hide them in a bag or a suitcase. You'd return from work and stand in line again at the storeroom, and take with you what you could foresee you would want overnight.
Better not make a mistake, because you'd not get to the storeroom a second time.
And thus, for 10 years. Hold your head high. The morning shift returned to camp sometime after 2. They washed up, had lunch, stood in line at the storeroom, and the bell rang for roll call. Everyone in the camp formed up in rows, and an illiterate jailer with a plywood board went around, slobbering on his pencil, wrinkling up his forehead wisely, and whispering over and over. He recounted the line-up several times. He went over all the buildings several times, leaving the line-up standing there. Either he was wrong in his arithmetic, or he was confused as to how many were ill, and how many were imprisoned in the Shitzo under orders not to be allowed out. This senseless expenditure of time kept dragging on for a long while, an hour, sometimes an hour and a half. And those to whom time was precious, even though this need is not very developed in our people, and not at all among Zeks, those who even in camp wanted to accomplish something, felt themselves particularly helpless and humiliated. It was forbidden to read in line-up. My boys, Gamarov and Ingao, stood with closed eyes, composing either verses or prose or letters. But you were not permitted to stand like that in line-up because it looked as though you were sleeping, and this was an insult to the roll call. And furthermore, your ears were not closed, and the mother oaths and the stupid jokes and the dismal conversations all kept swarming in. The year was 1945, and Norbert Wiener would soon formulate cybernetics. The atom had already been split, and here pale-faced intellectuals were standing in a row, waiting to hear the command, "Stand still! Don't turn!" while the stupid red-mug idiot lazily whispered his total. The roll call was completed, and now at 5:30 one could go and lie down and take a nap, because the night before had been short and the coming night might be even shorter. However, dinner would be in an hour. The time was all cut up into bits. The camp administration was so lazy and so untalented, it did not even have the desire and initiative to separate the workers on the 3 different shifts into different rooms. From 7 to 8 after dinner, the first shift could have begun to rest, but those who were fed and fresh wanted no part of peace, and the thieves on their feather comforters were just beginning their card games, their yelling, and their little dramatic numbers. One thief, of an Azerbaijanian type, creeping up in an exaggerated way, made the rounds of the room by jumping from bunk to bunk on the upper panels, and roared out at the sloggers, "That's how Napoleon went to Moscow for tobacco." Having got himself tobacco, he returned by the same route, stepping on and across people and shouting, "That's how Napoleon fled to Paris." Every escapade of the thieves was so astonishing and unusual that we could only gape at them. From 9 in the evening, the night shift was shaking the bunks, tramping about, making preparations to leave and taking their things off to the storeroom. They were marched out at 10 p.m. At last it seemed we could sleep. But after 10 the day shift returned, and now they were the ones tramping heavily about, shaking the bunks, washing up, going for things in the storeroom, and getting dinner. Only from perhaps 11:30 on did the exhausted camp sleep. But at 4:15, the ring of singing metal was wafted over our small camp and across the sleepy collective farm around us, where the old folks still remember very well the chimes of the Istra church bells. Perhaps our silver-voiced camp bell came from the monastery also, and had grown used, while there, to getting the monks up for prayer and work at the sound of the first cock-crow. "Get up, first shift!" the jailer shouted into each room. Head dizzy from insufficient sleep, eyes still not unglued, no chance to wash. And you don't have to get dressed, that's how you slept. So straight off to the mess hall. You enter, still staggering with sleep. Everyone pushes ahead and is absolutely certain of what he wants. Some rush for their bread ration, others for gruel. You were the only one wandering about like a lunatic beneath the dim lamps, unable in the steam of the gruel to see where to find either bread or gruel. Finally you received 19¼ ounces of bread, fit for a feast, and an earthenware bowl with something hot and black. This is black cabbage soup, made from nettles. The black shreds of the boiled leaves lie in the blackish, empty water. There's no fish, meat, nor fat, not even salt. In cooking, the nettles soak up all the salt thrown in, and therefore they don't put any in. If tobacco is camp gold, then salt is camp silver, and the cooks save it up. Unsalted nettle soup is a repulsive poison. You are hungry, but you can't pour it into yourself. Lift up your eyes, not to the heavens, but to the ceiling. Your eyes have already grown accustomed to the dim lamps, and you can now make out along the wall the long slogan written on wallpaper in the favourite red letters, "Whoever does not work does not eat." And goose pimples run up and down your chest. Oh, wise men from the cultural and educational section, how satisfied you were when you sought out that great evangelical and communist slogan for the camp mess hall. But in the Gospel of St. Luke it says, "The labourer is worthy of his hire." And in the book of Deuteronomy it says, "Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn." And what you have is an exclamation point. Thank you on behalf of the ox treading out the corn. And henceforth I will understand that you are not at all squeezing my emaciated neck because of shortages, that you are choking me not simply out of greed, but out of the bright principle of the on-rushing society, except that I do not see in camp those who work eating, and I do not see in camp those who don't work starving. Day is breaking. The pre-dawn August heavens grow pale. Only the brightest of the stars are still visible in the sky. To the southeast, above the brickyard, where we will now be taken, are Procyon and Sirius, the alpha stars of Canis Minor and Canis Major. Everything has abandoned us along with the jailers, even the heavens. The dogs in the heavens, like those on earth, are on the leashes of guards. The dogs bark madly, leap ahead, try to get at us. They are gloriously trained on human meat. The first day in camp. I do not wish even my worst enemy that day. The folds of the brain are all mixed up because of the impossibility of absorbing the entire scope of the cruelty. How will it be? What will happen to me? My head keeps grinding it over and over, and the newcomers are all given the most meaningless work possible just to keep them busy while things are sorted out. An endless day. You carry hand barrows, or you push wheelbarrows along, and with each wheelbarrow load the day grows shorter by 5 or 10 minutes only, and your mind remains free solely in order to keep turning over and over. How will it be? How will it be? We see the absurdity of rolling this waste along. We try to chat between wheelbarrows. It seems as if we have already become exhausted from those very first wheelbarrow loads. We have already given them our strength. And how are we going to go on pushing them for 8 years? We try to talk about something in which we can feel our strength and our individuality. Ingal describes the funeral of Tinyanov, whose pupil he considers himself. And we argue about historical novels. Ought anyone dare write them? After all, an historical novel is a novel about things the author never saw. Burdened by distance and the maturity of his own era, the author can try as much as he pleases to convince himself that he has come to comprehend, but after all the same, he is unable to live it. And does this mean that an historical novel is first of all fantasy? At this point they begin to call into the office the Zeks from the new prisoner transport, several at a time, for their assignments, and all of us left our wheelbarrows. The previous day Ingal had managed to get to know somebody, and as a result he, a literary person, was assigned to the factory bookkeeping office, even though he got figures ridiculously mixed up, and in all his born days had never done calculations on an abacus. Gamarov was incapable of begging and grabbing off a spot, even to save his life. He was made an unskilled labourer. He came over, lay down on the grass, and during this last little hour in which he didn't have to be an unskilled labourer, he told me about the persecuted poet Pavel Vasilyev, of whom I had never heard a word. When had these boys managed to read and learn so much? I bit on a stalk of grass and wavered. Which of my cards should I play? Mathematics, or my experience as an officer? I was unable to withdraw proudly like Boris. Once I had been brought up with other ideals, but from the 30s, cruel life had rubbed us in only one direction, to go after and get. And it happened quite naturally that when I crossed the threshold of the brickyard director's office, I had tucked the stomach fold in my field shirt beneath my broad officer's belt along the sides. And I had intentionally dressed up for this day, too, disregarding the fact that I was to wheel a wheelbarrow. My high collar was severely buttoned up. "An officer?" the director immediately surmised. "Yes, sir." "Do you have experience working with people?" Once more, with people, please note. "I do." "What did you command?" "An artillery battalion." I lied on the wing. A battery seemed too small to me. He looked at me with both trust and doubt. "And will you manage here? It's hard here." "I think I'll manage," I replied. After all, I didn't understand myself what a noose I was sticking my neck into. The main thing was to go after and get. He squinted a bit and thought. He was calculating how ready I was to remake myself into a dog and whether my jaw was firm. "All right, you will be a shift foreman in the clay pit." And one other former officer, Nikolai Akimov, was also named a foreman in the clay pit. He and I went out of the office feeling kinship, gladness. We could not have understood then, even had we been told, that we had chosen the standard, for army man, servile beginning of a sentence. It was clear from Akimov's unintellectual and unassuming face that he was an open lad and a good soldier. "What's the director scaring us with? Does he think we can't cope with 20 men? There's no minefield, and no one is bombing us. What can't we cope with?" We wanted to recreate inside ourselves our former front-line self-assurance. We were pups, and we did not understand to what extent the archipelago was unlike the front, to what degree its war of siege was more difficult than our war of explosives. In the army, even a fool and a nonentity can command, and in fact the higher the post he occupies, the greater will be his success. While a squad commander has to have a quick grasp of things, inexhaustible energy and courage, and understanding of the soldier's heart, it is quite enough for one marshal or another to be peevish, to curse, and to be able to sign his name. Everything else will be done for him, and the plan of operations will be brought him by the operations section of his staff, some bright officer with an unknown name. The soldiers will execute the orders, not because they are convinced of their correctness, for often it is precisely the reverse, but because orders come from top to bottom through the hierarchy, and they are the orders of a machine, and whoever does not carry them out will have his head cut off. But in the archipelago it is not at all like that for the Zek who has been appointed to command other Zeks. The whole golden shoulder-board hierarchy is not towering behind your back, and not at all supporting your orders. It will betray you and toss you out as soon as you are unable to carry out those orders with your own strength, your own skill. And the skill here is either your fist, or pitiless destruction through starvation, or such a profound knowledge of the archipelago that your order also appears to each prisoner as his own salvation. A greenish Arctic moisture has to replace the warm blood inside you. Only then can you command Zeks. And right then, during those very days, they started to bring from the Shitso, the penalty isolator, to the clay pit, as the heaviest work of all, a penalty brigade, a group of thieves who just a bit earlier had almost cut the throat of the camp chief. They had not wanted to cut his throat because they were not such fools as that, but to frighten him so he would send them back to Krasnaya Presnya. They recognized Novi Jerusalem as a deadly place where you'd never get enough to eat. They were brought in at the end of my shift. They lay down in the clay pit in a sheltered spot, bared their short, thick arms and legs, their fat, tattooed stomachs and chests, and lay there sunning themselves, content to be out of the wet cellar of the Shitzel. I went up to them in my military attire, and properly proposed that they set to work. The sun put them in a benign mood, and therefore they only laughed and sent me to the well-known mother. I was enraged and confused, and departed empty-handed. In the army I would have begun with the order, "Stand up!" But here it was quite clear that if any one of them did stand up, it would be solely to stick a knife in my ribs. And while I was cudgelling my brains over what to do, after all, the rest of the clay pit was watching and might also quit work, my shift came to an end. Only thanks to this circumstance am I here today to write this study of the archipelago. I was replaced by Akimov. The thieves continued to lie there, sunning themselves. He gave them one order. The second time he shouted a command at them, maybe even "stand up." And the third time he threatened them with the camp chief, and they chased him, and in a low spot in the clay pit knocked him down and smashed him in the kidneys with a crowbar. He was taken directly from the factory to the provincial prison hospital, and this brought his career as a commander to an end, and maybe his prison sentence, and maybe his life. In all probability, the director had appointed us as dummies to be beaten up by these thieves. My own short career at the clay pit lasted several days longer than Akimov's, but brought me not the satisfaction I had expected, only a constant spiritual depression. At 6 a.m. I entered the working compound more deeply despondent than if I had been going there to dig the clay myself. I wandered around the clay pit like one quite lost, hating both it and my own role in it. From the wet pressing mill to the clay pit there was a trolley track. At the spot where the level area ended and its rails dipped into the workings, a windlass stood on a platform. This motor-driven windlass was one of the few miracles of mechanization in the whole brickyard. Along the entire line from clay pit to windlass and from the windlass to the pressing mill, the sloggers had to push the cars loaded with clay. Only on the rise out of the clay pit were the cars dragged up by the windlass. The clay pit occupied a distant corner of the brickyard compound, and it was a surface ploughed up by cave-ins, the cave-ins branching off in all directions like ravines, leaving between them untouched prominences. The clay lay right up to the surface, and the stratum was not thin. One could probably have mined it deep down or else across its whole width continuously, but no one knew how it should be done, and no one made a plan for mining it, and it all was managed by the brigadier of the morning shift, Barinov, a cocky young Muscovite, a non-political offender with a pretty face. Barinov worked the clay pit simply where it was most convenient. He excavated where the most clay could be dug for the least work. He never went too deep, so the cars wouldn't have to be pushed up too steep a slope. Properly speaking, Barinov was in charge of all 18 to 20 men who worked during my shift in the clay pit. He was the only genuine boss of shift. He knew the lads, he fed them. In other words, got for them big rations, and each day wisely decided himself how many cars of clay were to be delivered, so that there would be neither too few nor too many. I liked Barinov, and if I had been somewhere in prison with him as a bunk neighbour, we would have got along very gaily, and we could have got along right here too. I should have gone to him and had a big laugh with him over the fact that the director had appointed me to the position of intermediate watchdog, while I understood nothing. But my officer's training did not permit this, and I tried to maintain a severe bearing with him and to get him to knuckle under, though not only I, and not only he, but the entire brigade, could see that I was as much of a useless meddler as a district party instructor during crop sowing. It made Barinov angry that they had installed a stuffed shirt over him, and more than once he mocked me cleverly in front of the brigade. In the case of anything I considered necessary to do, he immediately proved to me that it was impossible. On the other hand, loudly shouting, "Foreman! Foreman!" he would on occasion summon me to various corners of the clay pit, and ask me for instructions, how to take up the old trolley tracks and lay new ones again, how a wheel that had jumped off the axle should be put back again, or what to do about the allegedly non-functioning windlass, or where the shovel should be taken to be sharpened. Already weakening from day to day in my impulse to command, in the face of his ridicule, I was by then quite happy if he simply ordered the fellows to dig that morning. He didn't always do it, and did not annoy me with his vexatious questions. Thereupon, I quietly kept out of the way and hid from my subordinates and my chiefs behind the high piles of earth that had been carted away, set myself down on the ground and sat stock still with sinking heart. My spirit was numb from my first few days in camp. Oh, this was not prison. Prison has wings. Prison is a treasure house of thought. It was gay and easy to starve and argue in prison. And just try that here, 10 years of starvation, work, and silence. Just try it. The iron caterpillar track was already dragging me to the grinder. I was helpless. I didn't know how, but I wanted to slip off to one side, to catch my breath, to come to myself, to lift my head and to see. Over there, beyond the barbed wire, across a vale, was a knoll. On it was a little village, 10 houses. The rising sun illuminated it with its peaceful rays. So close to us, and the very opposite of a camp. For that matter, it too was a camp, but one forgets that. For a long time there was no motion at all there, but then a woman walked by with a pail, and a tiny child ran across the weeds in the street. A cock crowed, and a cow mooed. And there, in the clay pit, we could hear everything perfectly. And a mongrel barked. What a lovely voice that was, too. It was not a convoy dog. When there are discussions about universal disarmament, I am always quite concerned. After all, no one has included guard dogs in the lists of forbidden weapons, and yet they make life more insufferable for human beings than do rockets. And from every sound there, and from the very immobility itself, a holy peace flooded into my soul. And I know for certain that if they should say to me at that very moment, "That's your freedom, just live in that village until your death, renounce cities and the vanities of this world, your passing fancies, your convictions, the truth, renounce it all and live in that village, but not as a collective farmer. Look at the sun every morning and hearken to the roosters. Are you willing? Oh, not only willing, but good Lord, please send me a life like that. I felt that I would be unable to last out in camp." On the other side of the brickyard, invisible to me at the moment, a passenger train roared by on the Rzhev line. In the clay pit they shouted, "The trustees' train!" Every train was familiar. They kept time by them. The trustees' train passed by at 9:15, and at 9 o'clock, separately, not at shift-changing time, they would conduct the trustees from the camp to the brickyard, the office employees and those in positions of responsibility. The favourite train was at 1:30, the provider, after which we soon went to line up and to lunch. My Zek supervisor, Olga Petrovna Matronina, was brought to work along with the trustees, and sometimes, if her heart was anxious about the work, even earlier by a special convoy. I sighed, came out of my hiding-place, and went along the clay pit trolley track to the wet-pressing factory to report. The entire brickyard consisted of 2 plants, for wet pressing and dry pressing. Our clay pit worked only for the wet pressing plant, and the chief of the wet pressing was Matronina, an engineer specialist in silicates. What kind of an engineer she was, I do not know, but she was fussy and stubborn. She was one of those unshakable loyalists, an orthodox communist, of whom I had already encountered a few in the cells, there were not many of them in general, on whose mountain peak, however, I myself could not cling. On the basis of the letter section, CHS, as a member of the family of one shot, she had received 8 years from an OSO, and right now she was serving out her last months. True, they had not released any politicals throughout the war, and she too would be held until the notorious special decree. But even that did not cast any shadow on her state of mind. She served the party, and it was unimportant whether in freedom or in camp. She was from a reserve for rare animals. In camp she tied a red scarf around her head, and only a red scarf, even though she was already over 40. Not one camp girl wore a scarf like that in the brickyard, and not one free Komsomol girl either. She bore no grudge for her husband's execution, nor for her own 8 years of imprisonment. All these injustices had been caused, in her opinion, by individual Yagoda or Zhezhov henchmen, and under Comrade Beria the only arrests being made were just. Seeing me in the uniform of a Soviet officer, she said at our first meeting, "Those who arrested me can now see the proofs of my orthodoxy."
Not long before, she had written a letter to Kalinin, and she quoted from it to all who wished or were forced to listen. "My long sentence has not broken my will in the struggle for the Soviet government, for Soviet industry."
Meanwhile, when Akimov had come and reported to her that the thieves refused to obey him, she herself did not go to explain to this socially friendly element that their conduct was harming industry, but she pulled him up short. "You have to compel them. That's why you were appointed." Akimov was beaten up, and she made no effort to struggle further, but merely wrote the camp, "Don't send us that contingent any more." She also accepted very calmly the fact that in her factory young girls worked 8 hours straight as automatic machines. They were confined uninterruptedly for the whole 8-hour period to monotonous motions at the conveyor belt. She said, "There is nothing to be done. There are more important sectors than that for mechanization." The day before, Saturday, there had been a rumor going the rounds that they would again not give us our Sunday off, and that's exactly what happened. The young girls at the automatic machines clustered around her and said to her bitterly, "Olga Petrovna, are they really going to take our Sunday away from us again? After all, this is the 3rd in a row. The war's over." Wearing her red scarf, she indignantly tossed her dry, dark profile, which wasn't a woman's, nor a man's either. "Girls, what right have we to a Sunday? The construction project in Moscow is being held up because there are no bricks." In other words, of course, she didn't know anything about any particular construction project to which our bricks were being sent. But in her mind's eye she could see that big, generalized construction project, and here were these young girls so vile as to want to wash their things. I was necessary to Matronina in order to double the number of cars of clay in one shift. She took no account of the strength of the sloggers, the condition of the cars, or the capacity of the pressing plant, but merely demanded that it be doubled. And how could an outsider unacquainted with the setup double the number of carloads except with his fist? I did not double the output, and by and large the output did not change by 1 carload under me, and Matronina, merciless, scolded me in Barinov's presence and that of the workers, without being able to get through her woman's head that which the least sergeant knows, that one must not dress down even a corporal in the presence of a private. And then, on one occasion, admitting my total defeat in the clay pit, and therefore my incapacity to direct, I went to Matronina, and as gently as I could asked her, "Olga Petrovna, I am a good mathematician, I do figures quickly, I have heard that you need an accountant in the plant. Take me." "An accountant?" she raged, and her cruel face grew even darker, and the ends of her red scarf wound about the back of her head. "I'll put any wisp of a girl to work as an accountant, but what we need are commanders of production. How many loads are you short for your shift? Be off with you." And like a new Pallas Athena, with outstretched arms, she sent me back to the clay pit. And a day later the position of foreman of the clay pit was abolished, and I was fired, not just straightforwardly, but vengefully. Matronina summoned Barinov and gave him his orders. "Put him to work with a crowbar, and don't take your eyes off him. Make him load 6 cars a shift. Make him sweat." And right then, in my officer's uniform in which I took so much pride, I went forth to dig clay. Barinov was overjoyed. He had foreseen my fall. If I had better understood the secret, alert connection between all camp events, I could have guessed at my fate the day before. In the Novi Jerusalem mess hall there was a separate serving window for the ITRs, the engineering and technical workers, from which the engineers, bookkeepers, and shoemakers received their meals. After my appointment as foreman of the clay pit, catching on to the camp grasp of things, I had approached this window and demanded my meal. The cooks dragged their feet about it, saying that I wasn't on the list of ITRs, but nonetheless they did each time issue me my meal, and even without protesting after a while, so that I myself came to believe that I was on their list. As I thought it over later, I was, for the kitchen, still a question mark. Hardly had I arrived than I acted big. I had borne myself proudly and gone about in military uniform. Such a person might very easily in a week become a senior worker signer, or the senior camp bookkeeper, or a doctor. In camp, everything is possible. And then they would be in my hands. So even though in actual fact the plant was only trying me out, and had not included me on any list at all, the kitchen kept on feeding me just in case. But one day before my fall, when even the plant didn't know, the camp kitchen already knew all about it, and slammed the door in my mug. I had turned out to be a cheap sucker. This tiny episode typifies the atmosphere of the camp world. This so prevalent human desire to be set apart by clothes discloses us in fact, particularly to the keen eyes of camp. It seems to us that we're clothing ourselves, but in fact we're bearing ourselves. We're showing what we're worth. I did not understand that my military uniform had the same price as Matronina's red scarf. But there was an unslumbering eye which had spied it all out from a hiding place, and one day an orderly was sent to get me. A lieutenant wanted to see me, over here, in a separate room. The young lieutenant conversed with me very pleasantly. In the cosy, clean room he and I were alone. The sun was shining just before sinking in the west, and the wind was blowing the curtain. He told me to be seated. For some reason he asked me to write my autobiography, and he could not have made a more pleasant proposal. After the protocols of interrogation in which I had only spat on myself, after the humiliation of the Black Mariahs and the transit prisons, after the convoy and the prison jailers, after the thieves and the trustees who had refused to see in me a former captain of our glorious Red Army, here I sat behind a desk, and without being pushed by anyone at all, and beneath the benign glance of a friendly lieutenant, I wrote at just the right length in thick ink on excellent smooth paper, which did not exist in camp, that I had been a captain, that I had commanded a battery, that I had been awarded some decorations. And thanks to the actual writing, it seemed that I had regained my own personality, my own I. Yes, my gnoseological subject, I. And yet I was, after all, a university man, a civilian in the army by chance. Imagine how embedded it must be in a career officer, this insistence on being held in esteem. And the lieutenant, on reading my autobiography, was quite satisfied with it. So, you are a Soviet person, right? Well, to be sure. Well, of course, why not? How pleasant it was to rise again from the mud and ashes and once again become a Soviet person. It was one half of freedom. The lieutenant asked me to come to see him in 5 days. During these 5 days, however, I was forced to say goodbye to my military uniform because it was bad to be digging clay in it. I hid my field shirt and my military breeches in my suitcase, and at the camp storage room I received some patched and faded rag, which appeared to have been washed after lying for a year in a trash bin. This was an important step, though I did not as yet recognize its significance. My soul had not yet become that of a Zek, but my skin therewith became a Zek's. With shaven head, tormented by hunger and squeezed by enemies, I would soon acquire the glance of a Zek, too, insincere, suspicious, all-observant. This was how I looked when in 5 days' time I went to see the security chief, still not understanding what he was getting at. But the security chief was not there. He had stopped coming there entirely. He already knew, but we did not, that in another week we would all be dispersed, and that they would be bringing Germans to Novi Jerusalem to replace us. And that is how I missed seeing the lieutenant. I discussed with Gamarov and Ingall why it was that I wrote my autobiography, and we did not guess, innocents, that these were already the first claws of the beast of prey reaching into our nest. And yet, meanwhile, the picture was so clear. 3 young men had arrived in the new prisoner transport, and they kept discussing something all the time, arguing among themselves, and one of them, swarthy, round and gloomy, with little moustaches, the one who had gotten himself a place in the bookkeeping office, didn't sleep nights and kept writing something on the bunks, writing and hiding it. Of course, one could send someone and grab what he was hiding, but without causing an alarm, it was simpler to find out about it all from the one of them who wore army breeches. He evidently was an army man and a Soviet person, and he would assist in the spiritual surveillance. Zhora Ingall, who was not exhausted by his work during the day, really did refuse to sleep the first half nights, and thus defended the freedom of the creative spirit. He sat up on the upper panel of the multiple bunk, without mattress, pillow, or blanket, in his padded jacket. It was not warm in the rooms, for the nights were autumn nights. In his shoes, his feet stretched out on the panel, his back leaning against the wall, and sucking on his pencil, looking sternly at his sheet of paper. One could not have dreamed up worse behavior for camp, but neither he nor we understood yet how all that stood out like a sore thumb, and how they kept watch over such things. Sometimes he simply gave in to his frailties and wrote an ordinary letter. His 23-year-old wife had not even worn out the shoes in which she'd gone with him that winter to the conservatory. And now she had left him. Security questionnaires, a blot on one's record, yes, and a person wants to live. He wrote to another woman, whom he called a dear sister, concealing from himself and from her that he also loved her, or was ready to love her. But that woman, too, soon got married. He could write like this: My dear little sister, hearken to the wonderful intimations of humanity, Handel, Tchaikovsky, Debussy. I, too, wanted to become an intimation, but the clock of my life has come to a stop. Or simply, you have become much closer to me during the course of these months. It has become clear that there are very many real, genuine people in the world, and I very much hope that your husband will also be a real human being. Or like this: I have wandered through life, stumbling and in search of myself. There is a bright light in the room, and I have never seen darkness that is blacker. But only here have I found myself and my own fate, and this time not in books either. And do you know, my little bird, I have never been such an optimist as I am right now. Now I know once and for all that there is nothing more precious in life than the idea one serves, and I also now know how and what I must write. That's the main thing. No, he did not yet know how to write. According to the account of Arkady Belinkov, later on in another camp, Ingall kept on writing like that, keeping to himself on the bunks. The prisoners first asked, and then subsequently began to demand, that he show them what he was writing. Denunciations, perhaps? But regarding this only as one more act of violence against creative art, although from the opposite direction, he refused, and they beat him up unmercifully. I have quoted here these lines from his letters, so that his grave may be marked with this tiny monument, at least. And for the time being, he wrote at night and hid during the day a story about El Campesino, the Spanish Republican with whom he had shared a cell, and whose peasant common sense had delighted him. El Campesino's fate was a simple one. After having lost the war to Franco, he came to the Soviet Union, and after a while he was imprisoned here. Ingall could never complete this short story about El Campesino because he never knew El Campesino's fate. El Campesino outlived his describer. I have heard that at the time of the great Ashgabat earthquake, he led a group of Zeks out of a wrecked camp and shepherded them through the mountains into Iran. Even the border guards had panicked. Ingall was not a warm person. He did not inspire one to open one's heart to him at the first impulse. I have just written this and stopped to think, was I called a warm person either? But his steadfastness was a worthy model to write in camp. I might some day be able to rise to it if I didn't perish. But for the time being I was tormented by my own restless search, depressed by my first days as a clay digger. On a serene September evening, Boris Gamarov and I could find time only to sit a while on a pile of cinders at the approach to the camp perimeter. In the direction of Moscow, 37 miles away, the heavens flamed with salutes. This was the holiday of victory over Japan, but the lanterns of our camp compound burned with a dull, tired light. A hostile, reddish light emanated from the plant windows. And in a long and drawn-out string, as mysterious as the years and the months of our prison terms, the lanterns on the poles of the broad brickyard compound receded into the distance. Arms around his knees, thin and coughing, Gamarov repeated, "For 30 years I have nurtured my love for my native land, and I shall neither expect your leniency nor desire it." "They brought the fascists! They brought the fascists!" was a cry heard not only in Novi Jerusalem. In the late summer and autumn of 1945, that's how it was on all the islands of the archipelago. Our arrival, that of the fascists, opened up the road to freedom for the non-political offenders. They had learned of their amnesty back on July the 7th. Since that time they had been photographed, and their release documents had been readied, and their accounts in the bookkeeping offices. But first for 1 month, then in places for 2, and in some places for 3 months, the amnestied Zeks had been languishing within the nauseating barbed wire boundaries. There was no one to replace them. There was no one to replace them. And we, newborn, blind innocents that we were, in our corked-up cells, had continued to hope all spring and summer for an amnesty, that Stalin would take pity on us, that he would take account of the victory, that having passed us over in the first, the July amnesty, he would subsequently declare a second amnesty, a special amnesty for political prisoners. They used to report even one detail. This amnesty was already prepared, it was lying on Stalin's desk, and all that was left was for him to sign it. But he was off on vacation. The incorrigibles awaited a genuine amnesty. The incorrigibles believed. But if we had been pardoned, then who would have gone down into the mines? Who would have gone into the forests with saws? Who would have fired the bricks and laid them in walls? Stalin had managed to create a system under which, if it had manifested generosity or mercy, pestilence, famine, desolation, and ruin would have immediately embraced the entire country. They brought the fascists! They had always hated us, or at least disdained us, but now the non-political offenders looked upon us almost with love, because we had come to take their places. And those same prisoners who had learned in German captivity that there is no nation more despised, more abandoned, more alien and unneeded than the Russian, now learned, leaping down from red cattle cars and trucks onto the Russian earth, that even among this outcast people, they were the most benighted and grievous of all. Now that is what that great Stalinist amnesty turned out to be, one such as the world had never seen. Where indeed had the world ever seen an amnesty which did not concern politicals? It freed 58s who had sentences of up to 3 years, a sentence almost never given anyone, probably not as many as 0.5% of those to whom it applied. But even among that 0.5% of the cases, the implacable spirit of the amnesty proved stronger than its conciliatory wording. I knew one lad, his name I believe was Matushin, he was an artist in the little camp at the Kaluga gates, who had been sentenced under 58(1)B very early on, even before the end of 1941, for having been taken prisoner when it had not yet been decided how this was to be treated or what term to give.
This book is continued on Cassette 6,
Side 1. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 2, Section 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. I knew one lad, his name I believe was Matyushin, he was an artist in the little camp at the Kaluga gates, who had been sentenced under 58(1)B very early on, even before the end of 1941, for having been taken prisoner when it had not yet been decided how this was to be treated or what term to give. They gave Matyushin just 3 years, an unbelievable happening. At the end of his term he was, of course, not freed, but was told to await the special decree. But then came the amnesty. Matyushin began to ask, there was no way he could demand, for release. For almost 5 months, until December 1945, the frightened officials of the Classification and Records Section turned him down. Finally, he was released to go back home to Kursk province. There was a rumor, and it's quite impossible to believe in any other outcome, that soon afterward he was raked in and given something up to a whole tenor. It was impermissible to allow him to take advantage of the absent-mindedness of the First Court. All those who had burglarized apartments, stolen the clothes of passers-by, raped girls, corrupted minors, given consumers short weight, played the hoodlum, disfigured the defenseless, been wantonly destructive in forests and waterways, committed bigamy, practiced blackmail or extortion, taken bribes, swindled, slandered, written false denunciations, but those particular people didn't actually even serve time at all. That's for the future. Peddled narcotics, pimped or forced women into prostitution, whose carelessness or ignorance had resulted in the loss of life, all went scot-free. And I have merely listed here the articles of the Code covered by the amnesty. This is not a mere flourish of eloquence. And then they want morality from the people. Half their terms were eliminated for embezzlers, forgers of documents and ration cards, speculators, and thieves of state property. Stalin still was touchy about the pockets of the state. But there was nothing so repugnant to the former front-line soldiers and POWs as the universal blanket pardon of deserters in wartime. Every man who, out of cowardice, ran away from his unit, left the front, did not show up at the conscription point, hid for many years in a pit in the vegetable garden of his mother's home, in cellars, behind the stove, always at the mother's. Deserters, as a rule, did not trust their wives, who for years had not pronounced one word aloud, who had turned into hunched-up, hairy beasts. All of them, as long as they had been caught or had turned themselves in by the day of the amnesty, were proclaimed now unsullied, unjudged, equal Soviet citizens. And that is when the perspicacity of the old proverb was justified. Flight is not beautiful, but it is healthy. And those who trembled not, who did not play the coward, who for their motherland took the enemy's blow and then paid for it with captivity, there could be no forgiveness for them. That's how the Supreme Commander-in-Chief saw it. Was it that something in the deserters struck a chord in Stalin? Did he remember his own aversion to serving as a rank-and-file soldier, his own pitiful service as a recruit in the winter of 1917? Or did he simply conclude that cowards represented no danger to his rule, and that only the bold were dangerous? After all, it might seem that it was not at all reasonable to amnesty deserters, even from Stalin's point of view. He himself had shown his people the surest and simplest way to save one's skin in any future war. And very likely there was also an historical justice here. An old debt was paid to deserting from the front, without which our whole history would have gone quite differently. In another book, I have told the story of Dr. Zhubov and his wife. An old woman in their house hid a wandering deserter, who later on turned them in for it. For this, Zhubov's husband and wife got sentences of a tenor each under Article 58.
the court determined that their guilt lay not so much in hiding a deserter as in the absence of any self-serving motive for this concealment. He was not a relative of theirs, which meant that it amounted to anti-Soviet intent. Under the Stalinist amnesty, the deserter himself was liberated without having served even 3 years, and he had already forgotten about that little episode of his life. But things went differently with the Zubovs. They each served out a full 10 years in camp, 4 in special camps, and another 4 years without any sentence in exile. They were released only because exile in general was done away with, nor were their convictions annulled either when they were released, not even after 16 years, nor even 19 years after the events. And because of them, they could not return to their home near Moscow, and were prevented from quietly living out their lives. In 1958, the chief military prosecutor replied to them, "Your guilt was proven, and there are no bases for reconsidering the case." Only in 1962, after 20 years, was their case under Section 5810, anti-Soviet intent, and 5811, an organization of husband and wife, quashed. Under Article 193.17.7g, aiding a deserter, it was determined that their sentence was 5 years, and after 20 years, the Stalinist amnesty was applied. And that's precisely the way in which the 2 old people whose lives had been smashed were notified in 1962. As of July the 7th, 1945, you are considered released and your conviction annulled. Now that's what the rancorous, vengeful, unreasonable law fears, and what it does not fear. After the amnesty, they began to smear and smear with the paintbrushes of the cultural and educational sections, and the internal archways and walls of the camps were decorated with mocking slogans. For the broadest amnesty, we shall respond to our dear party and government with doubled productivity. The ones amnestied were the habitual criminals and non-political offenders, and the ones to respond with doubled work productivity were the politicals. When in history has our government shone with a sense of humor? With our fascist arrival, daily releases began immediately in Novi Jerusalem. Just the day before, you had seen women in the camp compound looking disgraceful, dressed in tatters, using profanity, and lo, they had suddenly been transformed, gotten washed, smoothed down their hair, and put on dresses with polka dots and stripes, which they'd got hold of heaven knows where, and with jackets over their arms they went modestly to the station. Seeing them on the train, would you ever guess that they knew how to swear like troopers? And there, leaving the gates, were thieves and half-breeds, who imitate the real thieves. They didn't drop their impudent bearing even there. They clowned and minced and waved to those left behind and shouted, and their friends shouted back to them from the windows. The guards didn't interfere. The thieves are permitted everything. One thief, not without imagination, stood his suitcase on end, climbed up on top of it lightly, and cocking his cap and tossing back the flaps of his jacket, copped off at a transit prison somewhere, or won at cards, played a farewell serenade to the camp on his mandolin, singing some sort of thieves' twaddle. Horse laughs. Those released still had a long walk on the path circling the camp and on through the field, and the folds of the barbed wire did not shut off from us the open view. That night those thieves would be strolling on the boulevards of Moscow, and perhaps even in their first week they would make their jump, clean out an apartment. They'd take the clothes off your wife or sister or daughter on the night streets. And as for you fascists, and Matronina was also a fascist, double your work productivity. Because of the amnesty, there was a shortage of manpower everywhere, and there were rearrangements. For a short time I was switched from the clay pit to a plant section. There I could take a look at Matronina's mechanization. Everyone had it bad here, but the most surprising of all was the work of one young girl, a real, genuine heroine of labor, though not suitable for the newspaper. Her place, her duty, in the shop had no name, but one could have called it the upper distributor. Next to the conveyor belt emerging from the press with cut, wet bricks, just mixed from clay and very heavy, stood two girls, one of them the lower distributor, and the other the server-up. These did not have to bend down, but simply pivot, and not in a wide-angle turn either. But the upper distributor, who stood on a pedestal like the queen of the shop, had incessantly to bend down, pick up a wet brick placed at her feet by the server-up, and without crushing it, raise it to the level of her waist or even shoulders, and without changing the position of her feet, turn from the waist at a 90-degree angle, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, depending on which receiving car was being loaded, and distribute the bricks on 5 wooden shelves, 12 on each. Her motion had no intermission, did not stop or change, and she moved at the speed of fast gymnastics for the whole 8-hour shift, unless the press itself broke down. They kept handing and handing her half of all the bricks produced by the plant during a shift. Down below, the girls switched duties, but she had no replacement for the entire 8 hours. She ought to have grown dizzy from 5 minutes of such work, from those swings of her head and the bending and twisting of her torso. During the first half of her shift, however, the girl still kept her smile. She couldn't carry on a conversation because of the din of the press, and perhaps she liked being put up there on a pedestal like a beauty queen, where everyone could see her strong, bare legs below her hitched-up skirt, and the ballet-like elasticity of her waist. And for this work she got the highest ration in the camp, 10.5 extra ounces of bread, a total for the day of 30 ounces. And for her dinner, besides the common black cabbage soup, 3 stakhanovite portions, 3 pitiful portions of thin semolina cereal made with water. They gave her so little that she inhaled the full contents of the pottery bowl in one swallow. "We work for money and you work for bread. No secret there," a grubby free mechanic who had come to fix the press said to me. One armed Punin from the Altai and I rolled away the loaded cars. These cars were like high towers, unsteady because, thanks to 10 shelves with 12 bricks each, their center of gravity was high up. Wobbling and tottering like a bookcase overloaded with books, such a car had to be pulled by an iron handle along straight rails, then led up onto a supporting truck, halted there, and then this truck had to be pulled along another straight line past the drying chambers. Brought to a stop at the one required, the car then had to be taken off the truck and pushed ahead of one in still another direction into the drying chamber. Each chamber was a long, narrow corridor, along whose walls stretched 10 slots and 10 shelf supports. One had to push the car right to the back without letting it get out of line, and there release the lever, setting all 10 shelves with the bricks on the 10 supports, and release 10 pairs of iron grips, and immediately roll the empty car back out. This whole scheme, it seems, was German, out of the 19th century, and the car had a German name. But the German scheme provided not only for rails to support the car, but also for a floor laid beneath the pits to support the trucker. But for us, the floor planks were rotten, broken, and I used to stumble and fall through. In addition, there was probably supposed to be ventilation in all the chambers, but there wasn't any, and while I struggled away at my mistakes in stacking, I often got things crooked, shelves got stuck, refused to set, and wet bricks tumbled down on my head. I gulped in carbon fumes, and they burned my windpipe. Therefore, I was not very sorry to leave the plant when I was again driven out to the clay pit. There were not enough clay diggers. They were being released too. They sent Boris Gamma off to the clay pit too, and so we began to work together. The work norm there was well known. During one shift, one worker was to dig, load up, and deliver to the windlass 6 cars full of clay, 8 cubic yards. For 2 persons, the norm was 16. In dry weather, the 2 of us together could manage 6.5. But an autumn drizzle began. For 1 day, 2, 3, without wind, it kept on, getting neither heavier nor stopping. It was not torrential, so no one was going to take the responsibility for halting the outdoor work. "It never rains on the canal," was a famous Gulag slogan. But in Novi Jerusalem, for some reason, they did not even give us padded jackets, and there in the red clay pit beneath that monotonous drizzle, we wallowed and smeared up our old front-line overcoats, which by the end of the third day had already absorbed a pail of water each. The camp also gave us no footwear, and we were rotting our last front-line boots in the wet clay. The first day we still joked. "And don't you find, Boris, that Baron Tussenbach would have envied us a good deal right now? After all, he dreamed of working in a brickyard. Do you remember? To work so hard that when he came home he would throw himself on his bed and instantly fall asleep. He evidently supposed that there would be a dryer for wet clothes, that there would be a cot and a hot meal consisting of 2 courses. But we rolled away a pair of cars, and angrily knocking our spades against the iron sides of the next car, the clay stuck to the shovels. This time I spoke with irritation. "Just tell me, if you please, what devil made the sisters restless just sitting at home? No one forced them to go out on Sundays with young people to collect scrap. On Mondays no one required of them a précis of the Holy Scriptures. No one forced them to teach for nothing. No one drove them out into the blocks to put into effect universal education." And after one more load, what empty, empty chatter they all indulged in. To work, to work, to work. Well, go ahead and work, the hell with you, who's stopping you. What a happy life it will be. So happy, so happy. And what will it be like? You should have been accompanied by police dogs into that happy life. You'd have learned. Boris was weaker than I. He could hardly wield his spade, which the sticky clay made heavier and heavier, and he could hardly throw each shovelful up to the edge of the truck. Nonetheless, on the second day, he tried to keep us up to the heights of Vladimir Soloviev. He had outdistanced me there, too. How much of Soloviev he had already read, and I had not read even one line because of my Bessel functions. He told me whatever he remembered, and I kept trying to remember it, but I really couldn't. I didn't have the head for it at that moment. No, how can one preserve one's life and at the same time arrive at the truth? And why is it necessary to be dropped into the depths of camp in order to understand one's own squalor? He said, "Vladimir Soloviev taught that one must greet death with gladness. Worse than here, it won't be." Quite true. We loaded as much as we could. Penalty ration? So it would be a penalty ration. The hell with you. We wrote off the day and wound our way to camp. But there was nothing joyful awaiting us there. 3 times a day that same black, unsalted infusion of nettle leaves, and once a day a ladle of thin gruel, 1/3 of a litre. And the bread had already been sliced. They give 15 1/4 ounces in the morning, and not a crumb more during the day or in the evening. And then we were lined up for roll call out in the rain. And once again we slept on bare bunks in wet clothes, muddied with clay, and we shivered because they weren't heating the barracks. And the next day that fine drizzle kept falling and falling. The clay pit had got drenched and we were stuck in it, but good. No matter how much clay you took on your spade, and no matter how much you banged it on the side of the truck, the clay would not drop off, and each time we had to reach over and push the clay off the spade into the car. And then we realized that we had been merely doing extra work. We put aside the spades and began simply to gather up the squelching clay from under our feet and toss it into the car. Boria was coughing. There was still a fragment of German tank shell in his lungs. He was thin and yellow, and his nose, ears, and the bones of his face had grown deathly pointed. I looked at him closely, and I was not sure. Would he make it through a winter in camp? We still tried to divert our minds and conquer our situation with thought, but by then neither philosophy nor literature was there. Even our hands became heavy, like spades, and hung down. Boris suggested, "No, to talk takes much strength. Let's be silent and think to some purpose. For example, compose verses in our heads." I shuddered. He could write verses here and now. The canopy of death hung over him, but the canopy of such a stubborn talent hung over his yellow forehead, too. That winter, Boris Galmarov died in a hospital from exhaustion and tuberculosis. I revere in him a poet who was never even allowed to peep. His spiritual image was lofty, and his verses themselves seemed to me very powerful at the time. But I did not memorize even one of them, and I can find them nowhere now, so as to be able at least to make him a gravestone from those little stones. And so we kept silent and scooped up the clay with our hands. The rain kept coming. Yet they not only didn't take us out of the clay pit, but Matronina, brandishing the fiery sword of her gaze, her red head was covered with a dark shawl, pointed out to the brigadier from the edge the different ends of the clay pit, and we understood. They were not going to pull out the brigade at the end of its shift at 2 p.m., but would keep it in the clay pit until it fulfilled its norm. Only then would we get both lunch and dinner. In Moscow, the construction project was halted for lack of bricks. But Matronina departed, and the rain thickened. Light red puddles formed everywhere in the clay, and in our car, too. The tops of our boots turned red, and our coats were covered with red spots. Our hands had grown numb from the cold clay, and by this time we couldn't even throw anything into the car. And then we left this futile occupation, climbed up higher to the grass, sat down there, bent our heads, and pulled the collars of our coats up over the backs of our necks. From the side we looked like two reddish stones in the field. Somewhere young men of our age were studying at the Sorbonne or at Oxford, playing tennis during their ample hours of relaxation, arguing about the problems of the world in student cafes. They were already being published and were exhibiting their paintings. They were twisting and turning to find ways of distorting the insufficiently original world around them in some new way. They railed against the classics for exhausting all the subjects and themes. They railed at their own governments and their own reactionaries, who did not want to comprehend and adopt the advanced experience of the Soviet Union. They recorded interviews through the microphones of radio reporters, listening all the time to their own voices and coquettishly elucidating what they wished to say in their last or their first book. They judged everything in the world with self-assurance, but particularly the prosperity and higher justice of our country. Only at some point in their old age, in the course of compiling encyclopedias, would they notice with astonishment that they could not find any worthy Russian names for our letters, for all the letters of our alphabet. The rain drummed on the back of our heads, and the chill crept up our wet backs. We looked about us. The half-loaded cars had been overturned. Everyone had left. There was no one in the entire clay pit, nor in the entire field beyond the compound. Out in the grey curtain of rain lay the hidden village, and even the roosters had hidden in a dry place. We, too, picked up our spades so that no one would steal them. They were registered in our names, and dragging them behind us like heavy wheelbarrows, we went around Matronina's plant beneath the shed where empty galleries wound all around the Hoffman kilns that fired the bricks. There were draughts here, and it was cold, but it was also dry. We pushed ourselves down into the dust beneath the brick archway and sat there. Not far away from us a big heap of coal was piled. Two Zeks were digging into it, eagerly seeking something there. When they found it, they tried it in their teeth, then put it in their sack. Then they sat themselves down and each ate a similar black-grey lump. "What are you eating there, fellows?" "It's sea clay. The doctor doesn't forbid it. It doesn't do any good, but it doesn't do any harm either. And if you add a kilo of it a day to your rations, it's as if you had really eaten. Go on, look for some. There's a lot of it among the coal." And so it was that right up to nightfall the clay pit did not fulfill its work norm. Matronina gave orders that we should be left out all night, but the electricity went out everywhere, and the work compound had no lights, so they called everyone in to the gatehouse. They ordered us to link arms, and with a beefed-up convoy to the barking of the dogs and to curses, they took us to the camp compound. Everything was black. We moved along without seeing where it was wet and where the earth was firm, kneading it all up in succession, losing our footing and jerking one another. And in the camp compound it was dark. Only a hellish glow came from beneath the burners for individual cooking. and in the mess hall 2 kerosene lamps burned next to the serving window, and you could not read the slogan, nor see the double portion of nettle gruel in the bowl, and you sucked it down with your lips by feel. And tomorrow would be the same, and every day, 6 cars of red clay, 3 scoops of black gruel. In prison, too, we seemed to have grown weak, but here it went much faster. There was already a ringing in the head. That pleasant weakness in which it is easier to give in than to fight back kept coming closer. And in the barracks, total darkness. We lay there, dressed in everything wet, on everything bare, and it seemed it was warmer not to take anything off, like a poultice. Open eyes looked at the black ceiling, at the black heavens. Good Lord, good Lord, beneath the shells and the bombs I begged you to preserve my life, and now I beg you, please, send me death. Chapter 7. The Way of Life and Customs of the Natives. To describe the native life in all its outward monotony would seem to be both very easy and very readily attainable. Yet it is very difficult at the same time. As with every different way of life, one has to describe the round of living from one morning until the next, from one winter to the next, from birth, arrival in one's first camp, until death, and simultaneously describe everything about all the many islands and islets that exist. No one is capable of encompassing all this, of course, and it would merely be a bore to read whole volumes. And the life of the natives consists of work, of starvation, cold, and cunning. This work, for those who are unable to push others out of the way and set themselves up in a soft spot, is that self-same general work which raises socialism up out of the earth and drives us down into the earth. One cannot enumerate nor cover all the different aspects of this work, nor wrap your tongue about them. To push a wheelbarrow, oh, the machine of the OSO, 2 handles and 1 wheel, so. To carry hand barrows, to unload bricks bare-handed, the skin quickly wears off the fingers. To haul bricks on one's own body by goat in a shoulder barrow. To break up stone and coal in quarry and mine, to dig clay and sand. To hack out 8 cubic yards of gold-bearing ore with a pick, and haul them to the screening apparatus. Yes, and just to dig in the earth, just to chew up earth, flinty soil, and in winter, to cut coal underground. And there are ores there, too, lead and copper. Yes, and one can also pulverize copper ore, a sweet taste in the mouth, and one waters at the nose. One can impregnate ties with creosote, and one's whole body at the same time, too. One can carve out tunnels for railroads and build roadbeds. One can dig peat in the bog up to one's waist in the mud. One can smelt ores. One can cast metal. One can cut hay on hummocks in swampy meadows, sinking up to one's ankles in water. One can be a stableman or a drayman, yes, and steal oats from the horse's bag for one's own pot, but the horse's government issued the old grass bag, and she'll last it out, most likely, but you can drop dead. Yes, and generally the selkhozy, the agricultural camps, you can do every kind of peasant work, and there is no work better than that. You'll grab something from the ground for yourself. But the father of all is our Russian forest with its genuinely golden tree trunks. Gold is mined from them. And the oldest of all the kinds of work in the archipelago is logging. It summons everyone to itself and has room for everyone. And it is not even out of bounds for cripples. They will send out a 3-man gang of armless men to stamp down the 1.5 feet snow. Snow comes up to your chest. You are a lumberjack. First you yourself stamp it down next to the tree trunk. You cut down the tree. Then, hardly able to make your way through the snow, you cut off all the branches, and you have to feel them out in the snow and get to them with your axe. Still dragging your way through the same loose snow, you have to carry off all the branches and make piles of them and burn them. They smoke. They don't burn. and now you have to saw up the wood to size and stack it. And the work norm for you and your brother for the day is 6.5 cubic yards each, or 13 cubic yards for 2 men working together. In Borepolom, the norm was 9 cubic yards, but the thick pieces also had to be split into blocks. By then your arms would not be capable of lifting an axe, nor your feet of moving. During the war years, on war rations, the camp inmates called 3 weeks at logging dry execution. You come to hate this forest, this beauty of the earth, whose praises have been sung in verse and prose. You come to walk beneath the arches of pine and birch with a shudder of revulsion. For decades in the future you only have to shut your eyes to see those same fir and aspen trunks which you have hauled on your back to the freight car, sinking into the snow and falling down and hanging on to them tight, afraid to let go lest you prove unable to lift them out of the snowy mash. Work at hard labor in Tsarist Russia was limited for decades by the normative statutes of 1869, which were actually issued for free persons. In assigning work, the physical strength of the worker and the degree to which he was accustomed to it were taken into consideration. Can one nowadays really believe this? The workday was set at 7 hours in winter, and at 12.5 hours in summer. At the ferocious Akatui Hard Labor Center, Yakubovich in the 1890s, the work norms were easily fulfilled by everyone except him. The summer workday there amounted to 8 hours, including walking to and from work. And from October on it was 7 hours, and in winter only 6. And this was even before any struggle for the universal 8-hour workday. As for Dostoevsky's hard labor in Omsk, it is clear that in general they simply loafed about, as any reader can establish. The work there was agreeable and went with a swing, and the prison administration there even dressed them up in white linen jackets and trousers. Now, how much further could they have gone? In our camps they used to say, you could even put on a white collar, which meant things were very, very easy and there was absolutely nothing to do. And they had even white jackets. After work, the hard labor convicts of the House of the Dead used to spend a long time strolling around the prison courtyard. That means that they were not totally fagged out. Indeed, the Tsarist censor did not want to pass the manuscript of the House of the Dead for fear that the easiness of the life depicted by Dostoevsky would fail to deter people from crime. And so Dostoevsky added new pages for the censor which demonstrated that life in hard labor was nonetheless hard. In our camps, only the trustees went strolling round on Sundays. Yes, and even they hesitated to. And Shalamov remarks with respect to the notes of Maria Volkonskaya that the Decembrist prisoners in Nerchinsk had a norm of 118 pounds of ore to mine and load each day. 118 pounds? One could lift that all at once. Whereas Shalamov on the Kolyma had a work norm per day of 28,800 pounds. And Shalamov writes that in addition their summer workday was sometimes 16 hours long. I don't know how it was with 16, but for many it was 13 hours long on earth-moving work in Gulag and at the northern logging operations, and these were hours on the job itself, over and above the 3 miles walk to the forest and 3 back. And anyway, why should we argue about the length of the day? After all, the work norm was senior in rank to the length of the workday, and when the brigade didn't fulfill the norm, the only thing that was changed at the end of the shift was the convoy, and the work sloggers were left in the woods by the light of searchlights until midnight, so that they got back to the camp just before morning, in time to eat their dinner along with their breakfast, and go out into the woods again. Those who increase work norms in industry can still deceive themselves into thinking that such are the successes of the technology of production. But those who increase the norms of physical labor are executioners par excellence. They cannot seriously believe that under socialism the human being is twice as big and twice as muscular. They are the ones who should be tried. They are the ones who should be sent out to fulfill those work norms. There is no one to tell about it either. They all died. And then here's another way they raised the norms and proved it was possible to fulfill them. In cold, lower than 60 degrees below zero, work days were written off. In other words, on such days the records showed that the workers had not gone out to work, but they chased them out anyway, and whatever they squeezed out of them on those days was added to the other days, thereby raising the percentages. And the servile medical section wrote off those who froze to death on such cold days on some other basis. And the ones who were left who could no longer walk, and were straining every sinew to crawl along on all fours on the way back to camp, the convoy simply shot, so that they wouldn't escape before they could come back to get them. And how did they feed them in return? They poured water into a pot, and the best one might expect was that they would drop unscrubbed small potatoes into it, but otherwise black cabbage, beet tops, all kinds of trash. Or else vetch or bran. They didn't begrudge these. And wherever there was a water shortage, as there was at the Samarkand camp near Karaganda, only one bowl of gruel was cooked a day, and they also gave out a ration of 2 cups of turbid, salty water. Everything any good was always and without fail stolen for the chiefs, see Chapter 9, for the trustees and for the thieves. The cooks were all terrorized, and it was only by submissiveness that they kept their jobs. Certain amounts of fat and meat sub-products, in other words, not real food, were assigned out from the warehouses, as were fish, peas, and cereals. But not much of that ever found its way into the mouth of the pot. And in remote places the chiefs even took all the salt for themselves for their own pickling. In 1940, on the Kotlas-Vorkuta Railroad, both the bread and the gruel were unsalted. The worse the food, the more of it they gave the zeks. They used to give them horse meat from exhausted horses driven to death at work. And even though it was quite impossible to chew it, it was a feast. Ivan Dobriak recalls today, "In my own time I have pushed no small amount of dolphin meat into my mouth, also walrus, seal, sea bear, and all kinds of other sea animal trash." I interrupt. We ate whale meat in Moscow at the Kaluga gates. I was not even afraid of animal feces, and as for willow herbs, lichens, wild chamomile, they were the very best of dishes. This means he himself went out and added to his rations. It was impossible to try to keep nourished on Gulag norms anyone who worked out in the bitter cold for 13 or even 10 hours, and it was completely impossible once the basic ration had been plundered. And this was where Frenkel's satanic mixing paddle was put into the boiling pot. Some sloggers would be fed at the expense of others. The pots were divvied up. If less than 30% of the norm, and in each different camp this was calculated in a different way, was fulfilled, the ration issued you was a punishment block ration, 10.5 ounces of bread and a bowl of gruel a day. For from 30 to 80% of norm, they issued a penalty ration of 14 ounces of bread a day and 2 bowls of gruel. For from 81 to 100%, you got a work ration of from 17.5 to 21 ounces of bread and 3 bowls of gruel. And after that came the shock workers' pots, and they differed among themselves, running from 24.5 to 31.5 ounces of bread a day, and supplementary kasha portions, 2 portions, and the bonus dish, which was some kind of dark, bitterish, rye dough fingers stuffed with peas. And for all this watery food, which could not possibly cover what the body expended, the muscles burned up at body-rending toil. The shock workers and Stakhanovites went into the ground sooner than did the malingerers. This was something the old camp veterans understood very well, and it was covered by their own saying, "Better not to give me an extra kasha, and not to wake me up for work. If such a happy stroke of fortune befalls you, as to be allowed to stay on your bunk for lack of clothing, you'll get the guaranteed 21 ounces. If they have dressed you up for the season," and this is a famous Gulag expression, "and taken you out to work on the canal, even if you wear your sledgehammer down to a chisel, you'll never get more than 10.5 ounces out of the frozen soil." But the Zek was not at liberty to stay on his bunk. Of course, they did not feed the Zeks so badly everywhere and always, but these are typical figures for Gulag in wartime. At Vorkuta, in that same period, the miners' ration was, in all likelihood, the highest in all of Gulag, because heroic Moscow was being heated with that coal. It was 45.5 ounces for 80% of norm underground, or 100% on the surface. And in that most horribly murderous Tsarist hard-labour Akatui, on a non-working day, spent on the bunk, they used to give out 2.5 Russian pounds of bread, 35 ounces, as well as 32 zolotniks, in other words, 4.65 ounces of meat. And on a working day, there they gave out 3 Russian pounds, 43 ounces of bread, and 48 zolotniks, 7 ounces of meat. Was that not maybe higher than the front-line ration in the Red Army? And the Akatui prisoners carted off their gruel and their kasha by the tubful to the jailer's pigs. And P. Yakubovich found their thin porridge made from buckwheat kasha, Gulag never even saw that, inexpressibly repulsive to the taste. Danger of death from malnutrition is something else that never hung over the hard-labour convicts of Dostoevsky's book. And what can you say if geese went wandering around in their prison yard, in the camp compound, and the prisoners didn't wring their necks? On the basis of the standards of many harsh camps, Shalamov justly reproached me. And what kind of a hospital cat was it that was walking around where you were? Why hadn't they killed it and eaten it long before? The bread at Tsarist Akatui was set out on their tables unrestricted, and at Christmas they were given a pound of beef and unlimited butter for their cereal. On Sakhalin, the Tsarist prisoners working on roads and in mines during the months of the most work received each day 56 ounces of bread, 14 ounces of meat, 8 3/4 ounces of cereal. And the conscientious Chekhov investigated whether these norms were really enough, or whether, in view of the inferior quality of the baking and cooking, they fell short. And if he had looked into the bowl of our Soviet slogger, he would have given up the ghost right then and there. What imagination at the beginning of our century could have pictured that, after 30 or 40 years, not just on Sakhalin alone, but throughout the entire archipelago, prisoners would be glad to get even more soggy, dirty, slack-baked bread, with admixtures of the devil only knew what, and the 24.5 ounces of it would be an enviable shock-worker ration. No, even more, that throughout all Russia the collective farmers would even envy that prisoner's ration. We don't get even that, after all. Even at the Tsar's Nerchinsk mines they gave a supplementary gold prospectors payment for everything over the government norm, which was always moderate. In our camps, for most of the years of the archipelago, they either paid nothing for labour or just as much as was required for soap and tooth powder. Only in those rare camps and in those short periods when for some reason they introduced cost accounting, and only from 1/8 to 1/4 of the genuine wage was credited to the prisoner, could the Zeks buy bread, meat, and sugar. And all of a sudden, oh, astonishment, a crust would be left on the mess hall table, and it might be there for all of 5 minutes, without anyone reaching out a hand to grab it. And how were our natives dressed and shod? All archipelagos are like all archipelagos. The blue ocean rolls about them, coconut palms grow on them, and the administration of the islands does not assume the expense of clothing the natives. They go about barefoot and almost naked. But as for our cursed archipelago, it would have been quite impossible to picture it beneath the hot sun. It was eternally covered with snow, and the blizzards eternally raged over it. And in addition to everything else, it was necessary to clothe and to shoe all that horde of 10 to 15 million prisoners. According to the estimates of the Encyclopedia Rossiya SSSR, there were up to 15 million prisoners at a time. This figure agrees with the estimate made by prisoners inside the USSR, as we ourselves have added it up. Whenever they publish more proven figures, we will accept them. Fortunately, born outside the bounds of the archipelago, the Zeks arrived here not altogether naked.
This book is continued at this point. on the other side of this cassette.